Chapter 2181 You Can Never Hit Me. Seeing this scene, the stadium became lively again after the silence. Obviously, this strong man has a great background. Everyone knows that in addition to the 7 major cities, the most famous gangs in Yunyanzu are the 4 major gangs, namely the Moon Wolf Sect, the Empty Cicada Temple, the Holy Light Sect, and the Blood Axe Gang. Although they are not as famous as the 9 major sects, they are well-known forces in Yunyanzu. With a transcendent status, they have their own characteristics in cultivation and training disciples. They are tough characters that cannot be provoked. Even some prominent families in Jinjiangsu and Zayananzhou have to be wary of them. And this strong man is from the Moon Wolf Sect. Judging from his aura, he should be at the same level as Su Lin, at the level of the early postnatal emperor's spiritual master. No wonder he was sent out by the Moon Wolf team to challenge. So, after listening to everyone's discussion, Su Maoyang also knew about this strong man. She has heard a little about the Moon Wolf Sect, the most powerful force in Fengma City. It is said that the Moon Wolf cult's training method is extremely cruel, and it attaches great importance to body tempering and strength. The disciples trained are almost all humanoid monsters, which are very difficult to deal with. From the man's figure and breath, you can see some signs. However, Su Maoyang had no reason to refuse a challenge between people of the same level, and nodded happily. It's an honor to fight with the disciples of the Moon Wolf cult. Seeing that she agreed, the elder quickly removed the isolation shield, and the strong man jumped directly onto the battle stage and made a gesture of invitation that was completely inconsistent with his wild image. My power is more violent. As a woman, I shouldn't bully you. Let you 3 moves. Speaking of which, if he hadn't seen Su Lin being too arrogant, he would have disdained to fight with a woman. Su Maoyang heard this, but laughed helplessly. Let me have 3 moves. Who gave you the confidence? Strength, the man said firmly, as if he had already won the game. Su Maoyang thought it was ridiculous. Such big talk. It's better to get close to me within 3 moves. Otherwise you will be beaten back home in 1 move. Which is very embarrassing. Hu Yanyelei's face sank after hearing this, and he snorted angrily. Humph. I'm not the delicate Miss Muro. Since you don't accept my toast, don't blame me for bullying a woman. After saying this, Hu Yanyelei came with a hammer and swung it wildly. His strength was really as he said, violent and abnormal. He was so powerful that he could pull mountains and conquer the world with 1 move, which was very terrifying. Seeing this, Su Maoyang waved her hand and summoned the cloud-chasing meteor arrow, and quickly pulled back a distance from him. In her opinion, the best way to deal with such an opponent with amazing physique and strength is to fly a kite to increase the distance, and then attack from a distance. But such an action was a sign of cowardice in Hu Yanyelei's eyes. He just snorted disdainfully. Why? You were scared and retreated at the beginning? I thought you were so powerful. But you are also a coward. For someone like you, let alone 3 close moves, I can break your bones with 1 move. Really? Then I'm looking forward to how you're going to break my bones. Su Maoyang curled his lips and smiled, and his teasing tone obviously regarded his harsh words as a joke. Hu Yanyelei was so angry that his face turned blue, and his burly body chased up flexibly. A few sprints shortened the distance between the two, without the clumsiness that a big man should have. It can be seen that his ability in speed and skill is also remarkable. This surprised Su Maoyang. However, such speed was not good enough for her. After all, she had comprehended the power of wind and mastered the will of wind. In terms of speed, she had never lost. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang tiptoed, and her slender body dodged as lightly as floating catkins. She was so fast that she didn't even leave a shadow, and she had already reached another position. Hu Yanyelei probably didn't expect that his swift attack was avoided by the opponent. He opened his eyes in surprise, and then used more powerful martial arts. The iron hammer collapsed like a mountain, and the terrifying shadow fell on Su Maoyang's body, as if the end of the world was coming, and it was going to cover Su Maoyang and smash him into a meat pie. Then, there was a loud bang, which made everyone's heart tremble. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's really violent. Are all the disciples of the Moon Wolf sect so barbaric? Su Maoyang felt the rolling power, and exclaimed sincerely. Hu Yanyelei thought that Su Maoyang was hit by him, and was about to admire his victory. But he didn't expect a teasing voice to come from behind him, which made him stiffen and turn around quickly to break the defense. However, It was obviously too late to defend at this time. When he turned around, he saw a sharp arrow shooting at him fiercely. Its power was not much less than his full-strength attack, and the speed was even faster. Even if he gave up all defense and attack and put all his speed and thoughts on dodging, he was still shot in the arm. With such fighting power, is she sure she is a woman? Hu Yanyan, who was injured in one fell swoop, couldn't help but have such doubts in his heart. However, he was unwilling to accept this. He didn't want to become a joke like Murong Yuxuan. Not to mention that he was still a man. Thinking of this, Hu Yanyan launched an attack again. This time, he seemed to have used all his strength. He saw that his forehead, neck, arms and legs were all bulging with blue veins due to the violent force, which made his already huge body swell even more. The punch came with the momentum of a landslide, and the leg swept over, which was even harder than a rock. With such a physique, it is difficult to get hurt even if there is no defense. It is indeed a force that focuses on tempering the body. It's a pity that the opponent he met was Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong perfectly mastered the will of the wind, integrated himself into the wind, and with the help of the power of the wind, he could easily avoid his attack range and pull a long distance away. Then, before Hu Yanyan got close, Su Maoyong drew his bow and shot an arrow, which was so fast that people were caught off guard. So, even if Hu Yanyan's power exploded, he could never catch up with his opponent, and he couldn't even get close to him. It was like being played by him. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't use his skills. This made Hu Yanyan feel deeply frustrated. After all, his spiritual power was limited, and it was impossible to consume it without limit. What's more, he was powerful. Every time he made a move, he needed to devote a lot of spiritual power, which consumed it several times faster than ordinary people. If he continued to fight like this, he would only be exhausted to death by his opponent. Thinking of this, Hu Yanyan gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't run if you have the ability. Is it fun to always avoid fighting?" Su Maoyong shrugged innocently. "I didn't avoid fighting. It was you who couldn't catch up with me and couldn't hit me. Do you blame me for being too fast and too skilled? You can't let me stand there, stretch my head, and let you hit me. If that's the case, you might as well find a wooden stake to practice and participate in a battle." Chapter 2182 An Invincible Existence in the Same Level. You? Hu Yanyan was so angry that he trembled and was stunned and couldn't say anything to refute. The audience also despised Hu Yanyan's behavior and started to discuss it. After all, he just threatened to break the other person's bones with one move. But after so many moves, he couldn't even get close to the other person. In the end, he made such a ridiculous request, which was really shameful. But as proud as Hu Yanyan, how could he bear to be pointed at by others? He was furious, like an angry lion, and jumped with his feet and swung the hammer again. This time, he pushed his speed to the extreme, so fast that only an afterimage was left, and chased Su Maoyong madly, obviously trying to save his face. Seeing this scene, everyone admitted that Hu Yanyan's ability and speed was not weak, and was even very strong. However, Su Lin seemed to be even stronger. Facing such a terrible pursuit, she could still dodge with ease, as if she was born as a gust of wind, coming and going freely, doing whatever she wanted, and nothing could stop her. This speed is really a bit outrageous. No, even if the speed is stronger, it will not be strong to this extent. After all, she is only an early postnatal emperor spiritual master. Someone in the audience soon raised his doubts. At this time, the audience with a bit of vision found some clues and said the truth in one word. Yes, but the speed and skills of cultivation cannot reach this level, unless she comprehends the will of the wind and masters the power of the wind. Hearing this, the people around were shocked and gradually realized, yes, if the will of the wind is comprehended, then the wind power can be transformed into one's own power and integrated with oneself, and the speed will naturally be superior. Realizing this, many people opened their eyes wide in shock. If she really comprehended the will of the wind, then such a talent for cultivation is quite extraordinary. Everyone knows that it is very difficult to comprehend and master the power of natural attributes. One must have very high talent and super physical fitness, because the first step to master the will of natural attributes is to temper the body and let the body pass the test of specific natural forces. Then one must have super high talent to comprehend its will and master its power. Although many geniuses have good comprehension, Tempering the body is not something that ordinary people can bear. Moreover, most geniuses are children of wealthy families. They are delicate and tender. So how can they bear the pain of tempering the body? I think only disciples trained by gangs, like the Moon Wolf cult, have some hope. Of course, there are also geniuses with super strong willpower, and particularly diligent cultivation among those noble geniuses. But they only account for a small number. Therefore, everyone was very surprised to learn that Su Maoyang had mastered the will of the wind. You can't be? Hu Yenyele was not a fool. After so many moves, he felt her speed, and guessed that she had comprehended the will of the wind. He was shocked and jealous. He had been obsessed with tempering for many years, and had tempered his body to be very strong. But he had not been able to comprehend the will of natural power. However, this woman who was inferior to him in status and position had mastered the natural power before him, which was undoubtedly a blow to him. Su Maoyang knew what he wanted to say, and he didn't hide it. He admitted frankly, "You guessed right. I did master the power of the wind. So you should go down." After that, Su Maoyang drew his bow, and the spiritual arrow flew away with the wind, so fast and powerful that it was hard to resist. Seeing this, Hu Yenyele was shocked, and hurriedly broke his defense and turned around to avoid it. However, no matter which direction he avoided, the arrows seemed to have intelligence, automatically changing direction and chasing him. If he had not mastered the will of the wind, it would be difficult for Su Maoyang to hit Hu Yenyele with this arrow. But with the help of the power of wind, he could easily force people to have nowhere to escape. Sure enough, in a few breaths, Hu Yenyele was shot right, and the powerful spiritual power exploded, suddenly blowing him out of the battle stage. His body was like being invaded by a tornado, leaving countless scars, looking extremely embarrassed. This is the power of integrating natural attributes. Seeing such a battle situation, the hearts of the audience below the stage were suddenly shocked, and their expressions were completely frozen. They originally just thought that Su Lin had some skills, but they didn't expect her to be so powerful. If she were placed in other states, although she is not a top talent, she is also an above-average and promising disciple. No wonder she won the first place in the preliminary competition of Ningjianzhou, which is well-deserved. With this understanding, the geniuses of the same level as Su Maoyang present all looked solemn, because they knew that it would be difficult to defeat this opponent. However, they could not hide and not participate in the battle, or let the higher-level ones challenge Su Lin. If so, wouldn't it make the world laugh at them? They can't afford to lose face. So, after a while of silence, another genius challenged Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was not afraid of anyone who came. In less than an hour, he had fought several games in a row, and the opponents were all famous geniuses of the same level from the other three states. They were not only powerful, but also had a variety of weapons and protective treasures that were dazzling. But even so, these people still lost. It was really because Su Maoyang's training was too comprehensive. Whether it was speed, skill, spiritual power, mental power, physique or martial arts, they were all extremely strong and had almost no shortcomings. It was difficult to find flaws in fighting with such a person. So, after several games, no one got away with Su Maoyang, and she kept fighting without stopping. Such fighting power and endurance shocked everyone, causing the second round of the challenge to become Su Maoyang's world as soon as it started. However, just when everyone was aroused by Su Maoyang's strong desire to win, Su Maoyang reminded them quietly, "Elder, I have won 10 games in a row." When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized that she had already won 10 games without realizing it. Because she won so easily, it didn't make people feel anything. Even the referee was a little confused. After hearing her mention it, he came back to his senses and announced, "Su Lin of Qingyang Medicine Shop won 10 games in a row and successfully advanced. You know, none of the teams participating in the second round of the challenge are weak, and several of the teams she played against have the strength to fight across levels. But she still did not lose to so many geniuses in the round-robin battle, and even won. You can imagine how difficult it is. But Su Lin did it, which means that her combat effectiveness and her talent are far higher than the geniuses of the same level in the 4 states. That is to say, she is invincible in the same level." Chapter 2183 Slim Hope. Of course, Su Maoyang was able to advance so quickly because the high-level geniuses could not lower their faces to challenge the low-level players. After all, they were all arrogant young people, and it was difficult for them to lower their status. And they did not want to be accused of bullying the weak and winning unfairly. As a result, they were not careful and let Qingyang Medicine Shop take advantage of them. However, the three words Su Lin were completely famous in the 4 states. Although it was just a battle between the early postnatal emperor spiritual masters, it was already very remarkable to be able to complete the round-robin battle in front of the geniuses of the 4 states and be invincible in the same realm. Therefore, Xu Yunya, who had been watching the battle and expected Su Maoyang to be beaten to a bloody mess, felt particularly uncomfortable. You know, she was also known as the invincible existence of the same level before. But now compared with Su Maoyang, it is simply a world of difference. The former title and the former flattery seem particularly ironic at this moment. As for the other forces in Ningjianzhou that have grievances with Su Maoyang, they have nothing to say. For example, the Sidu family, Xing family, Lu family of Yanqing City, the Ho family of Shengling City, and the Shi family of Huiyin City. Although they hated Su Maoyang, they had to admit that she did have super combat power and unlimited potential. Compared with the geniuses of other states, she was not inferior, or even stronger. However, Su Maoyang, the person involved, was indifferent to the commotion she caused. She had been worried about Xinua's injury since the beginning of the competition. So as soon as the competition ended, she hurriedly left the field and called Ji Ruiqing and others to rush back to Qingyang Medicine Shop. At this time, Xinua, who was waiting for the result of the competition in the medicine shop, was also thinking about Su Maoyang and others. When he heard the news that they were back, even though he was too weak to stand, he quickly got up from the bed and wanted to go out to greet them. Su Maoyang entered the room and saw this scene. She rushed forward angrily and held her down. "Don't move. You are so badly injured. Didn't I tell you to lie down and heal your wounds?" Zino held Su Maoyang's hand and asked anxiously, "How was the fight? Did you win?" "Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Your master is such a person. Who can beat her when she appears?" Ji Ruiqing was in a good mood and quickly shared the good news. "Not only that, she also helped you get revenge and beat the Ning Hongfeng team miserably. Especially your enemy Ning Haochu. He is even worse than you. Both his hands are disabled, let alone turning over. It is estimated that it is difficult for him to even survive. It's a pity that his brother Ning Hongfeng was lucky enough not to be crippled, but he suffered serious internal injuries. I believe he will need to recuperate for a long time. It is unknown whether he will have sequelae." Hearing this, Xinua finally smiled with relief. "Yes, I knew long ago that as long as the master is there, nothing can't be done. Instead, we who are not strong enough are holding her back. Su Maoyang is always so powerful. No matter where she goes, she is a shining existence. As long as she is there, everyone can see hope and welcome the dawn. On the contrary, it is the incompetent waste like her who has become her stumbling block and dragged down her pace of progress. Otherwise, she can stand higher and have a more glorious victory." Su Maoyang saw her gloomy expression and knew that Xinua was blaming herself. He frowned in disapproval and retorted, "You are wrong. None of you held me back, whether it is you or the brothers of the Aolong group. Although you did not play in the game, if you had not been running around, collecting information, gathering information, and spreading the word, the Qingyang Medicine Shop would not have been built so easily, and the business would not have been so good, earning us so many spiritual stones to help us practice. Without your support behind us, which allows us to concentrate on cultivation without worries, it would be very difficult for us to gain a foothold in Yanqing City, let alone participate in the battle. So our victory is inseparable from each of you." Hearing this, the brothers of the Proud Wolf group all had red eyes. Although they didn't say it, they always felt guilty in their hearts, thinking that they didn't help much and could only worry in the back. However, Su Maoyang's words undoubtedly gave them the most powerful reassurance. "But our contribution is very small and doesn't help you much. I believe that even without us, you can still do it," one of the brothers of the Proud Wolf group said helplessly. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. "You may not know that I also had a group of very good and united comrades in arms before. Their strength was very weak. At the beginning, they only reached the level of the venerable spiritual master, which was 1,000,000 miles behind you. But when I was on the verge of life and death, they blew themselves up and died, winning a chance for me to escape. If it weren't for them, I would have died long ago. How could I stand in front of you alive and participate in the battle? So, there is no real waste in this world. As long as you have a heart and try your best. No matter how strong or weak you are. No matter how high or low your status is. Any effort is worthy of admiration. You, the same. The blood battle group, even after so long, is still a pain in Su Maoyang's heart. But it is precisely because of such a tragic battle that she knows how to cherish her current teammates. Because she has never come to this point alone. But the partners, who love and support her, have made efforts to achieve what she is today. This group of people are all worthy of her respect and admiration. Well said. I really didn't make a mistake in choosing the right person. Ji Ruiqing was so excited that he shouted excitedly. Shinua, don't be discouraged. Your master is a perverted alchemist. She can definitely cure you. Shinua held back tears and shook her head bitterly. You don't have to lie to me. My hand has broken bones and broken tendons. Even the most powerful alchemist can't save it. Su Maoyang felt a pang at his heart when he heard this. He then asked the old man Jinjuan in the space unwillingly. Senior, is there really no way to cure Shinua's hand? The old man Jinjuan also sighed. Alas, yes. There is little hope. Almost no possibility. Little hope? You didn't give a positive answer. Which means there is still some hope. Su Maoyang asked without giving up. Well, there is a possibility to cure the hand. But we must gather 10 materials. But each material is very rare. Let alone 10. It is extremely difficult to gather one. Hearing him say this, Su Maoyang's heart suddenly ignited hope. What are the 10? Yanlin flower. Soul feather grass. Flame crazy sand. Fantasy sea bamboo. Eternal water. The heart of the magic light black rock shark. The head and horns of the Tianji green auspicious ox. The feathers of the Songlei silver ice swan. And the dragon bones and dragon tendons. When the old man Jinjuan mentioned the last two, he unconsciously lowered his voice, which made Su Maoyang's heart sink. Chapter 2184. Everything depends on human effort. Are you talking about the dragon tendons and bones of the dragon clan? Su Maoyang confirmed in disbelief. The old man Jinjuan nodded solemnly. Yes, there may be some hope for the other medicinal materials. But the dragon clan was exterminated thousands of years ago. It is not easy to find their traces. Of course, even if you are lucky and find these two materials without finding the dragon, you will definitely pay a huge price. After all, this thing is too precious, and no one is willing to give it up. Hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly had an idea and couldn't help but move his eyes to the ancient blood ghost dragon. Isn't there a ready-made one? The ancient blood ghost dragon didn't expect that she had set her sights on him, and shuddered with fear, and hurriedly said, What are you looking at me for? I am just a wisp of soul now, and I don't even have a real body. Where can I get dragon tendons and bones? When the time comes, I will help you reshape your real body, and you will have it. Su Maoyang obviously had a clear plan. The ancient blood ghost dragon collapsed on the spot. Oh my god! I haven't reshaped my true body yet. And you are planning to pull out my tendons and dig out my bones. You are too cruel. I don't want my true body. Can't I just stay out? No. At the beginning, I promised you in person. I always keep my promises, and I must do what I say. Su Maoyang said firmly. You devil. You tricked me into signing a master-servant contract with your dragon harp. And now you want to use me as a medicinal material. I am really crazy to believe your lies. The ancient blood ghost dragon was so angry that he jumped up and down. But he was just a spirit of the weapon and couldn't make any waves. As an alchemist, the old man Jinjuan knew the properties of medicinal materials best. He shook his head helplessly and interrupted. Young master, the ancient blood ghost dragon is too powerful and has too strong a fire attribute. Shinua's mortal body can't bear it. Not only will her hand not be cured, but her entire body will be destroyed, and she may not even be able to save her life. Moreover, even if you don't use the ancient blood ghost dragon, the real dragon you summoned with the ice sacrifice to the 9 days will also have ice attributes, which Shinua can't bear. The ancient blood ghost dragon heard that the old man Jinjuan helped him out, and quickly agreed. Yes. The fire I sprayed can burn many Shinua to death. You use my tendons and bones as medicinal materials. It's better to kill her directly. Su Maoyang rolled his eyes at it and continued to ask. It means that a dragon that is too powerful or has special powers. Dragons are not okay? Yes, that's what I mean. If they are too strong, Shi Nua can't bear it. But without dragon tendons and dragon bones, it's difficult to help her reshape her tendons and bones. Moreover, even the most ordinary dragons, their power is difficult for Shi Nua to digest, because no matter what she does, she will be backlashed, just to different degrees. Therefore, it is best to find the tendons and bones of young dragons, which will cause the least damage to the human body and the highest chance of success. However, even so, the process of bone setting and taking medicine will be very painful. If she can hold on strongly, there is still hope. Otherwise it will be a false joy. The old man Jinjun explained in a deep voice. Furthermore, if you want to refine the Lingxian bone-changing pill, you must reach the strength of Danxian. Now you are only Danzuan, and you still have a long way to go. Su Maoyang finally understood why the old man Jinjun said that there was little hope. The tendons and bones of the young dragon are too difficult to find. Even if they are found, it is still a big problem whether they can be obtained. Moreover, Shi Nua must have strong willpower to survive the backlash of the Dragon Clan's power. Adding several other materials will also consume a lot of energy, financial resources and time. It will take a long time for her to reach Danxian. Each one is difficult, and it seems to be an impossible task. But Su Maoyang has always been a person who does not accept fate. She has to do everything and try to know the result. So she doesn't plan to give up. She took a deep breath, looked at Shi Nua, and said, I have a prescription here. There is hope that it can cure your hand. But the chance of finding the medicinal materials is relatively small, and it takes a long time. You may also suffer a lot of pain and torture in the process of taking the medicine. But no matter what, I will try my best to cure you. She knows Shi Nua's pride too well. It is better to let her die than to let her be disabled forever. In addition, Shi Nua had gone through so much torture, and her willpower had been honed to be very strong. She believed that she could definitely make it through. Hearing this, Shi Nua's dull pupils really brightened up a bit, and Ji Ruiqing was even more excited than the person involved, and immediately volunteered. Junior sister, tell me, what materials do you need? My silver ghost core will help you find them right away. Well, there is also my Aolong core. If we act together, it should save a lot of time, and it will be much easier to find. The brothers of the Aolong core also stood up without hesitation. As they can be used now, they should do their best. Su Maoyang shook his head. These 10 materials are all very rare treasures. Not so easy to find. Everything depends on human effort. Not to mention that we have so many people. There is strength in numbers. Everyone works together. There will always be some progress. Leave this matter to us. Ji Ruiqing is optimistic by nature. In her opinion, these are not a big deal. What she was most worried about was the safety of Qingyang Medicine Shop. The most important thing for you now is to concentrate on practicing and improving your strength. After all, Qingyang Medicine Shop still depends on you and Hao Tsong to preside over the overall situation. If there is no strong strength, there will be another Shi Nua. Fang Yibin on the side agreed. Yes, in today's battle, you crippled Ning Haochu and seriously injured Ning Hanfeng, which can be regarded as completely offending the governor. Now there are forces from other states and Tiansheng City watching here, so he can't act easily. But once these forces leave Yanqing City, Qingyang Medicine Shop will be in danger. Other forces in Ningjianzhou have been eyeing their medicine shop and may come to step on it at any time. In such an environment, it is very difficult for the medicine shop to be safe and sound. Therefore, improving strength is crucial. Su Maoyang also knew the current situation and nodded in understanding. Well, there is still about a month before the battle with the Tiansheng City forces. During this time, I will be in seclusion. I will make a list of medicinal materials for you later. I will ask you about the medicinal materials. Well, don't worry. Although we are not strong, we are still very good at getting information. The brothers of the Aolong group patted their chests and guaranteed. Su Maoyang smiled with relief, then touched Shi Nua's hair and comforted. Don't worry. We will take care of everything. Shi Nua was moved and choked up. Sorry for bothering everyone. Since you feel that you are bothering everyone, cheer up quickly. If you want to make Liang'er worry again, I don't mind crippling your other hand. Jun Haotsong warned unhappily. Ji Ruiqing rolled his eyes speechlessly. He didn't feel bad for someone whose hand was broken, but he felt so bad for Su Maoyang when he was worried. The wife-protecting maniac is really scary. In his eyes, Other people are not human beings. Only he, Leon, is the most precious. Chapter 2185 Using the Dead. Okay. If you, the evil god, continue to stay here, Shi Nua will have even less chance to recover. Su Maoyang glared at Jun Haosong helplessly, and then pulled him out of Shi Nua's room. As Ji Ruiqing said, the most important thing for them now is to practice. She really offended too many forces this time. Not only Ning Jianzhou, but also 3 other big states. At that time, they will have to fight for the Qiming sword. And even Tiansheng City will be involved. By then, her situation will only become more difficult. Therefore, if she wants to get out safely, the only way is to improve her strength. Perhaps knowing the difficulty of this mission, Jun Haosong rarely pestered her and went into seclusion obediently. Su Maoyang planned to take advantage of this time to upgrade to the level of mid-stage postnatal emperor spiritual master and practice puppetry to improve the combat effectiveness of the puppets. Speaking of which, when she was in the 9 Nether Realm, she had already refined 5 puppets. Unfortunately, 3 of them were ordinary puppets, and only 2 were puppets brought out from the Yellow Spring Road. Since the puppets in Huangquan Road are too high level, it is unlikely that Su Maoyang can refine all the remaining puppets in a short time with her current strength. So she has been nourishing them with the concentration fluid. After what happened with Shi Nua, Su Maoyang was worried about leaving the Qingyang medicine shop and returning to the Immortal Palace Gate. So she planned to stay here to practice, so that if anything happened, she could deal with it in time. Therefore, she only has 1 month now. Although she can't refine new puppets, there is still some hope to improve the combat effectiveness of the original 5 puppets. However, before that, she has to improve her own realm. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang summoned the Pure World Green Lotus platform, and with the help of the 9-character mantra, she began to digest the spiritual power in her body and tried to comprehend the realm of the mid-stage acquired Emperor Spiritual Master. In this way, 10 days passed in a flash, and she finally exhaled a breath of turbid air and successfully entered the ranks of the mid-stage acquired Emperor Spiritual Master. This time, it was so fast, and it was all thanks to the accumulation in the Fairy Palace Gate some time ago. In fact, her combat power has long reached the standard of the mid-stage acquired Emperor Spiritual Master. But her ancient spirit body needs a lot of spiritual power. If the spiritual power is insufficient, it is difficult to improve the realm. Now she has steadily advanced to the mid-stage acquired Emperor Spiritual Master. With her ability to fight across levels, it is definitely not a problem to deal with the peak acquired Emperor Spiritual Master. And even the early stage innate Emperor Spiritual Master has a great grasp. But even so, Su Maoyang still did not dare to relax at all, and soon devoted herself to the practice of puppetry. You must know that puppetry requires strong mental power. The stronger the mental power, the better and stronger the puppet can be controlled. Su Maoyang had been focusing on the cultivation of spiritual power for some time, but her mental power was wasted. She had to take this opportunity to pick it up as soon as possible. Time passed bit by bit. In a blink of an eye, Su Maoyang spent another 20 days, and spent a lot of energy to improve the puppetry several levels, and was able to control the level of the peak innate Emperor Spiritual Master. I believe that if it were not for the assistance of the Pure World Green Lotus platform and the 9-character mantra, she would have spent at least half a year. If she was unlucky, it might take a year. Of course, this is still a relatively fast and talented speed. For others, it would be normal for several years, or even more than 10 years. And her 5 puppets, after such a long period of nourishment and refining, 3 ordinary puppets have reached the strength of the late acquired Emperor Spiritual Master, and the 2 brought out by Huangquan Road have reached the strength of the peak innate Emperor Spiritual Master. It should not be a problem to deal with geniuses or ordinary elders. But this time, all the major forces gathered in the Tiansheng dynasty. In addition to ordinary elders, there were also some old guys who had reached the level of Supreme Emperor Spirit Master. They were powerful and could easily destroy the Qingyang medicine shop. They were definitely people that Su Maoyang and others could not afford to provoke. So, she had to keep a backup plan. At this time, the ancient blood ghost dragon might have guessed Su Maoyang's thoughts and reminded her, "Aren't there still a group of dead spirits in the soul calming tower? Let them attach to the puppet, which should increase the strength by 1 or 2 levels." Since Su Maoyang didn't pull out his dragon tendons and dig out his dragon bones, he still wanted to reshape his true body, and naturally didn't want to see Su Maoyang have any accidents. Hearing it say this, Su Maoyang remembered the group of dead spirits she met in the cave in the northern spirit realm. They fought with her for 10 days and 10 nights, and tortured her half to death. In the end, she accepted the inheritance of the 9-character mantra and successfully contracted the soul calming tower to control these old guys. Otherwise she would have to give up her life there. Now, Su Maoyang would not be polite if they were needed. The undead felt Su Maoyang's gaze and hated the ancient blood ghost dragon for causing trouble. They immediately explained, "Young master, the level of the puppet you refined is limited. Even if we attach to it, we can't exert our original strength, unless you find a few powerful corpses for us to attach to. If the attachment is successful, let alone the Supreme Emperor Spirit Master, even the Spirit Immortal, we are sure." Okay. Su Maoyang knew that these undead were cunning guys. She was tricked by them last time, and she would not be fooled this time. What's more, these undead are all evil people, bloodthirsty, and complicated. If they are really allowed to attach to uncontrolled corpses, it is hard to guarantee that they will not do something bad to themselves. Therefore, the most reliable way is to make them your puppets and use them for your own purposes. Forget about the powerful corpses. Just attach yourself to the puppets. After all, this is your only choice to get out of the tower. If you don't want to, you will stay in the tower forever and become a dead spirit. Su Maoyang was too lazy to talk nonsense and gave the choice directly. Be a puppet or a dead spirit. It's up to you. The dead spirits were all entangled when they heard this. If they continue to be dead spirits, they will never see the sun, never see the outside world, and have no way to move their muscles. But as a puppet, although they often can't see the outside world, at least they still have a chance to come out, which is a little better than being a dead spirit. But they have no freedom in life, and will be controlled by Su Maoyang forever. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Su Maoyang knew what they were thinking and couldn't help but sneer. Being locked up in the soul calming tower. Do you have freedom in life? Haven't you had enough of being a ghost for so many years? Yes, we've long been tired of being ghosts. But being used by you means we have no freedom, which is no different from being a dead spirit. Su Maoyang nodded slightly after hearing this. You are worried that you will be a puppet, and you won't be able to get out. I can understand. So, I can give you a chance. What chance? The dead spirits asked curiously. You also know that the current strength of the Qingyang medicine shop is not good and needs protection. If you can guarantee their safety, I can let you out. But if I find out that you have bad intentions, don't follow my instructions or have other thoughts, then you can only go back to the soul calming tower and never think of coming out. Su Maoyang is currently lacking some powerful secret guards. If these dead spirits are guarding here, everyone in the Qingyang medicine shop will be much safer. Chapter 2186. The medicinal materials were bought out. When the undead heard this, they immediately understood that Su Maoyang wanted them to be guards. They couldn't help but feel a little sad inside. We were all giants in our lives, but now we have fallen to the point of being someone else's secret guards. It's miserable. The ancient blood ghost dragon was not convinced and angrily retorted. Damn it. I am still an ancient beast. I am still a dragon. Now I don't even have the opportunity to be a secret guard. I can only be a weapon spirit. You should be content. As an ancient beast, he was actually enslaved by a weapon. Who would believe it if he told others about it? Who is more miserable than him? You know, the identity of an ancient beast is much more powerful than these old guys. He hasn't said anything yet. But these dead ghosts are complaining about this and that. It's simply asking for a beating. Thinking of the experience of the ancient blood ghost dragon, the undead suddenly felt that being a puppet was not so bad. And their mentality was balanced all of a sudden. Ahem. Okay. We can be your secret guards and protect the safety of Qingyang medicine shop. But the original owners of your 3 ordinary puppets are too low level. So we definitely can't possess them. Only the 2 puppets that have reached the peak of the innate imperial spiritual master have some hope. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Well, don't worry about this. I didn't intend to let you possess the puppets of the acquired imperial spiritual master. It's just that there are so many of you. Which 2 do you want to go first? The undead looked at each other when they heard this. After a long while, someone spoke up. I'll go first. At first, everyone was a little hesitant. But now that someone volunteered, several people spoke up at the same time. I'll do it. Su Maoyang glanced at them and pointed at an old man in gray clothes. It's you this time. Others don't have to worry. Wait until I refine other puppets. Everyone will have a chance. She made so many puppets in Huangquan Road, which is more than enough for these undead spirits to possess. The ancient blood ghost dragon saw that everyone was scrambling to get out again, and rolled his eyes speechlessly. They obviously wanted to get out, but they pretended to be unwilling to go out, just to negotiate more conditions with Su Maoyang and gain more benefits. Humans are really the most hypocritical animals in the world. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't have much time to delay, and directly opened the soul calming tower, released 2 people, and let them try to possess the 2 puppets. Fortunately, the 2 puppets were very powerful, and the undead spirits merged with them smoothly. In one day, the possession was completed. On the contrary, the 2 undead spirits were unable to digest the backlash power generated by the puppets, which frightened them. Young master, where did you get this puppet? It seems to have a great origin. The dead spirit who spoke was named Yang Sheng. He was said to have been dead for more than 1,000 years. He had forgotten his age so long ago, but he had an unprecedented awe for this puppet. To be honest, Su Maoyang himself didn't know the origin of this puppet. When he asked about it, he couldn't help but recall the situation when he first entered the Yellow Spring Road and encountered these puppets. It was a dark cloud. Lightning flashed, like a cemetery at the end of the world. At a glance, it was all densely packed graves, gusts of cold wind, ghosts crying and wolves howling, and the whole space was filled with a strong and rotten deathly aura. She guessed at the time that it might be an ancient battlefield, which became a hero's tomb after the bloody storm. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many graves and so many corpse puppets wearing the armor of soldiers. However, with her current strength and experience, she is not enough to answer the secrets of these corpse puppets. But at least it is certain that it was an extremely terrifying war. So terrifying that it is beyond her cognition. You don't need to know the rest. Just follow my instructions and protect everyone. Don't forget that the seal on you has not been unlocked yet, and you may return to the soul-suppressing tower at any time. So it's best to seize this opportunity to perform. Su Maoyang reminded seriously. She didn't want these old guys to have any crooked thoughts. Ming Haiyang and Yang Sheng naturally knew this truth, nodded in understanding, and then excitedly adapted to the new body. They found that the body of this puppet was even better than their bodies before they died. Originally, they only hoped to rely on their own strength to improve the puppet's combat power by 1 level. But they didn't expect that it would be improved by 2 levels. It was not a big problem to deal with the mid-term Supreme Emperor's spiritual master. It was incredible. Su Maoyang was relieved when she saw the good effect. Counting the days, she should have been in seclusion for a month. I wonder how the medicinal materials that Ji Ruiqing and others inquired about are doing. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang simply packed up and got up and walked out of the room. However, as soon as she walked to the door of Ji Ruiqing's room, she heard an angry voice from inside. Governor Ning is so hateful. We finally found out about 2 medicinal materials, but the only 6 were bought by him at a high price. Now all major drugstores and trading houses are out of stock, leaving us with nowhere to buy. Yes, even if his son has 2 broken hands, he can't use so many herbs. He is obviously deliberately against us and making trouble for us. That's right. We have searched all the nearby cities and couldn't find it. I think it's all Governor Ning's fault. Alas, what can we do? He is the governor of Ningjianzhou. The whole Ningjianzhou is under his control. He has so many years of foundation and is rich. It's easy for him to buy out a few herbs. Of course, even if he doesn't pay, he has to give him some face because of his status as the governor. The brothers of the Proud Wolf group were furious when they talked about it, but they could do nothing about it. Su Maoyang couldn't help but push the door and walked in after hearing it. Don't blame you. Blame me. If I hadn't offended Ningjianzhou, you wouldn't be so difficult. Junior sister, you're out of retreat. Why don't you take a rest and recharge your energy? Ji Ruiqing saw Su Maoyang appear, and his eyes lit up, and he immediately greeted him. Su Maoyang nodded. Well, I've been locked up in the house for a month. I have to come out for some fresh air and visit everyone. Boss, we disappoint you. We can't help you normally. And now we can't find a medicinal material. Gu Qiuyun blamed himself. Su Maoyang shook his head. The 10 medicinal materials are hard to find. It's not easy for you to find 2 of them. I offended Governor Ning, and it has nothing to do with you. Boss, what you said is wrong. You abolished Ning Haochu and offended Ning Jianzhou to avenge us. How can it have nothing to do with us? Yes. To put it bluntly, we are bullied because we are too weak. If we are strong and have a strong background, how can we make enemies with the governor? In fact, it is us who are holding you back. The brothers of the Proud Wolf group were ashamed. Okay. Don't blame yourself. The most important thing right now is to find medicinal materials. If we can't buy them at the pharmacy or the trading house, then we have to think of other ways. Su Maoyang pondered. Ji Ruiqing nodded and agreed. Well, people come up with solutions. There is always a way out. By the way, junior sister, you have been in seclusion for so long and haven't had a good meal. You have to go out for a meal today. You don't know that Tianranju has recently launched a lot of strange dishes. It is said that they are all made with the meat of spirit beasts and relatively rare plants. Eating them can also improve spiritual power. Such dishes are usually only affordable by the big forces in Tiansheng City. Now, in order to entertain them, Yanqing City has spent a huge amount of money. Let's go and see them later. Chapter 2187 Princess Yuan. Su Maoyang didn't expect that there are foods that can improve spiritual power. And she was immediately interested. There are such dishes? I have to go and see them. Besides, everyone has worked hard during this period. So it's a good time to reward everyone. Speaking of which, her thunder blade was broken during the battle with Murong Yushuan. She originally planned to change it. Today, she happened to go to Jubao Pavilion to browse and choose a suitable one. Okay. I'll notify the others now. You go and call your junior brother to gather at the gate later. Perhaps Ji Ruiqing was too excited. Before she finished speaking, she ran away. Seeing her impatience, she must have been looking forward to it for many days. Su Maoyang couldn't do anything about her. She shook her head with a smile and walked towards Jun Haotsong's house. Tianranju is one of the best restaurants in Yanqing City. It is usually bustling with people. Not to mention that now it has gathered forces from all corners of the country. And the seats are full. Therefore, before noon, many people have come to the restaurant. Just now, a handsome man in purple clothes came in with a fan. He had a handsome face, eyebrows like a knife, an outstanding appearance. He was dressed handsome and elegant, with a noble temperament. There was also a servant with a strong aura behind him. It was obvious that he was not a small person. As expected, as soon as he stepped into the door of the restaurant, a waiter hurriedly greeted him, nodding and bowing, and flattering. Oh, Mr. Fu, you are here. I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. I hope Mr. Fu will forgive me. Okay, forget the polite words. I booked a private room here yesterday. Take me there quickly. Fu Minxiu waved his hand, not caring about these empty formalities at all. Hearing this, the waiter's smiling face suddenly froze, and he answered nervously, Mr. Fu, I'm really sorry. You're a step late. Someone is already dining in the private room you reserved yesterday, and the other private rooms are not available yet. Do you want to make do in the hall? Asshole. Didn't my master reserve it yesterday? How can you give it to someone else temporarily? You dare not even take my master's words to heart. I think you are tired of living. Before Fu Minxiu could speak, the servant behind him had already scolded him. The waiter was frightened and knelt on the ground with a pale face. Mr. Fu, please forgive me. It's not that I want to give it to someone else temporarily. It's really that the guest asked me to do so. I can't afford to offend him either. I have no choice but to do it. It seems that he is also a guest of great background. Take me to have a look. Maybe we can have a meal together. Fu Minxiu was a little curious. The other party knew that the private room was reserved by him and dared to grab it, which means that he didn't take him seriously at all. The servant was a little embarrassed. This was something that would offend people. Seeing him hesitate, the servant drew his sword and roared. Hurry up. If you delay my master's meal, watch out for your life. How could his master, with such status, squeeze into a table with so many people? Besides, his master was too conspicuous. If he sat in the hall and was watched by countless eyes, how could he have a good meal? The waiter was frightened by the light of the unsheathed sword, and dared not to refuse, and hurriedly led the way. Fu Minxiu followed closely behind him, and came to the room called Chufeng Pavilion on the second floor with him. Without waiting for him to report, he pushed the door and walked in first. Seeing a fairy-like lady sitting inside, Fu Minxiu recognized her identity at a glance, raised his eyebrows, and teased, Oh, who was I wondering? It turned out to be Princess Yuan. No wonder you are so arrogant and occupy someone else's private room as soon as you come. The woman in white, who was dining, was obviously very unhappy to see someone coming uninvited. She glanced at him coldly and spoke very impolitely. You just booked a private room and didn't pay. How come it belongs to someone else? But you, as the son of the Prime Minister, can't even knock on the door. And don't even know the most basic etiquette? Uh-huh. Princess Yuan is still so good at talking. We haven't seen each other for so long. And she scolds me as soon as we meet. She really doesn't give me any face. Fu Minqiu didn't get angry either, as if he had long been accustomed to this person's temper. The woman in white continued to taste the food, with an expression that she was too lazy to pay attention to him. For someone who came uninvited and disturbed my meal, I don't think I need to greet him with a smile. Ha ha ha. I was going to say that it's rare to meet you, and we can have a meal together. I didn't expect the princess to be so unwelcoming. It's really sad. Fu Minqiu said that he was sad, but his eyebrows were full of playful smiles. Obviously, he didn't take her coldness to heart. My master always likes quietness. I hope Mr. Fu won't force it. The maid who was serving behind the woman in white frowned and reminded Fu Minqiu when she saw that Fu Minqiu had no intention of leaving. That cold and arrogant expression seemed to have inherited her master's true teachings, which made people feel cold. Fu Minqiu didn't care. While shaking his fan, he replied, if the princess hadn't snatched the private room I reserved, I wouldn't have come up to warm my face and stick to the cold, but I just didn't expect that the princess would come out of retreat so early. It seems that the princess is very confident about the finals in 5 days. Pei Shiluan said coldly. Don't test me here. The result will be revealed on the field. Uh-huh. Princess Yuan misunderstood. I just kindly reminded you that there are many geniuses this time, and none of them are simple characters. Don't underestimate the enemy. Take Su Lin, who came out of Ning Jianshou this time. Now she is only an early postnatal emperor spiritual master, but she has been given the title of invincible in the same realm. She is a tough character that makes countless geniuses feel headache. Hearing this, Pei Shiluan raised her head and looked at him straight in the eye. Su Lin? Who is that? During this time, she has been practicing in retreat in the room, and she has no idea about the news on the field. Of course, she doesn't need to know. As a proud daughter of the great power of Tiansheng City, she only needs to participate in the finals, and she doesn't need to worry about the rest. So, she is blank about the 3 words Su Lin. Fu Minqiu knew her personality and was not surprised. He kindly explained, it seems that Princess Yuan doesn't know that Ning Jianzhou is famous for her talent and strength. She has won every game from the preliminary round to the challenge, and has never lost. Facing the round-robin competition of geniuses from the 4 major states, she has not lost at all, and has won 10 games in a row, easily taking the lead and stealing the show, making the geniuses of the same level in the 4 major states stay away. What's more rare is that she has also comprehended the will of the wind and mastered the power of the wind. It can be seen that her comprehension and physical will are terrifyingly strong. Moreover, I heard that she is still a maid. She looks like she is only in her early 30s. She is so young, but she has achieved such achievements. She is also a rare genius. Hearing him praise a maid so much, the maid behind Pei Shiluan sneered disdainfully. Mr. Fu, you are surprised by what you have seen before. If this is considered a genius, then my lady has mastered the will of ice at the age of 26 and won the title of invincible in the same realm. Isn't she a god-level genius? Chapter 2188, Mastering 2 Natural Wills. Besides, my young lady has now mastered the will of wood, which is far better than Su Lin. What's funny is that Mr. Fu actually brought a maid from Ning Jianshou to my master to make a fuss. This is really making a fuss. Pei Shiluan's maid sneered and mocked. When Fu Minqiu heard this, his pupils flashed with a gleam of light, and he sighed with some surprise. Mastered 2 natural attributes? You are worthy of being the princess of Yuan. Such talent is really beyond the reach of others. But Su Lin is not as simple as you think. She was born in a humble family, and it is even more precious that she can achieve such results. He has inquired clearly that Su Lin, who has no one to rely on, no power, and no influence, can be invincible in the same realm and sweep across the 4 states. It is rare. I believe that if there is a force willing to cultivate and promote her, her talent will be no worse than those top talents in Tiansheng City. What if I was born in a humble family? I am also a maid. Now I have reached the early stage of the acquired Emperor Spirit Master, In this era where strength is respected, who cares about your birth? This are the hard truth. The maid snorted contemptuously. Fu Minxiu was slightly startled, and couldn't help but look up and laugh. Ha ha ha. No wonder Miss Mayan is so confident and disdainful. It turns out that she has already reached the early stage of the acquired imperial spiritual master. The maids around Princess Yuan are so outstanding. Fu is ashamed of himself. TSK. You are just a maid. But you really take yourself seriously. The master is talking. Why do you? A servant. Interrupt? Fu Minxiu is well educated and doesn't care about women. But the servant behind him can't stand it, and can't help but scolding. His son is just a humble and low-key person, not arguing with others. In terms of strength, she really thinks his master is easy to bully. So what if he has comprehended two natural attributes? His master is not a pushover. You and I are also maids beside the princess. And it is not your turn to teach us a lesson. If you don't accept it, let's fight now to see who is better. Mi Yan was chosen by the prince to serve the princess since she was a child. In addition, she has good strength and has always been a little proud. She is used to speaking without restraint. Moreover, the princess dotes on her and will take care of everything for her. She is not afraid of offending even the prime minister's son, let alone a servant. Fu Minxiu saw that the two were on the verge of a fight, frowned, and said in a deep voice, Gao Jun, don't be rude. Miss Mi Yan is a girl after all. You are a man. Why are you arguing with a girl? But Gao Jun was so angry that he just couldn't stand the other party's arrogant and domineering look. Well, the princess is having a meal, and we came here uninvited? Which is already rude. If we use force, others will say that the prime minister's mansion does not know etiquette and bullies women. Fu Min corrected his expression and scolded. The princess is a royal family after all, and it is not easy to offend her. It is not worth it for both sides to get red in the face and thick neck for a little verbal dispute. After speaking, Fu Minxiu seemed to change his face and forced a smile to the princess. I am abrupt today and disturbed the princess. I hope you can forgive me. I believe that we will meet again in a few days. Fu will not bother you anymore. Goodbye. By then, they will meet on the court. He wants to see what kind of breakthroughs Princess Yuan has made in these years. After that, Fu Minxiu bowed gracefully and walked out of Chufeng Pavilion. Fortunately, he was lucky. As soon as he came out and before he went downstairs, the waiter came to tell him good news. It was said that the guests of Luyin Pavilion had just left and the room was vacant. Just right for him to have a meal. The location was a little off, and the view was not as good as Chifeng Pavilion. But fortunately the environment was quiet. Fu Minxiu was too lazy to be picky and agreed immediately. Mi Yan saw Fu Minxiu leave, and then he spat viciously. Bah! What a bullshit. Knowing that the young lady has mastered the will of nature, and is also praised as invincible in the same realm. He actually compared a maid of Ning Jianzhou with the young lady. Isn't it disgusting? Although he didn't say it clearly, the meaning of his words couldn't be clearer. And Mi Yan heard his intention as soon as he heard it. Forget it. Don't offend Fu Minxiu too much. Don't think he is a cool young man who is idle all day and looks like he doesn't care about anything. In fact, he is very smart. I heard that 3 years ago, he won the 4th place in the martial arts competition of Luosha League. His strength should not be underestimated. It is far from what you see. Princess Yuan took a sip of wine and reminded solemnly. Humph. 4th. So what? Miss is still the 2nd in Tingxua Tower. Mi Yan said unconvinced. And that Su Lin is not even worthy of carrying your shoes. I don't know what's so good about her. Her princess has mastered 2 natural powers, and her own strength has reached the late stage of the acquired Emperor Spirit Master. It is easier to deal with the early stage of the acquired Emperor Spirit Master than to crush an ant. Hearing this, Pei Shiwan did not deny it. Except for the top geniuses in Tiansheng City. She really didn't take the rest seriously. However, they didn't know that the person they were talking about had just entered the restaurant. Junior sister. Look! It's not even noon yet. And there are already so many people. If we are late, we probably won't even be able to enter the door. And we will have to queue outside. Ji Ruiqing pointed to the guests sitting in the hall, and said with experience. Su Mayan was not happy about this, and rolled his eyes at her helplessly. No need to queue. We have nowhere to sit. At a glance, all the tables in the hall were occupied. If you want to eat, you may have to wait. Ji Ruiqing also realized this problem, and couldn't help but shouting, "Waiter! Come here! Do you have any seats in your private room?" The waiter who was serving guests not far away heard someone asking and immediately replied, "Sorry, the private room is full. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait. If you are in a hurry, you can only go to another restaurant." "Wait. How long will it take?" Concubine asked. "I can't estimate it. It depends on the mood of the guests. It will probably take about an hour." The waiter scratched his head in embarrassment. He couldn't give an accurate answer. He wouldn't urge them to leave quickly. However, at this moment, the guests that the waiter was serving recognized the identities of Su Maoyang and others at a glance. A tall, dark-skinned man stood up and invited Su Maoyang enthusiastically. "Isn't this Miss Su from the Qingyang Pharmacy team? I didn't expect to meet you here. It's a great honor. If you don't have a place to eat, you can come with us. We can squeeze in, and there's room for a few people. There are so many of us. It's not good to disturb you while you eat." Su Maoyang politely declined. "Oh, what's wrong with that? You don't know that last time we saw you defeat the powerful Hu Yin Yi Lei. Our boss really admires you. He has been talking about you all the time, saying that you are a woman with such a small body, but you have such a strong fighting power. It's simply a miracle. He probably dreams of having dinner with you." The man in black sitting next to the strong man also interrupted enthusiastically, making the strong man scratch his head in embarrassment. Su Maoyang saw that the strong man was also a simple and honest person. The man in black didn't seem to be lying, and smiled gratefully. "It's not as powerful as you say. It's just a lucky win." Jun Haotsong saw that she dared to smile at other men, and grabbed Su Maoyang's but with his right hand without anyone noticing, gnashing his teeth and whispering, "You have pockmarks all over your face, and you are not at peace." Chapter 2189 Too popular. In order to hide his embarrassment, Su Maoyang did not look at Jun Haotsong's murderous eyes, and still maintained a decent smile on his face, but warned in a low voice, "If you like to be jealous, believe it or not, I will let you be jealous later." After hearing this, Jun Haotsong forced himself to suppress his jealousy, but the sharp eyes still made the strong man feel like being thorned, and his whole body was hairy. He didn't understand. He invited them to dinner so enthusiastically. What on earth did he do to offend the owner of the medicine shop? However, before he could think about it, Ji Ruiqing happily took over the conversation. "Ha! We are worried about having no place to eat. Since you don't mind, then we will be disrespectful to refuse." As he said, Ji Ruiqing hurriedly pulled Su Maoyang and sat down. Not polite at all. Jun Haotsong saw that Su Maoyang had already sat down, so it was not good for him to stand. In order to prevent her from flirting with the strong man at close range, he actually had the audacity to squeeze in between Su Maoyang and the strong man, just separating the two. Concubine, Ming Yusen and others didn't dare to squeeze in when they saw this. If they angered Jun Haotsong later, they would be in trouble. The guests at the next table obviously knew them. Seeing that there were too many people and not enough seats, they also invited them warmly. "Brothers, come sit with us. We can squeeze in here and sit for a few people." "Haha. Yes, as long as you don't mind eating with us rough guys. It will be more lively with more people." Hearing this, Concubine and others were not polite and bowed with gratitude. "Brothers, you can see that you are chivalrous men. How can we be disgusted with eating with you? We can't thank you enough." "Ha! You're welcome. I watched your competition before. You are the chivalrous men who are not afraid of authority. In addition to the young men and women with more status, there are also many independent cultivators who have no background but have some strength and blood. Some of them are hired by big forces to participate in the competition, and some are here to see the world. So from the preliminary round, they went to watch almost every game. So they were deeply impressed by Qingyang Medicine Shop and admired it. In fact, among many big forces, it is rare to have such a clear stream as Qingyang Medicine Shop. The most valuable thing is that everyone in the Qingyang Medicine Shop is just like them. They have no power, no background, and no backing. But they can confront those big forces without fear, and defeat those geniuses with their eyes wide open. It really makes people excited. Therefore, the three words Su Lin are simply a miracle in the minds of these ordinary people with no background. They admire her and even worship her. She is the role model for ordinary people to practice, and their hope for success. Just as Su Maoyang sat down, Some guests from other tables also cast friendly glances. And some even came up to toast Su Maoyang and say hello enthusiastically. Of course, most of them are curious about Su Maoyang's practice. The questions they ask are basically about how she usually tempers her body, and why she has such a strong power. How to practice to improve speed and defense. How to master the will of nature, etc. Su Maoyang saw that everyone had no ill intentions, and asked her with the mentality of learning from her. So she answered patiently. However, Jun Haosong was a little flustered. He blocked the wine and people for her. And he really wanted to hide Su Maoyang. Ji Ruiqing was too lazy to pay attention to the couple. While everyone was chatting, she kept sweeping the food on the table. After all, she came here with great difficulty. So she must eat enough before leaving. What's more, these dishes are made of relatively rare ingredients, and can also improve spiritual power. And looking at this posture, these people are very willing to treat them. Such a good deal. It would be a waste not to take it. So, Su Maoyang was surrounded by people. And Ji Ruiqing and others ate like starving ghosts. It was also because of Su Maoyang's arrival that the hall became much more lively than usual, with laughter coming one after another. Even the Princess Yuan, who was eating in the private room on the second floor, was startled. Mayan, go and see why there is so much noise downstairs? Pei Shuwan likes quietness. And when she heard the noise in the hall, she frowned and ordered. Mayan got the order and walked out quickly. She looked at the hall on the first floor for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was going on. She couldn't help but catch the waiter who was serving the dishes and asked, "What are those people in the hall doing there?" Young lady, you don't know? Just now, Su Lin from the Qingyang medicine shop came to our restaurant for dinner. There was no seat, so the guests at other tables enthusiastically invited them to eat together. Now they are gathering together to ask her about her usual practice methods. The waiter kindly explained. Hearing this, Mayan keenly captured the useful information, raised her eyebrows, and asked back, "Su Lin? Is she the maid from Ningjiano?" Yes, that's her. She was originally a maid of the Gongsun family, and later joined the Qingyang medicine shop. She was very successful in the competition. She won the first place in both the preliminary and challenge rounds, and defeated many geniuses. Since she is just a commoner, she can achieve such great achievements. Her status in the minds of ordinary people is extremely high, so everyone is gathering around her to learn from her. The waiter nodded hurriedly and told everything he knew. Mi Yan heard it, but grinned coldly. She just played a few games that were not difficult, but she was treated like a god. So many people gathered around to learn from her. They are really a group of untouchables who have never seen the world. Go tell them that the hall has been booked by our princess. Let them go quickly. If you disturb our princess again, I will make you pay for it. Mi Yan bulged her eyes and warned fiercely. The waiter was frightened, with a bitter face, and said in embarrassment, "But many guests in the hall have already paid, and some meals have not been served yet. How can they be driven away now? If they are unwilling, let him come up and talk to my princess in person. I don't think they are stupid enough to offend the princess and the prince for a meal. Unless you Tien Ranju don't take the princess seriously, and don't want to drive people away." Mi Yan even brought up the prince. How could a servant like the waiter have the courage to do so? He was immediately scared and broke into a cold sweat. He nodded like pounding garlic. "I know. I will do it right away. It is better to offend those casual cultivators than offend the royal family." Thinking of this, the waiter stumbled down the second floor and went to the hall to negotiate. Sure enough, the guests who were eating heard the waiter say that the hall was booked and needed to be cleared immediately. And they all stood up angrily. "What do you mean? We have already spent all the money, and we haven't finished the dishes on the table, and the dishes from the kitchen haven't been served yet. But you are kicking us out now. How do you run a business like Tien Ranju? Yes, we have waited for so long and finally got a seat. But you are asking us to leave as soon as we sit down. You are really bullying us." Chapter 2190, the third son of the Prime Minister. I'm really sorry, everyone. It's not that I want to chase you away, but Princess Yuan has just booked the hall. As a servant, I can't say anything, so I can only do what you are told. For example, you can take the unfinished dishes on the table back home, and we can also refund the money for the dishes that haven't been served yet. Please understand. The waiter was forced to smile, apologize, and try to give a more reasonable plan. However, Since these guests are willing to spend money to eat here, they naturally don't care about the money. Moreover, some waited for an hour or two to get a seat, but were chased away before they even had time to sit down. It was really unacceptable. Therefore, even if the money was returned, it would not calm everyone's anger. Someone immediately complained unhappily. Why didn't they pack it earlier or later, but waited until we were eating to pack it? Isn't this deliberately disgusting? She just thinks that we are too noisy and unworthy to eat in the same restaurant with her princess. Don't you understand? A big man with a beard, who is a wise man, immediately understood the deep meaning of what the waiter said. Others were already very angry, and they couldn't suppress their anger after hearing this. Bah! What's so great about a broken princess? If she didn't have a good birth and a father of noble status to protect her, she might be worse than us. A younger man, with an impulsive personality, couldn't help cursing. The slightly more stable man next to him was frightened and his face changed. He hurriedly stopped him. You whisper softly. If the princess hears it, you will die today and leave this restaurant. I heard it. At most I'll just shake my head and risk my life. The young man was full of youthful vigor, and he was not at all weak. Okay. The princess forced us to leave. What else can we do but leave? Let's pack up and leave. Some people knew that Princess Yuan was not someone they could afford to provoke. And although they were angry, they could not go to her to argue, because they were a group of powerless casual cultivators. After the words fell, many people left the restaurant with dark faces. Ji Ruiqing saw this and couldn't control his temper. Bah! What the hell? Tien Ranju only makes dishes that can improve spiritual power once every 7 days. And the competition will start in 5 days. Even if you eat it 7 days later, it won't be of much use. Isn't this deliberately making fun of others? Because the ingredients are rare. Dishes that can improve spiritual power are not available every day. So Tien Ranju usually supplies them once every 7 days. Today, Su Maoyang happened to come out of retreat. She had waited so hard for the opportunity, but it was all ruined by this shitty princess. She was angry just thinking about it. Of course, they were a little better with the help of elixirs. Other casual cultivators couldn't afford expensive elixirs. In order to prepare for the next competition, they had to eat this kind of food to improve their spiritual power. It was precisely because the opportunity was rare that everyone spent a lot of money to eat this meal, even if they had to wait for an hour or two. Who knew they would encounter such a thing? I have to say that this Princess Yuan is really too much. Su Maoyang was relatively calm, but she was a little curious about the princess they were talking about. Princess Yuan? I looked at the information of the major forces in Tiansheng City before, and I don't think I saw this name. Yuan is just a title given to her by the emperor, not her real name. Her real name is Pei Shiyuan, the legitimate daughter of Prince Tuanchuan. You also know the status of Prince Tuanchuan in the Tiansheng dynasty. He has always been the emperor's right-hand man, and is highly valued by the emperor. Pei Shiyuan is the most capable daughter among Prince Tuanchuan's many children, so Prince Tuanchuan dotes on her. As a result, the emperor also pays much attention to Pei Shiyuan and directly bestows her the title of Princess Yuan. Ji Ruiqing explained with a stinky face and an unhappy tone. Well, I heard that Princess Yuan has amazing talent and is quite powerful. Although she is of noble birth, spoiled since childhood, and has delicate skin and tender flesh, she is a body-tempering maniac and has successfully mastered the will of nature. It is said that she has always been ranked second on the genius list of Listening Snow Tower, and has a very strong fighting power. Fang Yibin couldn't help but add that he was obviously impressed by Princess Yuan. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. No wonder. He is powerful, and a member of the royal family. With the support of the prince and the emperor, booking a hall is not a big deal. Let's go too. Don't stay here. It's just a meal. There's no need to touch this bad luck and make enemies with the princess. Ji Ruiqing heard this and stood up reluctantly, staring at the direction of the private room on the second floor, ready to leave with everyone. But at this moment, a man dressed as a servant came over in a hurry and called Su Maoyang. Miss Su, please stay. My master invites you. Your master? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in confusion. My master is the third son of the Prime Minister's mansion. I have heard a lot about Miss Su's deeds recently and admire her. I am lucky to meet her today, so I want to invite Miss Su to have a chat. The servant explained with a smile. When Jun Haosong saw another man approaching, his face darkened immediately. He pulled Su Maoyang over and blocked him in front of him, angrily refusing. My maid is busy. Hee hee. Don't worry, Boss Jun. My master has no ill intentions. She just wants to meet Miss Su. But she doesn't want to meet your master. How could Jun Haosong tolerate Su Maoyang being alone with another man? The servant didn't expect Boss Jun to be so tough. He had reported to the Prime Minister's mansion. But he still didn't give her face. It was really a bit ignorant. Thinking of this, the servant looked at Su Maoyang, looking forward to her attitude. As long as Su Lin nodded in agreement, Boss Jun should not be able to say anything. However, Su Maoyang herself was not interested in such an invitation from a stranger. Not to mention that there was a jealous person around her. Once she agreed, Jun Haosong didn't know how many troubles he would make. He then politely refused. Sorry, we have something else to do, so we can't stay for long. Thank your master for me. After that, Su Maoyang turned around and left. The servant was frozen by her words. He originally thought that this maid would be so happy to be invited to dinner by the Prime Minister's son. But he didn't expect her to be so calm and even unkind. Now that she was about to leave the restaurant, the servant had no choice but to shout, Yanlinhua. My master has Yanlinhua. At first, his master told him to throw out this condition if Su Lin refused to keep the appointment. He was still saying at the time, who would be stupid enough to refuse the invitation of the Prime Minister's son? After all, humble people like Su Lin, who had no backing, would be eager to get involved with the powerful. But who knew that his master had guessed it right? When they heard about the flame-scale flower, not only Su Maoyang, but also Ji Ruiqing, Fang Yibin and others paused. Does your master have flame-scale flower? Although Su Maoyang had no interest in the Prime Minister's son, he could not ignore the flame-scale flower, which was a necessary medicinal ingredient for treating Shinua's injuries. Chapter 2191 Marry me as your legal wife. Yes, my master heard that a maid in the Qingyang medicine shop was injured. You are looking for some rare medicinal herbs, and my master happens to have a Yanlin flower. If Miss Su is willing to do me a favor, my master may consider giving the Yanlin flower to Miss Su. The servant nodded hurriedly and tempted. Faced with such tempting conditions, Su Maoyang would be lying if she said she was not tempted. At the moment, apart from the Qingming sword, Shinua's injury is the most important, so she naturally doesn't want to miss any opportunity to cure Shinua. Jun Haosong understood Su Maoyang's thoughts. She would definitely go for Shinua. So he simply said, I'm worried about leaving her here alone. Your master wouldn't be so stingy as to only invite her. The servant didn't expect that Boss Jun was so thick-skinned. He twitched his mouth stiffly. My master only invited Miss Su. I hope Boss Jun will forgive me. Only invited her. And you said there was no hidden conspiracy? Jun Haosong frowned and asked coldly. When the servant heard this, his face darkened and he shouted angrily. Boss Jun, don't go too far. My master admires Miss Su and kindly invited her to dinner and planned to give her the Yanlin flower. But you slandered my master for having a conspiracy. You are simply judging a gentleman by your own meanness. Seeing that the other party was angry, Su Maoyang was afraid that there was no room for maneuver. So he hurriedly persuaded Jun Haosong. Okay, since they didn't invite you, you should go back and wait for me. I'll be back soon and it won't take much time. Believe me, in broad daylight. Could the Prime Minister still eat her? But Jun Haosong was still worried. I'll wait for you here. Not following him was already the biggest concession. Su Maoyang shook her head speechlessly. Didn't you hear that this hall is reserved by the princess? Are you going to cause trouble for me by staying here? Although she didn't know what the Prime Minister's son was up to, at least her current attitude was friendly. And the Princess Yuan was a difficult person to deal with and talk to. And staying here would only bring trouble to herself. Ji Ruiqing understood Su Maoyang's concerns and helped persuade him. Yes, Su Lin is right. Let's not stay here. Let's go back and wait for news. If you are really worried, we can go to a nearby restaurant. Anyway, everyone didn't enjoy the meal just now. It would be better if we eat while waiting. After hearing this, Jun Haosong gradually compromised. Okay, we will go to a nearby restaurant to wait for you. If you dare to mess around and enter the Prime Minister's mansion, I will not forgive you. After saying that, Jun Haosong strode out of Tien Ranju. And the back figure that left seemed to have a smell of old vinegar. Ji Ruiqing and others are used to it. But the servant was shocked to the extreme when he heard this and saw this scene. and once suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. He actually worried that this maidservant with pockmarks on her face would have affairs with other men. And the target was the third son of the Prime Minister's mansion. Does he think that this ugly maidservant can be favored by his master and married into the Prime Minister's mansion as a young lady? Oh my God! Is this Boss June blind? The servant's heart was in turmoil. But he tried to maintain his composure on his face, and looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief. But soon, he was disgusted by the pockmarked face, and looked away. He was sure that he was not mistaken. The maid named Su Lin in front of him was indeed an ugly monster that could not bear to look at directly. Su Maoyang saw that everyone had left, but the servant was still standing there with a strange expression. So he couldn't help but remind him, "Can we go see your master now?" The servant came to his senses immediately after hearing this, nodded repeatedly, and led the way forward. "Yes, Miss Su. Please come this way." Su Maoyang followed him up to the second floor and came to Liyun Pavilion. When he pushed the door open, he saw a handsome young man drinking. Looking at his extremely outstanding appearance and elegant posture, he should be the third son of the Prime Minister mentioned by the servant. Miss Su is here. Gao Jun. Why don't you hurry up and serve Miss Su to take a seat? Fu Minqiu put down the wine glass and greeted him warmly. But he didn't have the airs of a Prime Minister's son at all. Su Maoyang was not used to being served by others. So she waved her hand and said, "No, I'll do it myself." After that, she sat down without any politeness and said straight to the point, "I am surprised and honored to be invited to dinner by the third son of the Prime Minister's mansion today. And the son seems to know that I am looking for the Yanlin flower. So I won't beat around the bush. I just want to know what the conditions are for the son to give up the Yanlin flower. This son of the Prime Minister's mansion is so high and mighty. But he invited a maid like her left and right, and even took out the Yanlin flower as bait. It is obvious that he has other intentions. If he really invited her to dinner, he would make such a big scene. Unless he is almost stupid. Of course, Su Maoyang would not believe such a lie. Fu Minqiu didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so direct. As soon as he came in, he got to the point in the first sentence, without even the most basic greetings. It seems that he has no intention of having dinner with him. Is Miss Su always so direct? Fu Minqiu asked back with interest. If I'm not direct, will Master Fu really just have a meal later? Su Maoyang also laughed. Fu Minqiu was slightly stunned, and immediately lost. You win. You win. This time I invited you here. It's not for dinner, but because I see your strength and development potential. I want to invite you to join my team. Sure enough, Su Maoyang guessed it right. This person had the intention of winning him over. Sorry, I'm already a member of Qingyang Medicine Shop. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Su Maoyang refused. Fu Minqiu waved his hand nonchalantly. Being a member of Qingyang Medicine Shop before doesn't mean you will be one forever. I know that both Gongsun Jingji and Boss June must have paid a lot to recruit a genius like you. You may feel bad if you suddenly leave them. But don't worry. I can help you compensate Gongsun Jingji and Boss June and give them a satisfactory answer. As for your remuneration, you can rest assured. It will definitely be more than what Qingyang Medicine Shop gives you. You will have no worries about resources if you practice with me in the future. And your development space will be much larger than what you have now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It depends on whether Miss Su can grasp it. Fu Minqiu had such thoughts. So he naturally investigated her, and knew that she originally followed Gongsun Jingji, and later took Gongsun Jingji with her to Qingyang Medicine Shop. Perhaps they saw the potential of Qingyang Medicine Shop. Or perhaps they wanted to have the support of an alchemist, so that they would never lack resources and money for practice. For people like them who have no power, it is indeed the best strategy to seek refuge in the Qingyang Medicine Shop. But it is far inferior to the Prime Minister's mansion. So, she should understand what is the best choice at the moment. Su Maoyang heard this. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and he smiled. Mr. Fu, I have no interest in joining your team. If you can marry me as your wife and promise to love me only in this life, I might consider it. Fu Minqiu is a smiling tiger, and he always has a smile on his face. But at this moment, he was also ruined by Su Maoyang's shocking answer, and he was so scared that he sprayed out the wine on the spot. Chapter 2192. She is a big liar. Gao Jun, who was standing by, was struck by lightning, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. This ugly bastard with pockmarks on her face actually asked her master to bring her into the house with a sedan chair and marry her as his wife. With her face that is worse than a ghost, and her unspeakable, humble and lowly status, she has the nerve to make such a request. Oh, heaven, earth, who gave her the courage and confidence? No wonder. Just now, Boss June warned her not to mess around with women and enter the Prime Minister's mansion. It turned out that he was warning her not to have any improper thoughts. It seems that he blamed Boss June wrongly. It's not that Boss June is blind, but that Su Lin is too blind and has no self-knowledge at all. Doesn't she usually look in the mirror? Su Lin, you are so presumptuous. Can you, an ugly bastard, touch my master? Gao Jun roared on the spot. Unable to bear it any more, Su Maoyang was calm, without any sense of shame. What's wrong with being ugly? Didn't your master invite me, an ugly person, to dinner? I saw that your master was smiling brightly from beginning to end, very enthusiastic, and didn't reject me, an ugly person, at all. Why are you a slave, so talkative? You Gao Jun had never met such a shameless person, and was immediately speechless. Of course, he had no way to refute it. After all, it was his master who took the initiative to invite her to dinner. When Fu Minqiu heard this, he was so stunned that his chin almost hit the ground, and his handsome face twitched with embarrassment. He had never seen such a woman who was so eloquent, confident, and self-satisfied, and his brain circuit is different from that of ordinary people, which makes people speechless. However, in order to prevent her from misunderstanding, Fu Minqiu felt that it was necessary to make it clear to her. That my marriage is not something I can decide, and I really can't promise to marry you. And I invited you to dinner because I value your strength, not because I like you as a person. In other words, I asked you to be my thug, but you want to be my wife. Can this be a matter of the same level? Besides, he is a suave prime minister with countless beauties around him. How could he possibly be interested in an ugly freak with pockmarks on his face? Not to mention marrying her into the house and making her his legal wife. Wouldn't it make the world laugh at him? Not to mention other things. Just turning over in bed and seeing that disgusting face makes people feel horrible. You don't even want to marry me. You don't even have this little sincerity. And you still want me to join your team and fight for you? Su Maoyang sneered. Oh my god. Joining my team doesn't necessarily mean I have to marry you. I can compensate you in other ways. Fu Minqiu had a headache and found it too difficult to communicate with her. Sure enough, being too handsome is troublesome. Su Maoyang refused coldly. I said, I'm not interested in your other ways. Wait until Mr. Fu is really willing to marry me and let me be his legal wife. Then talk to me about joining the team. Don't you want the Yanlin flower either? Fu Minqiu was speechless, hoping that the medicinal materials could arouse her last interest. Su Maoyang nodded as a matter of course. Of course I want it. But Mr. Fu is so rich. He should not be short of spiritual power stones. And I happen to have a good pill here. Mr. Fu can consider it. I'm not interested in elixirs either. I just want to invite you to join the team and help me fight. Fu Minqiu shook his head. His attitude was also very clear. But Su Maoyang had already promised Gong Sun Jingji to help protect the Qingming sword, so she would not break her promise. Moreover, the king of the Xianshan Empire had done her a favor and asked her to take care of his old subordinates. Naturally, she would not help others to rob the ancestral treasure of the Gong Sun family. Therefore, even if the Yanlin flower is not easy to find, she will not exchange it on the condition of joining other teams. Otherwise, she would be too sorry to the Xianshan king and Gong Sun Jingji. However, Su Maoyang was not in a hurry. He slowly took out a medium-grade Saint King-grade pill from the ring and asked faintly, Are you not interested in the Saint King-grade divine pattern pill? Fu Minqiu was originally very determined. But when he suddenly smelled the strange medicinal fragrance and saw the divine pattern luster flashing on the pill, he was stunned for a moment. Could this be the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill with 6 layers of divine pattern imprinted? Speaking of this name, Fu Minqiu was shocked, because the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill is a pill that can only be refined by the alchemists of the middle stage of the Danzuan. Although the medicinal materials are not particularly rare, the refining process is extremely complicated and dangerous. It is even more difficult to successfully imprint the divine pattern on it, not to mention other things. Even the top-level Danzuan alchemists in Tiansheng City dare not try it easily. Because once the imprinting fails, they will be counterattacked by the divine pattern multiple times. The power of the divine pattern is so strong that once it is backfired, it will be a heavy blow to the spiritual world. You must know that the spiritual world is more important to the alchemist than life. Therefore, few alchemists are willing to take risks and refine the heavenly soul fire secret pill. And few can succeed in refining it. Perhaps, only by reaching the realm of the Emperor of Alchemy can one have enough confidence and assurance. But there is only one Emperor of Alchemy in the Tiansheng dynasty. And that is the Wudong Patriarch, who has been in seclusion in Danyang Palace for thousands of years. Usually, the high-level officials of Danyang Palace have never had the opportunity to see him, let alone other people. Therefore, this heavenly soul fire secret pill is extremely precious. Moreover, the six-fold divine pattern can completely allow a mid-stage postnatal emperor spiritual master to directly advance to a late-stage postnatal emperor spiritual master. And most importantly, there will be no side effects. Although there is no way to directly allow this late-stage postnatal emperor spiritual master to directly advance to the peak postnatal emperor spiritual master, he is already half a step to the peak. And with the help of the elixir, it should take less than a day or two to successfully advance. For him now, this elixir is indeed very useful. Obviously, Su Mayan also grasped his thoughts and persuaded him. Mr. Fu has a good eye. This elixir is the heavenly soul fire secret pill. I think it will be difficult to find another one in the entire Tiansheng dynasty, which shows how precious it is. Of course, it is still not as rare as the flame scale flower. After all, this elixir can be refined. But the flame scale flower is said to bloom only once 100 years. And it blooms only for a moment. Once it falls into the dust, it loses its original medicinal effect. In addition, it is one of the very few medicinal materials that can be used to refine immortal elixirs. The treasure is no less than the heavenly soul fire secret pill. But if you want to use it alone to refine an immortal pill, it will definitely not work. You have to gather other medicinal materials. And each medicinal material is expensive and difficult to find. Of course, even if you gather all the medicinal materials, whether you can ask an alchemist of the Danxian level to help you refine, it is also a big problem. If there is no Danxian, it will only be medicinal materials, and will never become an elixir. It has no value to you. But my elixir is ready-made, and can be eaten as soon as you get it. It will work immediately after eating. The purity is much higher than that of ordinary elixirs. With the blessing of the power of the divine pattern, the effect is more significant. This is a sure-win deal. But it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mr. Fu, why not use the Yinlin flower to exchange for something valuable to you? Chapter 2193. This woman is too cunning. After listening to her analysis, Fu Minxiu was actually a little tempted. It must be said that compared with marrying Su Lin as his wife, exchanging for this divine pattern pill that can improve his strength is indeed more reliable. If he really lets him choose, he will definitely choose to improve his strength. Unless he is stupid, he will choose to marry an ugly freak. And looking at the color of the pill and the pattern of the divine pattern, it is extraordinary at first glance. If he misses this opportunity, even if he asks his father and ancestors to ask the alchemist to help refine it in the future, it is estimated that it will be difficult to refine such an effect. Anyway, the Yinlin flower was not of much use to him. It was originally brought out for trading. After thinking about it, Fu Minxiu felt that this deal was not a loss. Su Mayan saw that he was silent and did not respond. So he added fuel to the fire again. Mr. Fu, you invited me to dinner today, probably with the intention of making friends and inviting me to join the team. I also said that you only need to marry me as your legal wife. But you yourself are reluctant to nod, and I can't do anything. Besides, you should know that the injured person this time is just a maid of Qingyang medicine shop. Not a big shot. If we really can't find the medicinal materials, we can only give up. Now I can take out such a precious pill to trade with you, purely because I want to make friends with Mr. Fu. If Mr. Fu despises me and doesn't want to make friends with me, just pretend that I never said these words. This meal can be skipped. As he said this, Su Mayan was about to get up and leave. Seeing this, Fu Minxiu was anxious and hurriedly tried to persuade her to stay. Miss Su, everything can be discussed. Since you are willing to bear the pain and make friends with me, I am not a stingy person. You can take this Yinlin flower. Fu Minxiu was already shaken. And after thinking for a while, He basically had an answer. Now that Su Maoyang had provoked him, he couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Su Maoyang smiled again. Ha ha ha. It seems that Mr. Fu is a straightforward and honest person. I have made friends with you. The Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill will belong to Mr. Fu in the future. As he said, Su Maoyang put the pill back into the medicine bottle and handed it to Fu Minxiu in person. Fu Minxiu couldn't wait to pour out the pill, put it in his palm, and carefully inspect it, feeling the temperature from the pill in person and watching the lines on it from a close distance. He was even more shocked. This Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill seemed to be more precious than he had imagined. Miss Su, can I ask? Who made this pill? Fu Minxiu was really curious about the identity of the alchemist who could refine such a complex pill with such high quality and print such exquisite divine patterns. Su Maoyang knew that he had doubts and couldn't help but smile. Qingyang Medicine Shop can get to where it is today and even dare to offend so many powerful forces. Do you really think there is no one behind it? She didn't say who it was, just gave him a direction and let him guess it himself. Sure enough, Fu Minxiu was a smart man, and he only needed a little to understand. Ha ha ha. So that's it. At this time, he was completely relieved and ordered Gao Jun, give the Yinlin flower to Miss Su. Gao Jun saw that his master had spoken, so he had to obediently present the box. Su Maoyang took the box, opened it, and saw a plant with red leaves and purple petals inside. The old man Jinjuan in the space immediately recognized it. Yes, it's the Yinlin flower. After hearing that the old man Jinjuan said it was true, Su Maoyang put it into the space with confidence, then stood up and bowed. Thank you, Mr. Fu. But my friend is still waiting for me outside and has been worried about my safety. I really can't stay for long. Next time I have a chance, I will definitely treat Mr. Fu back and have a good meal then. Su Maoyang has already got the Yinlin flower. If he doesn't get out of the way, he is afraid that Fu Minxiu will regret it after he recovers, which will be difficult to deal with. I'll let Gao Jun take you out. Seeing that she was in a hurry to leave, Fu Minxiu couldn't force her to save her. Su Maoyang smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Fu is too polite. Gao Jun should stay and serve. Goodbye. After saying that, Su Maoyang left Luyun Pavilion with oil on his feet. Seeing that the person had left, Fu Minxiu did not force it. He then carefully played with the pill in his hand. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head. That's not right. He invited her to dinner, and used the flame scale flower as bait to invite her to join the team. How come he changed it to pills in the end? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Fu Minxiu slapped his forehead speechlessly. Damn. I was fooled. This Su Lin was even more cunning than a fox. At first, when faced with his invitation, she did not directly refuse, but used marrying her as his wife as a condition to embarrass him. When he did not agree to such a condition, she said that he was insincere, so that she did not join the team. It was not her problem, but his own problem. Then, when he was in a dilemma, she naturally threw out another condition, which was to use pills to exchange for flame scale flowers, blurring the original focus and diverting his attention. There were two conditions. One was difficult to complete, and the other was easy. By comparison, he naturally had a preference, and there was no need to struggle at all. He had made a choice in his heart. Finally, she added fuel to the fire by saying some nice words and pretending to leave, which easily broke his inner defenses. As a result, in the end, he was forced to recruit her into the team and become her friend, and was completely led astray by her. This woman is too cunning. She is simply a master of negotiation. Gao Jun, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw his master's distressed look, and asked hurriedly, How did you get fooled? Is the pill fake? Fu Minxiu sighed and shook his head. No, it's real. The only thing I'm thankful for now is that it's real. Fortunately, the girl still has a conscience and gave me a precious pill. Looking at the color and texture, it may be really difficult to find a second pill of this quality in the entire Tiansheng dynasty. So this deal is not a loss. Hearing this, Gao Jun was relieved. He thought that the woman was so bold that she dared to pass off the fake as the real in front of his prime minister's son. What is the trick the master is talking about? Forget it. Send someone to keep an eye on Su Lin and Qingyang Medicine Shop from now on. Report any disturbance immediately. I don't believe she can keep rejecting me. The incident had already happened, and Fu Minxiu was too lazy to pursue it. Gao Jun was a little surprised when he heard this. His master had investigated before, and was still keeping a close eye on her. It was obvious that he had not given up the intention of inviting Su Lin to join the team. Is that ugly pockmarked freak so good? Gao Jun couldn't figure it out, and couldn't help asking. Master, since you appreciate Su Lin so much and sincerely want to recruit her, why did you mention her in front of Princess Yuan? Isn't this deliberately causing trouble for Su Lin and making her targeted? He knew who Princess Yuan was, and what kind of personality she had. She was a perverted person, with a strong desire for victory and war. If someone compared her to Su Lin, she would definitely keep an eye on Su Lin. Therefore, if Su Lin met Princess Yuan on the field, she would definitely end up in a miserable situation. There is no doubt about that. Fu Minxiu looked at him with confusion and rolled his eyes at him with disdain. You have been with me for so many years. Why has your brain never improved? Gao Jun was even more confused after hearing what he said. He scratched his head and couldn't figure it out for a long time. Fu Minxiu smiled lightly and asked, why would someone who is already more powerful than Princess Yuan be afraid of trouble? Chapter 2194 Targeted by Governor Ning. Hearing this, Gao Jun was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. My God! Master, do you really think that Su Lin is stronger than Princess Yuan? And you are not deliberately humiliating Princess Yuan? Uh-huh. Besides that, of course, I also have my own selfish motives. If Su Lin offends Princess Yuan, it will be difficult for a force like Qingyang Medicine Shop to protect her. As long as she is smart, she will know that the Prime Minister's mansion is the big tree she can rely on. Fu Minxiu waved his fan, with a shrewd smile in his eyes. After being pointed out like this, Gao Jun finally realized that the master is worthy of being the master, and his brain is really enough. However, he still doubted whether Su Lin's strength was as powerful as the master said. If compared with the geniuses of the other 4 states, he might still believe it. But compared with Princess Yuan, he was a little unconvinced. After all, he knew Princess Yuan's fighting power too well. How could such a sturdy and terrifying person lose to a maid? Of course, even a servant didn't believe it. And Pei Shiluan, as the person involved, didn't believe it even more. Just hearing the Yin say that after she cleared the scene, Fu Minxiu invited Su Lin to his private room for dinner, as if he was deliberately against her. Pei Shiluan still felt uncomfortable. As for Mi Yin, she was even more furious. Miss, Fu Minxiu is too much. He knew that you drove those people away, but he specially invited you to the private room for dinner. It's obvious that he deliberately angered you. A defeated general. Don't pay attention to it, Pei Shiluan said coldly, with a very disdainful tone. Hearing the defeated general, Mi Yin also remembered what happened many years ago, and couldn't help but curl her lips and sarcastically. So many years have passed, and a grown man still holds a grudge like this. He is really narrow-minded and petty. Mi Yin has been with Pei Shiluan since she was a child, and she remembers the battle clearly. At that time, her daughter was 16 years old, and was taken by the prince to visit the Prime Minister's mansion. The prince wanted the daughter to compete with the young masters of the Prime Minister's mansion in martial arts. So the Prime Minister found Fu Minxiu, who was the same age as the daughter and had equal strength, as the opponent. The ending was not suspenseful, and Princess Yuan defeated Fu Minxiu. At that time, Fu Minxiu seemed unconvinced and had a deep resentment towards Pei Shiluan. But with the Prime Minister and the Prince present, he did not dare to be petty and had to swallow his anger. I think it was at that time that he resented Princess Yuan. In a world where strength is respected, weakness is the original sin. He was defeated by me the year and could not get out of it. I am afraid that his future path of cultivation will be difficult. He is also a pitiful person. Pei Shiluan's words seemed to sympathize with Fu Minxiu, but her expression did not show any sympathy, but more contempt. Obviously, for someone like her who values strength above all else, any weakness is a sin, a shame, and unworthy of any sympathy. Yes, a grown man who can't even withstand this blow. Don't even think about achieving anything in the future. Mi Yin nodded in agreement. Although Fu Minxiu is a relatively strong opponent at the level of the acquired Emperor Spirit Master, his disadvantage will become more and more obvious when he enters the level of the innate Emperor Spirit Master, or a higher level, because if his state of mind is not good, his cultivation will not be much better. Forget it. Let him go. That Su Lin is just a jumping clown. Not worth anything. Pei Shiluan finally came out of retreat today, and didn't want to be in a bad mood because of a humble person who was not worth mentioning. Mi Yen smiled and flattered. Yes, the people of the 4 states are ignorant and narrow-minded, so they praise the maid to the sky. If they see the young lady in the finals, they will know what a true genius is. On the other hand, Su Lin is not even as good as your fingernail. I just hope she doesn't run into you, young lady. If she does, she will be ashamed and will never be able to raise her head again. Mi Yen covered her mouth and laughed secretly, obviously looking forward to seeing that scene. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't know that he had been targeted by Princess Yuan. After coming out of Tian Ranju, he sent a message to Jun Haotsong and went directly to the nearby Chufeng Tower. They had lunch and rested for a while, and before they knew it, it was already halfway through the afternoon. While it was still light, everyone went to Jubao Pavilion with Su Maoyang to choose weapons. This time, the forces of the 4 states and Tiansheng City gathered in Yanqing City, and the treasures in Jubao Pavilion were several times more than before. Su Maoyang thought that since Jubao Pavilion also had many holy weapons, she didn't need to go back to the Immortal Palace Gate to waste time, so she might as well pick one here. Anyway, they had plenty of spiritual power stones now, and at worst, there were many precious elixirs. Thinking like this, they had already arrived at the gate of Jubao Pavilion. Su Maoyang had seen what it meant to be crowded, whether it was people going in or out. They were all in large groups, and in order to prevent congestion, they were divided into 2 teams on the left and right. Hurry up. There are so many people. It will be too late, and the good weapons will be picked by others. Seeing this situation, Ji Ruiqing was unwilling to fall behind, so he mixed into the crowd and walked inside step by step. Su Maoyang and others also followed quickly. The Jubao Pavilion in Yanqing City is not very big, with only 4 floors in total. This time, so many practitioners gathered, so every floor was basically crowded with people. Su Maoyang did not have the leisure to visit other areas, but went straight to the holy weapons. Sure enough, as she expected, so many big forces stayed this time, and Jubao Pavilion spent a lot of money to get a lot of high-quality treasures in order to serve them well. She even saw several top-grade holy weapon-level swords. If it is combined with her martial arts, it should be very handy. So, she did not hesitate at all and directly picked the one she liked the most. And Jun Haotsong, Ji Ruiqing and several brothers from the Soul Chasing Hall, as well as several brothers from the Aolong group, also chose the same weapon. Anyway, Su Maoyang was treating them, and they had no shortage of money, so they would not choose. However, when they went to the counter to pay, they were stumped by the rules of Jubao Pavilion. Dear guests, I'm sorry. The holy weapons are in short supply now. You must show the governor's token to buy them. The old man at the counter obviously knew Su Maoyang and others, and refused them without waiting for them to pay. As all the major forces gathered, there were too many people buying weapons, which inevitably caused chaos. Yanqing City was under the jurisdiction of Ning Jianzhou, and it was normal for Governor Ning Jianzhou to personally check the sale of weapons. In addition, in order to better serve the younger generation of Tiansheng City and the 4 major states, Governor Ning restricted the resources of ordinary forces and casual cultivators to a certain extent. This was also understandable, and no one dared to say anything. But Su Maoyang and others understood that this was probably Governor Ning's deliberate means to target their Qingyang medicine shop. Humph! Just now there were a few big knives there, and no one bought them. What's the shortage of supply? I think it's just a deliberate embarrassment. Ji Ruiqing snorted unhappily on the spot. If the girl is dissatisfied, you can go to the governor. We are just working for the upper level and can't make the decision. The old man didn't want to talk nonsense with him. However, just as he finished speaking, a gloating voice came from the side. Hey, isn't this Su Lin from the Qingyang medicine shop? Chapter 2195 A Difficult Situation. Su Maoyang looked sideways and saw Murong Yuxuan walking slowly over with a group of servants. She had a sarcastic smile on her face, and it was obvious that she had bad intentions. Sure enough, the next second, she laughed. What? Our civilian hero, the first place in the challenge, doesn't even have the qualifications to buy weapons? Obviously, Murong Yuxuan knew that Governor Ning had made things difficult for the Qingyang medicine shop, and when she saw them appear, she deliberately came over to step on them. Who made Su Lin so disrespectful last time and beat her so badly in front of so many people. Murong Yuxuan naturally couldn't miss this opportunity to kick someone when he was down. Whether we are qualified or not is none of your business, Ji Ruiqing thought. Anyway, she had already offended Murong Yuxuan to death, and she was merciless as soon as she opened her mouth. Murong Yuxuan didn't get angry. She sneered disdainfully. You've fallen to this point. Why are you still proud? If you don't have the qualifications to buy, I can buy one for you. It depends on whether you are sincere. Bah! Who wants your help? Stop meddling in other people's business here. Fan Yibin, a man, couldn't stand it. This woman didn't come to help. She was clearly here to laugh at them. Yes, we are not short of money. We can always find a way to get these weapons. You don't need to worry about it. Meng Yusen also snorted coldly. Murong Yuxuan raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh, really? After saying that, Murong Yuxuan turned to the old man and said, Boss, I will take care of all the weapons they selected and the remaining holy knives. The boss was stunned by such a large amount of business coming in suddenly, and nodded happily. Okay. I will take care of it for Miss Murong right away. I will send someone to deliver it to you in person later. Ji Ruiqing was so angry that he was speechless. He stared at Murong Yuxuan's face that looked like she was asking for a slap. And his fingers were crackling. Seeing that everyone in the Qingyang medicine shop was so angry that their faces turned blue, Murong Yuxuan was in a good mood and couldn't help laughing. The finals are coming soon. In such a short time, with weapons in such short supply, it should be difficult for Jubao Pavilion to replenish its inventory. You'd better pray for the best. After saying that, Murong Yuxuan turned around and was about to leave. Perhaps she thought of something, and deliberately stopped and boasted. By the way, I'll show you a way. If you really can't buy weapons, I can consider asking my eldest brother to refine one for you. After all, my eldest brother is a weapon refining genius in Balian Palace. It's not a problem for him to refine a holy weapon at random. Su Maoyang curled his lips and said, Miss Murong should worry about yourself. Last time, I chopped the whip into pieces. It seems that the quality is not very good. This time, you have to choose a weapon that can withstand beatings. Otherwise you will be beaten and lose face for your brother. A weapon refining genius. It's not worth it. Humph. Clean your neck and wait for me. My brother and sister won't let you be arrogant for too long. Well, I'll be waiting for you anytime. Let's go. Su Maoyang nodded calmly, called everyone, and turned to leave. Su Maoyang had heard of the brothers and sisters mentioned by Murong Yuxuan. The reason why the Murong family is so famous in Jianan province is because they have cultivated several good descendants. Especially Murong Yuxuan's eldest brother, who is only in his 30s, can already refine holy weapons. Such talent is really rare. And not only her eldest brother, her second sister, third brother and fourth brother are elite disciples of Wuzong Sword Sect and Finshan Mansion. She herself is also an inner disciple who has just entered Finshan Mansion. It's no wonder Murong Yuxuan is so rich, because she has so many great brothers and sisters to support her. Ji Ruiqing saw Su Maoyang leave like this, and chased after her without knowing why, asking, Junior sister, what should we do next? Now we are all restricted from weapons and medicinal materials, and we can't buy anything. Do we have to go back to the sect? Qingyang medicine shop is barely able to maintain its business thanks to some inventory, and the medicinal materials cultivated in Su Maoyang's spiritual field. But it is not a long-term solution to keep going like this. They have to find a way to get resources. After all, there are still many fierce battles to fight. It's too late to go back. There are only 5 days left. It takes several days to go back and forth through the teleportation array. Su Maoyang shook his head, and did not plan to return to the Immortal Palace Gate. What should we do? Our weapons are not of high quality. They have been worn out after the previous battles. We will not have the advantage to face so many geniuses next. Gu Qiuyun was the most worried. The weapons and strength of their Aolong group were not as good as Su Maoyang and others. They were afraid of being dragged down by them. Speaking of which, it was not only Gu Qiuyun, but also several brothers in the soul-chasing hall who were in a dilemma. They had been running around for she knew affairs some time ago, and they had to fight. Their weapons were more or less worn out. Moreover, their strength had improved, so they naturally needed better weapons to perform better. Fan Yibin suggested, let's just go to the auction house and try our luck. Junior sister has a lot of precious elixirs. and there must be many people willing to trade. Su Maoyang was a divine pattern alchemist after all. If he made a move, it would be a 6-layer divine pattern elixir. With the Saint King grade, there was no telling how many people would be willing to buy it. Su Maoyang saw it clearly and analyzed solemnly. It doesn't matter where we go now. Governor Ning is determined to make things difficult for us. So how could he miss the auction house? Then we can only sit in the well and watch the sky. Ji Ruiqing frowned. This feeling of powerlessness is not good. Su Maoyang smiled. Who said we can only sit in the well and watch the sky? We have hands and feet. And we have elixirs. Are we afraid that we can't get weapons and rare medicinal materials? What does junior sister mean? Fan Yibin was puzzled. Hold an auction. Su Maoyang obviously had an idea. Meng Yusen and others were confused. Didn't you say we won't go to the auction house? If we don't go to the auction house, can't we hold the auction ourselves? Jun Haocong immediately understood what Su Maoyang meant, glanced at them with disdain, and asked back. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that Su Maoyang was planning to hold an auction himself. However, holding an auction is not a simple matter. Whether people are willing to come is a big question. Besides, the people who are now living in Yanqing City are all top forces of the Tiansheng dynasty. Will they take an auction held by a medicine shop seriously? Junior sister, with our status and identity, will anyone pay attention to us? Ji Ruiqing didn't have much confidence and couldn't help but doubt. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and said seriously, Why is no one paying attention to us? Didn't the third son of the Prime Minister's mansion treat me to a meal today and give me the Yinlin flower? Puff. That's because they saw your strength and wanted to recruit you. Ji Ruiqing rolled his eyes speechlessly. Yes, I was finally able to give you the Yinlin flower because I was fooled by your Tianhunhuo secret pill. Fan Yibin told the truth helplessly. Chapter 2196, looking forward to him coming to settle accounts. Su Maoyang nodded. Isn't that right? As long as there are pills that they are interested in. Who would be so stupid as to go against the interests? When I go back tonight, I will refine some more heavenly soul fire secret pills and more precious pills. When the time comes, you can promote all these auction items. And there will always be people who come here to buy them. Gu Qiuyun felt that something was wrong and reminded. Boss, the reason why the Prime Minister's son is willing to trade Yinlin flower with you is that he thinks that the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill is too rare and hard to get. But if he knows that you have a lot of them here, and you want to auction them, then everyone will have one. Aren't you afraid that he will come to you to settle accounts with you? Haha. I'm afraid he won't come to you. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with cunning, and he chuckled. From the tone, it seems that he is looking forward to it. Everyone looked at each other in confusion when they heard it. Is there anyone in this world who expects others to come to settle accounts? Their boss's thinking is different from that of ordinary people. Time flies. 3 days have passed. Su Maoyang took advantage of these days to refine a lot of high-quality pills without sleep and forget about food. At the same time, the brothers of the Aolong Group and the Soul Chasing Hall also ran around, publicizing the auction that the Qingyang medicine shop was going to hold, and building momentum for the next auction. So, in the past 3 days, the streets and alleys of Yanqing City were all talking about the auction of the Qingyang medicine shop. After all, this is the first time that a force other than the auction house has held an auction. It is said that the auction items this time are quite extraordinary. All of them are 6-layer divine pattern pills of the Saint King level. You should know that only Danzuan alchemists can refine this grade of elixir. And among them, there are also complex and extremely dangerous elixirs such as Tianhunhuo's secret pill, Qibao Juki golden pill, and Kaiyang restore pill. I believe that even Danzuan alchemists dare not take risks easily. Not to mention that there are 6 layers of divine patterns on it. Such auction items are extremely rare treasures even in the entire Tiansheng dynasty. Therefore, as soon as Qingyang Pharmacy released the news, the whole Yanqing city exploded, and even the big forces couldn't help but cast their eyes. In fact, Qingyang Pharmacy made a lot of noise some time ago. It won the first place in the preliminary and challenge competitions, and one of its maids even abused the geniuses of the same level in the 4 states. These achievements may not be a big deal for the big forces, but now Qingyang Medicine Shop is going to auction such expensive pills, and even threatened that the third son of the Prime Minister's mansion specially invited her to dinner and traded a Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill with her. Such a high-profile style is hard not to attract attention. However, most people are just watching the fun and don't really believe that a small medicine shop has so many precious pills. But Gao Jun, who is next to Fu Minxiu, is very angry and speaks up for his master. Sir, that Su Lin is too much. She simply doesn't take you seriously, and actually uses you to build momentum. Gao Jun was upset when he remembered that his master had traded Yinlin flour to her. Besides, building momentum is fine. At the beginning, she said that it was difficult to find one in the entire Tiansheng dynasty. In the blink of an eye, she is going to auction another one. Isn't this deliberately playing tricks on you? Fu Minxiu naturally understood that he was fooled by Su Lin. Originally, he was glad that Su Lin had a conscience and gave him such a precious and rare elixir. Unexpectedly, in a few days, she would actually use another Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill to exchange for weapons. Even the best holy weapon is not as precious as his Yinlin flower. In comparison, he has lost a lot. What's more, she even publicized it everywhere and didn't take him seriously at all. Isn't this a disguised provocation and humiliation to him? When did his prime minister's mansion fall to a medicine shop to be humiliated? It's simply unreasonable. Fu Minxiu became more and more angry as he thought about it. With a gloomy face, he asked, "When will the auction start?" "It seems to start at Sure. And there is still an hour." Gao Jun hurriedly answered, "Let's go! Let's go to that Qingyang medicine shop. I want to hear how Su Lin wants to explain to me." Fu Minxiu usually looks chic and casual, but it doesn't mean that he is easy to bully. Now a maid dares to ride on his head. If he still swallows his anger, wouldn't it be a joke? If Su Lin doesn't give him a reasonable explanation, Qingyang medicine shop will never hold an auction under his nose. Qingyang medicine shop. Speaking of which, the Jinmo Yaji chosen by Ji Ruiqing is indeed good, although the appearance is not magnificent. The interior is unique and the area is quite considerable. The front yard is usually used for business, and the backyard is used for home, meeting guests, and holding banquets. It is very suitable. Today, Su Maoyang planned to hold an auction in the garden in the backyard, so he had people set up seats and tables early in the morning. Although it is not as good as a formal auction house, it can still accommodate many people. The key point is that Su Maoyang's auction targets are all dignitaries and prominent families, and she focuses on quality rather than quantity. After all, those who can afford her elixirs and meet her requirements are not ordinary people. Look, the auction has not started yet, and the Qingyang medicine shop is still busy preparing, and a distinguished guest has come. Oh, isn't this the third son of the prime minister? A rare guest. Please come in quickly. As the shopkeeper, Ji Ruiqing naturally stayed in the front yard to receive guests. At this time, when he saw Fu Minxiu coming, he greeted him warmly before he came to the door, as if he knew he was coming and waited for him here specially. Originally, the Qingyang medicine shop today was watched by many eyes. Seeing this scene, those who planned to watch the excitement couldn't help but have some ideas. It seems that what Qingyang medicine shop said is true. It is very likely that they really traded the divine pattern pill with the third young master of the prime minister's mansion. Otherwise, with such a noble status as Fu Minxiu, why would he personally come to participate in the auction of a medicine shop? Fu Minxiu was a little confused by Ji Ruiqing's attitude. He came to the door, obviously to settle accounts with him. Is this Qingyang medicine shop stupid? It still warmly invited him in. Did it still want him to participate in their auction? So, as soon as he entered the door, Fu Minxiu didn't look very happy and directly ordered, "Hurry up and get Su Lin out. I have something to ask her. If she doesn't give me an explanation, forget about your auction." Ji Ruiqing was not surprised by his attitude at all, and still extended his hand with a smile. "Mr. Fu, calm down. Miss Lin has been waiting for you in the reception room for a long time. Please follow me." Fu Minxiu frowned, and a trace of doubt flashed across his pupils. Waiting for him for a long time? It seems that he was expected to come. I have to say that Su Lin is really bold. Knowing that it will anger him, she still dares to do this. Chapter 2197. The rumor is true. Tianranju. Today's Tianranju is as lively as ever. But what everyone is talking about is not the upcoming finals, but the auction of the Qingyang medicine shop. A guest sitting in the middle of the hall, while drinking, gossiped to his friend next to him. It is said that the auction of the Qingyang medicine shop is scheduled for today. I don't know if anyone is willing to come to the auction. Let's go and see the excitement later. Ha ha ha. Forget it. The result is obvious. What's there to see? The 6-layer divine pattern elixir of the Saint King grade is a very precious treasure in Tiansheng City. How could a small medicine shop in Yanqing City have such a valuable thing? I think they are probably using the name of the elixir to build momentum. The people of Tiansheng City are not fools. How could they condescend to participate in such a low-grade auction? The friend sitting next to him waved his hand disdainfully. Obviously not very interested. The other friend believed it somewhat, and hurriedly explained, I think this Qingyang medicine shop is somewhat credible, because I have bought pills from their medicine shop. The quality of their pills is really great, compared with the pills from other medicine shops. They are of high purity, authentic color, good efficacy, and even have a stronger fragrance. They are the best pills I have ever bought in my life. Most of the people present are casual cultivators. The medicines sold at Qingyang medicine shop are relatively cheap, so everyone is naturally willing to go to Qingyang medicine shop to take care of the business. So, during this period, quite a few casual cultivators have eaten the pills from Qingyang medicine shop, and the evaluations are all high. Hearing this, several guests at other tables also nodded in agreement. Yes, the medicine sold at Qingyang medicine shop is quite good. I have eaten it too. It is indeed the best pill I have ever eaten. However, just as the words fell, a scornful voice came over. Ha. A bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. If the inferior pills that can poison people are considered the best pills you have ever eaten, then the pills from other states and Tiansheng City are not immortal pills. At this time, Murong Yuxuan and several other descendants of the Murong family came down from the second floor. Looking at their appearance, they should have just finished their meal and were about to leave. Unexpectedly, after hearing this conversation, Murong Yuxuan, who had a grudge against the Qingyang medicine shop, couldn't help but speak sarcastically. Obviously, Murong Yuxuan said this because she had heard a lot of rumors about the Qingyang medicine shop selling fake medicines and killing many people. She had already sentenced the Qingyang medicine shop to death. Everyone has heard of the Murong family. After all, it is a well-known family in Jianan province, and several descendants are also very outstanding figures. As long as you are not too ignorant, you should know the identities of these people. Therefore, as soon as the other party opened his mouth, the casual cultivators, who were still discussing just now, shut their mouths and dared not say more. As everyone knows, Murong Yuxuan has always disliked Qingyang medicine shop since she was defeated by Su Lin last time. If they want to speak well of Qingyang medicine shop at this juncture, they are undoubtedly against Murong Yuxuan. They are not stupid enough to confront the Murong family head-on. But no matter where they are, there are always one or two young people who are not afraid of death and stand up to speak. Miss Murong, have you eaten the pills from Qingyang medicine shop? If you haven't eaten them, it seems a bit hasty to slander their reputation like this. In my opinion, it is not necessarily the big places and big forces that have good pills. Small places also have them. Just like a small place like Yanqing City. Didn't it still produce a team like Qingyang medicine shop and won the first place in the 4 states? The person who spoke was a young man. The saying young bulls are not afraid of tigers refers to this kind of people. Murong Yuxuan heard this. Her face darkened, and she shouted angrily, Bah! She is the first in the 4 states. She just defeated a few opponents of the same level as her, and she claims to be the first in the 4 states. It's ridiculous. Last time, it was those opponents of the same level who wanted to compete with her, so she took advantage of the opportunity to win and advance. But the finals will be different. There will be no more challenges of the same level. Whether it is fair or not, everything will be based on strength. By then, let alone the genius of Tiansheng City, she will not be able to pass this level of my Murong family. As she said, Murong Yuxuan glanced at the several young people with extraordinary temperament around her, and some pride surged on her face. Her brothers and sisters are all very powerful characters. Once they come out, Su Lin will definitely lose. I don't know how far Qingyang medicine shop can go in the finals, but at least I can be sure that their pills are excellent. Otherwise the third son of the Prime Minister's mansion would not have taken the initiative to invite Su Lin to dinner, and even traded a Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill with him with Yinlin flower. The young man seemed to be dissatisfied with Murong Yuxuan's arrogance and refuted bluntly. Murong Yuxuan couldn't help but sneered after hearing this. I didn't expect that the maid had so many supporters. Just saying something casually was taken as an imperial decree. Don't use your brain to think about who the third son of the Prime Minister's mansion is. How could he invite a maid to dinner? Such an obvious lie. But someone actually believed it. It's extremely stupid. However, as soon as her mocking voice fell, someone outside came to the news. It's incredible. The third son of the Prime Minister's mansion really went to Qingyang medicine shop. I just saw shopkeeper Ji personally welcoming him in. And they were talking and laughing. It seems that what Qingyang medicine shop said is probably true. If the invitation to dinner and the trade of elixirs were all rumors and not true, then how could the third son of the Prime Minister's mansion, with such a noble status, go to a place like the Qingyang medicine shop? Even if he wanted to punish her, he could just send someone to arrest Su Lin. Why bother going there in person? So, no matter what, the trade of elixirs was probably true. Hearing this, Murong Yuxuan was shocked and widened her eyes on the spot, with disbelief written all over her face. Murong Yuxuan thought it was fake news deliberately released by the Qingyang medicine shop. But she didn't expect the Prime Minister's son to come in person. Is this possible? A handsome and elegant young man, with a noble status, and an ugly and humble maid are two people who have nothing in common. And the Prime Minister's mansion is one of the 8 top forces in Tiansheng City. With such a big background, would they invite a maid to dinner? Even if they invited the owner of the Qingyang medicine shop, she would think it was an insult to Fu Minqiu. Could it be that the Qingyang medicine shop really has such a powerful elixir? Seeing Murong Yuxuan's shocked expression, the young man couldn't help but chuckle. The Prime Minister's third son was willing to exchange rare medicinal materials for the elixir. But Miss Murong didn't like it. I think the elixir Miss Murong usually eats is the elixir. You are so bold that you dare to humiliate me. You are looking for death. Murong Yuxuan was ridiculed by him, and became angry, and wanted to whip him. Chapter 2198 Fu Minqiu's Admirer. The next second, before everyone could react, Murong Yuxuan's whip had already hit the young man hard. Because it happened suddenly, the young man was not prepared, and was caught off guard. Fortunately, he was good at avoiding important parts in time. But his shoulder was unfortunately injured. At a glance, the skin was torn and blood was dripping. And the bones were visible. It can be imagined how much force Murong Yuxuan used. She really wanted to kill him. Worried that Murong Yuxuan would really kill him. A man who was eating at the same table with the young man suddenly stood up and stopped him loudly. Miss Murong. He is a new helper recruited by the Yu family in Taxu City. He may be a thug that the Yu family focuses on training in the future. If you want to touch him, at least ask the Yu family for their opinion. If he is in your hands and something happens to him, have you thought about how to explain it to the Yu family? Taxu City is the core city of Jinjiang Prefecture. And the Yu family, like her Murong family, is a well-known large family in the local area. Moreover, the Yu family is not only outstanding in terms of younger generations, but also has more important figures in the Tiansheng dynasty. If the Murong family provokes them, it will definitely be a headache. I think it is because of the support of the Yu family, and some real skills, that the young man speaks so confidently. It was probably expected that Murong would not dare to offend the Yu family. Sure enough, after learning the other party's identity, the man in blue next to Murong Yuxuan immediately stopped her. Xianer, don't be rude. This is a restaurant. If you make trouble, how can others do business? Hearing this, the people who watched this scene sneered. When Murong Yuxuan took action just now, her brother and sister did not stop her. Now that they know that the other party is not easy to deal with, they say that they are doing it for the sake of the restaurant's business. What a hypocritical guy. Murong Yuxuan naturally did not dare to say anything after hearing what her second brother said, and immediately restrained herself a lot. Although she is willful, she is not stupid enough to cause trouble for the Murong family. Brother, my sister is young, spoiled and unruly since she was a child. Don't take it to heart and argue with her like a little girl. Let's just leave it at that. Murong Taiwa continued, speaking politely, but the meaning was quite speechless. What do you mean by young and spoiled? Judging from the age of the young man, he is probably not much older than her. Moreover, Murong Yuxuan was so ruthless that she almost killed the young man on the spot. Of course, even if he didn't die, the injury on his shoulder was not light. I don't know if the bone was broken. As a result, her second brother said not to take it to heart and not to bother with her, and just wanted to get rid of the matter. It was really bullying. But he had already expressed his position, and the young man couldn't say anything. He couldn't yell for the Murong family to give an explanation. After all, He was just a thug selected by the Yu family, not a descendant of the Yu family, and he didn't have the face to ask the Morong family to give an explanation. Thinking of this, the young man had to swallow his anger and endure it. Humph. For my brother's sake, I'll spare you. If there is a next time, you won't be so lucky. Morong Yushuan glared at the young man fiercely and left Tian Ranju with her brother. However, just after the commotion in the hall, a terrifying atmosphere filled the private room of Tian Ranju. The maids and servants standing in the room all lowered their heads, trembling with fear, not daring to breathe. I only heard a cold voice questioning. Have you investigated everything? Miss, I have investigated everything. Mr. Fu did invite Su Lin to dinner 3 days ago. And the maid secretly glanced at the woman's expression, looking like she didn't dare to say anything. The woman looked gloomy, stared at her coldly, and growled angrily. Speak. The maid was frightened and trembled, and hurriedly said, I just learned from the waiter that Mr. Fu wanted to recruit Su Lin as a helper in the battle. But Su Lin forced Mr. Fu to marry her as a legitimate wife. And she also said that she could only love her in this life. The maid saw that the woman's face was getting darker and darker. Her pupils seemed to be able to spit fire, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Sure enough. Asshole. I only heard a roar. And the orange-clothed woman was so angry that she slapped the table with one hand, smashing it to pieces with a bang. The plates and glasses on the table fell to the ground, scaring the maid and the servants again. However, they could understand that their master always had a bad temper. And this time, it was related to Master Fu. So it was no wonder that she got so angry. Su Lin was really shameless, and even dared to covet the person their master liked. She was really tired of living. Miss, I only heard this from the waiter. You still have to ask Master Fu about this specific situation. Miss, don't misunderstand Master Fu because of some rumors. The maid saw her furious and tried to comfort her. Humph. Misunderstanding. Didn't you hear it just now? He came to the Qingyang medicine store in person. The facts are in front of us. Can you still wrongly accuse him? The orange-clothed woman was furious. She personally sent people to question them. The people in Tianranju could not have made up stories to deceive her, unless they did not want to live. I believe that they would not say such a ridiculous thing as asking Fu Minxiu to marry Su Lin as his legitimate wife. After thinking about it, only Su Lin would have such a luxury of flying up the tree and becoming a phoenix. The servant beside her knew what she was thinking and hurriedly persuaded her. Miss, this is not the fault of Master Fu. Master Fu just wanted to recruit Su Lin to help in the war. Who knew that Su Lin was so shameless that she even wanted to marry into the Prime Minister's mansion? I think it was because Master Fu did not agree that Su Lin used the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill to seduce him. The woman agreed with this statement. Fu Minxiu is a playboy. How could he look down on an ugly freak and marry her into the mansion and love only her? It is obvious that it was Su Lin who did it. She is playing tricks. But she actually wanted to seduce men with elixirs. She must be dreaming. Then the woman stood up suddenly and ordered in a cold voice. Let's go. Lead the way. I want to meet her and see what kind of monster she is. How dare she set her mind on Fu Minxiu? Here, Fu Minxiu, who came to settle accounts with Su Maoyang, was also very unhappy. When he entered the living room, he saw Su Maoyang sitting in his seat and drinking tea leisurely. And the anger in his heart suddenly jumped up. Su Lin, you are so bold. You fooled me. And you dare to drink tea here as if nothing happened. It seems that you really don't take my Prime Minister's mansion seriously. Fu Minxiu almost shouted angrily, shaking the air in the entire living room 3 times. Su Maoyang saw Fu Minxiu striding in, and immediately put down his teacup and stood up to greet him. Mr. Fu, what are you talking about? The Prime Minister's mansion is the top power in Tiansheng City. Even if I have 100 guts, I dare not play tricks on you. Chapter 2199, I want to do business with you. You don't dare to play tricks? You used the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill to cheat me of my Yanlin flower 3 days ago. And now you want to use another Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill to exchange for weapons. And you also said that it is difficult to find another one in the Tiansheng dynasty. Aren't you deliberately fooling me and slapping my face? Fu Minxiu snorted angrily when he saw that she didn't admit it. Others can exchange her Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill with holy weapons. But he, the son of the Prime Minister, not only invited her to dinner, but also used Yanlin flower. A treasure that is countless times more precious than holy weapons. As a condition. And finally exchanged one. If this is not deliberately playing tricks on him. What is it? If it gets out, where will he put his face? What's more, she spread it everywhere unscrupulously. And he was so angry that he had to go to her house and confront her in person. Su Maoyang was calm and asked, Mr. Fu, as the son of the Prime Minister, you are a top figure in the Tiansheng dynasty. You should know the value of the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill best. If my pill is not as precious as I said, and if the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill is not difficult to find in the Tiansheng dynasty, why would Mr. Fu agree to the deal just because of my words? Is Mr. Fu a fool? You are so presumptuous. You lied to me and dared to make fun of me. Fu Minqiu felt ashamed, and she was even more angry when she said that. Su Maoyang smiled indifferently. Mr. Fu, if you think I lied to you, you can send someone to look for it. I believe that with your status, it is no problem to search the entire Tiansheng dynasty. Then we will see if you can really find another Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill as pure as mine. If I find it, I am willing to personally go to the Prime Minister's mansion, take the blame, and compensate you tenfold. How about that? You are betting that I can't find it. Fu Minqiu gritted his teeth in anger. Yes, I am betting that you can't find it. In fact, you know in your heart that the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill is very difficult to find. But I just happen to have it here. And there are more. You just heard that we are going to hold an auction. And the auction conditions are not as good as your Yanlin flower. So you are psychologically unbalanced. Humph. Since you knew it would anger me, you still did it on purpose. Aren't you clearly trying to make things difficult for me? Fu Minqiu rarely got so angry. After all, this was the first time someone openly opposed him. And the other party was an insignificant small force in Yanqing City. If I didn't do this, how could Mr. Fu condescend to visit my Qingyang medicine shop? Since he had already come, Su Maoyang did not deliberately hide it. Now that he was angry, he might not have figured it out. But as long as he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he would know her intention. So he might as well be honest and state his purpose directly. Hearing this, Fu Minqiu was such a smart person. He reacted immediately, pointed at Su Maoyang's hand, and was shaking with anger. Well, you actually used me to attract other forces to participate in your auction. You are so bold. Aren't you afraid that I, Fu Minqiu, will destroy your Qingyang medicine shop? Just now, he was so angry that he didn't expect this level. Of course, he didn't expect that someone would be so bold that he even dared to plot against the Prime Minister's mansion. Now he heard her admit it in person. And he was angry and unbelievable. You know, even if his Prime Minister's mansion destroyed the entire Yanqing City, no one dared to say a word. Not to mention that it was just a small force under Yanqing City. Is Su Lin really tired of living? Dare to offend even the Prime Minister's mansion? Mr. Fu, you misunderstood. I don't want to use you. But I want to do business with you. It can be regarded as repaying your kindness in treating me to dinner last time. Su Maoyang denied it seriously, and said it very logically. Fu Minqiu almost fainted with anger. Is this what you call repayment? She fooled him, played tricks on him, and finally deliberately angered him, lured him here, and built momentum for her auction, making him a joke. This is not repayment. It is clearly repaying kindness with enmity. She still has the nerve to say repayment. Su Maoyang nodded seriously. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Fu is a good person and sincere, I might not have chosen Mr. Fu. Uh-huh. You think I'm easy to bully? Fu Minqiu was directly laughed out of anger. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. Mr. Fu, my Qingyang medicine shop is not short of elixirs. You should know that. Otherwise, I wouldn't hold an auction and threaten to auction so many Saint King grade elixirs. And you are the first customer to come to my door. I will naturally take care of you. As he said, Su Maoyang took out a medicine bottle and handed it to him. Judging from your aura, you should have taken the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill and successfully advanced to the peak postnatal Emperor spiritual master. So I'm afraid you are no longer interested in the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill. However, I happen to have a 5 elements blood coagulation pill here, which has a miraculous effect on breaking through bottlenecks. It is the most valuable pill for your future cultivation. Today, Mr. Fu came to my house in person to promote my auction. This pill is my Qingyang medicine shop's thank you gift to Mr. Fu. I hope you will accept it. Hearing the 5 elements blood coagulation pill, Fu Minxiu's pupils, which were still angry, were shocked. He looked at Su Maoyang with half belief and half doubt. Seeing that her expression was sincere and did not seem to be false, he reached out and took the medicine bottle. When he opened it, a strong medicinal fragrance filled his nose. The bright red color seemed to be dyed with human blood, and there was even a faint bloody smell inside. Moreover, the surface of the pill was printed with complex patterns. Only by looking closely could you find that each pattern was composed of countless 7-sided figures, which meant that this medium-grade Saint King 5 elements blood condensation pill was a 7-layer divine pattern pill. Realizing this, even the knowledgeable Fu Minxiu was shocked. You know, the ancestor of Danyang Palace was only an 8-layer divine pattern master, and this Jinyang medicine shop casually took out a 7-layer divine pattern pill as a gift for him. This gift was huge. It seems that he still underestimated the background of Jinyang medicine shop. Perhaps there is a powerful existence behind them that can rival the ancestor of Danyang Palace. Thinking of this, Fu Minxiu was greatly shocked, and the hand holding the pill couldn't help but sweat. Seeing that he was stunned and didn't speak, Su Maoyang took the lead and said, "Mr. Fu, this pill has a very powerful effect. It can help you break through the bottleneck without any suspense and enter the ranks of the innate Emperor Spirit Master. However, you have just been promoted to the peak acquired Emperor Spirit Master. Your foundation is unstable, and you lack accumulation. If you force yourself to eat it, it will affect your later practice. Therefore, it is better to wait until your strength is stable before eating it." Su Maoyang's words were full of sincerity. If she really had bad intentions, she would not warn Fu Minxiu like this. And she would even hope that he would be obsessed with desire and destroy himself. Fu Minxiu naturally felt her kindness and nodded stiffly. In the end, he still dared not to believe it and confirmed, "Is this really the 7-fold divine pattern?" "Uh-huh. Of course it is true. If you don't believe it, you can take it back and let the alchemist identify it. If it is fake, the Prime Minister's mansion is welcome to destroy my Jinyang medicine shop at any time." Su Maoyang smiled frankly. Chapter 2200 The Daughter of the Jin Family. After hearing what she said, Fu Minxiu thought it was true, and then he took the medicine bottle without hesitation. Anyway, he had been fooled, and it was better to earn some compensation than to return empty-handed. And this compensation was worth a lot of money, and it was worth his trip. Then he would ask the alchemist to help him see what level the 7-fold divine pattern was at, and he would be able to guess the strength of the person behind the Jinyang medicine shop. Thinking of this, Fu Minxiu suppressed his excitement and pretended to be indifferent. "Since you are quite sincere, I will spare you this time. Gao Jun, let's go." Seeing that he accepted the apology, Su Maoyang thought that he would not be angry with her, so she boldly persuaded him to stay. "Mr. Fu, since you are here, why don't you participate in the auction before leaving? Maybe we have some elixirs that you are interested in." "Su Lin, you can't always grab the wool and wool," Fu Minxiu roared unbearably, and the 3 words Su Lin almost jumped out of his teeth. She only targeted him and tricked him to death. Is this something a human would do?" Su Maoyang expressed innocence. "Mr. Fu, when did I cheat you? You just walked a few steps and showed up at the medicine shop. You didn't pay anything and got such a precious pill. Throughout the Tianxing dynasty, who has such a big face and such a high appearance fee? You obviously made a fortune, but you still said that I cheated you. In this case, Mr. Fu should return the pill to me. I dare not cheat you even if I cheat others." As he said this, Su Maoyang pretended to take the pill back. Fu Minxiu's face changed, and he quickly refused. "What are you talking about? You have already given it to me. How can you take it back? It's okay to go and see the excitement. If you don't buy anything, you can also see my influence in Tianxing City. After all, I have contributed to the auction." Hearing Fu Minxiu's self-justification, Su Maoyang shook his head with a smile and shouted to the outside, "Lu Bin, take Master Fu to the garden to sit down. Serve him well." Lu Bin was a pseudonym used by Fang Yibin to conceal his identity. When he heard Su Maoyang's order, he walked in quickly after waiting outside. However, at this moment, Ji Ruiqing rushed in to report, "Master." Seeing Fu Minxiu present, her expression changed, and she stopped immediately, changing her words. "Miss Lin, someone is making trouble in the garden, yelling for you to get out and see her. You should go and take a look." Making trouble? Who? Su Maoyang didn't expect that someone would make trouble at this critical moment. Even if she had a grudge against her, she would have to stay away when she saw the Prime Minister's son coming to the door. It's the daughter of the Imperial Censor, Jin Peiyun. Ji Ruiqing replied seriously. Hearing the Imperial Censor, Su Maoyang couldn't help but frown. This Imperial Censor, like the Prime Minister, is a minister that the Emperor values very much. Although he is not as good as the Prime Minister, because he is in charge of the supervision. All civil and military officials must be supervised by him. Therefore, he still has a very high status in the court. And no one dares to offend him easily. Even the Prime Minister has to give him some face. Because of this, the Jin family is one of the 8 major family forces in Tiansheng City, and is a noble family like the Prime Minister's mansion. No wonder this woman is so arrogant. She asked her to get out as soon as she came. It was really not polite at all. But it shouldn't be like this. She had no intersection with Jin Peiyun, and had never even met her. Why would the other party ask to see her by name? And come with bad intentions, and such a big anger? Logically speaking, she had never offended Miss Jin. Su Maoyang didn't understand. But Fu Minqiu next to him knew it very well. He couldn't help but smile and became interested. Ha ha ha. It's right to stay. I didn't expect that interesting things would come to me so soon. Since Su Lin dared to plot against him, and asked to marry her into the mansion, she must bear the consequences. He was looking forward to how she would end up later. Su Maoyang took a deep look at Fu Minqiu. No matter how he listened to his words, it seemed like he was gloating. However, in order to make the auction go smoothly, Su Maoyang didn't have the time to chat with Fu Minqiu, and turned to ask Ji Ruiqing, how many guests have come to the garden now? There are already quite a few, such as the descendants of the Zhong family, Duan family, and Zhu family in Tiansheng City, and even the descendants of the Wen Marquis family and the Wei Guogong family. There are also some disciples from the 9 major sections. Most of them have a high status in the sect and are guests who can afford the price. Ji Ruiqing replied hurriedly. Almost all the people who came this time were young people. After all, a power like Qinyang Pharmacy is not enough to attract the older generation to come in person. Of course, Qinyang Pharmacy is quite impressive to have so many descendants of big families come. It is definitely a special honor for the top family in Yanqing City. However, Qinyang Pharmacy is an inconspicuous small power that is not even taken seriously by the governor and even the city lord. In addition to the attractiveness of the elixir itself, it is also thanks to Fu Minqiu's celebrity effect. I believe that without his personal visit, no matter how much publicity and advertising, it will be useless. It is precisely because of this that Ji Ruiqing is afraid that Jin Peiyun will mess up the auction that has been successfully promoted with great difficulty. Su Maoyang knew her concerns, and nodded after pondering. Since we are almost there, the auction should start according to the time. You go and inform the master. I will go to the garden to take a look first. Ji Ruiqing nodded in understanding, and turned to walk towards Jun Haozong's room. In such an occasion, as the owner of Qinyang Medicine Shop, although he did not have to preside over it personally, he had to come out to calm the situation. Fu Minqiu saw Su Maoyang walking towards the garden, and he followed closely behind him, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. In this way, the guests who had been waiting in the garden saw Su Maoyang and Fu Minqiu coming out of the backyard together. The two of them were talking and laughing, and it seemed that they really had a good relationship as rumored, and walked very close. But this scene, in Jin Peiyun's eyes, was particularly eye-catching. Before anyone came close, she heard her loudly questioning, "Are you the maid of Qinyang Medicine Shop, Su Lenin?" Seeing the pockmarked face, Jin Peiyun actually confirmed her identity without asking. As soon as Su Maoyang arrived, someone called her name. She thought that this person was the young lady of the Jin family who was causing trouble for her. She nodded slightly and responded, "Yes." "Oh, she is really as ugly as the rumors say." "No, she should be uglier than the rumors." Jin Peiyun looked at her with contempt and said sarcastically. Su Maoyang smiled indifferently. "It seems that being ugly has its advantages. I am lucky to be able to attract Miss Jin to come to the Qinyang Medicine Store to attend the auction." "Attend the auction? You are probably overthinking it. I don't care about your few broken pills. I just heard that the slave girl of the Qinyang Medicine Store is not only extremely ugly, but also shamelessly asked Minqiu to marry her as his legitimate wife, and asked Minqiu to promise to love her for the rest of his life. After hearing this ridiculous talk, I couldn't help but come to see what kind of shameless and self-inflated person would make such a ridiculous request. Chapter 2201, Humiliated in Vain. As soon as Junpei finished speaking, the garden suddenly became lively. Everyone was whispering to each other, pointing fingers at Su Maoyang. Most of them only knew that Fu Minxiu invited Su Lin to dinner in order to recruit her as a helper. But they didn't know that Su Lin actually made such a ridiculous request, which was simply unbelievable. However, since Junpei came to the door in person and talked about this matter in public, she must have investigated it carefully, and it must be true. It seems that this maid in the Qingyang medicine shop really wants to fly up to the tree and become a phoenix. After learning the truth, many women present sneered contemptuously. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? You look scarier than a ghost. And you still have the nerve to flirt with the Prime Minister's son. The most important thing is that she is ugly. And she is still a maid. Even if she is good at martial arts and has good cultivation, it doesn't matter. With such a lowly identity, no matter how powerful she is destined to be a slave. Ha ha ha. People asked her to be a slave, but she thinks she is the master, and she must love her alone. It's so funny. Yeah. I've never seen such a shameless person. She dared to snatch a man from Miss Jun's family. She is too self-important. Hearing the sarcasm around him, Su Maoyang roughly understood something. This woman named Junpei even found out such a secret thing. It seems that she is most likely Fu Minxiu's admirer. Otherwise, she wouldn't mention anything else when she came, and just mentioned marrying into the Prime Minister's mansion as a legitimate wife. Obviously, she cares a lot about this marriage. Guessing her thoughts, Su Maoyang had an idea in his mind and glanced at Fu Minxiu beside him without leaving any trace. No wonder Fu Minxiu looked so interested when he heard Miss Jun coming to his house. It turned out that he was expecting her to be severely punished by Junpei to avenge him. But he was going to be disappointed. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang gradually put away his smile and said lightly, "Since Miss Jun is not here to attend the auction, I will not accompany you. You can leave or stay. Miss Jun, please." Su Maoyang had no time to deal with such boring jealousy. After saying that, he walked towards the platform built in the center of the garden. But Junpei was not willing to let her go. She asked sternly, "Why? You dare not face me. Are you guilty?" Su Maoyang paused and smiled. "Why am I guilty? It is normal for an unmarried man and an unmarried woman to admire the Prime Minister's son and want to marry him. Not to mention me. Even Miss Jun. Isn't it the same? You?" Junpei was speechless. She didn't expect that there were really people who were so shameless that they dared to admit that they admired men in public. What? Am I wrong? Doesn't Miss Jun like Mr. Fu? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and deliberately asked back. Junpei was stunned by the question, and her expression was very embarrassed. She admitted it. And she didn't admit it either. After all, she was a girl and had a thin skin. If she said that she loved Fu Minxiu in front of so many people, she would be too embarrassed to see anyone in the future. But if she denied it, she would be contradicting herself and breaking off her relationship with Fu Minxiu. It would be difficult for her to marry into the Prime Minister's mansion in the future. So Junpei was so stiff that she couldn't speak, staring at Su Maoyang, feeling extremely ashamed and angry. The other guests stared at Junpei with interest and whispered to each other. In fact, it was no secret that Junpei liked Fu Minxiu. Everyone knew it, but no one dared to speak openly about it. Now that she was questioned in public, Junpei was really embarrassed. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's smile deepened, and he continued, "It seems that my guess was right. Miss Jun also likes Mr. Fu. However, looking at the entire Tiansheng dynasty, there are countless women who want to marry into the Prime Minister's mansion. Does Miss Jun have to go and question every one of them? What's more, Miss Jun hasn't married into the Prime Minister's mansion yet. But she is so jealous and eager to point fingers at Mr. Fu's affairs. If you don't know, you will think you are Mr. Fu's legitimate wife." Su Maoyang's words were extremely vicious. On the one hand, she ridiculed Junpei for being shameless and meddling in other people's affairs before she got married. And on the other hand, she reminded Fu Minxiu that such a jealous and domineering woman is not good. She is jealous everywhere before she becomes the legitimate wife. And if she becomes the legitimate wife, she will make a mess of the Prime Minister's mansion. Of course, The most fatal thing is that she brought the fact that Jin Peiyun likes Fu Minxiu to the surface, which undoubtedly made Jin Peiyun lose face. It would be fine if she could marry into the Prime Minister's mansion in the future. If not, she would become a laughing stock. Of course, after Su Maoyang's actions, whether she could marry into the Prime Minister's mansion was already a question. Therefore, Su Maoyang's words immediately put Jin Peiyun in an extremely embarrassing and passive situation, as if she was the one who was really shameless and shameless, not Su Lin. After all, it is normal to admire excellent men. Su Lin is also a woman, with 7 emotions and 6 desires, which is human nature. In comparison, Su Lin's open admission is much better than her timid and unjustifiable coming to find fault. So, Jin Peiyun is the one who is embarrassed by this. At this moment, feeling the eyes of people watching her, Jin Peiyun was so angry that her face turned red and her whole body trembled. Su Lin, you are so presumptuous. Miss Jin, this is the Qingyang medicine shop. You came to my territory to make trouble. You are the presumptuous one. I treated you with courtesy, which is already a great honor for you. I hope you don't push your luck. Su Maoyang frowned and warned in a cold voice. The maidservant beside Jin Peiyun didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant, and immediately scolded, "You bastard! Since you know my master's surname is Jin, you should be clear about her identity. You are a lowly maid. How can you talk to my master like this?" Su Maoyang glanced at the maidservant coldly. "Whether I am worthy or not, it is not your turn as a fellow maid to comment. If you come to participate in the auction, Qingyang Medicine Shop will naturally open its doors to welcome you. But if you come to make trouble, then I'm sorry. I have to ask you to leave." "How dare you? A lowly maidservant. So arrogant. My maidservant's words represent my meaning. Can't she say anything to you? A lowly thing? Even if she wants to ask me out. It is the boss of Qingyang Medicine Shop who invites me. When is it your turn to decide?" Jin Peiyun would not even bother to talk to such an ugly freak of low status in the past. Not to mention that being ordered to leave by such a person is simply a great shame. However, just as she finished her words, a hurricane came from a distance. The next second, the aggressive Jin Peiyun was blown away and fell to the ground with a bang. This scene was too sudden, and everyone was stunned and widened their eyes. Before everyone could react completely, they heard an angry voice. "You have to come here in person to ask you to get out. The daughter of the Jin family is really cheap." At this time, everyone saw a man in a black robe striding towards the backyard. He was tall and straight like a cedar. His whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, exuding a chilling coldness, especially those eyes that looked delicate but sharp. With a cold light, a glance was like a sharp sword, piercing people's hearts. Chapter 2202 Declaration of Sovereignty. Some of the guests present had seen Jun Haotsong before, so they recognized his identity at a glance. It was just that the Jun Haotsong they had seen before was not talkative, had no expression, and gave people a cold feeling, as if he didn't care about anything and didn't take anything to heart. But I didn't expect him to have such a strong and domineering side. He didn't even fight back, but he directly hid Jin Peiyun away, which meant that he didn't take the Jin family seriously at all. He also threatened to let Jin Peiyun get out and scolded the daughter of the Jin family for being too cheap. Qingyang Medicine Shop is indeed a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. This move not only shocked the whole audience, but also caused a wave of ripples in the hearts of young talents from big families and powerful forces with quite good identities. They knew too well the status of the Jin family in the Tianxing dynasty. Even they dared not offend the Jin family easily. However, the owner of this small medicine shop dared to be so unscrupulous and even merciless. It must be said that he was courageous. However, this time, it was not only Jin Peiyun who came, but also other descendants of the Jin family. Jin Peiyun came for Fu Minxiu, but the others came to watch the fun and the elixirs, and they were stronger. Therefore, seeing his sisters being seriously injured, a man immediately stood up and shouted angrily, "Jun Qingjue, you are so bold that you even dare to touch my Jin family." Although Jin Peiyun's behavior of fighting for a man's jealousy was somewhat despicable, she was a member of the Jin family after all, representing the Jin family. Now someone dared to openly slap their Jin family in the face. How could they bear it? Jun Haotsong glanced at the man gloomily and said unceremoniously, "If you dare to make trouble for my people, even if you are from the Jin family, I will beat you up." "You? The man was so angry that his face turned blue. Why don't you go and find out what kind of people my fathers were in the Tiansheng dynasty? A small medicine shop dares to show off in front of us. I think you are all tired of living. Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows coldly and said sarcastically, Fathers? The younger generation has no strength. So they use their fathers to scare people? So this is the Jin family of the Tiansheng dynasty. The man was humiliated like this. How could he sit still? And was immediately aroused to fight. Asshole! How can you slander the reputation of the Jin family? Since you look down on the Jin family, then fight me. I want to see what you are capable of. Even my Jin family is not worth it. However, Jun Haocong did not intend to fight, and directly refused. You don't deserve it. Hearing this, the man could no longer bear it, and punched Jun Haocong in anger. Judging from the spiritual power he released, he seemed to be in the realm of the late postnatal emperor's spiritual master. His strength was not bad, and his status in the Jin family should not be low. The last time Boss Jun attacked, he was only a mid-stage postnatal imperial spiritual master. It was impossible for him to advance in such a short time. Moreover, even if he advanced, he would not be as powerful as Jin Yongbua, who had been in the late stage of the postnatal imperial spiritual master for a while. Therefore, as soon as Jin Yongbua attacked, everyone basically expected the result. It was not wise for Jun Qingjue to show off at this time. However, just as everyone was sighing, a shadow suddenly flashed out from nowhere, and a palm was slapped, directly knocking Jin Yongbua away. Seeing Jin Yongbua fall heavily to the ground, everyone in the garden was speechless again. No one expected that the arrogant Jin family member was beaten up for the second time today. Can it be more fantastical? However, when they saw the person clearly, everyone's heart trembled uncontrollably, and their pupils flashed a touch of surprise without exception. Puppet! It turned out to be a puppet, and its strength seemed to be at the level of the Supreme Emperor's spiritual master. It was equivalent to a very powerful figure among their fathers. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Qingyang medicine shop was so arrogant. Not only did it dare to invite so many distinguished guests to the door, but it also dared to hit people. It turned out that it was protected by a powerful puppet. It was rare for this Qingyang medicine shop to have such means. It seemed that they underestimated this boss Jun. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes looking at the puppet and Jun Haocong became much deeper. Of course, they also understood that the younger generation of the Jin family might only suffer this loss today. Because, if you want to deal with such a puppet, you must let the elders of the Jin family take action. But for the sake of the younger generation's verbal dispute, especially for Jin Peiyun's jealousy, the Jin family elders made a big move and attacked the younger generation, which was probably a loss of face and humiliation. I think the younger generation of the Jin family has no face to complain to the elders. After all, how can they speak when they are humiliated so badly? Therefore, the only one who can avenge them is Jin Weiran, the eldest son of the Jin family. In the finals, the Jin family and the Qingyang medicine shop team will meet sooner or later. Jin Weiran is terrible, and no one in the Qingyang medicine shop is his opponent. By then, Jun Qingjue and Su Lin can only be slaughtered. At this time, Jin Peiyun naturally understood that with such a powerful puppet sitting in the Qingyang medicine shop, they would not get any benefit if they continued to make trouble, and had to endure the humiliation. She blushed and gritted her teeth and said, Okay, very good. You will suffer the consequences if you offend my Jin family. Especially you, a lowly foxy embryo. You wait for it. However, just as she finished her words, Jun Haocong waved his sleeves and slapped Jin Peiyun's mouth, which was swollen. Blood immediately flowed out from between her teeth, which looked funny and embarrassing. Then, a deafening and majestic voice echoed over the Qingyang medicine shop, rolling like thunder. I'm going to say this today. Su Lin is my beloved, and will be my legitimate wife in the future. Even if the emperor of the Tiansheng dynasty comes, don't try to snatch her from me. If anyone dares to hit on her, or dares to humiliate her, or chew her tongue, I don't mind smashing your mouth and crippling your legs. The angry and overbearing voice shook everyone's ears, and Jun Haocong's sharp and intimidating eyes swept one by one at the women who had chewed their tongues and laughed at Su Maoyang just now, which made them feel like they were hit by thorns and their heartbeats accelerated. As for the men present, they also felt a great pressure coming at them, especially Fu Minxiu, who was locked in by Jun Haocong's gaze. He couldn't help but sweat on his back. This boss Jun has a strong aura and sharp eyes. He seemed to have made a mistake. It's not just Su Lin, who is powerful in Qingyang medicine shop. This boss Jun is also quite extraordinary. But what shocked him the most was that this boss Jun actually said that Su Lin was his beloved, and he wanted to marry her as his legal wife. In order to recruit Su Lin, this is too hard, and the sacrifice is too great. Looking at Su Lin's face full of pockmarks, Fu Minxiu felt unbelievable, and admired Jun Qingjue. This boss Jun is a man who can do big things and can endure what ordinary people can't. Others present were also extremely shocked. Although Jun Qingjue was not a handsome young man, he was still elegant and refined, with extraordinary temperament. How could he fall in love with such an ugly guy? Many people were shocked and their mouths twitched. Chapter 2203 Bringing Alchemists. Moreover, most of the people present were disciples of wealthy families. Like Fu Minxiu, they were of noble status and discerning taste. After hearing Jun Haotsong's warning, they were inevitably displeased. Someone immediately shouted angrily, "Jun Qingjue, what are you kidding? We are not blind. Who would want to take advantage of your maid? Aren't you deliberately insulting us?" The speaker was the son of the Duan family, the Minister of Justice. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. It was obvious that he had a very high standard for choosing women. Naturally, he felt that Jun Haotsong's words were an insult to his taste and status. The younger generation of the officials and the ministers of the Ministry of Revenue, who were sitting next to him, also echoed disdainfully, and their eyes towards Su Maoyang were full of contempt and disdain. Yes, we have seen many beautiful women who would want to hit on an ugly one, and you are the only one who treats her as a treasure. If it weren't for the elixir, they didn't even want to see Su Lin. Jun Haotsong stared at Fu Minxiu and said coldly, "Isn't there a person here?" Fu Minxiu was stared at by him, and was frightened, and waved his hands quickly. "Don't get me wrong. I don't like her at all, and I don't mean to marry her. I just invited her to dinner." At the moment, he couldn't say that he was trying to poach someone. "I hope you remember what I said today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Jun Haotsong snorted angrily, and a strong murderous aura rushed towards Fu Minxiu, which immediately made Fu Minxiu alert. This boss Jun actually wanted to kill him for a maid, and he was not afraid to offend the Prime Minister's mansion. It was unbelievable. At this moment, Su Maoyang thought about the nonsense he had just said to Jinpei Yun, and felt Jun Haotsong's anger. He couldn't help but sweat. He really didn't know how to explain to him after the auction. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was even more disgusted with Jinpei Yun, and shouted unhappily, "You are not welcome at the auction. Why don't you get out?" Jinpei Yun, who had been helped up, spit in dissatisfaction. "I don't want your shitty pills. Even if you beg me to stay, I won't stay in your broken place." At this time, Jin Yongbo was injured internally, facing the puppet of the Supreme Emperor's spiritual master level. He didn't dare to fight again. He just stared at Jun Haotsong coldly. "You are a coward who dares not to take action and only seeks protection from puppets. I hope you don't meet me in the finals. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Let's go!" After saying that, Jin Yongbo took several brothers and sisters of the Jin family and left the Qingyang medicine shop. The Jin family is a powerful family, and there is no shortage of pills. This time, they came to watch because they saw Fu Minxiu coming, and followed to join in the fun. To be honest, they didn't have much hope to see high-quality pills in such a small medicine shop that was not up to the standard. Now that they have made enemies with Qingyang medicine shop, they have even less interest in joining in the fun. Seeing the people of the Jin family leave, the remaining young generation also lost much patience and shouted in dissatisfaction, "When will the auction start? Where are your so-called elixirs? When will they be taken out? Aren't you going to frame us?" They originally disdained to participate in this level of auction, and they only planned to join in the fun because of Fu Minxiu and Qingyang medicine shop's claim that they had the Saint King grade elixir with 7 layers of divine patterns. In addition, Qingyang medicine shop has been in the limelight recently, and many people are a little curious about this force that is not afraid of the powerful, and the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. So they came to find out. But now that the elixir has not been seen for a long time, everyone is naturally a little impatient. Humph! If they dare to frame people, I will make them disappear from this Yanqing city immediately. At this time, a man in navy blue clothes took over the conversation with an arrogant expression and a cold snort. Even if he was sitting, he gave people a sense of tallness and domineering momentum. Su Maoyang knew the man who was speaking. It was said that he was the son of Wu Anho, named Wu Ya. As everyone knows, Wu Anho is the general of the Tianxing dynasty. He holds a high position and has made great military achievements. As a descendant of a general, Wu Ya grew up under the influence of his father since childhood, and naturally has the iron blood and fortitude that ordinary people do not have. He said that he would make them disappear. So Su Maoyang believed that he definitely had this ability, and no one dared to say a word against it. So the next second, Su Maoyang smiled and comforted. Everyone present is a big shot. If I dare to frame you, wouldn't it be courting death? Everyone, be patient. The elixir will be here now. Su Maoyang nodded to Ji Ruiqing. Then, everyone saw the people from Qingyang Pharmacy really walked up to the platform in the middle of the garden with a medicine box. At this time, a man in a white brocade robe sitting below took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Don't worry. I brought an alchemist of the Danzuan level today. If she dares to fool you, I will be the first to not forgive her." Although this man in white was not as domineering as Wu Ya and spoke in a light tone, the aura he exuded was not to be underestimated, and was even more intimidating than Wu Ya. Ji Ruiqing knew that Su Maoyang had a certain understanding of the younger generations of these forces. But when he saw the man talking, he couldn't help but remind him. He is Yu Lingshang, the fourth son of Yu Qingrong, Duke of Wei. He is very powerful. Although not as strong as his sister, he is also a very scary existence. It is said that he ranks fourth in Wuzong's sword sect. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, and took a deep look at Yu Lingshang. Su Maoyang knew all too well about the Yu family, which inherited the title of Duke of the State. It was said that the Tianxing dynasty was just a few scattered tribes at the beginning, and it was all thanks to the ancestors of the Yu family, who assisted the previous emperor and built this country with their own hands. So the current Tianxing dynasty has half the credit of the Yu family. Therefore, the emperor has taken good care of the family of this founding hero, allowing them to inherit the title of Duke of Wei from generation to generation. After so many years, the Yu family is still honored and favored, and is deeply valued by the emperor. Such an honor is definitely the first in the dynasty. Knowing this background, Su Maoyang knew how much weight Yu Lingshang's words carried. Just as Su Maoyang was looking at Yu Lingshang, a woman in a purple brocade dress not far away also smiled and said, "I also brought a Danzuan alchemist, and I will have to examine it carefully later. I heard before that Mr. Fu was particularly optimistic about Qingyang medicine shop, and even thought that my sister was not as good as a maid in Qingyang medicine shop. I am really curious. What ability do you have to make Mr. Fu so fond of you?" Hearing about her sister, Su Maoyang's pupils flashed a trace of doubt. If she guessed correctly, this purple-clothed woman should be the second daughter of King Wanchuan and the sister of Princess Yuan, Pei Qingfu. Could the sister she mentioned be Pei Yuan? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but look at Fu Minqiu. When did Fu Minqiu say that Princess Yuan was not as good as her maid? How could she not know? Fu Minqiu felt Su Maoyang's questioning gaze, and immediately looked away, touching his nose to hide his embarrassment. Chapter 2204 Testing Their Reality. Seeing Fu Minqiu's appearance, Su Maoyang could basically conclude that Pei Qingfu's words were true. But she didn't expect that the carefree prime minister had so many tricks in mind, and even used such a sinister trick to win her over. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang shook his head with a smile and explained, "Princess Qingfu is too flattering. I heard that Master Fu and Princess Yuan have always been at odds. I think he deliberately exaggerated the facts to anger her. How dare we, humble people, compare ourselves with Princess Yuan? Since Fu Minqiu secretly made her hate her, she would return it to him openly." Pei Qingfu just smiled when she heard this, but didn't say anything. Obviously, she knew what was going on. In fact, Su Maoyang could see clearly that most of the descendants of these big families were not really here to auction the pills, but to test their strengths and weaknesses. Otherwise, they would not have brought alchemists with them, which was meant to expose their secrets and ruin the place. It was probably because she advertised too loudly. After all, she claimed that there were many pills, like the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill, that were very difficult for even the alchemist to deal with. This must have made many big forces and alchemists at the top level of the Tianxing dynasty feel dissatisfied. They felt that she was too arrogant for a medicine shop that was not up to the standard. So they couldn't help but come to find out. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong couldn't help but glance at the two old men sitting next to the purple-clothed woman and the white-clothed man. In fact, she noticed them early on, and originally thought that they were just guests brought by Princess Qingfu and Yu Lingshang to protect their safety. Unexpectedly, they were actually two alchemists at the level of alchemist. No wonder they looked arrogant and high-handed, as if they didn't take Qingyang Medicine Shop seriously at all. It has to be said that Prince Duanquan and Duke Wei's mansion are really rich and powerful. Even their descendants can bring the noble alchemist with them. It is really not simple. However, it is understandable that alchemists also need medicinal materials and various rare and precious resources. They usually concentrate on making medicines and have no time to find them. They can only trade with these big forces, which is equivalent to everyone taking what they need. Not only that, I see that two alchemists have come to Danong Palace. It may not be easy for Qingyang Medicine Shop to fool us. This time, I want to see whether the alchemists in Yanqing City are more powerful or those in our Tiansheng City are more powerful. Duan Zihong, the son of the Minister of Justice, glanced at the direction of Danyang Palace not far away, and laughed for fear that the world would not be in chaos. Between the lines, it is obvious that he is making fun of Qingyang Medicine Shop. Of course, not only him, but everyone else present has an expression of watching a good show. As the descendants of the great power in Tiansheng City, they have a sense of superiority that ordinary people do not have since they were born. So they naturally trust the alchemists of Tiansheng City. You know, even the ancestor of Danyang Palace was only an 8th level divine pattern master. And the medicine shop in Yanqing City dared to claim that it had a 7th-level divine pattern Holy King grade elixir. Doesn't it mean that most of the alchemists at the top of Danyang Palace are not as good as the alchemists of his Qingyang medicine shop? No wonder. Even the alchemists of Danyang Palace were alarmed and came to watch their auction in person. Su Maoyong knew that everyone was waiting for her to make a fool of herself. So she smiled indifferently and nodded at Ji Ruiqing. Ji Ruiqing opened the lid of the box under the questioning eyes of everyone. At this time, a strong medicinal fragrance came to his nose, and even instantly covered all the flower fragrance in the garden, which immediately made the alchemists present startled, and their contemptuous expressions jumped to a solemn look. This fragrance, not only the alchemists, but also the others present, although they had never seen a pig run, had eaten pork before. When they smelled this fragrance, they could not help but feel a ripple in their hearts. Could it be that Qingyang Medicine Shop really has the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill? However, they rarely see this kind of pill, and they still need professional alchemists to identify it personally. Thinking of this, Yu Lingshang whispered to the old man next to him, "Please come forward and check it out." Although Yu Lingshang is the heir of the Duke of Wei, he still has due respect for alchemists. At this time, the alchemist who came with Pei Qingfu also stood up automatically, came to the table in the middle of the stage, and looked down at the pill. Everyone carefully observed the expressions of the two alchemists. Not long after, they saw the two alchemists raise their heads in shock and said excitedly, "It is really the 7th level divine pattern. And it is really the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill of the middle level Saint King grade." Hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Now even the alchemists of the Danzuan level have admitted it in person. It seems that Qingyang Medicine Shop did not deceive them. However, Pei Qingfu was a little bit unconvinced and confirmed again and again. "Are you serious? Did you see it wrong?" The alchemist who came with Pei Qingfu waved his hands firmly, his pupils flashing with a strange look. "No, there is absolutely no mistake. This is the real Tianhunhuo secret pill, and it is purer than the ordinary Tianhunhuo secret pill. It seems to have no impurities, and the medicinal effect must be amazing." The alchemist brought by Yu Lingshang also nodded at Yu Lingshang, which was regarded as tacitly agreeing with his statement. Seeing this scene, Pei Qingfu and Yu Lingshang frowned unconsciously, obviously a little surprised. But the two elders of Danyang Hall still didn't quite believe it, and said in a cold voice, "Whether it is true or not, and how effective it is, we will know after we have tested it." In their opinion, identifying and refining elixirs is still the most authoritative and professional in their Danyang Hall. As he said that, one of the elders in black robes ordered the disciples around him, "Go and bring the elixir to me for a look." Su Maoyong frowned slightly when he heard this and refused. "Senior, I'm really sorry. In order to ensure the quality of our auction items and avoid some risks, we can't hand it over to customers for identification. If you don't believe it, You can go forward and check it yourself. Although the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill is not a very valuable treasure to Su Maoyang, it has also consumed a lot of her time and energy. If it falls into his hands, he will crush it, rub it, or replace it. And in the end, he will say that she sold fake medicine. Wouldn't it be a loss? Since you want to see it, come to the stage yourself. Ji Ruiqing will take it, and let him see it openly. But Su Maoyang's action was extremely rude to the elders of Danyang Palace. You know, even the younger generations of the big families in Tiansheng City have to be respectful to them. A mere maid dared to speak to them like this, which was simply presumptuous. I am giving you face by coming to your medicine shop. Don't be shameless. The old man in black shouted angrily. Su Maoyang's face was full of indifference, and his principles did not change. Our medicine shop did not beg you to come, and we didn't even invite you. You came willingly. What does it have to do with our medicine shop? Moreover, in order to save the face of your Danyang Palace, I advise you not to come for identification and leave as soon as possible. Chapter 2205 The Ultimate 7th Layer Divine Mark. Asshole. You mean that my Danyang Palace is not as good as your medicine shop? The black-clothed elder roared in anger. The other green-clothed elder stood up angrily and said in a low voice, What a big tone! I want to see how powerful the elixir of your Qingyang medicine shop is. Even Danyang Palace will be ashamed of it. If they were really scared away by her words, wouldn't it make people think that his Danyang Palace was afraid of Qingyang medicine shop? As he said that, the green-clothed elder walked towards the stage angrily and came to Ji Ruiqing in the blink of an eye. Seeing that he was so aggressive, Ji Ruiqing was not afraid. He directly raised the medicine box in front of the elder in green clothes and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Senior, please look carefully. Don't let it be spread that the elders of Danyang Palace don't know the goods. I'm afraid it will be a disgrace to the reputation of Danyang Palace. The elder in green clothes was furious and glared at Ji Ruiqing fiercely. Arrogant. I have refined more elixirs in my life than you have seen. How could I be wrong? However, before he finished speaking, his eyes were tightly locked on the exquisite and complex divine patterns on the elixir. As a Dansheng alchemist with the 5th level divine pattern, although he could not refine the 7th level divine pattern, his research on divine patterns was still relatively in-depth. He knew clearly that the higher the level of the divine pattern, the finer the lines printed on the elixir would be. And no matter how complex and small the pattern was, the composition of each line would be clearly visible. For example, the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill in front of you. Each line that makes up the divine pattern is composed of countless heptagons. Although they are densely packed and seem to be just a small dot at first glance, as long as you look closely, you can discover its exquisiteness. Moreover, these patterns did not seem to be carved by external forces, as if they grew out of the elixir itself, and they fit perfectly with the elixir, showing how superb the rubbing force and technology are. Of course, what shocked the Qingyi elder the most was that he actually saw the rich and dazzling purple light penetrating from these divine patterns. As we all know, low-level divine patterns hide purple light, which ordinary people cannot see with the naked eye. Only those with divine pattern talent and strong mental power can explore it and see it seriously. To distinguish the quality of divine patterns, you have to look at the color and strength of these lights. For example, high-level divine patterns contain silver light in the deep layer, and the best divine patterns contain golden light. The color of each light is divided into shallow, medium, and deep. The richer the color and the stronger the light, the higher the quality of the divine pattern. For example, this Tianhun Huo secret pill exudes a deep purple light, which is dazzling and extremely dazzling. At first glance, it is the best among the 7-level divine patterns. Therefore, even though it was only a low-level divine rune, it was already very remarkable to be able to copy it so perfectly. In fact, Su Maoyang had also seen a lot of high-level divine runes, such as the 3 divine rune secret books that the old man Jinjuan gave her at the beginning, and the divine runes recorded in the ancient divine rune illustrations. It was just that Su Maoyang's strength was limited. The first time she came into contact with divine runes, she could only copy the level of low-level divine runes. But such talent was enough to shock the old man Jinjuan. Moreover, in just a few years, she had already cultivated the low-level divine runes from the 1st level to the 7th level. Such a speed was terrifying. I believe that it won't be long before she can successfully enter the ranks of high-level divine pattern masters. You know, even though the old man Jinjuan has lived for such a long time, He is only cultivated to the 3rd level of high-level divine patterns. It's no wonder that the old man Jinjuan is shocked by her talent. Of course, even if the level of the old man Jinjuan is not the top, he is still a well-known figure in the entire Sanluo continent. At this time, the black-clothed elder may not be able to pull his face to check, but just waited in place. Seeing that the green-clothed elder did not turn around to announce the results, he was a little anxious and couldn't help asking, "Mingji, how do you see it? Is it a low-quality pill?" The green-clothed elder shook his head stiffly. No, not low quality. Could it be fake?" The black-clothed elder still refused to believe that a medicine shop could take out the pills that Danyang Palace treasured, and couldn't help but frown and asked. He initially thought that since Qingyang Medicine Shop dared to let the alchemist come forward to inspect it personally, it should not be fake. At most it was a semi-finished product. He did not expect that they were so bold as to use fake medicine to fool everyone. However, upon hearing this, the elder in green shook his head excitedly, and explained loudly with a trembling voice. "No, it's not fake. It's real. It couldn't be more real. 7 layers of divine patterns. And it is a deep purple pattern light. Every pattern, every line is evenly distributed. It is definitely a top-grade 7-layer divine pattern. In addition to the exquisite divine pattern, the pill has no impurities, whether it is deep or surface. The color is consistent, and the medicinal effect must be extremely pure. As a professional and authoritative alchemist, he can easily explain the doorway here, and because of his knowledge, he knows how difficult it is to refine such a pill. So he is more excited than ordinary people." The black-clothed elder was a little uneasy when he heard this. The deep purple pattern light, the top-grade 7-layer divine pattern, and no impurities. The color is consistent inside and outside. As an alchemist, he naturally understood the meaning of these words. But is it possible? Is it true? Why doesn't he believe it? Thinking of this, the black-clothed elder couldn't sit still anymore, and stepped forward suddenly, wanting to check it himself. This look really shocked him. It is really the 7-layer divine patterned Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill. And the quality is indeed top grade. Where did you get this pill from? The black-clothed elder may have been stimulated, and he stuttered when he spoke. Su Maoyang curled his lips and replied, "Anyway, it didn't come from Danyang Palace." The black-clothed elder was speechless. "Didn't you say that there are a lot of Heavenly Soul Fire secret pills? Hurry up and take them out to see." The green-clothed elder couldn't wait to see the rest. Seeing this, Ji Ruiqing couldn't help but laugh and tease. "You 2 seniors looked down on the pills at our medicine shop. But you didn't come to the auction on purpose. So why are you so anxious to see the pills?" I didn't say I wouldn't attend the auction." The green-clothed elder was stunned by what he said, and he shamelessly denied it. The 7-layer divine pattern Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill is also a very precious treasure for them, the alchemists. So they naturally have to give it a try and try their best to get it. Su Maoyang heard it and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. "Since the seniors are planning to attend the auction, please take a seat." The green-clothed elder knew that the other party was giving him a way out. So he stopped being hypocritical and immediately stepped down from the stage and sat down again. Although the black-clothed elder was a little embarrassed, he had to compromise for the sake of the pills and sat down. As for the others, of course they had nothing to say. Even the elders of Danyang Palace had personally inspected the quality of the elixir. So how could they still have any doubts? Now they all stared at Su Maoyang intently, with only anticipation left. Chapter 2206 Fierce Competition. Bring it up. Su Maoyang didn't beat around the bush and gave a direct order. Then Gu Qiuyun and Fan Yibin brought up the remaining 2 medicine boxes. Su Maoyang pointed to the medicine box and introduced. "There are 3 Heavenly Soul Fire secret pills with 7 layers of divine patterns printed on them. The highest bidder wins. I believe you have heard before that my Qingyang medicine shop does not accept fairy crystals, but only weapons and those 10 rare medicinal materials. The lowest starting price for weapons is holy products, and there is no upper limit on quality and quantity. The first one will be auctioned now." "What? 3? Didn't you say there were a lot?" Duan Zihong, the son of the Minister of Justice, shouted in dissatisfaction. If there were only this much, then with his status, he would definitely not be able to compete with the princess and Yu Lingshang and others present. Moreover, now that even the elders of Danyang Palace have joined in, he has no chance of winning at all. Su Maoyang knew that things are valuable because they are rare. So even if she could refine a lot, She only took out 3 to auction, just to increase the auction strength and maximize the value. Therefore, facing Duan Zihong's questioning, Su Maoyang naturally couldn't tell the truth, but just asked coldly, 3 is not enough? If it were somewhere else, I'm afraid there wouldn't be even 1. She was telling the truth. If it weren't for the fact that the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill was hard to come by, this group of people of noble status wouldn't have come here and squeezed into an unknown little medicine shop. Duan Zihong heard this. His face was ugly, and he glanced at the other people present, speechless for a while. Poor guy. Give up as soon as possible. Don't waste time, Wu Yehe urged impatiently. His tone was domineering and direct, and Duan Zihong's face turned red with anger. Seeing that no one else had any objections, Su Maoyang ignored Duan Zihong and continued. The starting price for the top-grade holy artifact. Everyone can start bidding. Although the top-grade holy artifacts are valuable and extremely precious, they are still far inferior to the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill with 7 divine patterns. So everyone did not think there was anything wrong, and several people immediately raised their hands at the same time. I'll bid 2 top-grade holy artifacts. I'll bid 3. I'll bid 5. I'll bid 8. I'll bid 10. This is just the beginning, and everyone has already bid up the price to 10 top-grade holy artifacts, which shows how popular the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill is. Of course, it is understandable that now that the finals are imminent, in order to win the Qiming sword and various resources distributed by the dynasty, everyone wants to fight at the last minute. So the pill that can improve the realm is particularly important. Moreover, there are only 3 pills at the moment, and several forces present are highly competitive. If the first one is not taken, the latter one will probably be even more difficult. It is no wonder that they were so angry from the beginning. Like the princess, the descendants of Wuan Marquis, the descendants of the Duke's mansion, the descendants of the Prime Minister's mansion, and the 2 elders of Danyang Palace. They are all competing with each other. Although they did not fight, their eyes have already sparked. However, for those disciples who are not particularly high in the 9 major sects, this price is a bit difficult for them to bear. So they can only give up and wait and see who will get the 3 pills in the end. As a princess and a member of the royal family, Pei Qingfu is even more wealthy and powerful. So she is not afraid to say, I will offer 3 top-grade weapons. As we all know, weapons are not about quantity but quality. Even if there are 10 top-grade holy weapons, they are not as good as 1 top-grade holy weapon. Pei Qingfu directly called out this price, obviously wanting to stop other people from thinking about it, and not wanting to continue to entangle. It can be seen that he is determined to get it. But other people are not so easy to give in. For example, Wu Yehe, as a descendant of a general, naturally has a lot of weapons collected. Although the top-grade holy weapon is also a huge expense for him, he can still afford it if he really wants to fight for it. So, the next second, he interrupted, 5 top-grade holy artifacts. However, before his voice fell, someone else spoke up. 6. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look over the person who could say this number casually. In fact, you don't need to look to know that it must be Yu Lingshang from the Duke's mansion. Haha. The Duke's mansion is indeed rich enough to rival a country. So many top-grade holy artifacts are just a matter of a sentence. I admire you. Pei Qingfu was not angry at this time, but smiled and teased. But Su Maoyang always felt that although this woman was smiling on her face, she was saying something else. Obviously, this sentence was not a compliment, but was to draw hatred to the Duke's mansion. After all, the term rich enough to rival a country is not something that can be used casually. It seems that although this princess is not as famous as Princess Yulwan, she is a scheming lady. Yu Lingshang glanced at Pei Qingfu coldly and responded, Of course, our mansion dare not compare with the prince's mansion. It's just that I am favored by my family and have been allocated more resources, while Princess Qingfu has been allocated less. So I feel that it is too much. Yu Lingshang's words undoubtedly hit Pei Qingfu's sore spot, and the latter immediately restrained her smile. Everyone knows that although Pei Qingfu is also the daughter of the prince, her status in the family is far inferior to Pei Shilwan. Otherwise, it would not be that only Pei Shilwan was given the word Yuan by the emperor himself, and she just took his name. Everyone understood that Yu Lingshang was mocking Pei Qingfu for not being favored in the prince's mansion, and not having a higher status than him in the Duke's mansion. I will give out 8 top-grade holy artifacts. The blue-clothed elder of Danyang Palace was too lazy to pay attention to the verbal dispute between the two juniors, and unknowingly broke the record again. The black-clothed elder on the side did not expect him to be so generous, and looked at him in shock. He was really reluctant to take out so many top-grade holy artifacts. The others present were not much better. Thinking of this huge expense, they were terrified. They usually had to pay a huge price to get a top-grade holy artifact, and it was more appropriate to get 8. I believe that even if the young generation standing at the top of the Tiansheng dynasty has 2 or 3 top-grade holy artifacts in their hands, it is considered very remarkable. I didn't expect that a pill would be bid so high today. It's really scary. Su Maoyang saw that the garden was quiet for a while, and no one raised their hands. They seemed to be shocked by the price. So he couldn't help but say, 8 top-grade holy artifacts. Once. 8 top-grade holy artifacts twice. 8 top-grade holy artifacts 3 times. Su Maoyang glanced at everyone again, and finally made a decision. 8 top-grade holy artifacts. Deal. People say that alchemists are the richest people. And it's true. Elder Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and felt a little guilty about Su Maoyang's flattery. He could only be glad that he didn't bid any higher. Otherwise he couldn't bear it. Senior, this pill is yours. Please come up to confirm, and hand over the weapon. Su Maoyang invited enthusiastically. The black-robed elder grabbed the green-robed elder, and said worriedly, 8 top-grade holy artifacts. How many pills do you have to refine to earn back the money? Is this deal worth it? Chapter 2207 Unbearable Price. The elder in black admitted that the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill was indeed very rare, and the quality of the sevenfold divine pattern was 1 in a million. But the top-grade holy artifacts were not cabbages, and they were not given away just because they were said to be. The most important thing was that he never knew that the elder in green actually had so many top-grade holy artifacts, and he usually hid them too deeply. I don't know whether it is worth it, but I think the sevenfold divine pattern is not simple. Even if you don't take it, it's good to study the divine pattern. To be honest, the elder in green had no idea about the value of the pill. He just felt that this opportunity was rare. If you miss it, it will be gone. So you might as well give it a try. We also have a lot of secret books about divine patterns in Danyang Palace. Why pay such a high price? Besides, the main effect of this pill is for people who practice spiritual power, and its effect on us alchemists is greatly reduced. Aren't you too careless? The elder in black retorted disapprovingly. The elder in green had made up his mind. Who cares? Although the top-grade holy artifact is expensive, at least there is a chance to buy it. And the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill with the 7th divine mark is hard to come by. So I'll go all out this time. In his opinion, as long as he mastered the technique of refining the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill and comprehended the essence of the 7th divine mark, he could also refine it and auction it in the future. At that time, he could have as many top-grade holy artifacts as he wanted. After all, at his level of cultivation, the experience gained from the cold words in the book is always not as real as the real samples. Thinking of this, the elder in green did not allow the elder in black to persuade him anymore, and quickly came to the platform. After personally confirming the pill, he came to the side of the platform, took out 8 top-grade holy artifacts and placed them on the table, asking Fan Yibin and others to count and settle. Several senior brothers from the Soul Chasing Hall and brothers from the Proud Wolf group couldn't help but gulp when they saw so many top-grade weapons in front of them. Although the Immortal Palace also sells top-grade holy weapons, it is still an expense that the disciples of the Soul Chasing Hall dare not even think about. As for the Proud Wolf group, it goes without saying that it was the first time in their lives that they saw so many top-grade holy weapons, and their excitement was indescribable, especially when they remembered that not long ago, they were still worried about not being able to buy a low-grade holy weapon, and in the blink of an eye, so many top-grade holy weapons were received. Life is really full of surprises. At this time, Ji Ruiqing smiled even more and handed over a membership card in a sophisticated manner. Senior, our pharmacy implements a membership system for major customers. If you make this deal, you will be considered a member of our pharmacy. You keep this membership card. You can enjoy discounts when you buy pills from our pharmacy in the future. The elder in green took the membership card with a confused look on his face. Although he didn't know what membership meant, he still understood the discounts. He nodded and handed Ji Ruiqing a sound transmission talisman. Okay. If there are such excellent divine rune pills in the future, remember to notify me. That's for sure. Ji Ruiqing nodded like pounding garlic, and personally sent the elder in green back to his seat. His service attitude was absolutely impeccable. As soon as the elder in green sat down, he could not wait to open the medicine box, took out the pill, and put it in his hand. He rubbed the lines on the surface of the pill with his fingertips, and carefully felt the energy permeating from it. After a while, he exclaimed in amazement, "Such a strong mental power. Such delicate and exquisite divine patterns. This is definitely the work of a master. And it can actually cause spiritual resonance." The black-clothed elder beside him was even more curious when he heard him say that, and couldn't help but reach out to take it. "Mingji, let me have a look." Just now Su Lin didn't allow them to touch it, and only let them watch it with their eyes. He had been itching to do so, and now he had to feel it. Seeing this, the green-clothed elder immediately moved aside to avoid him, fearing that he would snatch it away. "Don't touch it, or you can't afford to pay for it if you break the pill later." "TSK. It's just a pill. What's the big deal? I'll take a picture of it later." The black-clothed elder's expression was slightly embarrassed, and he snorted in dissatisfaction. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Su Mayan on the stage say, "The second one will be auctioned next. In order to save time for everyone, this one will be priced directly at a top-grade holy weapon. Anyway, everyone will have to call out the price of a top-grade holy weapon in the end. So it's better to be direct and simple." But the black-clothed elder below was choked by these words, and his face turned black. "Starting with the best holy artifacts, the price will surely be sky-high. How can he bid?" However, before he could come to his senses, people were already vying to bid. 2, 3, 5, 7. The black-robed elder was afraid that he would miss out, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and hurriedly shouted, "I'll bid 8. However, the competition was more intense this time. Obviously, with the lessons learned from the previous experience, everyone no longer hesitated and blurted out, 9, 10, 10 once, 10 twice. When the black-robed elder heard that 10 items were called, he was completely frozen. This expenditure was too terrifying. How could he afford it? Even if he used alchemy to make up for this gap, he didn't know how many precious medicinal materials would be consumed. After all, although alchemists are rich, they are also expensive professions. The cost alone is frighteningly high. Just when the black-clothed elder was frightened, Su Maoyang had already clapped the board. 10 pieces sold. Congratulations, Mr. Yu. Seeing this, the green-clothed elder couldn't help but glance at the black-clothed elder next to him, and said with a smile, "See, I told you to bid earlier, but you didn't. 10 pieces would be hard for even me. Now there is only one left. I don't think the princess and the descendants of Wu and Ho will stop. Humph. Anyway, this pill is not of much use to me as an alchemist, so I don't need it. I don't have to pay such a high price for a pill. It's really not a wise move." The black-clothed elder knew that he didn't have the capital to compete with others later. They urgently needed this pill to improve their spiritual power level, and as an alchemist, he didn't need to fight for it at all. After all, he didn't participate in the battle. The green-clothed elder just smiled and didn't say anything, and continued to play with the pill in his hand. At this time, the auction of the third Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill had already begun on the stage. However, it had become a battle between the Prime Minister's mansion, Marquis Wuan, and the princess. In fact, the foundation of the 9 major sects was not weaker than that of these 3 families. But the disciples present were not particularly high-ranking and had little competitiveness. And many of the top disciples of the 9 major sects were sent to the Great Yan dynasty for training. According to the time, they should still be on their way back, and they would not have time to participate in this auction, which was a bargain for the family forces present. Since 10 items were bid in the last round, Pei Qingfu was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly offered, "I will offer 10 top-grade holy weapons. I will offer 11. Wu Yehe was unwilling to fall behind and shouted with gritted teeth. His expression seemed to be making a final struggle. Obviously, this number also made him extremely painful. "I will also offer 11 items. But one of them is a knife with triple divine patterns. I heard that you are good at using knives. You were rejected when you went to Jibao Pavilion to buy knives before. Now is a rare opportunity." Pei Qingfu knew Su Maoyang's needs and tempted him. Chapter 2208. Too early to be happy. Su Maoyang knew that Pei Qingfu could come, so he must have asked her about it. It was not surprising that he knew these things. He nodded and asked Wu Ye's attitude. Do you plan to continue bidding, Master Wu? Wu Ye had clenched his fingers and looked at Pei Qingfu with a gloomy face. 11 top-grade holy weapons were his limit, and he could not produce more. Now Pei Qingfu had a weapon engraved with divine patterns. To a certain extent, she had already won, and there was no point in fighting. Forget it. A good man does not fight with a woman. If the princess likes it, give it to her. Thank you, Master Wu, for your help. Pei Qingfu did not expose him. She smiled elegantly, then handed the space ring to the maid beside her, gave a few simple instructions, and quickly completed the transaction with Ji Ruiqing. The others present were a little depressed when they saw that the last Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill had been settled, especially the younger generations of the Prime Minister's mansion. The Minister of Punishment, the Minister of Personnel, and the Minister of Revenue. They felt even worse. After all, they were qualified to compete. But compared with the Duke of Wei, the Marquis of Wuhan, and the Prince's mansion, they were still a step behind, and in the end, they could only watch from the side. It was not very pleasant to think about it. However, Fu Minxiu, who witnessed the whole process, was mentally balanced. At least, he was better than everyone present. He only used one herb and exchanged 2 pills. Although one of them was only a 6-layer divine pattern, it had a good medicinal effect, allowing him to successfully advance to the peak postnatal imperial spiritual master. The other one was a bit extraordinary. Not only was it engraved with a 7-layer divine pattern, it also had a miraculous effect on breaking through bottlenecks and breaking through the great realm. Its value was far above the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill. In this way, he was the biggest winner of the whole scene. Su Lin was indeed kind, and did not treat him unfairly. However, Su Maoyang still had a trick up his sleeve. Just when everyone was feeling down, he continued to speak. Other people who didn't bid for the pill don't have to be sad. I still have a Ningxin Yujing pill with 7 layers of divine patterns. It has a miraculous effect on improving mental power and improving mental talent. Its value is not inferior to the Tian Hunhuo's secret pill. For those who practice mental power, it is definitely a treasure that is hard to come by. Hearing this, everyone present was surprised. They didn't expect that this Qingliang medicine shop even had Ningxin Yujing pills. You know, although the medicinal materials of Ningxin Yujing pills are not particularly rare, they are particularly challenging to the technology of peeling medicinal materials. Because for each leaf, all the leaf stems and veins on it must be peeled off from the leaf flesh. And the leaf flesh must be intact and still connected together. Obviously, this is an almost impossible task. The only feasible way is to inject powerful mental power to act as invisible leaf stems and veins to maintain the integrity of the leaves. It is conceivable how difficult it is. Therefore, this step alone has stumped many excellent alchemists. But Qingyang Pharmacy can easily auction it. It seems that the alchemist behind them is quite extraordinary. For the alchemists present, they know more about how harsh the conditions for refining Ningxin Yujing Dan are. They are even more shocked in their hearts, and their eyes are all wide open. Su Maoyang saw that they were interested, smiled, and clapped his hands gently. Then everyone saw that the people from Qingliang Pharmacy brought another medicine box. When the medicine box was opened, a pure medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. Seeing this, the black-clothed elder was overjoyed, looking at the green-clothed elder with a gloating look and laughing. Ha ha ha. I told you not to be anxious and not to be too hasty. But you didn't listen and kept showing off. Look, you've lost a lot now. You spent so much on weapons and bought the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill. But you didn't know that the really good ones were still behind. As expected, I was the wisest. The black-clothed elder was really glad that he didn't get carried away and persisted to the end. Now he has the confidence to auction this heart-concentrating jade essence pill. Compared with Xia Mingji, he is really too wise. So, before Su Maoyang opened his mouth, he rushed to bid. I'll offer 11 top-grade holy artifacts. Obviously, he has absolute capital to auction pills. The reason why he didn't participate in the first 3 was that he felt that the Heavenly Soul Fire secret pill was not very useful for his cultivation. Now that he encountered something that can improve his mental power, how can he sit still? He was extremely generous as soon as he opened his mouth. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head when he heard this. Senior, my medicine shop already has many top-grade holy artifacts, and this pill can no longer be traded for weapons. Hearing this, The black-clothed elder's excited expression suddenly froze, and his face suddenly darkened. Then what do you plan to trade? Rare medicinal materials, the previously mentioned Yinlin flower, soul grass feather, flame mad sand, fantasy sea bamboo, eternal water, polished black rock shark heart, Tianji green auspicious ox head horn, Sonlei silver ice phoenix feather, dragon tendon and dragon bone. Su Maoyang counted them one by one. I already have Yinlin flower, so this pill starts with soul grass feather, as long as it is the remaining 9 kinds of medicinal materials. Senior, you can start. Hearing this, and seeing the increasingly ugly face of the black-clothed elder, Xie Mingji couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Su Liangyan, I think you are too happy too early. The 10 rare materials are more expensive than the best holy tools. After all, it is not easy to find them even with money. For the alchemists, they are even more precious. I believe that even if he has these medicinal materials, it will cost him half his life to buy pills. Especially for a miser like Su Liangyan who is unwilling to even give out 11 best holy tools. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, I'll give a poco feather. The speaker was the alchemist invited by Yu Lingsheng. Seeing him participate in the auction, everyone was not surprised, because most of those who have these rare medicinal materials are alchemists. Although poco feather is rare, it is relatively easy to find compared to other medicinal materials. I'll give a Huanhai bamboo. Another alchemist invited by the princess also joined the competition. Compared with the soul grass feather, the magic sea bamboo is more precious. It seems that this alchemist is not going to give in. Liangyan, I think this time is in jeopardy. You should give up as soon as possible. Xie Mingji laughed and teased. The black-clothed elder seemed to be stimulated. He gritted his teeth and went all out. I will bid 1 soul grass feather and 1 magic sea bamboo. Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction and glanced at the other alchemists present. Do others want to bid? In fact, her Ningxin Yujing pill was specially prepared for these alchemists. Because if you want to get the medicinal materials, you must start from these alchemists. Now, she bid for 2 medicinal materials with 1 shot. And the effect is not bad. Although there are several distinguished alchemists present, the medicinal materials are too rare. It is already a big deal for them to have 1 or 2 of them. How can they afford so many to compete with Su Liangyan? Therefore, facing Su Maoyang's question, the scene became particularly quiet. Chapter 2209, I am quite happy to be used. Seeing that no one expressed their opinions, Su Maoyang quickly clapped the board. Congratulations, Senior. This Ningxin Jade Essence pill is yours. Su Liangyan was afraid that others would compete with him, and he had been on edge. Hearing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately strode forward to quickly complete the transaction, fearing that others would go back on their word. Although he paid a lot of money to get the 2 medicinal materials, which made him feel painful, it was worth it to be able to buy the Ningxin Jade Essence pill engraved with 7 layers of divine patterns. At least I didn't return empty-handed today. However, he had just received the pill and had no time to be happy when he heard Su Maoyang continue. The following is the last pill launched by our medicine shop. The Dragon Tiger Rejuvenation Pill. It is also engraved with 7 layers of divine patterns, which has a significant effect on enhancing soul power and improving divine pattern talent. I believe that no divine pattern alchemist will not know it, so I will not introduce it in detail. I will start with 2 medicinal materials directly, and everyone can start. Although Su Maoyang did not specify which 2 medicinal materials, everyone knew that she already had Yinlin flower, soul grass feather and Huanhai bamboo, and these 2 must be selected from the remaining medicinal materials. It must be said that this offer is quite terrifying, but no one dared to question it, because the Dragon Tiger Rejuvenation Pill is indeed worth the price. Otherwise it would not be arranged to be the last to appear. Fu Minqiu was also shocked when he heard this, and finally shook his head with a smile. He still has this trick up his sleeve. What a powerful profiteer. Obviously Su Liangyan also saw through Su Maoyang's thoughts, and his face turned black with anger, and he shouted unhappily, Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was also the Dragon Tiger Recovery Pill? Now I have already bought the Condensing Hard Jade Essence Pill, and you told me. Aren't you deliberately cheating me? Compared with pills like Ningxin Yujing Dan that improves spiritual power, he is naturally willing to save medicinal materials to buy pills that can improve divine rune talent. As we all know, An ordinary pill can be multiplied several times its original price as long as it is imprinted with divine runes. If it is a high-level divine rune, the price may even exceed 10 times, which shows how precious divine runes are. Because of this, so many alchemists are trying their best to cultivate divine runes and improve their ability to imprint divine runes. Su Lianglong is no exception. Su Maoyong smiled faintly when he heard this, and asked, "If you had said it earlier, could you afford it?" Su Maoyong's meaning is very clear. That is, with the value of Longhu Huishan Dan, she would never use the 2 medicinal materials of Pakoyas and Wanhizu as the reserve price for the auction. And the remaining medicinal materials are all rare and top grade. Even the high-level officials of Danong Palace may not have them. Not to mention that they have to take out 2 at a time. And it is even more difficult for an alchemist of Su Lianglong's level. Therefore, even if the Dragon Tiger rejuvenating pill is taken out first, the effect is likely to be the same. As expected, Su Lianglong was blocked and speechless. He really couldn't take out the remaining 2 herbs. However, the elder in green seemed to be very tempted. After struggling for a while, he couldn't help but say, "I want the Dragon Tiger rejuvenating pill. You want it? Do you have those herbs?" Su Lianglong didn't expect Xia Mingji to dare to ask for such a price, and stared at him in shock. "Although I don't have it now, it doesn't mean I won't have it in the future." Xia Mingji obviously didn't want to miss the pill, and planned to stabilize the Qingyang medicine shop. Then he discussed with Su Maoyong, "Girl, can you give me some time? I will find a way to get the herbs, and then come back to buy it after I get it." Su Lianglong was reminded by him, and turned around and joined in. "According to what you said, I want this pill too." "What do you mean? I took it first. You can ask for a higher price if you have the guts." Xia Mingji frowned unhappily. "What do you mean you took it first? Did you take out the herbs? It's just an empty talk. If you can shout, why can't I?" Su Lianglong retorted unconvinced. Xia Mingji was speechless. You? You have already bought a pill to improve your spiritual power. Why do you have to snatch it from me? Didn't you also buy a pill? Why should I give it up? Su Lianglong was very unhappy. Xia Mingji only spent 8 holy weapons to buy a pill with 7 divine patterns. But he had to pay for 2 kinds of herbs that were unknown how many times rarer than holy weapons. Compared to this, he was already at a disadvantage. Seeing the 2 quarreling, Su Maoyong's pupils flashed a smile. In fact, she had not expected to sell this Dragon Tiger rejuvenating pill today. She only took it out to encourage everyone to look for medicinal materials. Unexpectedly, the elder named Xia Mingji was so sensible and quickly understood what she meant. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong tried to calm the 2 people's emotions. "Seniors, please don't hurt the relationship. Since you both sincerely want to buy this pill, my medicine shop will temporarily keep it for you. Whoever can bring the medicinal materials to trade first will get this pill. Of course, there is still a time limit. Let's set it until the end of the finals. If the finals are over and you still can't get the medicinal materials, then I will have to sell the pill to someone else. After the finals, the ownership of the Qingming sword has basically been settled. At that time, she will definitely change her appearance, leave Yanqing City, and go to other places to find medicinal materials to treat Xinul. Moreover, if she really gets the Qingming sword, she will definitely be targeted by many major forces. Since then, the Tiansheng dynasty will no longer be safe, and she will naturally not be able to stay for long. Therefore, the end of the finals is the deadline. Okay, it's settled. Whoever gets the medicinal materials first will get the elixir." Xia Mingji knew that it was meaningless to continue arguing like this, and agreed on the spot. Su Lianglong seemed to be arguing with him. Just get it. Who's afraid of who? Although the 2 medicinal materials are rare, as alchemists of Danong Palace, they still have some connections. Fortunately, among the remaining 7 medicinal materials, 2 are relatively easier. With this plan, the 2 elders did not plan to stay for long, and they all got up and left the medicine shop. Time was tight, and both wanted to get the medicinal materials before the other. Seeing the 2 elders leave, and the pills auctioned off, the remaining guests lost the mood to stay, and soon left one after another. In the end, only Fu Minxiu was left sitting in his seat, with no intention of leaving. He laughed and applauded. "Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Today's auction is really wonderful. You used my name to attract so many guests. With a few pills, you harvested 30 top-grade holy artifacts, plus 3 rare medicinal materials. You are really good at business. Even Governor Ning can't make things difficult for you. At the beginning, you said that it would be difficult to find another one in the Tiansheng dynasty. But now you have taken out 5 at once. And they are all 7-layer divine patterns. I really don't know how much more you want to give me. Less surprises? More surprises? Su Maoyang chuckled and shook her head. Mr. Fu, you know this is a business tactic. Why do you keep harping on it? Yes, your tactics are so powerful that even I have been fooled by you. Mr. Fu has also gained a lot from me. So let's all make a profit together. Isn't it good? Ha ha ha. You took advantage of me. And made me willing to be used. And even quite happy to be used. I have never seen a woman as cunning as you. Fu Minqiu stared at Su Maoyang with burning eyes. As if he wanted to see through her. Chapter 2210. Be on guard against him like a thief. Su Maoyang saw Jun Haocong walking towards him quickly, exuding a murderous aura, and hurriedly said, Mr. Fu has misunderstood. I am a servant. What ideas can I have? Today's auction was all ordered by the master. And I am just doing what he told me to do. Oh, really? Then I have to get to know your master again. Fu Minqiu raised his eyebrows, took a meaningful look at Jun Haocong who was coming towards him, and then saluted him with a fist, as if he really wanted to make friends with him. Boss Jun. However, before he finished speaking, Jun Haocong pulled Su Maoyang behind him and ruthlessly interrupted him with a wave of his sleeve. Send you away. The word send you away was emphasized so much that Fu Minqiu was stunned. He didn't do anything to Su Lin. So was there any need to guard against him like a thief? Boss Jun, you are being so unkind. I just helped you so much. And you ordered me to leave in a blink of an eye. That's too heartless. Fu Minqiu protested, pretending to be hurt. Jun Haocong glanced at him coldly. It's just a deal. Everyone gets what they want. Don't take yourself too seriously. Besides, I'm not magnanimous enough to welcome someone who covets my woman with a smile. Fu Minqiu knew that he still minded the previous invitation to Su Lin for dinner, and smiled awkwardly. Boss Jun, I said. It was a misunderstanding before. I invited her to dinner just to make friends with her. Today, considering that I brought you a lot of guests, let's write it off. Jun Qingjue is likely to have a great alchemist backing him, so he should try his best to repair this relationship. What? You still want to make friends with her? Jun Haocong narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, and unconsciously raised his voice. His tone was particularly creepy. What? Is it wrong to make friends? Fu Minqiu was speechless. Ji Ruiqing knew that Jun Haocong was a jealous person, and couldn't help but explain with a smile. Mr. Fu, you don't know that my master is in love with Miss Su, and is deeply in love with her, let alone making friends with Miss Su. Even looking at Miss Su, the master is reluctant. I hope you can forgive me. Fu Minqiu twitched his mouth awkwardly when he heard this. It was really serious nonsense. He thought he was a warrior for being able to put down his status and make friends with an ugly freak. Unexpectedly, this boss Jun was even more awesome. And even jealousy was so realistic. It was really impressive. Well, since the pharmacy doesn't welcome me, then I won't be an eyesore here. Fu Minqiu sighed helplessly, patted his clothes, and prepared to go home. Ji Ruiqing, however, was like a smart person, and hurriedly chased after him to smooth things over. Don't be angry, Master Fu. My master's words only represent his own opinion, not the entire pharmacy. He doesn't welcome you, but we welcome you with open doors. After all, we are doing business. How can we not go against money? I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Sure enough, Shopkeeper Ji is still the best at doing business. With your words, my trip today is not in vain. Fu Minqiu smiled and nodded in appreciation. For him, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. A businessman like Ji Ruiqing is obviously very much to his taste. Ji Ruiqing stretched out his hand like a serval. If you don't mind, I will give you a ride. Su Maoyang had told her that she must have a good relationship with Fu Minqiu, as this was the only tree they could climb at the moment. Unfortunately, with Jun Haocong standing there, Su Maoyang couldn't come in person, so she had to do it for her. No need to send them off. The finals will be the day after tomorrow. You should prepare well for the competition. I'm very optimistic about you. I hope you won't let me down. Fu Minqiu waved his hand freely, as if he really had expectations for their strength. After all, he had boasted in front of the princess. If they didn't have any real skills, It would be embarrassing for him. Seeing that the last guest had left, Su Maoyang was worried that Jun Haosong would settle the score later. So she quickly changed the subject. After working for most of the day, I can finally settle the spoils. As she said that, she slipped towards Fang Yibin and others. However, Jun Haosong didn't give her a chance at all. He grabbed her collar and pulled her back. I think it's better to settle the relationship between you and Fu Minxiu first. I have nothing to do with Fu Minxiu. Su Maoyang pretended to be stupid. Didn't you just say that you admired Mr. Fu and wanted to marry him as his wife? Now you suddenly have nothing to do with him. Jun Haosong frowned. His voice obviously mixed with anger. Su Maoyang pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled stiffly. Isn't it that I said this to deliberately anger that Miss Jun? Angry her? Are you jealous of Fu Minxiu? Jun Haosong widened his eyes, and the anger seemed to burst out of his eyes. Su Maoyang held his forehead. That's not what I meant. I can't explain it to you clearly for a while. Let's divide the weapons first. Jun Haosong was unmoved. Don't even think about touching the weapon without a clear explanation. There are so many people watching here. Can you give me some face? Su Maoyang pleaded in a low voice. Okay. I'll give you face. Let's go back to the house and explain. Jun Haosong hit the mark, and directly carried her horizontally, and walked towards the backyard. Su Maoyang found that she had dug a big hole for herself, and she wanted to cry without tears. Knowing that she couldn't escape this disaster today, she could only shout to Ji Ruiqing and others. Remember to keep the big knife with the triple divine pattern for me. Ji Ruiqing covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Teasing. Don't worry. I'll keep it for you. I hope you can still lift the knife tomorrow. After the words fell, Fang Yibin, Ming Yusen and others all laughed together. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and 2 days had passed. Since the end of the auction, Yanqing City soon ushered in the finals of the competition. This day, Yanqing City was already bustling at dawn. Su Maoyang also got up early and gathered with the main force in the front hall. This time, the people in Qinyang medicine shop were all energetic and confident, because now they all have a top-grade holy weapon, and their combat effectiveness is incomparable. Just pulling out this lineup is amazing. Not to mention that they usually eat a lot of divine pattern pills to improve their strength and talent. In addition, there are several disciples of the Immortal Palace in their team, although they all come from the inconspicuous soul-chasing hall. Being able to step into the gate of the Immortal Palace has already demonstrated their talent. In the past, they lacked resources, and it was a little difficult to improve their strength. Now that they have the protection of both immortal crystal stones and pills, their strength has naturally improved by leaps and bounds, and they can be regarded as outstanding among the geniuses. Therefore, even if they face the geniuses of the entire Tianxing dynasty, they are not inferior at all. However, Ji Ruiqing was in a low mood today. Su Maoyang noticed something and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Are you worried about the competition?" "I'm not worried about the competition. But it's a pity. I heard that Elder Wei from the Qintian Palace will go to Feixian Valley to teach in person today. Such a good opportunity was missed." "Elder Wei? Is he very powerful?" Su Maoyang didn't understand. Fang Yibin, Wang Yang and others rolled their eyes speechlessly. "More than powerful. He is known as a ghost fairy. What do you think?" Chapter 2211 Ghost Immortal Preaching. Ghost Immortal? Su Maoyang frowned in confusion. She had been obsessed with cultivation in the Immortal Palace Gate, so she had no time to inquire about the names of the elders. So she naturally didn't know these. Ji Ruiqing's reaction to her was expected, and she explained helplessly. In addition to the palace master, each temple sect has 4 guardians. Because the 4 guardians are of noble status and busy with affairs, they almost never show up in front of the disciples. So the intersect elders usually teach us. And this Elder Wei is one of the 4 guardians of the Qintian Palace. It is said that he looks like a ghost, and his cultivation method is different from that of ordinary people. He has always been elusive, so he is called a ghost immortal. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. She still had a general idea of the intersect elders of the Immortal Palace Gate. It is said that most of the intersect elders are above the level of spiritual immortals, and some have even reached the level of acquired spiritual immortals. Just such a realm is beyond Su Maoyang's reach. It is hard to imagine what the 4 Dharma protectors above them are like. No wonder, when they mention Elder Wei, their faces are full of admiration and worship. However, I am very curious. As a senior official of the Qintian Palace, Dharma Protector Wei has rarely appeared. How could he suddenly think of going to the trial ground of the Qingtian Palace to teach in person? Bang Yibin was really puzzled. Yeah, I didn't understand it either. Does a big figure like Dharma Protector Wei need to go out in person? Meng Yusen nodded in confusion. Seeing that they couldn't figure it out, Xi Jinping couldn't help but pour cold water on them, saying, "How can we guess such a big figure? And even if we have time to rush back, we don't have the face to go back to listen to the class. Don't forget that we have been driven out of Feitian Valley." They had threatened not to step into the sky-clearing palace. If they really went there, they would be laughed at. What's more, if the Ghost Fairy came in person, the Feitian Valley would be overcrowded, and there would be no place for them. So, it's useless to think about it. You're right. Let's focus on the competition. Today we will have a competition with the geniuses of the Tiansheng dynasty. I believe we can gain a lot. Cheer up and go. Qi Ruiqing nodded, drove away the low mood, and cheered up again. The finals kicked off in Yanqing City, and the Feitian Valley of the Fairy Palace Gate was also boiling because of the arrival of Elder Wei. Speaking of which, the Feitian Valley of the Sky Clearing Palace is a relatively lively trial place in the Fairy Palace Gate, because most of them are majoring in spiritual power. And the Tumo Palace, Julong Palace and Xuanji Palace have strict access control. Disciples other than the main halls cannot enter at will. In comparison, the Feitian Valley, which can be entered as long as enough fairy crystals are paid, is more popular with disciples. With Elder Wei personally teaching this time, Feitian Valley was even more crowded. Not only the disciples of Qingtian Palace, but also the disciples of several other palaces and sects. After all, it was a famous ghost fairy giving a lecture, and it was a rare opportunity. Even if you don't focus on spiritual power, it's good to be able to see the ghost fairy. Of course, for the disciples who focus on spiritual power, it's even better news, and they rush to take a seat. At this time, under the sky of Feitian Valley, tens of thousands of cloud seats were set up, which was the largest scale since Feitian Valley gave a sermon over the years, and it was meant to take care of other palaces and sects. But even so, the seats were still tight. Look! A woman in a green flower skirt was sitting on the cloud and looking around. When she found a familiar figure, she immediately waved and greeted. "Sister Lanqi, this way. There are still seats here. Come quickly." This person is Lu Jiadong, who is at odds with Su Maoyang. Last time, she was not as skilled as others, and was taught a lesson by Su Maoyang, which made her lose face. She has been quiet for a while. It is said that she is practicing hard in secret. Now that she has the opportunity to get the guidance of the Ghost Fairy, she will definitely not miss such a feast. As for Yu Lanqi, who was seriously injured by Su Maoyang, she was even worse off than her. Not only was she hit, but she also stayed in bed for a long time. She only started to get out of bed recently. But she is a disciple on the list of the Wei to ask for the Wei after all. And she has the support of Elder Feng. Her status and position are there. Even if she suffered a loss at the hands of Su Maoyang and lost her ranking, she is still not a person that ordinary disciples can afford to offend. What's more, Xiao Zhiqiu is walking beside her. Xiao Zhiqiu has a high prestige in the Qingtian Palace. He doesn't care about disciples except those in the top 50 of the Wei to ask for the Wei. Therefore, ordinary disciples tacitly did not try to grab the seat next to Lu Jiadong. Yu Lanqi seemed to be used to the preferential treatment, and naturally sat down at the seat next to Lu Jiadong, and asked casually, "Have the people from the soul-chasing hall come?" Speaking of the soul-chasing hall, Lu Jiadong immediately smiled with gloating. How could they have the nerve to come after such a bad situation last time? Of course, even if they come, Elder Hu will not let them in. Last time, they contradicted Elder Hu in public and offended him so badly. How could Elder Hu let these rats come to get experience? After hearing this, Yu Lanqi nodded with satisfaction. Humph! They dare not come. Those idiots are probably hiding in some corner regretting it. How can I not regret it? The Ghost Fairy said in person that this is an opportunity that the spiritual geniuses on the Asking Immortal list can only encounter, but not seek. She missed it because of her impulsiveness. I'm afraid she will regret it now. Xiao Zhiqiu, who was sitting next to Yu Lanqi, also sneered sarcastically. Although he was defeated by Jun Haotsong, who was 3 levels lower than him last time. There is no end to cultivation. Who will win or lose, and who will laugh last is still uncertain. After all, without the resources and the trial place where he can practice, Even if he is a genius, it is easy for others to surpass him. Haha. Yes. Those idiots think they are talented and look down on others. But they don't know that if they offend people in the Immortal Palace Gate, they will be unable to move forward. I believe this time is also a lesson for them. Lu Jiadong nodded and smiled in agreement. However, just as she was talking, the vast starry sky, the stars twinkled, and suddenly released 1,000-foot light, and gradually a figure emerged. At this time, an old man was seen sitting on the clouds, with a glow behind him. He was wearing a gray robe, and under the light, he seemed to be full of fairy spirit. He was really like a fairy coming to the world, giving people a sacred feeling that could not be profaned. If you look closely, you will find that the old man has gray hair and deep wrinkles on his face. But his eyes are sharp and energetic, and his expression does not show any signs of aging. It is like a young man wearing an old man's skin, revealing a bit of inexplicable weirdness. Seeing this scene, the heartbeats of the disciples present stopped for a moment, and they didn't know whether they were attracted by the old man's appearance or the breath he exuded, especially when the old man raised his eyes and swept towards the crowd. His sharp eyes frightened the disciples so much that they lowered their heads in a hurry and dared not look directly at him. Chapter 22:12 The Fury of the Ghost Immortal. As expected of a ghost immortal, just one glance at him seemed to bring down a force from the sky. I wonder how terrifying it would be if he released his spiritual power. Just thinking about it made everyone tremble with fear. But they were also full of expectations. After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to listen to the preaching of such a powerful predecessor as the Ghost Immortal. However, after a long time, this terrible sense of oppression did not disappear. The old man slowly spoke. Have all the disciples from the 4 major halls come this time? The elder who was waiting to maintain order on the side hurriedly bowed and saluted, saying in a very flattering way, Reply to Mr. Wei. They are all here. Your old man is preaching in person. A good thing that you can't even ask for. How can they not come? Wei Hufa seemed tired of these flattering words, and he was too lazy to even look at them, and his tone seemed to be a little dissatisfied. Why didn't I see Su Maoyang, a disciple of the soul-chasing hall? Suddenly hearing this name, many disciples who had been practicing in seclusion for many years flashed a trace of doubt. Su Maoyang? Who is that? Many of them are in high positions, and many of them are even disciples on the Asking Immortals list. They usually focus on cultivation and don't pay much attention to disciples with lower strength than themselves. Naturally, they don't know what happened recently. In their eyes, fights outside the Asking Immortals list are minor fights and can't be put on the stage at all. But for Lu Jiadong, Yu Lanqi, and Xiao Zhiqiu of the Qingtian Palace, the name Su Maoyang is like a curse that can't be shaken off. Last time, Su Maoyang used the excuse of looking for someone and wanted to sneak into Feixian Valley to practice without spending a penny. They were caught by them, and they couldn't help but scold him. Who would have thought that Su Maoyang, as a newcomer, was so arrogant and domineering that he dared to fight with them, and finally forced Xiao Zhiqiu to come out. Speaking of this, it is even more infuriating. Su Maoyang's lover Jun Haocong is even more arrogant than Su Maoyang. Not only did he seriously injure Xiao Zhiqiu, but he also insulted him so much that they lost face and became a joke for a while. Now when they heard Su Maoyang's name, the 3 of them looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that even Wei Hufa, who didn't care about worldly affairs, knew about Su Maoyang's existence. It was really surprising. After a slight pause, Lu Jiadong quickly reacted and showed a knowing smile. Senior Sister Lanqi, could it be that Elder Feng reported Su Maoyang's matter to Wei Hufa? Otherwise, how could someone of Wei Hufa's status pay attention to a new disciple? From Wei Hufa's tone, he seemed unhappy. Except that Su Maoyang's presumptuous things in Feixian Valley were spread to Wei Hufa's ears. She couldn't think of any other possibility. Yu Lanqi was not sure at first, but after hearing her say that, she felt that it was somewhat credible, and her eyebrows flew up with a bit of pride. I did mention this person to Master before, but I didn't expect that Master would go to Wei Protector to vent my anger. Elder Feng really dotes on you, in order to make a decision for you. Even Wei Protector was alarmed. It's really enviable. Lu Jiadong flattered with a fawning face. Xiao Zhiqiu next to him chuckled. It's not enough to just dote on her. You have to have the ability. After all, not everyone can see the ghost fairy, and Elder Feng can report it to him, which shows that his means are quite amazing. Yes. 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 Lu Jiadong nodded repeatedly in agreement, and laughed gloatingly. Uh-huh. Su Maoyang even offended Wei Protector. I'm afraid he can't stay in the Immortal Palace Gate now. I warned her long ago that she would be courting death if she dared to cause trouble without any background in the Immortal Palace. She didn't listen to my advice, so she deserved it. Yulanchi snorted contemptuously, with a cold arc at the corner of her mouth. As for the elder who maintained order, he was also surprised. He was Elder who had a grudge against Su Maoyang that day. And of course, he was very familiar with Su Maoyang. At this time, when he heard Su Maoyang's name, his first reaction was the same as Lu Jiadong's. He immediately thought of Elder Feng and hurriedly took credit. Old Wei, I think you should have heard that Su Maoyang was disrespectful to her elders, arrogant and domineering, and made Feitian Valley a mess. So I have expelled her from the Qingtian Palace. From now on, she is not allowed to set foot in the Qingtian Palace. Fortunately, he made a prompt decision to punish Su Maoyang and others that day. If he let that group of people go, I am afraid that Wei Hufa would be accused of tolerating evil and lacks law enforcement. Fortunately, however, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Wei Hufa roared angrily. What? You expelled her from the Qingtian Palace? Everyone was surprised that Wei Hufa suddenly got angry. An elder who was shocked and looked at him puzzled. Yes, there is. Is there any problem? You bastard. Who told you to drive people away privately? Are you tired of living? Wei Hufa roared angrily, his pupils flashing with terrifying fire, and his roar shook the air like thunder, frightening everyone to tremble 3 times. It is said that ghost immortals have strange tempers. After seeing it today, it is indeed well deserved. This anger can simply overturn the entire Feitian Valley. However, they don't know that Wei Hufa personally went to Feitian Valley to preach this time in order to pull Su Maoyang to the Qingtian Palace and accept her as a personal disciple. After all, although the soul-chasing hall is free, it buries talents too much. Last time, when she was asked why she didn't go to the Demon Slaughter Hall, she sounded like she didn't have a good impression of the Demon Slaughter Hall. In this case, he could just get her to the Sky Clearing Hall. But the girl hadn't been in the Fairy Palace Gate recently, and he couldn't contact her. He had to spread the news that he was going to preach in Feitian Valley, hoping to use his prestige in the Fairy Palace Gate to attract her to meet him. In addition, he rarely came out of retreat, so he could handle the relationship between his personal disciples in front of the Sky Clearing Hall. Unexpectedly, all his plans were strangled in the cradle by the idiot elder who, before they even started, elder who did not expect that Wei Hufa would have such a big reaction to this matter. He was so scared that his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Forgive me, Elder Wei. I saw Su Maoyang fighting in Feitian Valley and killing her fellow disciples. So I tried to stop her. But she didn't listen to my advice and insisted on doing it. I had to drive her out of Feitian Valley. And Elder Wei, you are busy with all kinds of things. I dare not bother you with such a small matter. I can only make the decision on my own. You drove the good seedling I favored out of the Qingtian Palace and ruined my plan to recruit disciples. Is this a small matter? You stupid thing without a brain? Wei Hufa was so angry that he cursed. He finally met a super genius who could create his own divine pattern. But it was ruined because of a few words from Elder Hu. Could it be more infuriating? But the people who heard this were shocked. That Su Maoyang was a good seedling favored by Wei Hufa. And he even planned to accept a disciple? Did they hear it wrong? Perhaps they were shocked by this sudden news. And everyone froze in place, with a look of shock on their faces. As for Elder Hu, his eyes were wide open with shock, and his face turned pale as paper. Chapter 22:13. Please come back to me. Oh my god! What stupid thing did he do? He actually drove the candidate for the disciple that Elder Wei had chosen out of the Qingtian Palace. God knows it was because Elder Wei never accepted disciples, and had no intention of accepting disciples for so many years. The palace master was anxious about this, and recommended many geniuses to him. But he refused to give them any face, and rejected them all. Now he finally had the plan to accept disciples, which was a happy thing. But he ruined it. If the palace master knew about this, the consequences would be disastrous. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Elder Hu was frightened and sweated, and sat on the ground. Of course, not only Elder Hu, but also Lu Jiadong, Yulanchi, Xiao Zhiqiu and others were shocked by the news. They thought Su Maoyang would be severely punished and disappear from the Immortal Palace Gate. Unexpectedly, she not only did not offend Wei Hufa, but also won his favor. Is this possible? Is she dreaming? Even if Su Maoyang has some talent and ability, she is still a long way behind the disciples on the questioning immortal list. Wei Hufa looks down on the disciples on the questioning immortal list. So how could he like her? Isn't it too strange? Thinking about it, Yu Lanqi, Xiao Zhiqiu and others couldn't figure it out. They just felt that the current Wei Hufa was so scary that he wanted to eat people. Looking at this situation, it's not just Elder Hu who will suffer. They probably can't escape either. I really don't know what kind of shit luck Su Maoyang had. And she actually climbed up the big tree of Wei Hufa. Wei Hufa was hard for even the elders of the Qingtian Palace to meet. But Su Maoyang actually had an intersection with such a great person. It's incredible. Not only them, but also the other disciples present were puzzled. Especially the disciples who had been rejected by Wei Hufa on the Asking Immortals list, who were very unconvinced. After all, being outdone by a new disciple would make no one feel good. At this time, Wei Hufa was furious, and he didn't seem to be in the mood to continue preaching. He shouted, "No matter what method you use, invite her back. If you can't invite her back, bring your head to see me." After that, he flicked his sleeves and disappeared in the air. But the thunder-like roar still echoed throughout the Faxian Valley, frightening everyone present to be silent, and their backs shivered. It seems that if Su Maoyang is not persuaded to come back with kind words, there is no way to calm Wei Hufa's anger. But last time, Su Maoyang swore to the sky in front of everyone that she would never step into the Qingtian Palace again, which shows that this person is a very principled person. It will be difficult to persuade her back again. Elder Hu naturally knew that he would have to be humble when he went to ask Su Maoyang for help. And he would definitely lose his face. He would inevitably be ridiculed and made things difficult for himself. However, with Wei Hufa's character of doing what he said, if he couldn't invite Su Maoyang back, he would be afraid that his life would be in danger. In order to survive, he had to risk it. Thinking of this, he wiped a cold sweat. Even if Wei Hufa had long gone, he still kowtowed respectfully and accepted the order. "Yes, I obey your order." Although there were only a few short words, it seemed that he had exhausted his life strength. Lu Jiadong, Yu Lanqi, and Xiao Zhiqiu were also cold in their hearts. Thinking about it now, it is a bit ironic. They bullied Su Maoyang because she had no background and offended her so badly. Who would have thought that she had such a big backer behind her? If they really couldn't make it, it should be them. Faxian Valley was in a dead silence, while Yanqing City was bustling with activity, welcoming an unprecedented prosperity. Because it was the final of the competition, all the geniuses who were in seclusion or out for training would arrive at the scene. They represented the future and strength of the Tianxing dynasty, and they were the focus of everyone's attention. Therefore, almost everyone in the square focused their attention on the 9 major sects and the 8 major families of Tianxing City. And they were undoubtedly full of admiration and expectation. Although 10 teams from the 4 major states also advanced to participate in the finals, everyone knew the result. The only 18 genius teams from the royal family, the 9 major sects, and the 8 major families were the most qualified to compete for the Qingming sword. Therefore, the young generation from the 4 major states did not have much hope, but just wanted to stand out through this experience and get some rich resource rewards. Of course, being able to fight with the geniuses from Tianxing City is also a good opportunity to accumulate combat experience, which is more valuable than those resource rewards. Thinking of this, the geniuses from the 4 states were all ready to fight, looking at the direction where the Tianxing City forces were seated with burning eyes, feeling indescribably excited. At this time, Su Maoyang and others, who had already been preparing for the battle in the waiting area, could not help but look at the forces of Tianxing City. After all, they would probably have a fierce battle in the end, so they naturally had to find out the opponent's lineup and strength. Junior sister. This time, whether it is the 8 major families or the 9 major sects, most of them have 2 high-level Supreme Emperor Spirit Masters sitting in, and there are about 5 or 6 elders at the level of innate Emperor Spirit Masters. The lineup is strong, and it will be difficult later. Ji Ruiqing had already obtained the information of these forces. After taking a glance, he whispered to Su Maoyang with a clear mind. Su Maoyang looked calm. Follow the original plan, and leave the rest to me. Ji Ruiqing was unsure, but since Su Maoyang said so, he thought there was a trick, and there was no point in worrying too much. He nodded and told several brothers in the soul-chasing hall. However, while they were talking, there was a commotion in the square. It turned out that the geniuses, who went out for training from the 9 major sects, entered the venue. The future masters of the Tianxing dynasty were indeed the focus of everyone's attention. However, their appearance made the square boil. Even Ji Ruiqing couldn't help but introduce to Su Maoyang. See, the man in white robe is Shang Xiaoxian, the captain of Wuzong Sword Sect. It is said that he is currently ranked 2nd in Wuzong Sword Sect. Su Maoyang took a deep look at the man in white mentioned by Ji Ruiqing, and found that although he was not handsome, he had clear outlines, elegant and graceful. He had a powerful aura without anger, as sharp as a sword. He was a troublemaker who was not easy to mess with. He was worthy of being a sword cultivator. Where is the first place? Since the leader was the 2nd place, Su Maoyang was a little curious why the first place didn't come. The first place is here. Yes. The man in blue sitting next to Elder Qian of Wuzong Sword Sect is named Lu Yu. He is a little older, 35 years old, and has already reached the level of Xiantian Emperor Spiritual Master. He is not among the participants, so he can only watch. However, if Wuzong Sword Sect obtains the qualification to draw the sword, he should try to draw the sword. It is said that he has cultivated the divine pattern and has a high level of attainment, so he has a chance to draw the sword. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding, then looked at the other contestants of Wuzong Sword Sect, and immediately found 2 familiar figures. It was Murong Shiran, the eldest son of the Murong family, and Murong Taiwa, the 2nd son. Speaking of familiarity, Su Maoyang actually didn't know the 2 people, but because of Murong Yushuan, he took a closer look at the information about the Murong family collected by Ji Ruiqing, and then recognized the 2 people. I think the Murong family knew that they would not have a share of the Qingming sword this time, so they simply let their 2 sons fight for Wuzong Sword Sect. At least, they could get some generous rewards. Chapter 2214, What a Stunning Fairy. No wonder Murong Yushuan is so arrogant. Both of her brothers were selected by Wuzong Sword Sect to participate in the competition, which is enough to prove that they are quite strong. Just as she was pondering, Ji Ruiqing pointed in another direction and introduced. Did you see the man in the blue robe? He is the leader of Lane Divine Sect. His name is Qiu Duhai. He just turned 30 this year. Like Shang Xiaoxian, he is a peak-acquired Emperor Spirit Master. It is said that after his training this time, he is even a half-step innate Emperor Spirit Master. His combat effectiveness is very strong, and he ranks 1st in Lane Divine Sect. Su Maoyang heard this, and looked at Qiu Duhai with some surprise. Just a peak-acquired Emperor Spirit Master is enough to rank 1st in Lane Divine Sect. It is obvious that his combat effectiveness must be very strong. Ji Ruiqing was worried that Su Maoyang would look down on the Thunder Sound Sect. So he added, although there are no innate Emperor Spiritual Masters in the ranking of the younger generation of the Thunder Sound Sect, their overall strength is very strong. Every disciple is steady and solid, no worse than the Wuzong Sword Sect, and they are even better in teamwork awareness. Su Maoyang glanced at the other members of the Thunder Sound Sect, and nodded slightly, agreeing with Ji Ruiqing's statement. Then he looked at a black-robed man not far from Qiu Duhai and said, that should be the leader of the Rakshasa League. Su Maoyang saw this man leading a group of people to the waiting area of the Rakshasa League, and immediately guessed his identity. Ji Ruiqing nodded and said solemnly, yes, his name is Wei Jinqi. Also at the level of the peak-acquired Emperor Spiritual Master, ranked 1st in the Rakshasa League, and his moves are fast, accurate and ruthless. Enemies who fall into his hands are either disabled or dead. He is called the Blood Shura, and is a very terrifying opponent. Su Maoyang paid more attention to Lu Sha League than other sects, because the 3rd son of the Prime Minister, Fu Minqiu, came from this sect. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help looking in the direction of Fu Minqiu. It is said that most of the disciples trained by Lu Sha League have the characteristics of killers. Cold and ruthless, decisive and straightforward, killing people invisibly. And their temperament is also cold and arrogant, keeping people away from them. But this Fu Minqiu is not quite the same as the Lu Sha League disciples described by everyone. He is smiling all day long, romantic and unrestrained, and has no seriousness. If Ji Ruiqing hadn't said that he ranked 4th in Lu Sha League, Su Maoyang wouldn't have dared to believe it. This is a completely unimproving dandy. At this time, it is not known whether Su Maoyang's eyes are too hot or Fu Minqiu's insight is too strong. He turned his head and blinked at Su Maoyang ambiguously. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong covered Su Maoyang's eyes and glared at Fu Minxiu fiercely. His eyes seemed to want to eat people, which scared Fu Minxiu so much that he shuddered. Su Maoyang reluctantly broke away from Jun Haotsong's hand and said unhappily, "Don't worry. I am a face control. He is not as handsome as you, and I don't like him." Although Jun Haotsong didn't understand what face control meant, he understood that he was not as handsome as him. So he eased his expression and raised the corners of his lips. He didn't care much about his appearance before, but now he is somewhat fortunate to have a beautiful face. Ji Ruiqing, who was standing aside, got goosebumps all over his body because of the interaction between the two. "Are you two done yet? Do you really think we don't exist? It's great to have a lover. Compared to you, who no one wants. It's really great." Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and teased deliberately. Ji Ruiqing gritted his teeth in anger. "Okay, senior sister. Stop arguing. The princess is looking at you." Meng Yusen saw Pei Shiwan in the distance casting a sharp look, and couldn't help but whisper to remind her. Ji Ruiqing followed his gaze and corrected silently. "She is not looking at me. She is obviously looking at your junior sister. I think Princess Yuan has set her sights on junior sister in this final. Junior sister, you can only wish you the best." Ji Ruiqing's words were actually a bit gloating. Everyone knows that Fu Minxiu once compared Su Lin with Princess Yuan, and threatened that Princess Yuan's strength was not as good as Su Lin. A maid. Princess Yuan is so proud. How could she endure such humiliation? I'm afraid she has long hated Su Lin. Su Maoyang naturally noticed the other party's gaze, and looked at her curiously. This is a very beautiful and noble woman. Her pink fur coat makes her face look very tender and rosy, like a peach that can be squeezed to produce water. Her phoenix eyebrows are like the moon. Her brown almond eyes are like gems that sparkle with charming luster. And her red lips are so beautiful that they are just like the most beautiful woman in the world. However, she is beautiful. Her every move, and even just a glance, gives people a sense of majesty and distance from a high position. Perhaps this is the inherent dignity of the royal family. I believe that even if you don't know who she is, you can recognize her identity at a glance just by relying on this noble dress and noble temperament. Therefore, it is no wonder that Princess Yuan is so favored by King Duanquan. If Su Maoyang had such a beautiful daughter, he would want to give her everything. Not to mention that Princess Yuan's talent and strength are very good. Seeing Su Maoyang staring at Princess Yuan, Qi Jinping thought she was worried about being targeted by the other party later, and couldn't help but comfort her. "Junior sister, don't worry too much. I heard that Princess Yuan is only a late-stage acquired Emperor's spiritual master, only one level higher than you. With your combat power, it's more than enough to deal with her." Ji Ruiqing disagreed with this and retorted, "Don't underestimate this Princess Yuan. She is a pervert like your junior sister. Although she is only a late-stage acquired Emperor's spiritual master, it's just a matter of moving her fingers to abuse a peak-acquired Emperor's spiritual master. People like Shang Xiaoxian, Xiao Duohai, and even Wei Zhenqi are very afraid of her. Just think about it. So many peak-acquired Emperor's spiritual masters are afraid of a late-stage acquired Emperor's spiritual master. You will know how capable she is. So, this time, she will lead the Duanquan Palace directly. In other words, she is the lowest level captain among the 18 captains." Hearing this, everyone was silent for a moment, and cast taboo eyes at Princess Yuan. This woman is really not as pampered as she appears to be. Is she so powerful? I'm really a little scared. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise, and patted his chest in cooperation. There are more powerful ones than her. Don't forget that she is only ranked second in Feishua Tower. Ji Ruiqing sneered disdainfully. However, as soon as she finished speaking, there was another commotion in the distance. The atmosphere of the whole venue once again set off a new round of climax, which seemed to be more exciting than any one of the previous appearances. At this time, a woman in white came on the wind, with a fairy-like figure, like the nine heavens' mysterious woman descending to the earth. Her snow-white skin seemed to be shining with a layer of white halo. The whole person was like a lotus emerging from the water, and the beauty was dazzling. Her eyebrows were as light as autumn water. Her jade skin was accompanied by the breeze, and her beautiful eyes on her stunning face were pure and clear. And she was so beautiful that it was shocking at first glance. What a beautiful fairy! Chapter 2215, A Gathering of Geniuses. At this moment, she tapped her toes lightly and landed gracefully, like snowflakes falling from the sky. drawing a beautiful arc and finally landing in the preparation area of Feishue Tower. She was so beautiful that she seemed to have walked out of a painting, giving people an unreal feeling. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's pupils were rarely filled with astonishment, and he couldn't help but sigh that such a beauty was the best. Not to mention men. Even women would be fascinated by it. Sure enough, Ji Ruiqing, who had extremely high requirements for women's appearance, couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful! So beautiful! She must be Zhong Shuling, who is even better than Pei Shiluan and ranks first in the Feishue Tower rankings." Su Maoyang couldn't think of a second person, except Zhong Shuling, who made such a stunning appearance. "Yes, I heard that she is only 25 years old this year, 3 years younger than Pei Shiluan. But she is already a peak-acquired Emperor Spirit Master. What's more terrifying is that she had the opportunity to advance to the innate Emperor Spirit Master during her retreat this time. But she restrained herself for the sake of participating in the competition. Such a perverted talent is worthy of being the daughter of the headmaster." Ji Ruiqing smacked her lips with envy. Su Maoyang nodded in agreement after hearing this. With her amazing training speed, she has only reached the middle stage of acquired Emperor Spirit Master at the age of 23, while Zhong Shuling is only 2 years older than her. But she is 2 or 3 levels higher than her, and even has the hope of impacting the innate Emperor Spirit Master. Her talent is indeed terrifying. Seeing Su Maoyang nod his head in acknowledgement, Ji Ruiqing suddenly felt playful and deliberately teased. "What's wrong? Did you meet a pervert with better talent than you and got hit?" Before Su Maoyang could speak, Jun Haotsong on the side sneered first, looking at Ji Ruiqing as if he was looking at a fool. "Hit? Do you know how old she was when she started practicing? How old are you?" Ji Ruiqing had never heard Su Maoyang mention her past, so she was naturally very curious and asked immediately. 18 years old. Before that, she was a waste without any spiritual power. Jun Haotsong answered lightly, but there was a bit of pride in his calm tone. Ji Ruiqing was shocked, and his eyes widened when he heard it. 18 years old? That means she has only practiced for a total of 6 years? Are you kidding me? Not only Ji Ruiqing, Gongsun Jingji, Gu Qiuyun, and the brothers of the Aolong group, and several senior brothers of the Soul Chasing Hall were also shocked, staring at Su Maoyang in disbelief, as if looking at a monster. From having no spiritual power to such a terrifying achievement now. It has only been a few years of practice. Is this possible? Is she still a human being? Do you think I'm a joker? Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows coldly and asked seriously. Ji Ruiqing was speechless for a while, and looked at Su Maoyang with a twitching mouth. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sure enough, the most perverted one is the one next to me." "You're flattering." Su Maoyang smiled lightly and clasped his fists humbly. Ji Ruiqing rolled his eyes. If he talked about talent with Su Maoyang, he would be angry to death sooner or later. "Wow! Look! It's Yunfei!" However, at this moment, someone shouted, and everyone's eyes that were gathered on Zhong Shuling turned to the direction of Finchin Mansion. At this time, a man came against the light, wearing a red crane cloak. The color was bright and eye-catching. He had fair skin and delicate features, and it was difficult to tell whether he was male or female. His narrow and long phoenix eyes were raised high, and he was naturally charming and awe-inspiring. His eyes flickered with a faint and strange red color, like what he wore. He was extremely charming. I believe that even if he was put in a pile of women, he could be called a beauty in the world. If it weren't for his tall and slender figure and skeleton, Su Maoyang would have found it hard to recognize him as a man. Many women are not as charming as him. Yunfei? The number 1 in Finchin Mansion doesn't seem to be called this name. Su Maoyang frowned in confusion and looked at Ji Ruiqing. Of course, he is not the number 1 in Finchin Mansion. Yunfei is a special existence in Finchin Mansion. He is not on the list at all. While answering Su Maoyang, Ji Ruiqing looked at Yunfei. His eyes seemed to be nailed to him, unable to move away. Su Maoyang was even more puzzled. Why is he not on the list? As far as she knew, even disciples at the level of Xiantian Emperor Spiritual Master would have a ranking in the sect. Because he disdains ranking, disdains participating in sect competitions, and believes that all disciples are not worthy of being his opponent. Ji Ruiqing explained with admiration. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows slightly. So proud? No wonder you dress like a peacock. Fang Yibin and others almost laughed out loud when they heard it. Jun Haotsong's mouth was really mean. Yunfei, who was far away, seemed to have heard Jun Haotsong's ridicule and immediately cast a sharp look. Jun Haotsong looked at him calmly and did not feel sorry for his words. Su Maoyang was worried that he would bring hatred to Qingyang medicine shop again, so he immediately reminded him, "Is it difficult to admit that others are good-looking? If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." Jun Haotsong was dissatisfied now. He is not even as good-looking as Feng Moxie. How can he be good-looking? I didn't expect Feng Moxie to have such a high status in your mind? Su Maoyang looked at him in surprise. He is the only opponent I recognize. Although Jun Haotsong hated Feng Moxie, he had to admit that the other party was excellent. Hearing this, Su Maoyang recalled what happened in the Nine Netherworld, and suddenly felt a surge of bitterness in her heart. Yes, Feng Moxie was born to be a charming and seductive man, and she was almost bewitched several times. The red-clothed man in front of her, Yunfei, was naturally no match for him. I just don't know where Feng Moxie is now, and whether he is doing well. Ji Ruiqing seemed to know a lot about Yunfei. Seeing that Jun Haotsong didn't take him seriously, he hurriedly explained, "Don't underestimate him just because he looks more charming than a woman. He is quite powerful. He is now at the peak level of the acquired Emperor Spirit Master and has never met an opponent. Although he is proud, there is really no disciple below the innate Emperor Spirit Master in the entire Tiansheng city who can defeat him. I heard that even an innate Emperor Spirit Master was defeated by him. In other words, your opponent in a while is an innate Emperor Spirit Master." At the end, Ji Ruiqing's expression became extremely solemn. Although she believed in Su Maoyang's ability, the fact that the opponent was too strong was something that had to be faced. Hearing her words, Su Maoyang, who had been mentally prepared, was somewhat surprised. He nodded after pondering. Yes, we can't take it lightly this time. Their problem was not only to face so many talented players, but also to face the elders who supported them behind them. Whether they could successfully take the Qingming sword at that time was still very uncertain. Gongsun Jingji and the brothers of the Aolong group and the Soul Chasing Hall all nodded seriously, and their moods were also very heavy. Of course, they were also mentally prepared to go all out. The arena was lively for a while because of the presence of these talented disciples. It was not until the city lord came on stage to speak that everyone gradually quieted down. Competitors from all corners of the world, the participating teams have basically arrived, and everyone knows the rules. Let's not waste time and start the finals directly. However, as soon as the city lord finished speaking, someone in the viewing area interrupted him with disapproval. Wait! I saw that the rules and results of the previous few competitions were not fair. Chapter 22:16 The so-called fairness. The lord of the city heard this, and immediately looked towards the source of the voice. The person who spoke was none other than Ho Jijun, the intersect elder of Feishua Tower. Speaking of which, Su Maoyang had heard a little about this person, because she was Ho Chiyue's aunt. During the preliminary round, Ho Chiyue was defeated by her, so she attacked her in anger, even though she violated the rules of the competition and should have been severely punished. Because of her aunt, the elders on the jury turned a blind eye to Ho Chiyue, and even her aunt's lover, Elder Shan of Wuzong's sword sect, came forward to plead for her, which was enough to show that Ho Jijun's status in Feishua Tower was not low. Therefore, facing the pressure from the elders, Su Maoyang had to endure and let Ho Chiyue go. However, with her unwillingness to suffer losses, she still earned a flame dragon golden needle from Ho Chiyue, and from then on she had a feud with the Ho family. Therefore, when Ho Jijun said this at this time, Su Maoyang couldn't help but suspect that she had ulterior motives. Of course, the city lord also had some guesses in his mind, but he still asked respectfully, Elder Ho, if you think there is something unfair, you can just point it out, and we will correct it together. I heard that in the previous preliminary and promotion matches, some teams won the championship by fighting 10 games in a row with one person. The result only showed her strength, and did not reflect the strength of the entire team at all, which completely violated the original intention of the team battle. If you don't look at the team, but only want to select the best talents, then why hold the competition in the form of a team battle? Lord City Lord? Ho Jijun's clear and sharp questioning voice echoed throughout the square, and immediately resonated with many forces that opposed Su Maoyang, and they all supported him. Yes, it was originally a team battle, but in the end, only one person was sent to fight and won the first place. It was too hasty. It was too unfair to those teams with strong teamwork ability. Yes. What's the use of her being awesome alone? The battle is not to select the sword drawer, but just to compete for the qualification to draw the sword. After all, so many forces are waiting for a share, and she wants to monopolize a share alone. How can this be justified? After hearing this, the lord of the city knew very well that the certain teams that Ho Ji-jun was talking about were referring to the Qingyang medicine shop. In fact, in the previous two competitions, the Qingyang medicine shop offended many forces, and it was expected that it would cause public outrage now. Now that the general trend is irreversible, he can't defend Su Lin and others. He can only humbly ask. Elder Ho raised an objection. I think he has a set of ideas in his mind. I don't know how to modify the finals. I hope Elder Ho can give me some advice. Ho Ji-jun saw him speak, and his expression eased slightly. In this case, then I will tell you my thoughts. There are a total of 28 teams entering the finals now, which means that the teams that make it to the end are all of certain strength. Therefore, when fighting, no matter how strong or weak the spiritual power level is, they cannot be treated differently. Challenging one by one is too inefficient and does not demonstrate the team's ability to cooperate. Therefore, I suggest that everyone gather together and fight in a group. But fighting in a group in this place, the territory is too small, the movement is too loud, and the disaster is too widespread. It is not realistic. An elder of Finchen Mansion raised a question. Ho Ji-jun obviously had an idea in mind. She couldn't help but look in the direction of Lane Sect with a smile and said, I heard that Lane Sect has a space treasure called Lingqi Crystal. Inside is an independent world, not to mention accommodating dozens of teams. Even accommodating tens of thousands of people is not a problem. Moreover, in a group battle inside, everyone can show their fists and feet without worrying about the outside world. People outside can't interfere at will. It is relatively fair and a good place for group battles. I also heard that the treasure can not only test the combat power of the disciples, but also their teamwork, spiritual power, talent, and other aspects of survival ability. It is quite effective. I wonder if the Lane Divine Sect can show us today. Hearing this, the elders of the Lane Divine Sect suddenly darkened their faces. The Lingqi Crystal is a treasure used by the Lane Divine Sect to train the inter-sect elite disciples, and it has never been loaned out. But Ho Ji-jun brought up this matter at this time, and her heart is worthy of death, because in the past, she would not have been able to bring it up without reason. But now she can just pretend to fight for the Lingqi Crystal, which is really treacherous. After listening to it, Su Ma-yang had to admit that Ho Ji-jun was very scheming. I thought she raised the objection to suppress me, but I didn't expect that she killed two birds with one stone and hid such thoughts. No wonder she could sit on the position of the inter-sect elder of Feishua Tower. At this time, Elder Shan of Wuzong Sword Sect, upon hearing Ho Ji-jun's idea, immediately said, Yes, for so many years, we have only heard that the spirit chest crystal is a good treasure for training disciples, but we have never seen it. This time, take it out for us to feast our eyes. Asshole! How can you take out the spirit chest crystal just by saying so? You are treating my Thunder Sound Sect's treasure as a joke. A blue-clothed elder of the Thunder Sound Sect couldn't stand it anymore and scolded him harshly. Ho Ji-jun shook his head in disapproval. Elder Shen, what you said is wrong. Now all the major forces in Tianshang City have gathered together, and the finals are at the critical moment of the battle. You call such a grand martial arts competition a joke. You look down on us too much. Humph. What a joke. I think they are reluctant to give it up. I've heard that the Thunder Sound Sect is stingy, and it really lives up to its reputation. Another elder of the Wuzong Sword Sect also fanned the flames with ill intentions. Isn't it? I'm not asking you to hand over the spirit chest crystal and not return it. I just want to borrow it to complete the finals. If you are unwilling to lend a hand, it really loses the style of a big sect. The elders of the Luosha League also intervened in the chaos. Obviously, except for the Thunder Sound Sect. Other sects are happy to see this happen. The Thunder Sound Sect saw that everyone's eyes were focused on them. And with the words of the Luosha League, if they still refused to give up the spirit chest crystal, they would be criticized by thousands of people. Therefore, facing the huge pressure, Elder Shen had to give in and said, Okay, for the younger generation of the Tianshing dynasty, it doesn't matter if my Lane Divine Sect contributes some territory. After that, Elder Shen waved his hand, and a black and white crystal ball appeared in his palm. Then he introduced it to the participating disciples. This Lingqi crystal is an independent world, You need to defeat your opponents in it and accumulate fighting spirit. When the fighting spirit reaches a certain level, you will have a chance to find the exit of the formation. Of course, in order to ensure that everyone has enough fighting time, the exit of the formation will be opened at the beginning of the second month. In other words, you have 1 month of fighting time and 1 month of breaking the formation. The team with more people in the end will be considered the winner. Elder Ho, are you satisfied now? Elder Shin looked at Ho Jijun and asked in a deep voice. Haha. Of course I'm satisfied. Ho Jijun nodded with a smile. However, shouldn't we stop using weapons during the training process? After all, some disciples rely on powerful weapons to suppress others, which is not fair to others. Don't worry, Elder Ho. Weapons cannot be used in this spiritual chess crystal. It's all based on one's own real skills. And it's the fairest. Hearing this, Su Maoyong suddenly realized and immediately turned his eyes to the direction of Governor Ning Jianzhou. This old guy is really insidious and cunning to the extreme. Chapter 22:17, She is here to travel. Some time ago, they bought so many holy weapons. But in the end, they were suddenly told that the rules of the game had changed, and no weapons were allowed to be used in the battle. Isn't it obvious that they were targeting their Qingyang medicine shop? Governor Ning Jianzhou really took great pains to deal with them, and even joined hands with Ho Jijun. This old man is so mean, chasing us like a mad dog, and he won't stop until he drives us to the brink of death. Ji Ruiqing also quickly realized that it was Governor Ning who did it, and was immediately furious. If it weren't for his inferior strength, he really wanted to rush up and beat Governor Ning so hard that his mother wouldn't recognize him. Gu Qiuyun was a little panicked. What should I do? Without weapons? At my current level, I have no chance of winning. The opponents are all top-level geniuses of the Tiansheng dynasty. Although he has rich combat experience, he has always been fighting in small places. If it comes to talent, he is naturally not as good as those monsters carefully cultivated by families and sects. Originally, he had a good weapon and was a little confident. At least he could help Su Maoyong. Now it seems that he is lucky not to be a drag on others. So he can't help but feel a little worried. Be more confident. After this period of hard work, you have become a mid-stage postnatal imperial spiritual master, with Fang Yibin, Lu Mingyusen, Wang Xiang and others taking turns to spar with you. Your fighting skills are completely comparable to those of late-stage postnatal imperial spiritual masters. Even if you don't have a weapon, your strength is impressive. Su Maoyong knows Gu Qiuyun and knows that he is inferior and is scared by so many geniuses. Ji Ruiqing nodded. Yes, with their guidance, you have made great progress. What's more, you have the divine pattern pills and fairy crystal stones from your junior sister to nourish you. No matter how bad you are, you will still be a few levels better. Haha. I, a zither player, am not worried. So why are you worried? Besides, this is a group battle, not a one-on-one battle. Even if we can't win the game, we won't lose too badly. Gongsun Jingji stepped forward and patted Gu Qiuyun on the shoulder, encouraging him, although he didn't have much hope for the final result. At least compared with the teams from the 4 states, they were still relatively strong. Moreover, Su Lin positioned them as auxiliary, not main attackers, so there was no need to pay too much attention to individual combat power. Don't worry. We are here. Let's fight our way out together, and advance and retreat together. What's there to be afraid of? Fang Yibin and others patted their chests. Although they were not sure in their hearts, they were very decisive. Gu Qiuyun was moved when he heard these words, and his worries suddenly subsided a lot. At this moment, Elder Shin waved his hand, and a piece of talisman suddenly appeared in the hands of the disciples in the preparation area. Then he explained loudly, "This is a teleportation talisman. If you encounter danger during the training, or want to give up automatically, you can use the teleportation talisman to end the training and come out of the spirit chest crystal. Because the battles in the spirit chest crystal are real and life-threatening. All the consequences are borne by you. You'd better do it according to your ability." Hearing this, the disciples all held the teleportation talisman tightly and nodded solemnly. Okay, it's getting late. Let's get started. The finals will last for 2 months, and several sect leaders are a little anxious. After saying this, Elder Shin immediately opened the spirit chest crystal, and the crystal ball flew into the air, shed 1,000-foot brilliance on the preparation area, and immediately enveloped the participating disciples. After a while, everyone saw the disciples disappear in an instant under the shining light, presumably being sucked into the spirit chest crystal. Su Maoyong felt that his eyes went dark, and the next second he appeared on an open grassland, surrounded by green trees and fresh grass, with crystal clear dewdrops lying on it, reflecting the transparent morning light above his head. Looking up, the blue sky and white clouds were connected into one piece, like a beautiful watercolor painting. The sound of water came from afar, and looking around, a stream meandered along the grass on both sides, running into the distance, like a glowing silver necklace. On the other side of the stream, pavilions, terraces, bridges, flowing water, and rolling mountains were even more beautiful. This place is so beautiful. Ming Yusen looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Is this the independent space of the Lingqi crystal? It feels like a paradise. Gongsun Jingji also nodded in amazement. Jun Haocong didn't care about this, and analyzed calmly, looking at the situation. It's morning, and the time inside should start from now. This treasure is indeed an independent world, and even the time changes are the same as outside. Su Maoyong pondered and nodded. Well, not only that, the spiritual energy here is also very abundant, several times that of the outside. I think it has something to do with these vegetation and environment. I looked. There are only us here. No trace of other teams. I think each team was teleported to a different place before they joined together. Let's act quickly and destroy them one by one. They have made enemies with several other forces. To avoid being besieged by everyone, they can only take the initiative. Ji Ruiqing immediately proposed a suggestion. Fang Yibin and others were also worried about this problem, and they all looked at Su Maoyong for advice. Although their team is strong, it would be a bit difficult if they were besieged by all the teams. However, Su Maoyong walked leisurely to the stream, looked down, and suddenly became playful. This place is beautiful with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It is a good place to recuperate. If we fight and kill as soon as we get here, wouldn't it be too bad for the scenery? Could it be that we have to recuperate here? Ji Ruiqing rolled her eyes. It was already this time, and her junior sister was still thinking about enjoying the scenery. Su Maoyong smiled and nodded. Why not? It's a pity that we didn't bring a tent. I guess we have to find a cave at night. Ji Ruiqing listened. Her expression froze, and she asked in disbelief. Junior sister, did I hear you right? You really plan to stay here? The others were also shocked, staring at Su Maoyong in confusion, unable to figure out what she was thinking. Miss Lin, we only have 1 month to fight. With the strength of other teams, it is likely that the winner will be decided in less than half a month. If we fall behind, I am afraid we will not have enough time to accumulate fighting spirit. Gongsun Jingji reminded anxiously. Su Maoyong said disapprovingly. This independent world should be very large. Instead of wasting time looking for prey and annihilating them one by one, it is better to wait for the prey to fight and decide the winner, and then wait a month to catch them all. So, if you have that time, you might as well sit down and practice to improve your strength. As she said this, Su Maoyong really sat on the ground. People who didn't know would think she was here to travel. Chapter 2218 A Comfortable Life. In Su Maoyong's opinion, accumulating battle chi 1 by 1 is too slow. It is easier to defeat the person with the highest battle chi at once and directly plunder the most concentrated battle chi. After all, the battle chi here cannot improve strength, but can only improve the perception of the exit. The team with high battle chi is just the first to sense the direction of the exit, but the exit will not be opened until the 2nd month. It is too early to consider this issue now. Moreover, it will take a month just to crack the formation of the exit. It is not easy for the team of Tianxing City to break out of the formation safely. Ji Ruiqing, who is impatient, collapsed and held his forehead. My God, it's already this time, and you still have the mind to practice. Now the rules of the game have changed, and weapons cannot be used. We have to discuss the tactics again. The current tactics are to recuperate and enjoy life. Su Maoyong answered without thinking, which sounded ridiculous to everyone. Gongsun Jingji also spoke helplessly. Miss Lin, except for those teams with extremely strong strength, they will adopt the method of waiting for the prey to come to the door automatically. For a team like ours, it is better to take the initiative and accumulate fighting spirit in advance to find an exit. Their lineup is obviously not comparable to those teams in Tianxing City. At present, There is only hope if we seize the initiative. Isn't this to let you calm down and practice? And become a team with extremely strong strength? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, and replied seriously. Gongsun Jingqi's face was immediately black. Gu Qiuyun was also confused by her logic. But we only have 1 month. No matter how much we practice, we can't compare with those geniuses in Tiansheng City. Who said it's not as good as it? Don't forget, the spiritual energy here is several times that of the outside world. And the speed of cultivation is naturally several times faster than that of the outside world. 1 month is more than enough for you to improve your strength. Just now, you were worried about not having weapons. Now I give you time to equip yourself. Why don't you know how to cherish it? Jun Haocong listened to their chattering and frowned impatiently. Gu Qiuyun was speechless by Jun Haocong's retort, while Ji Ruiqing and Fang Yibin and others were relatively calm. Anyway, the thinking of these two couples is always different from that of ordinary people. Seeing that Su Maoyang was not in a hurry and really wanted to stay, Ji Ruiqing could only nod in compromise. Okay, there will be a fierce battle in the end anyway. Everyone should hurry up and practice. It is indeed crucial to improve strength at the moment. Compared to Ji Ruiqing's salinity, Su Maoyang really had the mentality of traveling and playing in the mountains and rivers. I see that there are still fish in the water. Let's go down and catch a few later. Let's have grilled fish tonight. The fish here must be more delicious than outside. She had already thought about dinner. The brothers of the soul-chasing hall were all amused and cried. This mentality is amazing. In this way, they all settled down in the same place. Some were responsible for fishing in the water, and some were responsible for picking fruits and medicinal herbs nearby. At night, they built a fire. Everyone ate grilled fish while roasting the fire, and lived a farm picnic life. However, as they ate, they found that the fish, fruits, and even the stream water here had the effect of improving spiritual power, opening up meridians, and improving bones. It was not inferior to the pills that Su Maoyang refined for them. At this moment, they understood that it was no wonder that Su Maoyang stayed to eat and drink. This was a good place to improve strength just by eating. And there were no side effects. Now that I think about it, it is really not worthwhile to miss the treasures all over the mountains for that little bit of fighting spirit. The only regret is that there is no cave nearby, so they can only sit in the open air at night, close their eyes and rest, and endure the wind and rain. But it is also good. There is enough spiritual energy here. Even the rain is the essence. If it can improve the strength, it is not difficult to eat and sleep in the wind and rain. Besides, they have also experienced the tempering of the 8 gates. It is normal to practice without sleep for several months. This kind of training is simply not worth mentioning. But compared with the hard-working people, Su Maoyang seems to be more idle. Sometimes she sits for a whole day, doing nothing, just looking at flowers, trees, blue sky and white clouds, mountains and rivers, drinking dew when thirsty, eating grilled fish and fruits when hungry. And her life is quite comfortable and moist. Others may think that she is wasting time, but only she knows that she is practicing every moment and making rapid progress. Because her life pace was too fast before. She often ignored everything around her. Now that she has practiced natural power, her perception of natural attributes has become more profound. So every flower and grass in front of her, wind and rain, are a kind of power that can be integrated into herself and improve her cultivation. At this time, feeling the breeze on her face and the drizzle in her bones, Su Maoyang felt refreshing and suddenly enlightened. The pores all over her body seemed to open their mouths and madly absorb the power of the outside world. She knew that this was the power of wind and rain. Once in the 8 gates, she could resist their violence, but now she can establish a close relationship with them and integrate with them at any time. This is the sublimation of mastering the power of nature, an opportunity and mysterious realm that others can't even ask for. I believe that if you don't calm down and practice like this, and don't calm down and feel everything around you, it will be difficult to have such an improvement. Of course, although others don't have Su Maoyang's ability to practice by observing nature, the air and food with abundant spiritual energy still allow them to gain a lot. In addition, they are relaxed and their minds have become much calmer. It seems that after a few days of leisurely life, they are really idle people who don't want to go out of the world. They abandon the secular world and have no distractions. The speed of practice is even more amazing. They are getting more and more free and easy. But the major forces watching the battle outside think it is extremely absurd. A serious and solemn competition was turned into a picnic by them. It's really outrageous. What is the Qingyang medicine shop doing? Instead of fighting and accumulating fighting spirit, they actually stay in place to enjoy the scenery and eat grilled fish. Is there anything wrong? Yes. Letting them enter the Lingqi crystal is simply a waste of natural resources. Many people outside were speechless and accused, sneering at the behavior of Su Maoyang and others. I think they don't dare to go head-to-head with other teams, and they plan to hide and delay time. After all, this is a team competition, not an individual competition. No matter how powerful Su Lin is, she can't pick a team. Ho Chiyua couldn't help but chuckled when she heard the discussions around her. Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the previous few times, Su Lin challenged one by one, and picked players of the same level. This time in the finals, high-level players came together. So she, a low-level player, naturally had no advantage. Once she met other teams, she would be killed. No wonder they were too cowardly to look for prey. Chapter 2219 A bunch of cowards. Governor Ning, who had planned all this carefully, sneered when he heard the discussions around him. He originally thought that the Qingyang medicine shop would at least struggle, but he didn't expect that he overestimated the strength of the Qingyang medicine shop. They just ate and drank from the beginning, and they were so useless that they were not worthy of being his opponent. Murong Yuxuan, who was also watching the show, was also contemptuous in her heart, and couldn't help but sneered. The level is low, and now they can't use weapons. I think they know that they are not as good as others, so they give up and don't have any hope. Otherwise, how could they be so leisurely? It's a pity that they didn't meet my two brothers. Otherwise, they would peel off a layer of skin from her. Her two brothers fought for the Wuzong sword sect, and wanted to take this opportunity to teach Su Lin a lesson for her. But looking at the situation, it is unlikely, because from the picture reflected by the Lingqi crystal, the Wuzong sword sect has already reached the inner circle of the Lingqi crystal, and it is impossible to return to the outer circle. Sitting not far from Murong Yuxuan, the ninth young master of the Yi family in Nanku City took over the conversation in a flattering manner. Don't be angry, Sister Xian. This kind of coward is not worthy of Brother Shiran and Brother Taihua to take action. I see that my Yi family's team is heading in that direction. When we meet them, we will definitely help you deal with that bitch. His brothers and sisters are higher in rank than Su Lin, and they are more than enough to avenge Murong Yuxuan. After hearing this, Murong Yuxuan searched for the location of the Yi family team and couldn't help but glance at him contemptuously. You should worry about yourselves. Your brothers and sisters have been targeted by the Luosha League. Murong Yuxuan didn't have a good impression of this ninth young master. Although the Yi family is a big family in Nanku City that is as famous as her Murong family, and this time, they are one of the top 10 in the 4 states. They are still a little behind her Murong family. After all, the descendants of her Murong family are disciples on the list of the sect. This time they fight on behalf of the sect, which shows their prominent status. The descendants of the Yi family were not selected by the sect, and can only represent their own family to participate in the competition, which shows that their strength is not as good as the Murong family. Therefore, over the years, the Yi family has always planned to marry her Murong family. In name, they want to make a good marriage, but in reality, they just want the descendants of the Yi family to climb up along the springboard of her Murong family. This is also the reason why the ninth young master always flatters her and gets close to her. Unfortunately, the Yi family is now targeted by the Rakshasa League, and I believe they will be eliminated in less than a cup of tea. Sure enough, the next second, the Yi family team was chased by the Rakshasa League and fled frantically. It must be said that the Luosha League was decisive and swift, and in a short while, it seriously injured the 2 younger generations of the Yi family. However, the Yi family team knew that there was a huge gap in strength between them and the Luosha League, so no one dared to stop and face the enemy head-on, and they all fled while defending. The reason why they didn't use the teleportation talisman and were still trying to persist was that they wanted to delay for a while, strive for a lower ranking, and get more rewards. In any case, even if they couldn't beat the genius of Tiansheng City, they couldn't be the first team to be eliminated from the 4 states. This was not only related to their vital interests, but also to the honor of the Yi family, because the fighting was noisy. Su Maoyang and others who were eating grilled fish and talking and laughing by the stream soon noticed something unusual. Following the sound, I saw a large group of people rushing over from the woods in the distance. They looked anxious. As if they were being chased by something? That seems to be the Yi family team. Ji Ruiqing recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Yes, it's the Yi family team. They should be in trouble. It seems that there are people from the Rakshasa League behind them. Fan Yibin nodded seriously, and when his eyes touched Wei Zhenqi, his eyes couldn't help but condense for a moment. Su Maoyang was not interested in these fights, but just muttered unhappily. It's rare to be quiet for more than half a month, and it was broken by these uninvited guests again. Miss Lin, don't be greedy for peace now. Before they find us, we should retreat quickly. If we are discovered by the Rakshasa League, we can't leave. When Gongsun Jingji heard that it was the Rakshasa League, he was in no mood to eat grilled fish, and immediately reminded worriedly. Su Maoyang shook his head calmly. We can't leave. We are such a large group of people. Lu Sha League is not blind. They have discovered it long ago. Even if they are blind, Lu Sha League has so many elite geniuses and extraordinary perception. How could they not know that they are here? At this time, the leader of the Yi family, who was running in the front, naturally saw Su Maoyang and others, and immediately shouted for help. Boss Jun, we are in trouble. For the sake of the 4 states, please support us. We will reward you handsomely later. If the teams of their 4 states cannot unite, then there will be no hope to fight against the forces of Tiansheng City. But Jun Haotsong, who heard such a request, didn't even give him a look, and looked completely indifferent. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at him, and refused on his behalf. Sorry. We in Qingyang Medicine Shop never meddle in other people's business. As she said that, she continued to roast the fish in her hand leisurely, and she had no intention of running away. Seeing their attitude, the leader of the Yi family was very anxious. How can you call it meddling? The other party is the Luosha League. If you don't join forces with us, you can't escape with their character. Don't you understand the principle of lips and teeth being cold? We are not familiar with your Yi family. Why should we offend the Luosha League for you? Su Maoyang retorted. The eldest brother of the Yi family was so angry that his face turned black. Seeing that the Luosha League was about to catch up, he gritted his teeth and said, Coward, do you think that if you don't take action, you won't offend the Luosha League and let them let you go? Naive. Stupid. The Luosha League has always been ruthless, unreasonable, and killed people without blinking an eye. Qingyang Medicine Shop actually wanted to stay out of it. It was so stupid. Brother, don't talk nonsense with them. They are just a group of cowardly wastes. Look, it's been more than half a month, and they haven't gathered any fighting spirit. I think they have been hiding in this place and living in a cowardly way. Now that they meet the Luosha League, how dare they fight? The second sister of the Yi family looked at Su Maoyang and others and reminded them with contempt. After hearing what she said, the eldest brother of the Yi family also discovered this problem. But the situation was critical at the moment. He didn't care about the strength of the other party. As long as he could drag them down and buy them time to escape, it would be fine. Anyway, he didn't really plan to fight against Luosha League with Qingyang Medicine Shop, because he knew that even if the two teams besieged Luosha League together, they would not be their opponents. Of course, Su Maoyang also knew what he was thinking. So in the face of Yi's humiliation, he remained as calm as a rock, without refutation or intervention, as if he didn't hear or see it. Seeing this scene, everyone had to sigh that there are still people in this world who are so cowardly. Chapter 22:20 Fu Minxiu pleads. Brother, if they don't want to help, we will lead them over. When the chaos comes, they can't just sit there and watch. The third young master of the Yi family glared at Su Maoyang viciously and suggested. Yes, that bitch named Su Lin has offended Murong Yuxuan. If we avenge her, the Murong family may remember our kindness and marry Murong Yuxuan to the ninth brother. The second sister nodded in agreement, very satisfied with this strategy of killing two birds with one stone. The eldest brother of the Yi family naturally knew that only by diverting the target of the Rakshasa League to the Qingyang Medicine Shop would they be able to escape more easily. So he waved his hand decisively and led everyone to rush towards Su Maoyang's team. Gongsun Jingji was worried that his team would be involved. Seeing that they were really rushing towards him, he immediately tensed his nerves, condensed his spiritual power into a zither, and prepared for battle. Seeing this, Su Maoyang smiled and comforted. Don't be nervous. The Luosha League is not that useless. The time they rush over is enough to annihilate them all. As expected, as soon as Su Maoyang finished speaking, He saw the Luosha League chasing up swiftly, and the spiritual power spread wildly with overwhelming force. The condensed big knife was not inferior to the real weapon. With a cold and sharp edge, they were seen one by one, and in the blink of an eye, they seriously injured several E family descendants. Seeing that they had lost their combat effectiveness, the seriously injured descendants had to use the teleportation talisman to exit the spiritual chest crystal, and the Luosha League seized their fighting spirit on the spot. Speaking of which, they had been sleepless for more than half a month, and worked hard to kill 3 teams, and finally accumulated so much fighting spirit. Now it was plundered in a few breaths, which was really heartbreaking. Therefore, the boss of the E family was extremely unwilling. He gritted his teeth, released a big move, and fought hard. But it was too late. As soon as he started, he was cut off by Wei Jinqi with a knife, and the whole person flew out. The boss of the E family vomited blood and was seriously injured. Knowing that there was no possibility of a comeback, he could only use the teleportation talisman unwillingly to leave this place. In this way, the E family team was eliminated without a single one. The loss was too tragic, which made people sigh. However, Wei Jinqi just glanced coldly at the place where the boss of the E family was seriously injured, and said lightly, "There is no one in the 4 states who can fight. It's boring." Although this was said arrogantly, no one dared to question its authenticity. Indeed, the disciples of the 4 states cannot compare with the geniuses of Tiansheng City, let alone with him. A genius among geniuses. Boss, there is another team from the 4 states ahead. Just solve it all at once. At this time, a thin man beside Wei Jinqi reminded. Wei Jinqi glanced at the team that was not affected by them, and was still eating grilled fish around the fire, and a hint of interest flashed across his eyes. That team is so leisurely. What's their background? With such a big commotion, they can be as steady as a rock. I really don't know if they are brave or have given up resistance. I don't know. I haven't learned anything about it. I see that they don't have any fighting spirit, so I don't think they have much fighting power. The thin man curled his lips and shook his head. As the top 10 elites of the Luosha League, how could they pay attention to the teams of the 4 states? It's good enough that they can remember the team of Tiansheng City. Go over and meet them. Wei Jinqi curled his lips and ordered. At this time, Fu Minxiu in the team interrupted, shaking his fan. Brother Qi, that team has no fighting spirit at all. Even if we defeat them, we won't gain much. Let them go. Wei Jinqi didn't expect Fu Minxiu to intercede for that group of people, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and look at him. The thin man was also very surprised. Fu Minxiu, you who have never liked to meddle in other people's business. When did you become so kind? It's really rare. I have always been kind. Okay? Although we are in the same sect, there is still an essential difference between me and you. A group of demons who kill people without blinking an eye. Fu Minxiu replied shamelessly. TSK. Don't come on. I don't know what kind of person you are. Another woman in a red dress, who looked quite hot, said back without giving any face. They asked you to come forward to intercede. So the group of people couldn't be the team called Qingyang Medicine Shop that they mentioned before. And you were particularly optimistic about it? Junior sister is still smart, and guessed it right at once. Fu Minxiu blinked at her. The red-dressed woman felt a chill, and glared at him with disdain. Don't try to get close to me. And don't call me junior sister. With your strength, you are not worthy of being my senior brother. Although this red-dressed woman entered the Luosha League a year later than Fu Minxiu, she was the 3rd-ranked master of the Luosha League, and naturally looked down on Fu Minxiu, the 4th-ranked senior brother. So, she didn't like Fu Minxiu very much over the years, always thinking that he was just a dandy boy who relied on his family background to show off. And he was no match for Wei Jinqi, who was ranked 1st. Qingyang Medicine Shop? Oh, I remember now. I heard that our Master Fu was particularly fond of a maid named Su Lin from the Qingyang Medicine Shop. Not only did he praise her highly in front of the princess, he also took the initiative to invite her to dinner. The maid even threatened to marry into the Prime Minister's mansion and become his wife. I thought it was ridiculous when I heard it at first, but now it seems to be true. The thin man felt that the name was familiar, and after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized it. The red-dressed woman had obviously heard of it, and she raised her red lips and teased sarcastically. I heard that the woman was extremely ugly, and was born a maid. I didn't expect that Mr. Fu had such a heavy taste, and didn't marry for so many years. It turns out that he likes this type. Although the other members of the Luosha League were cold-tempered, they couldn't help but laugh at such weird gossip. Fu Minxiu felt embarrassed and coughed twice. Don't talk nonsense. Su Lin and I are just friends, and we haven't reached the stage of talking about marriage. I heard that you have become a guest of Qing Yang Medicine Shop. Isn't it a matter of time before you talk about marriage? The red-dressed woman sneered, looking down on Fu Minxiu even more. Wei Zhenqi had gone to practice a while ago, and didn't know much about what happened in Yanqing City during this period. After hearing what they said, he was even more curious. There is such a thing? Then I must go and get to know this Qing Yang Medicine Shop. There is a joke of Fu Minxiu to watch, so of course I can't miss it. After that, without waiting for everyone's reaction, Wei Zhenqi strode towards Su Maoyang and others. At this time, when they got closer, they found that this Qing Yang Medicine Shop was quite comfortable, with food, drinks and daily necessities, and everything they needed. It seemed that they were here for vacation, not for competition at all. Just as they were curiously looking at Su Maoyang and others, Su Maoyang enthusiastically took out a grilled fish and invited. Would you like some? It's just caught from the river. It's fresh. Hee hee. I really haven't seen people as heartless as you. And you can eat in this kind of occasion. The woman in red snorted with contempt, obviously very disgusted with their behavior of hiding here and being lazy. Chapter 2221 Disdain to Attack. Su Maoyang glanced at her and said indifferently, Food is the most important thing for people. With so many delicious foods in front of us, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't eat them? As she said that, she took back the fish she handed over and took a bite without hesitation. The fish fragrance immediately filled the air. The woman in red frowned at her vulgar behavior and ruthlessly pointed out, I think eating is fake. Avoiding fighting is real. I was originally quite curious about what was so special about the person Fu Minxiu liked. After seeing him today, I found that he was just too thick-skinned. Junior sister Muning, people kindly invited you to eat fish. Why do you have to speak so harshly? Fu Minxiu's face sank and said unhappily, Who cares if she invites me to eat fish? But you haven't even married yet. And you've already started to protect your future prime minister's wife. Guan Muning said with disgust, speaking with a sarcastic tone, which was extremely sarcastic. Stop talking nonsense here. You are sarcastic and mean. You are deliberately picking fights. Don't you want others to see the injustice? Fu Minxiu said angrily. Guan Menging was angered by his attitude and immediately condensed a big knife with his spiritual power. Humph. I am going to pick fights today. Let's see if she can take my knife. Then you have to get past me first. Fu Minxiu immediately stepped in front of Guan Menging. Wei Zhenqi looked very ugly when he saw his team members making trouble. Speaking of which, he didn't like this group of rubbish who avoided fighting and sought comfort. Especially when he saw Su Lin's pockmarked face. No matter how delicious the fish meat was, he felt nauseous. He immediately interrupted angrily. Enough. Fighting for such a vulgar woman. What a joke. Liu Shaoli, don't even bother to take action against a group of cowards. When he said this, Su Maoyang clearly felt his disdainful gaze sweeping over him, as if he would feel sick if he stayed there for one more second. That's right. A man like Wei Zhenqi who was so high and mighty, and full of superiority might not even take the princess seriously, let alone a maid who was ugly, and didn't dare to fight. After saying this, Wei Zhenqi turned around and walked towards the inner circle of the Lingqi crystal, not even bothering to give a glance or a word. Arrogant and indifferent like an unreachable snow peak. In fact, Wei Zhenqi was just curious about how good the woman who was highly praised by Fu Minxiu was. After all, although Fu Minxiu was not as strong as him, his behavior did not take him seriously. So he knew that Fu Minxiu was very proud. I think those who can be looked up to by Fu Minxiu must be extraordinary people. And the woman in front of him, Su Lin, was really disappointing. In the end, he found that he had overestimated Fu Minxiu's vision and had no interest in finding faults. What's more, this group of trash didn't even have a trace of fighting spirit. And even if they were defeated, they wouldn't gain much fighting spirit. It would be better to let them go to avoid dirtying their hands. Guan Yuring was also a proud person. After hearing what Wei Zhenqi said, she restrained her spiritual power, glanced at Su Maoyang with contempt, and snorted coldly. Well, she is not worthy of me to use my sword. After saying that, she turned around and followed Wei Zhenqi's pace, watching the large troops leave one after another. Su Maoyang handed a fish to Fu Minxiu and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for seeing the injustice. Fu Minxiu didn't joke this time, and reminded with a serious expression. This time it has nothing to do with interests. Just consider it as helping you once. But next time, you won't be so lucky. After all, I work for the Rakshasa League, and I will never hold back on my enemies. Su Maoyang smiled when she heard this, and nodded gently. Don't worry, I will hold back. Fu Minxiu didn't expect her to answer like this, and was slightly stunned. Then he also laughed. It seems that you are very confident that you can beat the Rakshasa League. Only the winner has always held back on the loser. Su Lin said this, naturally thinking that the strength of Qingyang Medicine Shop is above the Rakshasa League. Okay, I'll wait for you at the exit. Fu Minxiu smiled and left, disappearing into the mist in the distance in the blink of an eye. If you are so reluctant, why not just marry you to the Prime Minister's mansion and make you the Prime Minister's wife? At this moment, a very unpleasant voice suddenly sounded, like a cold wind pouring in from the collar, making people's backs cold. Su Maoyang suddenly retracted his gaze, met two piercing eyes, and shuddered in his heart. You also believe those gossips. You say it's not true. But I think your eyes are quite honest, and your eyeballs are almost nailed to Fu Minxiu's back. Jun Haotsong snorted coldly. His tone was sour. Su Maoyang didn't bother to pay attention to his jealousy. Picked up the grilled fish, and stuffed it into his mouth. Eating fish can't stop your mouth. Jun Haotsong's mouth was stuffed with fish, and with that cold face, it seemed a little cute, which immediately made Ji Ruiqing and others laugh. In this way, they really spent the first month leisurely. In the eyes of outsiders, they may be not doing their job and avoiding fighting, but only they themselves know how much help this month of meditation and practice has helped them improve their strength. Almost everyone has successfully upgraded to a higher level. As for Su Maoyang, although she did not advance, she gradually comprehended the true meaning of natural attributes by observing nature. In addition, she absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, and her spiritual power expanded wildly, reaching her saturation point. She believed that as long as there was an opportunity, she could smoothly advance from the middle stage of the acquired Imperial Spiritual Master to the late stage of the acquired Imperial Spiritual Master. In addition, she collected a lot of stream water in dew, which has been nourishing the puppets and spirit beasts in the space. God will not let down those who work hard. And now 2 new puppets have been successfully refined, and the 2 dead spirits have also been attached. That is to say, she now has 4 puppets comparable to the middle stage Supreme Imperial Spiritual Master. However, the 2 dead spirits of Ming Haiyang and Yang Sheng were sent by her to protect the people who did not participate in the battle in Qingyang Medicine Shop. And these 2 were used to cover their escape, because she knew that once the Qingming sword was obtained, the chance of winning a hard battle with so many big forces was very small, and only escape was the best strategy. However, she still did not intend to use puppets unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, wealth should not be exposed. Her current strength was not enough to protect herself and her friends. She was most afraid of being targeted by those powerful people. She had exposed the evil blood cauldron before, was besieged by several college deans, and killed the Blood Battle Group and the Golden Lion King. So, she didn't want to repeat the same mistake? What are you thinking about? So absorbed, Ji Ruiqing rarely saw Su Maoyang's eyes with a sad look, and couldn't help asking curiously. Su Maoyang turned around and looked at Ji Ruiqing's concerned expression. He was dazed for a moment, and then smiled. Nothing. Just thinking that we should set off. Oh, are we finally going to set off? I can't wait to show my skills now. Fang Yibin jumped up immediately after hearing this, rubbing his fists, eager to try. Ji Ruiqing nodded. Well, it's been the 2nd month. I think the eye of the formation has been opened. We should indeed go find the exit. But we don't have any fighting spirit. How can we find the exit? Gu Qiuyun was a little puzzled. Su Maoyang smiled. In the 1st month, they must have left a lot of traces of fighting. Following the clues, we can roughly determine their movement trajectory. I think the 18 teams of Tiansheng City are not so easy to be eliminated. With so many people gathered together, you can know where they are with a random scan of your perception, and where they are must be the exit. Ji Ruiqing reacted immediately, and took over the conversation cleverly. Chapter 22-22-18 Without any fighting spirit. The teams from Tiansheng City, with their extremely high fighting spirit, must have found the exit long ago, and are probably now studying how to break the formation. Therefore, as long as they find the main force, they will find the exit, and they don't need any fighting spirit at all. Everyone was in a state of confusion when they understood this. You have to know that in the past month, others have been fighting hard, accumulating fighting spirit, and looking for an exit. But Su Maoyang is just eating and drinking with everyone here, doing nothing. When the time comes, she will directly follow the traces of other teams and go to the exit. She is simply a shameless picker. Gongsun Jingji smiled and shook his head. He admired her mentality, but he was still a little worried in his heart. If the forces of Tiansheng City have gathered at the exit, we will become a thorn in the eye if we go there now. There is absolutely no way to break through the siege and break out of so many teams. To put it bluntly, finding the exit does not mean anything. The key is to defeat so many opponents, break the eye of the formation, and get out smoothly. Therefore, Gongsun Jingji's worry is not unreasonable. Then are you going to give up this game? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and asked calmly. It's been a month here. How can I give up? Gongsun Jingji was immediately anxious. That's it. Why don't you get going? Su Maoyang straightened her clothes and strode towards the inner circle. Her meaning was very clear. Now that it has come to this, no matter how difficult it is, she must face it head on. She won't really become a coward who dares not to take action in the eyes of others. Seeing her walking so fearlessly, Gongsun Jingji suddenly felt emotional. As a woman, she had the courage to go to the Tiger Mountain even though she knew there were tigers there. How could he, a man, be so timid? It seems that these years of forbearance have brought him not only stability, but also hesitation and indecision. But he has left the Gongsun family, and is no longer the second young master who is bound by his hands and feet, and cannot realize his ambitions. Now he is the Gongsun Jingji, who lives only for himself, and strives to create his own era. Perhaps he has figured it out. Gongsun Jingji has no worries, and quickly catches up with the team. Sure enough, as Gongsun Jingji expected, when they arrived at the exit, the place was already full of people. However, the competition this time was more intense than Su Maoyang had imagined. Even the 18 teams of Tiansheng City were eliminated. In the end, only 10 teams remained: Wuzong Sword Sect, Lane Divine Sect, Luosha Li, Fenshin Mansion, Feishua Tower, Xianming Holy Temple, Royal Family, Duanchuan King, Duke of Wei, and Wen Marquis. I think these 10 teams should represent the top-level forces in Tiansheng City. Of course, sects like Balian Palace and Danyang Palace are biased towards refining weapons and alchemy. The combat power of the disciples is definitely slightly inferior. But their status and position are not inferior to any sect. After all, weapon refiners and alchemists are very noble professions. However, what shocked Su Maoyang was that the family forces such as the Wangfu, Duke of Wei, and Wen Marquis were too powerful. They could actually compete with the sects that gathered thousands of disciples. It was enough to show that they were strong and powerful, which was very scary. Just as Su Maoyang was sighing, these 10 teams also discovered their existence and cast their eyes. Oh, there is another team. The appearance of Su Maoyang and others surprised the disciples of these big forces. In their opinion, it is very difficult to persist until now. Only the forces of Tiansheng City have this ability. However, these people's faces are very unfamiliar. Obviously not from Tiansheng City. Su Lin? Princess Yuan recognized Su Maoyang. Seeing her appear, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and murmured. Hearing this, Shang Xiaoxian of Wuzong Sword Sect was a little confused. Su Lin? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Boss, Su Lin is the maid that Fu Minxiu is very optimistic about. Murong Xiran, who was standing next to Shang Xiaoxian, explained. Su Lin had a grudge against Murong Yuxuan. As the eldest brother, Murong Xiran naturally investigated her. I thought that they would not meet in this game, but I didn't expect that the enemies would meet on a narrow road, and Su Lin would eventually die in his hands. Oh, I remember. Some time ago, it was said that the third son of the Prime Minister had taken a fancy to an ugly but powerful maid. I think it must be the woman with pockmarks on her face. Shang Xiaoxian didn't need to guess at all. He recognized her at a glance. Su Maoyang's appearance was really too outstanding. The Prince of Duanchuan had also heard a lot about Fu Minxiu and Su Lin. A man in luxurious clothes sneered. I heard that Master Fu had compared this maid with my little sister. and even claimed that my little sister was not as good as her. I have always been curious, and today I finally saw her. The speaker was the eldest son of Prince Duanchuan, Prince Pei. He always doted on and admired his sister Pei Shiluan. He was very unhappy to hear these words that belittled his sister. Princess Yuan is not as good as her? It's so funny. I heard that Qingyang Medicine Shop was able to become the first in the 4 states and advance to the finals. All by taking advantage of opportunities. Look, so many of them don't even have a trace of fighting spirit, which shows that they have never fought. I just didn't expect them to be able to hide for so long. They are really good at hiding from the enemy. A woman in Feishue Tower looked at Su Maoyang and others, and sneered at them. When she mentioned the word taking advantage of opportunities, she also looked at Fu Minxiu meaningfully, obviously implying that Qingyang Medicine Shop climbed up by relying on Fu Minxiu's relationship. How can they hide from the enemy? When we met them, they were still camping outside, eating, drinking, and playing in the mountains and rivers. They were so happy. Wan Yuning of Lushao Li couldn't help but take over the conversation. The woman who was speaking in Feishue Tower looked at Guan Mengyi with some surprise. Oh, there is such a thing? Since you have encountered it, why don't you solve it directly? I was going to solve it, but unfortunately Fu Minxiu stopped me, so I had to do him a favor. Guan Mengyi glanced at Fu Minxiu, obviously very dissatisfied with him. Hearing this, everyone was undoubtedly more certain that Qingyang Medicine Shop could get to where it is now thanks to Fu Minxiu's relationship. As top-level geniuses, they despise such trash who use backdoors. So, Shang Xiaoxian immediately ordered in a cold voice. I hate such cowards who rely on relationships the most in my life. You guys go and solve them. Murong Xiran and Murong Taihua received the order, and they were happy and were about to step forward. However, at this moment, Xiao Duohai, who had been sitting in the corner quietly comprehending the formation, suddenly opened his eyes and said, the center of the formation is at the 6th and 7th roads in the upper left corner. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at the chessboard behind them. At this time, Su Maoyang discovered that there was a huge chessboard in front of him. There were no chess pieces on the board, but there was a terrible power fluctuating on it. Chapter 22-23 Go and be a scapegoat. No wonder this independent space is called the Spirit Chess Crystal. It turns out there are really chess pieces inside. It seems that if you want to get out, you have to break the chess game first. No wonder they were all gathered here just now. And Qiu Duhai of the Thunder Sound sect was meditating with his eyes closed, probably trying to comprehend the secrets on the chessboard. After all, as a disciple of the Thunder Sound sect, he is the most familiar with the Spirit Chess Crystal. And when it comes to breaking the chess game, he is the best choice. Look, in such a short time, he has already found the position of the eye of the formation. He is really experienced. Now we need a team to enter the eye of the formation to balance the power of the chess formation. Who is willing to go? At this time, Qiu Duhai had already stood up and looked around at everyone seriously. Hearing this, everyone suddenly quieted down. Everyone knows that the eye of the formation is the energy source of the entire chess formation. And the key is that entering the eye of the formation will definitely be subject to a very terrifying power crit. Even if they are talented, they are still not the opponent of this chess formation. Naturally, no one was willing to take risks in such a life-threatening situation. So no team dared to stand up and express their opinions. Qiu Duhai saw that everyone was silent. His face was slightly gloomy, and he said unhappily, if we don't enter the center of the formation to weaken the power, none of us can think of getting out. Only when the power of the center of the formation is suppressed can they resist the attack of the chessboard. Otherwise no one can enter the chessboard to break the formation. Since this is the treasure of your Lane Divine Sect, it is natural that your Lane Divine Sect disciples should come. After all, we know nothing about this chess formation, and no one has more experience than you. Shang Xiaoxian of Wuzong Sword Sect immediately threw the question back. Lane Sect uses spirit chess crystals to train its disciples. Qiu Duhai must have experienced a lot of this. He knows the tricks inside. He may frame other opponents to achieve his own goals. His Wuzong Sword Sect will not be the victim. Qiu Duhai sneered when he heard this. You Wuzong Sword Sect are really shameless. You forced my Lane Sect to take out spirit chess crystals to help with the trial. Now you want to rely on our Lane Sect disciples to help break the formation. You have taken all the advantages. Why don't you just let the referee announce that your Wuzong Sword Sect is the first? Although Qiu Duhai's words are direct, They are not unreasonable. Lane Sect took out such a good treasure for the trial, and helped find the eye of the formation. It has done its best. Wuzong Sword Sect did nothing, and wanted to get something for nothing. It is indeed a bit too much. What are you arguing about? Isn't there a ready-made one? Pei Shiluan saw Wuzong Sword Sect and Lane Sect quarreling, and couldn't help looking at Su Maoyang and others, and reminded them coldly. Hearing this, everyone followed Pei Shiluan's gaze, and looked over. Then, they remembered that there was still the cooling medicine shop. Ha! It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Cooling medicine shop. Now I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Enter the center of the formation to balance the power. You will know whether you have the real ability after a try. The yellow-clothed woman, who had just spoken in Fei Xue Tower, ordered in a domineering manner. Su Maoyang glanced at her sarcastically after hearing such shameless words. Who do you think you are? Why should we prove ourselves to you? You? The yellow-clothed woman was so angry that her breathing stagnated. And then she snorted in disgust. You don't even dare to prove yourself. You are really a waste. A coward. If you have the ability, go to Fei Xue Tower and prove your strength to us. Ji Ruiqing retorted unconvincedly. Everyone knew that the eye of the formation was dangerous. These teams clearly wanted them to be scapegoats. Our strength is obvious to everyone, and does not need any proof. Another green-clothed woman in Fei Xue Tower was full of arrogance, with a sense of superiority all over her body. Fang Yibin sneered. Don't. We haven't seen your strength. And we really don't know what kind of people you are. Having never seen it, it only shows that you are shallow and ignorant. At this time, Zhong Shuling, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Her voice was flat and her eyes were cold. She could not even hear any anger. Only a kind of indifference from the bones. She was so cold and noble that it seemed as if all living beings were dirty and vulgar in front of her. Obviously, she thought that the Qingyang medicine shop was a frog in the well that could not be on the stage. So she said such ignorant words. Su Maoyang thought that this person was profound, but he did not expect that he was so superficial. He could not help but retort. If you have not seen your strength, you are shallow and ignorant. You actually use the reputation of Fei Xue Tower as a standard to evaluate others. I did not expect that the number one in Fei Xue Tower is so arrogant and superficial. It seems that he is just like this. The world is so big, and there are so many powerful people, not to mention other regions. There must be hermits who have avoided the world in the Tianxing dynasty alone. There are also many people who have not seen the strength of Fei Xue Tower and have not even heard of its name. Can you conclude that they are shallow? This standard is too subjective, too one-sided, and too self-righteous. Zhong Shuling didn't expect Su Maoyang to refute her words, or even humiliate her. She immediately cast a glance at him, and an inexplicable luster flashed in her beautiful and delicate pupils, which was even colder than before. However, before the disciples of Fei Xue Tower could get angry, they heard the captain of Lu Sha League, Wei Zhenqi, take the lead and said, You are a waste who avoids fighting and can't even gather a trace of fighting spirit. You don't have the qualifications to talk to Shuling, but you dare to humiliate her? It's true that people are invincible when they are humble. I have seen it today. While speaking, Wei Zhenqi glanced at Zhong Shuling, and the admiration in his eyes flashed. But the look he fell on Su Maoyang was full of contempt, and the disdain was self-evident. Seeing this, Su Maoyang immediately understood that it turned out that the arrogant number one of Lu Sha League liked the type of aloof and arrogant. No wonder he had so much contempt for vulgar women just now. But it is understandable. A man as proud as him naturally looks down on ordinary women. Only Zhong Shuling, who is extremely outstanding, can catch his eye. Understand it. After all, it is a force that came out of Yanqing City. In order to survive for a while, avoiding war is the only way. Pei Shiluan glanced at Su Maoyang and others with contempt, and then looked at Fu Minxiu with a tone of gloating. It's a pity that Mr. Fu's vision is not very good. The person he strongly favored was greatly disappointed. The game is not over yet. It's too early to say anything. Fu Minxiu retorted coldly with a look of dismay. Humph. Stubborn and uneasy. Guan Menging felt that Fu Minxiu was hopeless, and snorted with contempt. At this time, Shang Shaoxian of Wuzong Sword Sect was getting impatient, and urged Su Maoyang and others unhappily. We'll give you one last chance. If you don't make it into the center of the formation, don't blame us for being rude. As he spoke, a sharp sword energy floated in Shang Xixian's palm. as if he could strike out of thin air at any time. Su Maoyang saw that they were determined to drag Qingyang medicine shop into the water, and said unhappily, "If you want to verify our strength, you are welcome to take action. But if you want us to be scapegoats, I'm sorry, I won't accompany you." Chapter 22-24 2 against 1. These people dare not enter the battle array, but they threaten others and insult others as cowards. They are so shameless. But the people who heard Su Maoyang's harsh words were a little surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect her to be so tough. She dared to challenge so many super geniuses. She was really brave. So, even Yunfei, who was standing far away and had been out of the matter, couldn't help but cast a glance. He didn't take Qingyang medicine shop seriously, but he didn't expect that this ugly woman with pockmarks on her face had the courage to declare war on so many teams. Such behavior is probably not just as simple as extraordinary courage. Thinking about it, Yunfei took a deep look at Su Lin, and a hint of interest flashed across his eyes. Jun Haocong had extraordinary perception. He immediately noticed the sight from a distance, frowned and looked at Yunfei, and his pupils instantly jumped into hostility. Yunfei quickly noticed him, and suddenly remembered that he was the man who mocked himself for looking like a peacock. It seems that he really cares about the ugly girl, but he didn't expect that the ugly girl could be so charming. Of course, not only these geniuses were surprised, but the people watching the game outside found it absurd and ridiculous. Even if Qingyang Medicine Shop is the top team in the 4 states, even if Su Lin has super strong combat power, compared with the top 10 teams in Tianjin City, she is not even worthy of carrying shoes, let alone challenging a team. Even if any one of the team can crush her to death. Not to mention that there are 10 teams standing here. It's simply looking for death. TSK. I've seen people who are not afraid of death, but I haven't seen people who are stupid enough to actively seek death. I was originally depressed that I couldn't teach her a lesson, but it seems that I was worrying too much. Murong Yuxuan couldn't help laughing, and her heart was relieved immediately. Yes, your 2 powerful brothers can kill her with just a flick of their fingers, so you don't need to worry about it at all. The 9th young master of the Yi family hurriedly took over and echoed. Although Murong Yuxuan didn't like the 9th young master very much, she was still very happy to be praised by him, and a smug smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. As for the Ho family, the Ning family, and those forces that had grievances with Su Maoyang, they did not express their opinions, but from the expressions of sarcasm and expectation, it was obvious that Su Maoyang was arrogant and stupid as a pig. Zhang Shaoxian of the Wuzong Sword School was amused by Su Maoyang's bold words, and stared at her with the eyes of a fool. You are brave, but your brain is not good, since you don't want to enter the formation. Then die. Speaking of death, Zhang Shixian's pupils flashed a sharp light, like a sword light, extremely sharp. The next second, Mu, Rong Xiran and Murong Taihua stepped out, and immediately used their spiritual power to condense into swords, slashing towards Su Maoyang's place, with a wide range, obviously not taking the other people in the Qingyang medicine shop seriously. Haha. You really underestimate us. 2 people want to fight us together. I'll beat you into meat patties. Ji Ruiqing's temper was stimulated and burst out. With a shake of her arms, her spiritual power turned into a hammer, and she rushed forward with her arm swinging. The other people in the Qingyang medicine shop had no intention of stopping them. They all stood there with their hands on their chests, looking relaxed as if they were watching a performance that had nothing to do with them. Obviously, they intended to let Ji Ruiqing deal with Murong Xiran and Murong Taihua alone. As expected, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Do you really think that the Murong brothers are as useless as Murong Yuxuan? Naive. However, the next second, a loud noise instantly pulled everyone back to their thoughts. They only saw Ji Ruiqing swinging 2 hammers like a berserker, smashing down heavily like forging iron. Every time she smashed, sparks of spiritual power could be splashed out. The fierce power fluctuations shook like waves, which frightened the geniuses present. This woman's power is too fierce and too terrifying. Not to mention men. Even beasts are no more than this. Sure enough, within a cup of tea, Murong Taihua and Murong Xiran parried, and were forced to retreat step by step. The spiritual swords in their hands were hammered out of temper, and the sword energy became weaker and weaker. In the end, they couldn't even maintain the basic sword shape. It was really that every hammer of Ji Ruiqing was too powerful and powerful. If there was no very strong defense, it would be easy to be seriously injured. Not to mention launching a sharp attack while defending. This is the meaning of the spirit chest crystal. If the spirit power is not strong enough, and the endurance is not good enough, it is easy to expose one's weaknesses without the assistance of weapons. Those who use swords do have deadly and dangerous moves, but they lose because of their weak defense and strength. If one move fails, it is easy to be suppressed by a power player like Ji Ruiqing. Your whole family is trash, and you still have the nerve to take revenge. Ugh! Ji Ruiqing is at least a disciple selected by the Immortal Palace Gate. Although she has no status and identity, her talent is no worse than any genius in Tiansheng City. In addition, she has been tempered in the 8 gates for so long some time ago, so she naturally doesn't care about this sword energy. Especially when 2 big men together can't withstand her hammer. She despises it even more. It was not known whether it was because of humiliation or because the resistance was too strenuous. But both Murong Xiran and Murong Taiwa blushed and gritted their teeth. 2 men were not as good as a woman, and they were watched by the entire Tiansheng dynasty. This was definitely the most humiliating battle in their history. Just when their mentality collapsed, Ji Ruiqing did not give them a chance to retreat. She swung her arms twice in succession, and the hammer smashed down, almost one hammer at a time, hitting the bullseye, and directly knocked the 2 out. Only Murong Xiran and Murong Taiwa were seen with painful expressions, blood spurting out like a waterfall, drawing an embarrassing arc in the air, and falling heavily to the ground, fainting at the moment, and their life and death were unknown. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Wuzong sword sect was shocked and looked at Ji Ruiqing in disbelief. Although Murong Xiran and Murong Taiwa were not the most powerful among them, they were at least in the top 10 of the rankings. It was incredible that they were defeated by this woman with just a few hammers. Murong Yuxuan, who was watching outside and looking forward to her 2 brothers showing off their skills, was even more frightened and stunned. Perhaps she couldn't believe it, and she rubbed her eyes and kept confirming. Her 2 brothers were defeated just like that? How is it possible? I advise you Wuzong sword sect to come together. Otherwise it won't be enough to fill my teeth. Ji Ruiqing was a little inflated at this time. As he spoke, he picked his teeth very appropriately. His contemptuous look was completely rubbing the face of Wuzong sword sect on the ground. Shang Shaoxian naturally couldn't stand such a provocation. His face sank, and he snorted coldly. But after defeating 2 trash, you want to challenge my entire team alone? This is definitely the stupidest decision you have ever made. Who said one person? I'm not that stupid. Ji Ruiqing denied with a look of disapproval. Hearing this, Shang Shaoxian couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, she was not that bold. However, the next sentence made his expression sink again. We have to add at least 3 more, Ji Ruiqing said seriously. And then Fan Yibin, Meng Yusen and Xi Jinping came out. Chapter 2225 The Best Live Target. After a month of meditation and supplemented by food rich in spiritual power, Ji Ruiqing and Fan Yibin have reached the level of late-stage acquired Emperor Spiritual Masters. And the other disciples of the Soul Chasing Hall have reached the level of mid-stage acquired Emperor Spiritual Masters. Although there is a big gap with the lineup of Wuzong Sword Sect, they want to experience it and try their ability to fight one against many and cross-level operations. After all, they have been hiding their strength and bearing humiliation for so long. If they don't show their skills, they will probably be suffocated and go crazy. What's more, strength is accumulated in battle, and the improvement in the body naturally depends on the actual operation of the outside world to consolidate. And these people in front of them are the best test targets. But the disciples of Wuzong Sword Sect who heard this felt humiliated, and they instantly jumped into anger. They originally thought that the Qingyang medicine shop would attack together, but they didn't expect them to be so crazy. 4 people challenged 8 people? Are they crazy? Woman. Apart from the 2 rubbish of the Murong family, my team has 2 peak acquired Emperor Spirit Masters and 6 late acquired Emperor Spirit Masters. You should know that those who humiliate my Wuzong Sword Sect never have a good end. Shang Shaoxian narrowed his eyes and warned. His cold voice was full of murderous intent. How can you say humiliation? Among the 4 of us, 2 are late acquired Emperor Spirit Masters, and the other 2 are also in the realm of middle acquired Emperor Spirit Masters. It's not too bad to deal with you. Ji Ruiqing pointed at Fan Yibin, Xi Jinping and Meng Yusen, and said it with full confidence. If you don't know, you would think these 4 people are so powerful. But it turns out that the most powerful one is only in the late acquired Emperor Spirit Master. and the other two are still in the middle acquired Emperor Spirit Masters, let alone compared with Wuzong's sword sect. This lineup is not even as good as the eliminated teams in the 4 states. I really don't know how Ji Ruiqing had the nerve to say that, and said it with confidence. Sure enough, Shang Xixian's face was once again a little darker by Ji Ruiqing's words, and he exuded a murderous aura all over his body. Humph. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish. Come on! With an order, 6 late-stage postnatal Emperor spiritual masters rushed out like sharp swords, trying to take down all 4 people. Seeing this, Ji Ruiqing smiled charmingly. Your opponents are the 2 of them, not me. After saying that, she went away like the wind, easily avoiding their sword energy, and then raised her hand, and her spiritual power became a hammer, smashing straight towards Shang Xiaoxian. The power was devastating and extremely terrifying, and the spreading power fluctuations made Su Mayan a little frightened. Ji Ruiqing is indeed a person with extraordinary understanding and unlimited potential. In a short period of time, he has already used his spiritual power to such an extent, which is really rare. I believe that if it is a comparison of strength and hammer swing, Su Mayan really dare not assert that he can beat her. Fortunately, they are from the same school, not enemies. Otherwise Ji Ruiqing must be an enemy that gives her a headache. Even a pervert like Su Mayan has this idea. Shang Xiaoxian, who is facing the attack, feels the pressure of Ji Ruiqing, and immediately swings his arm to cut the sword and rushes forward. Shang Xiaoxian is a swordsman. His advantage lies in his fast speed and sharp moves. Therefore, the strategy is to fight quickly and not give the enemy any breathing space. After all, the spiritual power stored in the human body is limited. No matter how powerful the spiritual power is, it will be exhausted. Therefore, when the state is the best, the enemy should be taken away in one wave. So he jumped up and broke through the void. 10,000 sword lights shot out from behind him. Every sword intent was integrated with him, leaving terrible sword marks wherever he passed. Ji Ruiqing knew how powerful the opponent was, and he didn't underestimate him at all. Before the first hammer fell, several hammers followed in turn. The spiritual power flooded like an overwhelming wave. No matter how fast Shang Xiaoxian was, he couldn't dodge it directly. He had to bite the bullet and face the attack. Shang Xixian's hand speed was so fast that only a few afterimages were left, flashing in the air, and a very dazzling sword light burst out, wrapping him up in it, forming a sharp defense. The sword energy swept straight to Ji Ruiqing's vital parts, forcing Ji Ruiqing to swing his arms constantly and smash the sword with the greatest force. In this way, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Shang Xiaoxian thought that he could take down this woman in a few fights. Who knew that after a round, the opponent didn't show any obvious decline, which was really surprising. At this time, Fang Yibin saw that Ji Ruiqing entangled the captain of Wuzong's sword school, and then aimed his spearhead at another peak postnatal emperor spiritual master of Wuzong's sword school. Qi Jinping and Meng Yusen are both mid-stage acquired emperor spirit masters. Although they have the ability to fight across levels, it is still a bit difficult to cross 2 levels to deal with a peak acquired emperor spirit master. Therefore, this difficult problem still needs to be solved by him. Thinking of this, Fang Yibin also condensed into a sword and slashed towards the peak emperor spirit master. His tone was a little excited. I want to try. Is the sword of Wuzong's sword school more powerful? Or is my sword more powerful? Fang Yibin is also a sword cultivator. The reason why he embarked on the road of no return of sword cultivation was because of an old guy who loved to brag. The old guy said that half of the credit for sword cultivation in the world belongs to him. As long as you follow him to cultivate sword, you will definitely reach the peak of your life. At that time, he was too naive to believe these words. So he worshipped the old man as his master and learned swordsmanship from him for a month. Later, Fang Yibin saw through the old man's lies, and in a fit of anger, he went down the mountain and traveled far away. Since then, the 2 have lost contact. After that, he worshipped the fairy palace and taught himself some swordsmanship secrets that were not available outside. Maybe he was talented. Relying on the basics he learned at the beginning and his own understanding, he actually achieved some success, which allowed him to survive until now. Today, when he met a professional swordsman, he couldn't wait to compete with him to see where his wild way was compared with the swordsmanship of the famous and upright sex. The peak emperor spirit master saw that Fang Yibin dared to provoke him, and his eyebrows were raised. He immediately fought back unceremoniously. A mere acquired Emperor Spirit Master wants to learn to fight across levels. You are looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold light flashed, and the sharp sword came madly. Fang Yibin drew an elegant arc with his right hand, and the sharp sword in his hand instantly caught the opponent's sword in tint. Then he turned his wrist, and the sword energy suddenly burst out from the blade that was shining with spiritual power. The opponent didn't expect his tricky moves. His heart jumped, and his head quickly avoided it. Then, he hurriedly withdrew his sword and jumped back. Then he slashed at Fang Yibin's other parts with another sword. Fang Yibin blocked with his sword horizontally, soared into the sky with the force, stepped on the void, and slashed with a sword vertically, like thunder descending to the world, and hit the ground with a clang. Only the position where the peak postnatal Emperor Spiritual Master stood was left, with a sword marked 3 feet deep. Chapter 2226 The Indestructible Little Cockroach. However, the late-stage postnatal Emperor Spiritual Master was not a simple character either. He quickly dodged the sword with his agile skills. When everyone saw clearly, he was already standing 5 feet away. You can imagine how fast he was, and how strong his defense was. The force is good, but it's a pity that sword cultivators don't rely on brute force to win. He glanced at the sword marks on the ground, snorted indifferently, and then swung his sword to cut. Thousands of wind blades burst out in front of him, gathered together in an instant, and with a fierce spiritual power, they set off a storm that covered the sky and the sun, as if they had turned into a storm sword, coming to kill Fang Yibin. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath in shock, as expected of the third-ranked figure of the Wuzong Sword School. His mastery of the artistic conception of wind has taken another step forward. The swordsman from the Qingyang medicine shop is going to be miserable. At this time, Fang Yibin saw the other party's state of mind of wind, but he was not surprised. After all, the other party was a super genius of the Wuzong Sword School. It was normal for him to comprehend the will of nature. In addition, he was a peak postnatal Emperor Spiritual Master, one level higher than him. It was beyond doubt that his combat power was higher than his. But he, who had experienced the tempering of the storm, would not give up so easily. Therefore, Fang Yibin, whose body was destroyed and forced to retreat repeatedly, gritted his teeth and fought hard even though he knew that he was not as strong as others. Now his only bargaining chip is his strong defense and willpower. No matter what, the violent power of the 8 gates could not kill him. How could he lose to this little sword energy? Sure enough, after seeing that Fang Yibin was seriously injured and still resisted, the black-clothed young man flashed a touch of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that you could catch my Feng Lishao's sword. You are quite thick-skinned. Unfortunately, your spiritual power is not good, and you will lose sooner or later. After that, the man's body was like a sword, slashing at him one after another, with speed and strength several times higher than before, and each sword light was extremely sharp, trying to break all of Fang Yibin's defenses. Although Fang Yibin was seriously injured, he couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. You didn't expect a lot. For example, I also comprehended the artistic conception of wind. After that, he stood up, stepped on the void, walked lightly, and landed several feet away with a few sweeps, and actually avoided the man's fierce attack. Seeing this scene, not only the young man in black, but also the people watching the game were surprised. You know, if you don't have super comprehension, extraordinary willpower and opportunities that are hard to come by, it is impossible to succeed casually. Those who can master the will of nature are basically super geniuses at the top level of the Tiansheng dynasty. Only they have this condition and ability. But I didn't expect that such a small and unknown organization like Qingyang Medicine Shop actually has such talents. It's really surprising. The black-clothed young man saw this, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "He is quite capable. I want to see whether your feet are faster or my sword is faster." Before he finished speaking, the black-clothed young man chased him again, with sword light flashing and sword energy crisscrossing, so fast that it was dazzling. Fang Yibin was forced to do nothing, and he could only rely on the state of mind of wind to escape everywhere. At this time, Shang Shaoxian, who was entangled with Ji Ruiqing, couldn't help but look sideways. He actually mastered the state of mind of wind. Is this the trump card of your Qingyang medicine shop? Trumpet? Is the captain of Wuzong sword sect so naive? Ji Ruiqing laughed sarcastically. and then swung his arm, also set off a gust of wind, and blew toward Shang Xiaoxian quickly. I forgot to tell you. Not only he can do it, I can do it too. At this time, the fierce wind like a sword covered the spiritual power blasted by Ji Ruiqing, and instantly formed an iron hammer covered with sharp thorns, which smashed down heavily. Not only was the power amazing, but the attack power was also very terrible. I believe that if it fell on a flesh and blood body, it would immediately make people full of holes and bleed like a river. Even Shang Xiaoxian saw this. His eyes flashed, and he quickly dodged. He didn't expect that there were two people who mastered the artistic conception of wind in the Qingyang medicine shop. No wonder they were so arrogant. But as the captain of the Wuzong sword school, how could he not have some real skills? He immediately swung his sword and launched a counterattack. The whole person shuttled through the storm and cut the iron hammer alive. I saw that the collision with the iron hammer produced purple flames and crackling sounds. The power of thunder and lightning. Ji Ruiqing was knocked back several meters by this violent collision, and exclaimed in shock, "You can master the power of wind, which is quite good, but compared with my power of thunder and lightning, it is far inferior. You will lose this battle." Shang Xiaoxian snorted coldly, and the whole person seemed to turn into thunder and lightning, chasing after him. Every sword flashed with lightning, and the momentum was terrifying, as if the end of the world had come. Everyone knows that the power of thunder and lightning is not only fast, but also very fierce. In comparison, the power of wind is not good enough. Shang Xiaoxian is worthy of being the most outstanding swordsman after Lu Yu. So what if you have mastered the will of thunder and lightning? I am thick-skinned. It depends on how long you can hold on to the power of thunder and lightning. Ji Ruiqing struggled to resist a wave and roared unconvinced. Shang Xiaoxian snorted sarcastically. You are really confident. No matter how strong your defense is, you can't withstand my thunder and lightning sword. Give up. After saying that, several thunderbolts slashed down, instantly splitting Ji Ruiqing's skin and flesh, and the sword energy rushed into her body, raging wildly, causing her to spit out blood. Seeing this, everyone watching the battle sneered and shook their heads, and couldn't help but turn their eyes to the remaining members of Qingyang Medicine Shop who did not participate in the battle. Qingyang Medicine Shop only sent 4 people to defeat the other 8 people. Now the 2 most capable ones can't hold on and are in danger of life at any time. Not to mention the 2 who are being besieged by 6 people. Faced with such a tragic record, the rest of the teammates of Qingyang Medicine Shop were indifferent and had no intention of helping at all. It was really puzzling. For that little face, they would rather sacrifice 4 teammates with good strength. Is it worth it? However, just when everyone thought that Qingyang Medicine Shop was about to be eliminated, Ji Ruiqing actually relied on her tenacious willpower to resist it, because her speed was not as fast as Shang Xiaoxian. Even if she fled everywhere, she could not avoid the opponent's fierce bombing. So, within a moment, she was hacked to pieces. Her whole body was black and bloody. There was no intact place from head to toe, and the injuries in her body were extremely severe. But even so, she still stood firm, swinging the hammer without mercy. Perhaps there was no way to hide. She turned the passive into active, regardless of anything, charging forward desperately, and resisted several perverted sword intentions. Seeing such a fierce battle, many men couldn't help swallowing their saliva. If it were anyone else, they would have been annihilated by such repeated bombing and killing. It was a miracle that she, a woman, could hold on for so long without losing her fighting power. However, everyone soon discovered that not only Ji Ruiqing, but also Fan Yibin and Meng Yusen and Qi Jinping, who were besieged by 6 people, were also resisting tenaciously and holding on. They had to wonder how they could withstand such serious injuries. Are these people's bodies made of iron? Even if it was iron, it would be shattered into powder by such a crazy attack. Chapter 2227 Wear them out. The reason why everyone had such doubts was that they didn't know what kind of abnormal tempering Ji Ruiqing and others had experienced in the Fairy Palace Gate. They didn't know that the natural power contained in the 8 gates was many times stronger than the power exerted by humans. And Ji Ruiqing and others had stayed in there for several months, enduring thousands of terrifying ravages, and had already trained a body of steel and iron bones. So, after dozens of rounds, although Ji Ruiqing and others were wounded and beaten, their strong willpower and amazing physical strength did not make them a little weak. Instead, they fought more and more bravely, just like a human puppet who was not afraid of being beaten. not knowing pain, not knowing tiredness. Seeing such an incredible scene, everyone was shocked and doubted their eyes for a while. As for the Wuzong sword sect, which was constantly being consumed, they felt cold in their hearts. The proud and disdainful expression they had just had was gradually worn out by these indestructible and indomitable people, and what was left was indescribable solemnity, because their spiritual power was rapidly depleting. And Ji Ruiqing, Fang Yibin and others were fleeing so fast. They had already been exhausted after so many rounds. The serious overdraft of spiritual power and physical strength reduced their offensive and combat effectiveness by more than half, and they had already missed the best time to fight. You know, the most violent bombardment at the beginning failed to kill these people, not to mention that they were already at the end of their strength. So for a while, the battle situation that was originally sure to win suddenly became confusing. Fang Yibin saw that the opponent's momentum was getting weaker and weaker, and knew that now was the best time to turn the situation around. He no longer reserved his strength and decisively launched an attack, which suddenly broke out at full speed, with a posture of fighting to the death with the opponent. The young man in black was frightened by his desperate fighting style, and immediately switched from attack to defense and fled backwards, daring not to fight head-on. Fang Yibin had a body as strong as a copper wall, but he didn't. At this time, Qi Jinping and Meng Yusen, who were besieged by 6 people, saw Fang Yibin launch a counterattack and no longer swallowed their anger. After resisting so many waves of attacks and being injured so badly before, it was time to get angry and teach these people a lesson. Anyway, the combat power of the Wuzong sword sect can only make them suffer a little hardship and aggravate their injuries, but it won't take their lives. In this way, the 4-man team led by Ji Ruiqing finally forced the Wuzong sword sect to retreat step by step with their tenacious will and tough body. Although the Wuzong sword sect was very powerful, no one dared to fight this madman with flesh and blood. After a while, they showed signs of decline. Some were seriously injured and fell to the ground, and some could not support it and used the teleportation talisman to leave. They probably never dreamed that their team would be exhausted by 4 people. Of course, not only them, but also several other teams could not imagine that there would be such a ridiculous and absurd battle in the world. So, in this battle, Wuzong sword sect was defeated shamefully and unbelievably. As a result, many people did not have time to recover. Ji Ruiqing and others had already finished the battle and dragged their broken bodies back to Su Maoyang's side. Su Maoyang knew that they had fought hard in this battle. Without saying a word, he took out 4 pills and handed them to them. Thank you for your hard work. The reason why she did not help this time was that she believed in their strength, and they really needed experience. Learning from the past, she did not want the people around her to live under her umbrella forever without the ability to protect themselves. In such a chaotic world, they can only be independent and strong, so that she can feel at ease. Ji Ruiqing took the pill, swallowed it in one gulp, and waved her hands in shame. Alas, I'm ashamed of you. I can't beat you, so I can only use the dumbest way to fight hard. She knew very well that if they were to face an opponent stronger than Wuzong sword sect, they would not be able to hold on for so long. To put it bluntly, they relied on the advantage of having experienced the body tempering of the 8 gates, which consumed them for a while longer. In addition, they practiced quietly in the spirit chest crystal in the previous month, and everyone's spiritual power had a qualitative leap, which led to such a victory. Otherwise, this battle would be really difficult. Su Maoyang smiled. No matter what method, as long as you win. It's amazing. This battle was fought beautifully. Fu Minxiu couldn't help but praise. You are lower in level than others, and your number is half that of others. You have been at a disadvantage in the battle, but you won in the end. It is enough to show that you are much stronger than them in defense, will and physical strength. As he said, Fu Minxiu couldn't help but glance at Princess Yulwan. The meaning of his words was obviously to refute Princess Yulwan's previous ridicule of him for misjudging. Now it is confirmed that the Qingyang medicine shop he was optimistic about did not disappoint him. Pei Shilun naturally understood what Fu Minxiu meant, and could not help but sneer. They are just tough and strong, and they survived the war of attrition. What's there to brag about? They are lucky, and they are fighting against the Wuzong sword sect, which has poor strength and defense. If it were my team, they would have died long ago. Hee hee. Since the princess is so confident, my Qingyang medicine shop would like to experience the strength of the prince's mansion. Su Maoyang knew that Princess Yulwan was somewhat hostile to him, from the fact that she was the first to propose that they be the center of the formation. It can be seen that she is very much targeting the Qingyang medicine shop. Pei Shilun felt it was ridiculous when she heard this, and asked in a cold voice, "For people in your team were seriously injured and lost their fighting ability. Do you want to send the remaining 6 people to fight against the 10 people in my palace? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Who said we lost our fighting ability? I'm very energetic now, and it's no problem to fight for dozens of rounds." Fan Yibin, who was sitting aside digesting the pill, couldn't help but stand up, rubbed his arms, released the spiritual power that returned to the peak state, and challenged Pei Shilun. Ji Ruiqing, Meng Yusen and Qi Jinping also let out a long breath, and moved their muscles and bones vigorously, as if the tragic and difficult battle just now was an illusion. Pei Shilun frowned slightly when she saw this, and her face couldn't help but look a little ugly. She found that this group of people had amazing recovery ability, and the wounds on their bodies were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Judging from the spiritual power and breath they released, the injuries in their bodies should have been almost healed, which was incredible. How could you? Pei Shitzi was also shocked by such recovery ability, and stared at them in disbelief. Haha. Pei Shitzi, we are a pharmacy after all. We must have a lot of elixirs for treating injuries and restoring combat power. We can still handle this small scene. Ji Ruiqing threw a coquettish eye at Pei Shitzi and explained kindly. Pei Shitzi was choked by these words. He forgot that Qingyang Pharmacy was originally a store selling elixirs, so they must have come prepared. But what kind of elixir would have such amazing efficacy that it could restore such a serious injury by 70% or 80% in the blink of an eye? Chapter 2228 Princess Yulwan is angry. Prince Pei doesn't know the situation, but Wu Marquis and the people of Duke Wei's mansion know something. Because Wu Ye and Yu Lingshang had participated in the auction held by Qingyang Medicine Shop and bought the divine pattern pills, and knew the powerful effect of the medicine. Judging from the recovery of Ji Ruiqing and the other 4, it is probably related to the divine pattern pills. But I didn't expect that they brought so many divine pattern pills with them. They were well prepared and generous. I think if they can grab those divine pattern pills, it will definitely be of great benefit to breaking the formation. At least there will be no danger to life. Thinking of this, Wu Yang, the eldest son of Wu Marquis, stood up and said, "You are not qualified to challenge the prince's mansion. You must pass me first." After the words fell, the other descendants of Wu Marquis had sharp eyes, high aura, and were ready for battle. Obviously, they had the unique sharpness and tacit understanding of soldiers. As we all know, Wu Ho is a great general of the Tiansheng dynasty with outstanding military achievements. Although his descendants did not enter the 9 major sects for training, they all experienced military training and received the most stringent military management and training. The superiors who taught them were no worse than the elders of the 9 major sections, under the cultivation of the family and the royal family. The resources for training were no less than those of the 9 major sections. Therefore, the team set by Wu Ho was also very powerful. Su Maoyong saw him volunteering to stand up, raised his eyebrows and glanced at him, and said sarcastically, "The descendants of Wu Ho are loyal to the prince and the princess, and they are so eager to jump out to protect their master. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense." Wu Yang's cold and capable personality made him not want to say more, but just want to get started. Su Maoyong curled her lips and nodded. "Okay. Since you took the initiative to invite us to fight, we will fulfill your wish." Then she turned to look at Ji Ruiqing, Fan Yibin and the other 4. "You rest first. Leave this battle to us." Although Ji Ruiqing and the others had taken the elixir and recovered a lot, it was better to rest more just in case. After all, there were still tough battles to fight later, and the younger generation of Wu Marquis did not need so many of them to fight at the moment. Ji Ruiqing and the other 4 nodded obediently, and simply sat down to slowly recover. When Wu Yang saw that Su Maoyong and his men only sent 6 people to fight, he was furious. "Humph. We are descendants of generals after all. How dare you look down on us? You don't know how to live or die." They have all experienced the hardships of the battlefield. Both men and women can fight and resist. They are not comparable to those tender young men and women. The Qingyang medicine shop's move simply shows that it does not take Wu Anho and the general's mansion seriously. Maybe he was so angry that he shouted, "Quick fight. No need to hold back." After that, he rushed directly towards Jun Haotsong. as if he was disdainful of fighting with Su Maoyang. A woman! Seeing this, Su Maoyang shook her head helplessly. You may be able to hold on for 10 seconds in my hands, but in Jun Haotsong's hands. Sure enough, before Su Maoyang finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and Wu Yan was knocked out by Jun Haotsong's punch. Jun Haotsong is now a peak-acquired Emperor Spirit Master. With his cross-level combat ability, it is not a problem for him to deal with innate Emperor Spirit Masters. How could Wu Yang, who is also a peak-acquired Emperor Spirit Master, be his opponent? Of course, it doesn't mean that Wu Yang doesn't have the ability to fight across levels and deal with innate Emperor Spirit Masters. It's just that compared with Jun Haotsong, this super abnormal person, he is a little good enough. The other descendants of Wen Marquis were ready to catch everyone in one fell swoop. But when they suddenly saw their leader being knocked away by a single blow, they were stunned, and their resolute and cold faces rarely showed an expression of disbelief. You know, Wu Yang is their father's most beloved and proud son. He has made many military achievements in the army, and is quite prestigious. Everyone says that he has the style of Wen Marquis when he was young. Now, he was knocked away by a single punch. Did they see it right? However, just when they were stunned, Su Maoyang, Wang Xiang, O Xing, Gongsun Jingji, and Gu Qiuyun had already surrounded them. Gongsun Jingji, Gu Yun, you are responsible for one person. Li Yang, sure you, each responsible for 2 people, and leave the rest to me. Su Maoyang quickly gave an order, and because he did not dare to reveal his identity, he had to call them by their pseudonyms. Wang Xiang and O Xing were disciples from the Immortal Palace sect. They had experienced the tempering of the wind power of the 8 gates with Ji Ruiqing and others. Their physique and will were impeccable. Even if they couldn't win, they could still resist for a while and exercise their skills. If the arrogant juniors like Wen Ho knew that Su Maoyang was still planning to let his senior brother practice, I wonder if they would be angry and faint. However, when the battle broke out, no one had the heart to think about anything else. They all displayed their unique skills and joined the battle. It was just that Jun Haotsong's attack left them with a shadow, which weakened their momentum at the beginning. As the descendants of the generals, they understood the importance of morale the most. Once morale was lost, they would suffer defeat. As expected, in less than a cup of tea, the team led by Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong successfully injured the team of Wen Ho, giving this group of self-righteous and arrogant descendants of the generals a heavy blow. Pei Shilwan's face became even uglier when she saw this scene. She thought Qingyang Medicine Shop was just bragging, but she didn't expect that they could really deal with the descendants of Marquis Wen. Their strength was beyond her expectations, especially the maid named Su Lin, who killed 4 people by herself. Although those 4 people were not as good as Wu Yang. One of them was a peak postnatal imperial spiritual master, and 3 were late postnatal imperial spiritual masters. As a late postnatal imperial spiritual master, she could have such a record, which really made people look at her differently. Just when Pei Shilwan was surprised, Su Maoyang patted the dust off his sleeves and looked up at her. Princess, your flower protectors have fallen. Now we are qualified to let you take action yourself. Right? Pei Shilwan frowned at her slightly sarcastic tone, but her proud look remained unchanged. She snorted coldly. Yes, I have to admit that you have some real skills. But if you want to beat me, I advise you to be born into a good family in your next life. As a princess, Pei Shilwan has an innate sense of superiority, and looks down on lowly people like Su Maoyang from the bottom of her heart. In her opinion, no matter how powerful Su Lin is, she is just a wild person, and will never be worthy of being compared with her. Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing. It seems that you also know that you have a good family background. And other than that, you are useless. Oh no, I was wrong. You are not useless. At least you are beautiful. And for your face, there are many men willing to work hard for you. Obviously, Su Maoyang's words were a satire on Pei Shilwan being just a vase who relied on men to get ahead. Pei Shilwan naturally understood, and her face turned red with anger, and her eyes burst into sharp light like a knife. Okay, today this princess will be merciful and let you, an ugly monster, know what beauty and strength coexist. Chapter 2229 Dual System Controller. As she spoke, Pei Shilwan turned her wrist, and a silver spear condensed from spiritual power and ice spikes suddenly appeared in her palm. Her graceful and agile figure came from a distance with a biting cold air. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. And then he swept back a distance with the wind under his feet. I heard that the princess mastered the will of nature before. But I didn't expect it to be the will of ice. Humph. You didn't expect a lot. I not only mastered the will of ice, but also the will of wood. Pei Shiluan snorted disdainfully, raised her hand suddenly, and saw that the spiritual power that was blasted out turned into a wooden vine and swept towards Su Maoyong. The branches with fangs and claws were like ghosts asking for their lives, trying to catch Su Maoyong back. Su Maoyong was a little surprised that Pei Shiluan had mastered two natural wills. It seemed that her talent, understanding and physical fitness were indeed 1 in a million. No wonder she was favored by the prince. Just thinking that he could catch her with a few wooden vines was too naive. Thinking of it, Su Maoyong tapped his toes lightly, jumped up and down, and his body passed by the wooden vines like a whirlwind, without touching a leaf. Seeing that the other party tried to use the state of mind of wind to avoid the attack, Pei Shiluan raised a cold arc at the corner of her mouth and sneered. It's useless to master the state of mind of wind when you meet me. If you want to fight a war of attrition, forget it. The vines and woods born from her state of mind of wood are crisscrossed and endless. Even if Su Lin is as fast as a gust of wind, she will never escape the net she has laid. So, if Su Maoyong still wants to copy the fighting methods of Ji Ruiqing and others, and consume her spiritual power and physical strength, it is undoubtedly a dead end. Do I need to fight a war of attrition with you? Su Maoyong thought it was ridiculous and couldn't help laughing, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Stop joking. Okay? You don't feel tired. But I feel it's a waste of time. After that, Su Maoyong flashed, using the stealth to the extreme, and came behind Pei Shiluan in the blink of an eye, and slammed a palm. Pei Shiluan was very sensitive, and she was shocked and turned to the side. And then she came back and killed her. At the same time, Fujiki turned around quickly and continued to surround and strangle Su Maoyong. The force was so fierce, the speed was so fast, and the angle was so tricky that there was no place for people to escape. Seeing that she was not hit, and the attack was fierce, Su Maoyong was somewhat surprised. With such a reaction speed and attack power, Pei Shiluan was not in vain. She was indeed much stronger than the opponent just now. Therefore, even Su Maoyong couldn't help but exclaim, "The princess is worthy of being the princess." No wonder she dared to lead the whole team to compete with so many geniuses at the level of a late-stage postnatal imperial spiritual master. She had heard Ji Ruiqing say that Pei Shiluan was the lowest-level captain among the 18 teams of the Tiansheng dynasty. At that time, she just heard it and didn't take it to heart. Now that she has personally felt it, she knows how powerful the other party is. It seems that Ji Ruiqing's words are not exaggerated, and Pei Shiluan's real strength may even be beyond their understanding. With this understanding, Su Maoyong's expression became more serious. With a wave of his hand, he condensed his spiritual power into a knife, quickly cut through the surrounding vines, and rushed towards Pei Shiluan like a sharp sword. With a swing of his arm, the dazzling knife light broke through the air, leaving a terrifying knife shadow in Pei Shiluan's pupils. Pei Shiluan's pupils shrank sharply, and she quickly raised her gun to block. Although the weapons were condensed with spiritual power and had weak defense, they could at least alleviate the impact of the force. However, before she could make any other plans, she heard a loud bang, and the long spear she made with spiritual power and ice spikes was actually chopped into pieces by a knife. The power vibrated and spread so widely that she was forced to retreat several feet away before she could stabilize her body. Sure enough, they are all a bunch of rough people, fighting with brute force. Pei Shiluan was annoyed at being beaten back, and she was a little embarrassed, so she vented her anger. Su Maoyong shook his head in disappointment. My strength has always been the weakest in our team. You can't bear this. You can only blame your body for being too weak. In the Qingyang medicine shop team, only she and Ji Ruiqing were women, and the others were all strong men, so their strength was naturally higher than hers. And Ji Ruiqing, this perverted man with so much strength that men were afraid of him, could not be considered a woman at all. So, strictly speaking, Su Maoyong's power is really the weakest among them. It's just that Su Maoyong's spiritual power is too lethal, giving people an illusion of fierce power. But when Pei Shiluan heard this, it seemed like a deliberate humiliation. You are sharp-tongued. Wait for me to beat you. Pei Shiluan roared, and burst out spiritual power again, gathering it into a long spear again, stabbing at her. And the spiritual power around her ran wildly, as if to annihilate everything. Seeing that she was ruthless, Su Maoyang did not hold back, and swung his sword. Everyone actually saw flames bursting out from the blade, and the raging fire quickly covered the sword, and the vines and wood were instantly burned clean wherever she passed. Then she took advantage of the wind. Sword up, swept the sword across, like a fire dragon swinging its tail, and slashed towards Pei Shiluan. Fire! The artistic conception of fire. Pei Shiluan thought that she had won with her full power, but she didn't expect that Su Lin had a backhand. She was frightened and her face changed drastically. She quickly burst into defense, and her whole body was shining with golden light, as if she was wearing a layer of golden armor. However, Su Maoyang's spiritual power was special and much stronger than ordinary spiritual power attacks. So no matter how strong Pei Shiluan's defense was, she couldn't completely resist it. She was immediately knocked out and spit out a mouthful of old blood in the air. Those who know Pei Shiluan know how strong her last defensive skill is, but she was still beaten to spit blood. It can be imagined how strong Su Lin's attack is. Of course, the most shocking thing is that Su Lin not only comprehended the artistic conception of wind, but also comprehended the artistic conception of fire. Like Pei Shiluan, she is a rare dual system controller. This world is too fantasy. Not only do all her teammates know the artistic conception of wind, but she is also a dual system. And the attack of fire power is not lower than that of ice power and wood power. On the contrary, the power of fire is the nemesis of the power of wood. Pei Shiluan was so unlucky to meet such an opponent. However, just when everyone was shocked, Su Maoyang rushed forward again, swinging his sword and slashing down. This sword was not only filled with fire, but also accompanied by a sharp wind blade. The two natural wills and fierce spiritual power smashed down together, which was definitely a fatal blow to Pei Shiluan. Even if he didn't die, he would probably end up disabled. Seeing this scene, Prince Pei and other brothers and sisters in the palace were horrified and wanted to step forward to rescue him. But they were intercepted by Jun Haocong, Wang Xiang and others as soon as they stepped out. And soon they fought together. Seeing that Pei Shiluan's life was in danger, Yu Yanhuai of the Duke of Wei's mansion was anxious and could no longer sit idly by. He rushed towards Pei Shiluan, and at the same time, he threw out the ring blade, which suddenly hit the fire knife cut by Su Maoyang, and immediately burst out a blazing fire. Seeing someone blocking the attack for Pei Shiluan, Su Maoyang frowned unhappily and said coldly, "What? The Duke of Wei's mansion and the Wang mansion want to join hands to bully my Qingliang medicine shop." Chapter 22:30 Jealous of her beauty. You killed the princess. And as a subject, I naturally cannot sit idly by. He hugged Pei Shiluan tightly in his arms, and his pupils flashed with a sense of heartache. It was obvious that Yu Yanhuai was fond of Princess Yuan. Of course, it would be hard for a man not to be moved by such an outstanding woman as Pei Shiluan. But seeing such a scene of love between a man and a woman, Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing. The princess is still good with that face. Look, there is a man who stands up for you in a crisis. Humph. You are cruel and aggressive. You are just jealous of her beauty. It is said that ugly people are more likely to do bad things. And it is true. Yu Yanhuai scolded angrily, staring at Su Maoyang with endless disgust and contempt. Ji Ruiqing, Fang Yibin and others looked at each other and laughed out loud when they heard this. Haha, jealous? No matter her appearance or temperament, Pei Shiluan couldn't compare to Su Maoyang. Yu Yanhuai actually had the nerve to say that Su Maoyang was jealous of Pei Shiluan's beauty. If he knew the truth, would he be so ashamed that he would poke his eyes out? When Jun Haocong heard someone insulting Su Maoyang, his face sank, and his cold eyes suddenly revealed a chilling and shrill look. You fool who judges people by their appearance. You are not worthy of talking about my woman. The deep and rich voice was as cold as metal. As soon as it came out, it swept towards Yu Yanhuai with terrible force. Then he flashed and punched Yu Yanhuai directly. There were no extra words, no extra moves, and many people didn't even have time to react. Seeing this man coming fiercely, Yu Yanhuai frowned, raised his arm quickly, threw out the ring blade, and wanted to knock Jun Haocong out. Unfortunately, let alone the ring blade he used, which was condensed by spiritual power. Even if it was a real holy weapon, Jun Haocong could punch it through with one punch. So this lethality was beyond doubt. So, without suspense, the ring blade was shattered by a punch. And the next second Yu Yanhuai actually saw the fist rushing towards him without any hindrance. and the unstoppable power only increased, which made Yu Yanhuai feel frightened. This person is obviously the same as him, both at the level of peak acquired Emperor Spiritual Master. But the spiritual power strength is higher than him. No wonder he could just punch Wu Yang away. It seems that the owner of this cool medicine shop is indeed not simple. Yu Yanhuai did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and reacted quickly, flashing to the side and fully opening his defense. Unfortunately, even if he avoided the fist, he was still knocked back by the energy attached to the fist. In addition, he also felt an inexplicable airflow rushing into his body, sweeping wildly. If he hadn't tried his best to suppress it, he would have spurted out blood on the spot. It's hard to imagine what would happen if he was slower and his defense was weaker. Others couldn't see the lethality of Jun Haotsong's punch, but Su Maoyang knew it. She had seen Jun Haotsong's practice. Although she didn't know what kind of skills he practiced, there was always a terrible black demonic energy surrounding him. I believe that the black energy is definitely not an ordinary airflow. If it rushes into the body, it will definitely cause unimaginable damage. However, just when Yu Yanhuai was still in shock, Jun Haotsong attacked again. This time, he didn't use his hands, but flew directly and kicked Yu Yanhuai. Everyone could see clearly that he disdained to use weapons condensed from spiritual power, and even disdained to attack with fists, and directly kicked Yu Yanhuai, which was obviously a contempt for him. Jun Qingjue was the first person to be so arrogant and rude in front of the eldest son of the Duke of Wei's mansion. Fortunately, Yu Yanhuai was also a man of outstanding talent. He actually used his arms to block the kick, but his body could not bear it and retreated 10 meters away before he stabilized his body. However, even if he was not knocked down and saved his face, he was still severely injured inside, and his chest suddenly caused a tearing pain. This time, he couldn't hold it back and finally spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked and opened their eyes wide in disbelief. The battle had just begun, and Yu Yanhuai showed signs of decline. This was not a good sign. However, they didn't know that Yu Yanhuai was seriously injured at this time and had lost the ability to continue fighting. Of course, he could still fight, but he would definitely lose, and it would just be a gift to Jun Haotsong. The dog raised by Princess Yuan is not very strong. If you want to protect your master, you have to work hard. Jun Haotsong glanced at him coldly, then retracted his gaze, and his sarcastic voice pierced into Yu Yanhuai's heart like an awl. You are too much. Come on. Yu Lingchong saw his eldest brother being beaten and humiliated, and his anger soared 8 feet high. He gritted his teeth and roared, and rushed up with other brothers and sisters from the Duke of Wei's mansion. Ji Ruiqing saw the Duke of Wei's mansion and the prince's mansion joining hands to besiege Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong, and said contemptuously, "Since you are shamelessly banding together, there is no need for us to be polite." After that, the 4 people who were meditating also stood up and joined the battle. Soon everyone saw the 3 teams fighting together, and the battle was quite fierce. I believe they did not expect that the Duke of Wei and the prince's mansion would be so shameless as to join hands and besiege a team. In the past, these arrogant geniuses would not do such a thing. It seems that they were really forced by Jun Qingjue and Su Lin. However, what is even more unexpected is that the Duke of Wei and the prince's mansion fought 2 against 1. But they were still defeated and fled in the end. It was very embarrassing. Pei Shilwan saw her teammates being knocked to the ground by Su Maoyang one by one, and she was so angry that she trembled all over. Perhaps she could not bear it anymore. She rushed up like crazy and stabbed Su Maoyang's heart regardless of her injuries. At this time, Su Maoyang was facing away from her, but her keen perception made her ready for it. She turned around quickly and grabbed the spear. The fire state in her hand quickly spread along the spear to the back of Pei Shilwan's hand, causing her face to twist in pain, and she quickly let go. Su Maoyang took advantage of the situation and pushed the spear hard against Pei Shilwan's chest, causing her to fall to the ground again and spit out blood. Alas, Princess Yuan, you are not as skilled as others, so don't try to be brave. Don't give up your life. It's not worth it. Fu Minqiu saw that she was so injured and still refused to admit defeat, so he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. However, although he advised her, the smile in his pupils made Pei Shilwan hate her to the extreme. Thinking back to the time when Fu Minqiu was full of praise for Su Lin in front of her, she didn't take him seriously at all, and even felt that he was not even qualified to fight with her. She even thought that Fu Minxiu was making a fuss and deliberately using it to disgust her. But she didn't expect that when they really fought. Her strength was not as good as that ugly guy. Her speed was not as good as that ugly guy. And even her natural will that she was proud of was not as good as that ugly guy. It was simply a shame. Chapter 2231 Zhong Shuling takes action. If you are not satisfied with the fight, who else wants my Qingyang medicine shop to be the center of the formation? Just stand up. At this time, Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to Pei Shiluan, and his eyes fell on other teams. Gongsun Jingji heard this, and saw that the always high-ranking and famous Princess Yuan and Yu Yanhuai were seriously injured, and the other people from the prince's mansion and the Duke of Wei's mansion were also knocked to the ground by his team. He couldn't help but feel dazed. He never dared to think in his life that this group of unreachable geniuses would fall at his feet. He thought that Su Lin and Jun Qingjue were not simple and qualified to fight against the geniuses of the Tiansheng dynasty. But he didn't expect that they were so strong that they didn't even take the prince's mansion and the Duke of Wei's mansion seriously. Unexpectedly, he still misjudged it. Of course, it was not only Gongsun Jingji who felt that he misjudged it, but several other teams also felt that they misjudged it. This Qingyang medicine shop is indeed worthy of being the first in the 4 states, and can even compete with the top talents of the Tiansheng dynasty. It is quite powerful, and is definitely a formidable opponent. Realizing this, Xiao Duhai of the Lane Divine Cult immediately tried to smooth things over. Miss Su, you don't know that this chess formation is dangerous. If no one enters the formation I to suppress the power, even if everyone breaks the formation together, it will be useless. And there will even be danger to life. Therefore, letting you enter the formation I is also a helpless move. Helpless move? What a joke. I think you are just picking on the weak and deliberately bullying my Qingyang medicine shop. Ji Ruiqing heard Xiao Duhai's soft words, and before Su Maoyang could speak, he sneered and retorted, if you really need a team to enter the formation I to suppress the power, why don't you let Fei Xue Tower go? Just now they said that the strength of her Fei Xue Tower is obvious to all, and everyone knows it. Those of us who have not seen their strength are all ignorant and shallow frogs in the well. Isn't it time for us to open our eyes now? As she spoke, Ji Ruiqing looked at Zhong Shuling and the women who looked down on the Qingyang medicine shop, with a provocative look in her eyes. You, the yellow-clothed woman from Fei Xue Tower, was so angry at her mockery that her eyes widened. But she didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Pei Shiluan, who ranked second in Fei Xue Tower, was beaten so badly by Su Lin, let alone them. Xiao Duhai knew that this was not the time to fight, so he tried to persuade her again. Miss Ji, you are too serious. They didn't mean that. You see, for teams have lost their fighting power, and there are only 7 of us left to break the formation. The difficulty has greatly increased. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid that this chess formation will be impossible to break. Therefore, our top priority is to sit down and discuss how to break the formation. You have already figured out how to break the formation. I don't think it's necessary to discuss it. Just let Fei Xue Tower enter the formation I, and others will assist from the side. They are so powerful that the power of the formation I is nothing to them. I am still very confident in the strength of Fei Xue Tower. Ji Ruiqing was not so easy to fool, and said with a firm attitude. Hearing this, the women of Fei Xue Tower all looked ugly, and stared at Ji Ruiqing angrily. Zhong Shuling was very calm. She glanced at Ji Ruiqing coldly, and said in a voice with unquestionable majesty, you are not qualified to tell Fei Xue Tower to do anything. As the captain, she naturally could not push the team into the fire pit. We are indeed not qualified to tell Fei Xue Tower to do anything. But I think I still have my fists. Su Maoyang took over the words indifferently. Although his tone was gentle, the meaning of his words was full of provocation. Obviously, Su Maoyang also had a lot of opinions about Fei Xue Tower. From the beginning, this group of women instigated the Qingyang medicine shop to be the center of the formation, fanning the flames on the side, and their gloating faces really disgusted her. Moreover, she also wanted to try it herself to see what level Zhong Shuling, who was worshipped as a goddess by everyone, was at. Don't think that you are amazing just because you have comprehended 2 natural wills. You should know that Shuling mastered 3 natural wills a few years ago, and she could have been promoted to the innate Emperor Spirit Master some time ago. But she restrained herself in order to participate in the competition. Otherwise, you don't even have the qualifications to stand with her, let alone fight. Wei Zhenqi, The captain of the Luoxia League snorted coldly. He has admired Zhong Shuling for many years, and has always felt that only a woman as transcendent as Zhong Shuling is worthy of him. Now, an ugly freak of low status dares to provoke the goddess in the minds of countless people, which is simply unbearable. What? Captain Wei is going to follow the example of Master Yu and stand up for the beauty? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Humph. So what if I stand up for her? Is my Luoxia League afraid of you? Wei Zhenqi thought that his team was stronger than the teams of Wen Marquis and Duke Wei's mansion. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win or lose. He, Wei Zhenqi, had never been intimidated by anyone in his life. Not to mention that the other party was a woman. However, he had just taken a step forward and had no time to make a move when he was interrupted by Zhong Shuling. Stop. This is a fight between my Feishuo Tower and Qingyang Medicine Shop. No one should interfere. After saying that, she raised her eyes to Su Maoyang, her cold eyes flashing. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. However, in order to avoid unnecessary injuries, I can fight alone. Ha ha ha. Did I hear you wrong? You want to challenge our entire group? I thought we were already arrogant enough. But I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than us. I'm so sorry. Ji Ruiqing stared at her in disbelief, then burst into laughter and clasped his fists at her. What's so funny? Our captain has the ability. If you don't accept it, you can stand up and try. The woman in yellow couldn't stand Ji Ruiqing's frivolous expression and shouted angrily. Ji Ruiqing waved his hands hurriedly after hearing this. Forget it. Your captain is so powerful. If he is beaten to death by Su Lin later, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of your Feishuo Tower? Fan Yibin, Ming Yusen and others laughed when they heard this. They found that Ji Ruiqing's words were getting more and more sophisticated, and he humiliated people in different ways. Yu, the yellow-clothed woman, was so angry that she trembled all over. Then she looked at Zhong Shuling and said angrily, Junior sister, you have to teach this Qingyang Medicine Shop a lesson. I want them to kowtow and apologize to Feishuo Tower. Zhong Shuling did not answer, but her body floated to the front of the Qingyang Medicine Shop. Please, since you are fighting alone, I can't take advantage of you. Let's fight the two of us. Su Maoyang couldn't do anything to bully the weak with the majority. I hope you don't regret it, Zhong Shuling said coldly, and then raised her jade hand. Suddenly, a white umbrella embroidered with a green crane appeared in the air, floating down, accompanied by snowflakes falling all over the sky, which was very beautiful. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Su Maoyang suddenly had an illusion that the other party was not here to fight, but to participate in a beauty pageant. Chapter 2232, as expected of Zhong Shuling. Is the performance over? Can we start fighting? Su Maoyang had no time to appreciate the beauty, so he reminded her helplessly. Zhong Shuling's face became more and more ruthless. With a wave of her hand, the umbrella that floated down attacked Su Maoyang. At this time, everyone only saw the beautiful white umbrella flying rapidly in the air, and suddenly shot out swords condensed by spiritual power in all directions, as if to pierce Su Maoyang with thousands of holes. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows when she saw this scene, and became a little interested. It was the first time she saw someone use an umbrella as a weapon. Moreover, this umbrella was condensed by spiritual power, but the pattern on it was vivid and lifelike. If the elder of the Lane divine religion had not said that there was no way to use weapons in this spiritual chest crystal, Su Maoyang almost thought that she had summoned the holy weapon. It can be seen that this person's mastery of the umbrella weapon has reached a superb level. Despite his thoughts, Su Maoyang decisively swung his sword and chopped it down vertically. Unexpectedly, the umbrella looked thin, but it was very solid. It didn't break even after the violent collision with Su Maoyang's sword. It seemed that Zhong Shuling was really good at it. Then, Su Maoyang swung his sword again and swept towards Zhong Shuling. The fire flashed, accompanied by the sharp wind blade, like a fire dragon with angry flames and sharp teeth rushing to kill. Wherever it passed, it seemed to chew up the air. However, Zhong Shuling didn't seem to take it seriously. She lightly tapped her toes without changing her expression. Under her jade feet, a beautiful blue crane flew out and lifted her lightly into the air, avoiding Su Maoyang's attack. At this time, she raised her delicate hand slightly, and the white umbrella that was knocked back fell back into her hand. I can also use the artistic conception of wind. Su Maoyang was a little surprised to see that she was unharmed and leisurely. and did not take her attack seriously at all. Of course, what surprised her most was that Zhong Shuling actually comprehended the artistic conception of wind to the point of transformation. I think the blue crane should be the initial prototype of the artistic conception of wind. At this moment, Su Maoyang had decided that Zhong Shuling was worthy of being Zhong Shuling. She was indeed a demon to be able to comprehend and master the natural will to this extent. No wonder so many people regarded her as a goddess. Aren't there two more natural wills? Use them to open our eyes. Su Maoyang was full of curiosity about her, and was already looking forward to the remaining two. Humph! You don't know how to live or die. Zhong Shuling's stunning face sank slightly, and she snorted coldly. However, even if she was angry, she was so beautiful that no one could hate her. Just as Su Maoyang was sighing, Zhong Shuling launched another attack. This time, water droplets floated around her body, gradually forming a water wall 8 feet high. The boiling water was like a group of hungry wolves that had not eaten for more than 10 days, waiting for Zhong Shuling's order, and then rushed out frantically. Your will of fire is useless against me. Zhong Shuling's cold voice seemed to be sentencing Su Maoyang to death. As soon as the voice fell, the water wall rushed over like a flood that broke through the dam, instantly submerging Su Maoyang. Seeing such a spectacular scene, everyone took a deep breath. Zhong Shuling, this woman, was really terrible. In order to cause such a huge flood, I don't know how much spiritual power she had to mobilize. Moreover, her water state of mind can just overcome Su Lin's fire state of mind, and her wind state of mind is much stronger than Su Maoyang's. Zhong Shuling is stronger in speed and strength, and with the suppression of the water state of mind, Su Lin is afraid that this time she will be in danger. Thinking of this, everyone felt that Su Lin was too impulsive. Originally, Xiao Duohai was trying to smooth things over and ease the conflict between the two sides. If she just went down the steps, she would not be killed by Zhong Shuling. Now, she has to sacrifice her life. Xiao Duohai shook his head, and was quite speechless about the stubborn temper of this Qingyang medicine shop. As for the disciples of Feishue Tower, they had a smug and sarcastic smile on their faces. Alas, I told you before that the strength of our Feishue Tower does not need to be proved to anyone. But you didn't listen and insisted on fighting. Look, you lost your life in vain. Are you happy now? Speaking of which, our junior sister originally disdained to attack a vulgar person like you maids, and gave you a chance to fight together. But you insisted on being strong and fighting alone. I really don't know whether to say you are stupid or stupid. Gong Sun Jingji and Gu Qiuyun saw that Su Maoyang was completely submerged in it. Hearing the sarcasm of Feishue Tower, they were a little worried. But seeing that Jun Haosong and Ji Ruiqing and others next to them had no expression on their faces, and didn't even tremble their eyebrows, they slowly calmed down. Perhaps there is still a chance for things to turn around. Sure enough, just when Zhong Shuling decided to stop and check her own battle results, I saw a figure slowly walking out through the flood. Her relaxed and contented look, as if she was walking on flat ground, frightened Zhong Shuling so much that she froze on the spot. This water is good. It washes my whole body clean. Unfortunately, you don't know that your opponent is not afraid of water, Su Maoyang said while brushing away the water around him. At this time, everyone saw that the flood, which was originally as ferocious as a beast, was actually as obedient as a pet in front of her, sliding over her body intimately, washing away the dust on her clothes, and the whole person was much brighter. They didn't know what was going on, but Ji Ruiqing and others knew that Su Maoyang had been tempered by so many natural forces in the 8 gates. This water state of mind was probably not enough to fill her teeth. It was probably just like taking a shower. You can actually ignore the water state of mind. But Zhong Shuling was shocked, and her cold temperament was also stimulated by this scene. Please, don't you have 3 natural wills? Can you use something more reliable? If you keep going like this, I won't be in the mood to fight you. Su Maoyang admitted that Zhong Shuling was better than him in the understanding of the wind realm. But if she wanted to use natural will to attack him, she would have to practice for a few more years. After all, the 8 gates in the fairy palace are not vegetarians. When Su Maoyang said this, Zhong Shuling gritted her teeth, and then waved her jade hand. There was a loud bang, and thunder fell from the sky. Then she closed the blue bird-white umbrella, and the tip of the umbrella immediately caught the thunder force, piercing Su Maoyang through the air, with terrible wind blades and lightning. The last one turned out to be the realm of thunder. Finally, there is something that is somewhat impressive. Su Maoyang smiled and praised. It's just a pity that I can do it too. After that, Su Maoyang reached out and took it. He actually grasped the power of thunder in his palm, and then transferred it to the big knife. With a vertical chop, a lightning bolt directly flew towards Zhong Shuling. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Su Lin to have mastered the 3 natural wills. Chapter 2233. That's not necessarily true. Seeing this scene, Luoshao lead Captain Wei Xinqi felt like a lump in his throat. And he felt bad. Just now, in order to belittle Su Lin, he deliberately boasted that Zhong Shuling had mastered 3 natural wills. Who would have thought that these 3 natural wills could not do anything to Su Lin? And she also mastered 3 of them. It seems that she did not take the natural will seriously at all. It was already very rare for the Tiansheng dynasty to produce a monster like Zhong Shuling. Now a maid born in a small city actually has such a talent. Is there any justice? However, even if Su Lin mastered 3 natural wills, it would still be very difficult to defeat Zhong Shuling. After all, Zhong Shuling is not only powerful in natural will. Thinking of this, Wei Xinqi felt a little relieved. At this time, Zhong Shuling saw the fierce lightning coming, and was so shocked that she quickly used an umbrella to block it. And her body quickly retreated several meters, staring at Su Maoyang in disbelief. This woman's control over the will of nature is actually no less than his own. It's incredible. You are a good opponent. It seems that being a dozen years older does have its advantages. But wild ways are still wild ways. If you want to defeat me, wait for the next life. Zhong Shuling saw that she was completely immune to her natural power, and she felt unhappy. As she spoke, she tiptoed and flew towards Su Maoyang. The white umbrella in her hand was shaped like a spear and as sharp as a sword. It pierced through the air. It seemed that she was going to play close combat with Su Maoyang. 10 years older? Su Maoyang didn't take her moves seriously, but was speechless by her words. Even though she looks a little old in her disguise, she is only about 30 years old at most. Zhong Shuling is already 25 years old. If she is a dozen years older, she would be 40 years old. This Zhong Shuling is different from Pei Shiluan. She is so roundabout and sarcastic when scolding someone. It sounds more disgusting than directly scolding her for being ugly. So, no matter how good Su Maoyang's temper is, she can't control it. When I treat you as a human, you try to act like one. Okay, you can say something like a dozen years older than you. Are you still an egg in your mother's belly? After she finished speaking, she turned her body to the side and immediately avoided the sharp tip of the umbrella. Zhong Shuling saw her dodge and couldn't help but sneer. Why? You can't beat me, so you start scolding me. Sorry, I never scold people. The people I scold are not human, Su Maoyang retorted. Zhong Shuling frowned. Her face looked a little ugly. Humph. You have a sharp tooth. I will beat you to pieces. As she said that, Zhong Shuling opened her white umbrella and swiped towards Su Maoyang. And the powerful spiritual power rushed towards her like a wave. Feeling such a strong pressure, Su Maoyang was shocked and quickly dodged. No wonder Wei Xinqi said that Zhong Shuling could have been promoted to the innate Emperor Spirit Master. With this lethality, it is already quite close to the innate Emperor Spirit Master. Looking at the entire Tiansheng dynasty, the 25-year-old innate Emperor Spirit Master is indeed an outstanding super genius. But his personality is not very pleasing. You are not as fast as me, and it is useless to hide. You'd better kowtow to Fichulu and apologize, and I can still spare your life. In Zhong Shuling's view, Su Lin's understanding of the state of wind is not as good as hers. No matter how she escapes, she can't escape her 5-finger mountain. It's better to surrender with the weapon to save her life. Su Maoyang thought it was ridiculous. Kowtow to apologize? What are you talking about in your sleep? I didn't ask you to kowtow to apologize to my Qingyang medicine shop. I've already given you face. Don't be shameless. Zhong Shuling saw that she was stubborn and gradually lost her patience. She chased after her with the power of the wind, and then burst out with full power, directly extending a palm. Comparing spiritual power and speed, you are not my opponent. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me for being cruel. However, before she uttered the word spicy, Su Maoyang's figure flashed behind the palm print and disappeared, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Zhong Shuling was so shocked that she quickly raised her eyes to search for Su Maoyang's figure. But at this moment, a ghostly voice came from behind. That's not necessarily true. Zhong Shuling felt a cool breeze blowing from her neck. Her back stiffened, and she was terrified. She didn't have time to turn around to look, so she immediately fled forward. Su Maoyang was prepared. Before she could take a step forward, he landed a palm on her back. It must be said that Zhong Shuling was indeed very strong. Su Maoyang's heavy palm did not knock her down, but only made her stagger. But this palm still injured Zhong Shuling's internal organs, causing her a lot of pain. But what made her most uncomfortable was that Su Maoyang suddenly appeared behind her. Even if the wind state was powerful, it couldn't be this powerful. How could you? Zhong Shuling covered her chest and stared at Su Maoyang in disbelief. Why? Don't you know what the move I just used is? Then you are too shallow and ignorant. Su Maoyang asked back with a shocked face, returning the words that Fichula had previously ridiculed Qingyang Medicine Store. Zhong Shuling was already injured, and after hearing her words, she became even more angry and her breath became unstable. Her face turned pale. I still don't believe that I will lose to you. A late-stage acquired Emperor Spirit Master. She is comparable to a congenital Emperor Spirit Master. In terms of real strength, she is 2 levels higher than Su Lin. If she loses to her opponent in spiritual power and speed, wouldn't she be a waste? As she said that, Zhong Shuling endured the pain and swung her umbrella to kill again. But before she got close to Su Maoyang flashed again and disappeared on the spot, and slapped Zhong Shuling's back at the same angle. Zhong Shuling staggered again and rushed forward, but Su Maoyang did not let her go. He disappeared again on the spot, appeared in front of Zhong Shuling like a ghost, and kicked Zhong Shuling in the face. Zhong Shuling's defense was good, and she didn't fall down after being hit several times. But when she was about to fight back, the opponent disappeared. Su Maoyang appeared on her left and then on her right, changing direction constantly, at a speed that was shocking. Seeing this, everyone present saw the clues, and soon someone murmured, "Spiritual martial arts." Hearing this, Zhong Shuling, who was stunned, realized that Su Maoyang used spiritual martial arts to increase speed. As far as she knew, if you want to practice spiritual martial arts, you must have a very strong mental power. Otherwise, even if you succeed in practicing, you can only last for a few seconds and your spirit will soon be exhausted. But this Su Lin, who kept using spiritual martial arts, looked relaxed and didn't even take a breath. It was too abnormal. It turns out that you are a master of mental attack. Interesting. At this time, Yunfei raised the corners of his lips and hooked a charming smile. Jun Haotsong glanced at Yunfei after hearing this and said, I'm more interesting than her. Do you want to try? Chapter 2234 I admire you as an opponent. Yunfei glanced at Jun Haotsong and frowned slightly. Is this man mentally ill? Why is he always targeting him? However, just when Yunfei was speechless, Zhong Shuling, who was being beaten by Su Maoyang, finally couldn't hold on and was kicked to the ground. But Su Maoyang didn't intend to stop. He used stealth again and appeared in front of her. Seeing this, the disciples of Feishue Tower were all scared and rushed over to protect Zhong Shuling. Ji Ruiqing saw them intervening, and immediately took the brothers from Qingyang Medicine Shop to surround them and block them. Didn't you hear your boss say that no one is allowed to intervene? Is Feishue Tower going to go back on its word? The disciples of Feishue Tower were choked and speechless. But at this moment, the sound of fists hitting flesh came from the front again. The disciples of Feishue Tower only saw that their admired junior sister was beaten by Su Lin, the ugly monster, and her facial features were deformed. The disciples of Feishue Tower were so anxious that they shouted, You are so bold that you dare to hit the daughter of the head of Feishue Tower. Aren't you afraid that the head will settle accounts with you? What about the head's daughter? There are so many proud children present. Even the prince. Since she can't bear the blow, she shouldn't come to participate in the competition. When there is danger, she will bring out the elders. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing Feishue Tower? Ji Ruiqing scolded righteously. You get out of here. The woman in yellow was so angry that she didn't have the heart to argue with Ji Ruiqing, and she started fighting. Ji Ruiqing had wanted to teach these arrogant women a lesson long ago, and immediately rolled up his sleeves and greeted them. If you want to save Zhong Shuling, talk about it after you pass us. Xi Jinping, Meng Yusen, Wang Xiang, O Xing and others quickly joined the battle and fought with Fichulu. Wei Zhenqi saw Zhong Shuling fall into Su Lin's clutches and suffered a lot. He was anxious and roared, Stop it. It's not enough that you are ugly, but you want to destroy other people's faces. It's shameless. As he said that, Wei Jinqi swept his body and stretched out a palm towards Su Maoyang. Jun Haocong saw that Su Maoyang was having a good time and didn't want anyone to spoil her fun. So he immediately raised his arm to stop Wei Jinqi. Two women are fighting. Why are you a man joining in the fun? After saying that, Jun Haocong didn't wait for Wei Jinqi to react at all. He raised his arm and burst out a terrible airflow, which immediately pushed Wei Jinqi back. Because Feixuelu and Wei Jinqi were trapped by the people in Qingyang medicine shop and couldn't get out to save people. Zhong Shuling was beaten by Su Maoyang and her face was swollen and bloody. It was horrible. In the team of Finchin Mansion, a man in blue brocade clothes also felt a little reluctant and asked Yunfei, "Captain, if this continues, Miss Zhong will be beaten to death. Let's help her." Didn't you hear that Zhong Shuling said it herself? This is a battle between Feishue Tower and Qingyang medicine shop. No one else should intervene. Yunfei repeated Zhong Shuling's original words, obviously not intending to help. The man in blue was speechless by his attitude, and said anxiously, "But?" "No buts." Yunfei interrupted him before he finished speaking, with a very firm attitude. The man in blue seemed to like Zhong Shuling as well. Seeing his beloved woman being tortured like this, he couldn't bear it. After struggling for a while, he rushed out regardless of Yunfei's intention. He hung. "Come back." The other teammates of Finchin Mansion saw him running out and yelled angrily. But the blue-clothed man named He Hung was determined to save Zhong Shuling, and he slashed a sword straight at Su Maoyang's back. Su Maoyang naturally noticed the movement behind him, and he turned over from Zhong Shuling and quickly raised his sword to meet him. With this knife, He Hung personally felt how strong this woman's spiritual power was. No wonder Zhong Shuling's powerful defense couldn't withstand it. However, just when he was shocked, Su Maoyang's eyes met his eyes, which immediately gave him a splitting headache, a trance, and his movements became slow. But in just 1 or 2 seconds, Su Maoyang's knife light suddenly came, and it was about to fall on He Hung. Yunfei saw that He Hung was frozen in place, with no defense at all. He was afraid that he would lose half his life if he slashed with this knife. Helplessness surged in his heart, and he had to rush forward to save him. It seems that Finchin Mansion is also a nosy person, so I'll be rude to you. Su Maoyang was very unhappy with Finchin Mansion's intervention. He snorted coldly, changed the angle, and slashed at Yunfei. Yunfei didn't want to fight, but he couldn't watch his teammates die, and couldn't explain to Finchin Mansion. So he had to bite the bullet and fight Su Maoyang. But this battle ended in a draw. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the captain of Finchin Mansion was so strong. His spiritual power couldn't do anything to him, and his speed couldn't trap him. Even the natural will, he could perfectly dodge it. Anyway, no matter what move she made, Yunfei could meet her moves, which made Su Maoyang a little headache. As for Yunfei, he became more and more interested in the fight, and couldn't help but praise, "After so many years, you are the first one who has persisted in my hands for so long without losing the upper hand. I admire you as an opponent." Su Maoyang saw that he was still joking, frowned slightly, and his face was slightly cold. "It's a pity that you will be out soon, and there is no chance to admire." After that, Su Maoyang tried his best, raised his arm, and burst out with overwhelming spiritual power and natural will, and then turned into a giant sword and slashed towards Yunfei. This attack was a sword-related martial art that Su Maoyang practiced in the Immortal Palace Gate, called the Storm Holy Sword, a 9th-grade Divine King skill. For the Tianqing dynasty, it is definitely an extremely rare and precious martial art. So, feeling the terrifying force crushing him, Yunfei's face changed, and he quickly broke out to defend against it. At this time, several princes who were standing in the distance and watching the fierce battle between the parties suddenly had an idea. "Brother, the Qingyang medicine shop is too strong." Not only did they defeat so many teams, but they also did not lose out in the face of so many people besieging them. They also carry a lot of healing pills. If they are left behind, it will be difficult to deal with them. The 6th Prince Pei Zhihai saw the current battle situation, and could not help but remind the eldest prince. As the captain of the royal team, the eldest prince naturally thought of this and nodded after pondering. Well, Yunfei has been fighting with Su Lin for so long, but he has not taken her down. It is indeed a bit tricky. Fortunately, Yunfei has restrained her now. Do you know what to do? Pei Zhenhai nodded in understanding, and then quietly went around to the back of Su Maoyang. Now that Yin Fei has attracted attention, it is the best time to deal with Su Lin. Chapter 2235 blocked a sword for her. Pei Zhenhai's eyes were sharp, and he swung his arm fiercely, slashing a sword at Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was fighting with Yin Fei, but someone attacked from behind. He frowned and immediately prepared to activate the stealth shadow to dodge. However, before she could do anything, Yin Fei ignored her burst of power and rushed to her first, dragged her hand to the side, and blocked the sword for her. Because Pei Zhenhai's strength was also strong, and the incident happened suddenly, Yin Fei's arm was accidentally cut no matter how fast he reacted and how strong his defense was. However, he was able to resist most of the force and only suffered a flesh wound, which was already quite powerful. At this time, Su Maoyang saw that his arm was cut open with a big cut, and blood kept oozing out and soaking his sleeves. He was extremely shocked, and his brain was not enough. Yin Fei actually blocked a sword for her. Is he crazy? Su Maoyang stared at him in disbelief, as if he was looking at a monster. Don't look at me like that, I said. I admire you as an opponent, and I can't bear to let you die. Yin Fei didn't care about the injury on his arm, and explained with a smile. Su Maoyang was defeated by this answer and cursed silently. You lunatic. He rushed over like this. Not only had to bear her power, but also had to withstand a fatal sneak attack. Just because he admired his opponent, he did such a dangerous thing. If he wasn't a lunatic, Su Maoyang really couldn't think of other words to describe him. I'll take this as your compliment to me. Yin Fei's face was a little pale, but his expression was relaxed and teasing. But just as he finished speaking, a palm print came from a distance, and Yin Fei retreated several meters. Then Jun Haocong suddenly arrived, waved his black robe, and protected Su Maoyang in his arms, staring at Yin Fei with sharp eyes, declaring his sovereignty. My woman, don't bother. Jun Haocong had already noticed the sword just now, but for Su Maoyang, this sneak attack could not do anything to her. He was too lazy to take action. But Yin Fei came to meddle in other people's business, which really made people angry. Your woman is in danger. My captain saved her for you. Not only are you not grateful, but you also blame him. Are you still unreasonable? The disciples of Finchin Mansion saw that their captain was injured, and they all rushed up and surrounded Yin Fei. At this time, hearing Jun Haocong's words, one of the men couldn't control his temper and scolded angrily. For the man who meddles in my business and covets my woman, I have already spared him by not taking his life. Jun Haocong's eyes were cold, and his low voice was mixed with anger. In his world, he was the truth. Heh. Coveting that ugly bastard? What a joke. Wei Zhenqi, who was seriously injured, was not convinced by Jun Haocong. While wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he weakly said. Jun Haocong looked up at him, squinted his eyes and said, It seems that the kick just now was not light. You still have the strength to speak. Su Maoyang was worried that Jun Haocong would attack Luoshaming again, so he grabbed him and said, Forget it. Luoshaming has lost its combat effectiveness. Let's spare their lives. Seeing that several people from Luoshaming were seriously injured and lying on the ground, Su Maoyang didn't want to do things too radically. After all, Fu Minxiu had spoken for her before, and she also promised to show mercy to the Luxia League, so she would consider it as repaying his favor. Jun Haocong listened to Su Maoyang's words, and then restrained his breath. Fu Minxiu, who did not participate in the battle, clasped his fist towards Su Maoyang and said gratefully, Thank you very much. I didn't believe what you said before, but now I have seen it with my own eyes. Your strength really did not disappoint me. Humph. Traitor. Your team was injured, and you still thank your enemy? Guan Menging fell to the ground, spitting out blood in anger, and angrily scolded Fu Minxiu. Fu Minxiu's face darkened slightly, and he said in a cold voice, This was originally a battle between Feishue Tower and Qingyang Medicine Shop. Luxia League intervened forcefully, which was wrong in the first place. Now they are defeated because they are inferior in skills. Now I let you go. It's also for my face. Otherwise you wouldn't even have the chance to curse. Bah! Who cares about your face? As long as I have a breath left, I will fight to the end. I won't be a turtle like you. Guan Yuring is also a woman of blood. Even if she was injured internally, she swallowed the pill and forced herself to stand up. Su Maoyang was in no mood to deal with the Luxia League. which posed no threat to him, and instead turned his attention to the royal team. Are the princes of the Tiansheng dynasty so despicable and shameless that they actually attack people from behind? As expected of someone who grew up in the intrigues of the palace. He is shameless when doing things. This is a cruel experience. The rule is to get out of here alive. As for when to start and how to start, there are no restrictions. If you don't even understand the rules of the game, I advise you to give up quickly. The eldest prince did not think he was wrong, but retorted with confidence. In his creed, he could do anything to win. Haha. I've been fighting for so long, and have killed so many teams. If you ask me to give up now, won't you take all the advantages? Su Maoyang sneered sarcastically. If he asked her to give up at this time, he really treated her as a free thug, seeing that she was going to fight to the death. The eldest prince Pei Haiyuan's face gradually turned cold. In this case, don't blame my royal family for taking advantage of others. After speaking, Pei Haiyuan waved his hand and led the royal team to surround Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong. He admitted that these two people were very strong and could match him, but they were always outnumbered and could not withstand the siege of so many people. What's more, the other people in Qinyang medicine shop were fighting with Fei Shue Tower and could not get out for a while. As long as they solved these two people, the other people in Qinyang medicine shop would not be a problem. Qiu Duhai of the Thunder Sound sect saw that the royal family had taken action, so he naturally couldn't miss the opportunity. He also gave his teammates a look and surrounded them. And I want to see how long you two can jump. Now that the team is getting smaller and smaller, it will be more difficult to break the formation later. So in order to avoid unnecessary losses, his Thunder Sound sect can't care about face. Only by joining forces with the royal family can the casualties be minimized. He believes that Rencillian and Jun Qingjue have great abilities. Their two groups are still two very strong teams. It is completely no problem to fight two people. The people of the Xianming Temple saw that almost everyone participated in the battle, and they were a little undecided. They asked the captain, "Boss, are we going up?" "Go up. Let's see the situation." The black-clothed man called the boss glared at him and scolded. Now the battle is so chaotic. Everyone is fighting in a group. Who knows if someone will suddenly turn against them? It's better to be cautious. After all, the royal family was playing tricks all day long, and he was really worried about fighting alongside them. Besides, they had no grudge against the Qinyang medicine shop, so there was no need to get involved and make others hate them. Chapter 2236. They were besieged. Su Maoyang saw so many people attacking her and Jun Haotsong, and couldn't help but sigh with a smile. You are so powerful. You really think highly of us. However, I have to admit that the geniuses standing at the top of the Tiansheng dynasty are different. Although their strength is not good, at least their IQ is online, and they will not leave troubles for that little face, which is worthy of praise. Humph. I think you will not cry until you see the coffin. Today, I will let you see whether our strength is good enough. Seeing that she was in such a situation and dared to ridicule them, the eldest prince Pei Haiyuan couldn't help but show his anger on his face, and immediately waved his hand. I saw that several other princes and princesses of the royal team burst out their spiritual power and attacked Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong. Dare to say that they are not strong enough. As descendants of the royal family, if they don't beat her to her knees and beg for mercy, wouldn't it be a betrayal of the royal family's reputation? Seeing that the royal family had taken action, Xiu Duhai naturally did not want to fall behind. He gave his teammates a look and quickly joined the battle. After all, Su Lin seemed to have a lot of healing pills on her body, and they couldn't let the royal family take advantage. Moreover, Xiu Duhai knew that it didn't matter whether he offended the royal family or the Qinyang medicine shop in this battle. Even if the royal family wanted to turn against him in the middle of the battle, they would not dare to really attack the disciples of his Lane Divine Sect, because only his Lane Divine Sect could break this chess formation. And if they wanted to get out, they had to rely on him to lead the way. This was also the reason why the Lane Divine Sect had the confidence to take action. Pei Shiluan, who was seriously injured on the ground, saw Su Maoyang being besieged by so many people, and couldn't help but sneer at Fu Minxiu. The person you are optimistic about is about to be beaten into a sieve. How pitiful. What's the point of Fu Minxiu's confidence in her? She's going to be a corpse soon. No matter how powerful she is, it's meaningless. Hearing this, Fu Minxiu clenched his fists with a heavy face. Although he didn't want to see Su Lin die here, his ability was limited. He couldn't withstand the siege of so many people even if he rushed over. In the end, he had to be buried with them. It was not worth it. At this time, let alone him. Even Su Maoyong felt the moves coming from all directions. And his mood became heavier. You have to know that these people are not ordinary opponents. They are all top-level monsters in the Tiansheng dynasty. Their strength and talent are beyond words. Naturally, they are first class. With her strength, she may be able to deal with a few people alone. But to deal with so many people, no matter how fast she is, it will be a bit difficult. Moreover, the people from Xianing Temple and Finchan Mansion were still eyeing them covetously, and it was unknown when they would come to intervene. Therefore, Su Maoyong knew that she and Jun Haocong were in danger, and dared not underestimate the enemy. She had no choice but to wave her hand and roar. Since you are bullying the minority with your numbers, I will not be polite. Come out! The roar rolled like thunder, and the next second, everyone saw 7 spirit beasts suddenly appear around Su Maoyong, each of which released a terrifying aura, and enveloped the disciples and heirs of the Lane divine religion at once. She actually has 4 4th-level Emperor beasts and 2 3rd-level Emperor beasts. The 6th Prince Pei Haijing sighed in surprise when he saw the floating spiritual power on them. As for the remaining spirit beast that looked like a fox, he could not see the spiritual power or feel the aura, and he could not tell the level for a while. However, no matter how strong the fox was, it was still particularly shocking that this person could contract 7 spirit beasts. After all, his sister, the 9th princess, who was outstanding in her talent in contracting beasts, had only contracted 6 spirit beasts. This woman contracted 7. How powerful must her soul power be to achieve this? Not only was the 6th prince shocked, but the other princes and princesses were also stunned for a moment, and their eyes looking at Su Maoyong became solemn. Xiao Duohai's team also took a deep look at several spirit beasts, and their hearts gradually sank. The 3rd-level Emperor Beast is equivalent to the strength of a late-stage acquired Emperor Spirit Master, and the 4th level is equivalent to the strength of a peak-acquired Emperor Spirit Master, which means that her 4 spirit beasts can compete with the leaders of each team, and may even be stronger than the leaders. In any case, they are spirit beasts, and their strength and defense are stronger than humans. If they really fight, humans will suffer a lot. Thinking of this, everyone's determination to win seemed to be strangled by a hand and became depressed. Since Su Maoyong specially developed pills to conceal the breath and appearance of spirit beasts, they are not their original appearance in the eyes of outsiders. That is why she can summon them out without any worries. Yun Fei of Finchan Mansion saw this scene, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. He couldn't help but smile. It turns out that there is still a backhand. Such opponents are getting more and more interesting. When fighting with her just now, Yun Fei found that Su Lin's strength was not simple. Even if she tied with him, she might have retained her strength. But she didn't expect that she had so deeply. In addition to comprehending 3 natural wills, her spiritual power was terrifying. Her speed and skills were too strong. And she also practiced speed-related spiritual martial arts. She was actually a beast master who contracted 7 spirit beasts. What surprises does this woman have for her? However, just as Yun Fei was sighing, the spirit beasts suddenly rushed towards the 2 teams. Pei Haiyuan saw so many powerful spirit beasts rushing towards him, his eyes fixed, and he immediately ordered, "Ninth sister, it's up to you." His 9th sister is also a beast contract master with amazing talent. If she wants to resist the attack of these spirit beasts, only his 9th sister can do it. Sure enough, before he finished speaking, the 9th princess Pei Xiaoyu waved her hand and summoned 6 spirit beasts. Su Maoyong saw that the 6 were all 4th-level Emperor beasts, and he raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. She is worthy of being a daughter cultivated by the royal family. She is not spoiled as a princess, but has a lot of skills. You know, if you want to contract these spirit beasts that are stronger than her own strength, it is not something that outsiders can help you. You must rely on your own strength to suppress and tame them. This process will definitely cost a lot, and pain and torture are definitely inevitable. Moreover, seeing that this princess is young, she should be only slightly older than Zhong Shuling of Feishue Tower. However, her appearance and temperament are not as outstanding as Zhong Shuling, so she seems to be more low-key. However, she did not expect that she would make a big move at the first move, which made her look at her with new eyes. The princess is worthy of being a princess. She has a much better future than the 2 women just now. Su Maoyang didn't know why, but when he saw her, he couldn't help but think of Xiahou Wanxian. And he also felt a little more intimate with this princess. I just don't know how Wanxian is doing. Whether she has taken good care of herself. Whether she has practiced well. And contracted more spirit beasts. I think with her talent, her beast taming skills should be very powerful now. Because the time of the fairy palace gate is different from that of the outside world. They have practiced inside for too long. At this moment, Su Maoyang actually felt that being with Xiahou Wanxian and the others was a thing of the past life. Pei Xiaoyu, who heard this, thought she was mocking him and snorted unhappily. Having many spirit beasts is nothing to be proud of. The key is to be strong. Unfortunately, both of your beasts are level 3. You are destined to lose this battle. Chapter 2237 Strength is King. It's okay if she has many spirit beasts. I still have a few here. As soon as Pei Xiaoyu finished speaking, a man in green from the Thunder Sound sect summoned 4 spirit beasts. 3 of which were 4th level Emperor beasts, and 1 was a 3rd level Emperor beast. Although they were not as good as the 9th princess, the lineup was not to be underestimated. In any case, they were all super geniuses at the top level, and it was not uncommon for them to have 1 or 2 powerful beast masters. In this way, the royal family and the Thunder Sound sect had a total of 10 spirit beasts, which was 3 more than Su Maoyang's 7. Therefore, no matter in terms of quantity or quality, they were sure to win. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene sighed that Su Lin and Jun Qingjue were completely doomed this time. The 2 of them had 7 spirit beasts to help them, but they were facing 20 geniuses and 10 spirit beasts. No matter how they looked at it, they had no chance of survival. However, even if they died gloriously. After all, being able to make the Thunder Sound sect and the royal family attack at the same time is definitely an honor that others do not have. Therefore, it is better to be low-key in an occasion where geniuses gather. Otherwise it is easy to be used as a target. Look! This is the end of Qingyang Medicine Shop. Su Maoyang looked at it and smiled indifferently. What virtue and ability do I have to attract 2 beast masters to attack at the same time? But I still want to give you a piece of advice. If you still lose in the end after making such a big scene, it will be very embarrassing. Humph! I, Pei Xiaoyu, have never lost in my life. Pei Xiaoyu snorted coldly, waved his hand, and all the spirit beasts immediately pounced on Su Maoyang's 7 spirit beasts. The spirit beasts of the Lane sect also seemed to want to show off their skills. They also attacked with their teeth bared. The scene was too brutal, and many people were frightened. However, just when everyone thought that Su Maoyang's spirit beast was about to become the food of the 10 spirit beasts, the fox-shaped spirit beast jumped and landed lightly in front of the 6 spirit beasts. Although it was petite, its expression was extremely fierce. It bared its mouth and roared at the 10 spirit beasts, making a strange cry. At that moment, everyone couldn't help laughing. It was really not the spirit beast contracted by Su Lin. It looked ordinary, but the sound was funny and weird. Little did they know that this inconspicuous little fox was the disguised Hinma Martin. Originally, it was a good ancient beast. It finally evolved to be more beautiful, but it was transformed into a fox by Su Maoyang's disguised pill. In the past, people who didn't know its species mistook it for a snow ferret, and it would have accepted it. At least its ancestors were indeed related to ferrets. But now it is regarded as a fox, which is a bit too much. So, hearing the laughter around him, the demon Martin roared again. But the originally domineering voice became the voice of a fox, which immediately weakened his momentum and caused everyone to laugh again. Especially Pei Xiaoyu was full of contempt. She suddenly regretted summoning the spirit beast. In her opinion, such a small character was not worthy of her spirit beast. The demon Martin felt her contemptuous gaze, and was provoked to be furious. If it weren't for being sealed by Su Maoyang's pill and unable to speak, he really wanted to kill the 9th princess named Pei Xiaoyu at this moment. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Without waiting for the sky-high flamingo, the black thunder explosion ape, the golden flame demon lion, and the blue scale swallowing sky python to make a move, the sky demon Martin flew up and kicked the head of the 4th level emperor beast that was in the front, kicking out its brains and killing it on the spot in front of everyone. You have to know that the current Sky Demon Martin has the ability to deal with a mid-stage innate Emperor Spirit Master. And he doesn't even take the 4th level Emperor beast seriously. Then, without waiting for everyone to react, The sky demon Martin kicked several more times, and several spirit beasts that pounced on him were kicked to splatter blood, and they were thrown backwards, smashing out big pits. Seeing such a horrifying scene, everyone was shocked, and for a moment they couldn't believe their eyes. The spirit beasts that didn't have time to rush forward turned around and ran away when they saw that the scene was wrong. But the furious sky demon Martin would never give them a chance. It chased them quickly and punched them one by one, directly piercing their hearts. The remaining few spirit beasts didn't even have a chance to struggle. They fell directly to the ground and died. This process took only a dozen breaths, and the 10 spirit beasts sent by the royal family and the Lane divine cult were completely wiped out, leaving no one alive. Such a shocking scene immediately frightened Pei Xiaoyu and the man in green pale. You know, these are all very hard to find emperor beasts. In fact, spirit beasts are like people. The later they advance, the harder it is to advance. Therefore, emperor beasts are much rarer than holy king beasts. They paid a great price to encounter such a high-quality one and successfully contracted. Now, it was killed in the blink of an eye. Such a heavy blow could almost kill the beast contract master. No. No. This is impossible. Pei Xiaoyu, who was just confident, could not bear such stimulation. She stared with her eyes wide open in disbelief, and her pupils reflected the bloody death of the spirit beasts. Su Maoyang was also a little helpless. She had planned to let all 7 spirit beasts fight for fun, but she didn't expect that they were all snatched away by the heavenly demon Martin. She smiled and nodded. It seems that the princess is right. There is nothing to be proud of in large numbers. The key is to be strong. The heavenly demon Martin killed 10 of them, which really proved what Pei Xiaoyu said just now. That strength is the king. But at this moment, it was a great irony for Pei Xiaoyu. It was undoubtedly a slap in her face, and she was so angry that her face turned red and blue. You? I must kill you today. Pei Xiaoyu was so angry that his veins popped up. He roared and attacked her like crazy. When the other members of the royal family and the Thunder Sound sect saw her take action, they all recovered from their shock and helped. At this moment, they knew that the other party was stronger than they thought, and even 20 people had to go all out. However, by the time they reacted, it was too late. Su Maoyang had the help of 7 spirit beasts, so he could easily deal with this group of people. As for Jun Haocong, whose fighting power was already terrifyingly strong, there was no need to say more. In less than a cup of tea, he had already dealt with several people, which saved Su Maoyang a lot of trouble. The people watching the battle saw that the Thunder Sound sect and the royal family joined forces. Not only could not do anything to Su Lin and Jun Qingjue, but they were seriously injured and fell one after another. And they felt scared, especially the disciples of the Xianming Temple. They swallowed their saliva in fear. They just planned to join the battle. But fortunately their captain stopped them and said he wanted to see the situation. Given the current situation, if they were to get involved, they would probably be in a worse situation than the royal family and the Lane cult. Chapter 2238 I Can Consider Marrying You. Seeing such an exciting scene, Fu Minxiu was stunned for a long time before he recovered. He exclaimed excitedly, I didn't just see the wrong person. It was a surprise. In terms of combat effectiveness, I think any team in the Tianshang dynasty is not their opponent. Just having such an awesome beast master is amazing. Not to mention that their combat effectiveness and defense are so strong. Facing so many people besieging, they can break through the siege and seriously injure the opponent. They are definitely the well-deserved first place. The funny thing is that they think they are from the heartland of the dynasty, have a noble status that other states do not have, rich resources, extraordinary talents and strength, and think they are superior to others. Little do they know that even if they are of humble status and have not been cultivated by major forces, they are still better than these spoiled children of heaven. Thinking of this, Fu Minxiu glanced at Pei Xiuwan not far away, and suddenly felt particularly ironic. Princess Yuan, you completely lost this time. To outsiders, this sentence was just as rebuttal to Princess Yuan's statement that he had misjudged her. However, Pei Xiuwan knew that Fu Minxiu was still brooding over the battle he lost to her when he was a child, and had always been targeting her, trying to surpass her in other aspects. So she sneered, Yes, I lost to Su Lin, but I will never lose to you. Even if you have a good vision, your strength is still not as good as mine, and you are still my defeated opponent. What is there to be proud of? Really? The princess's sense of superiority is really speechless. Fu Minqiu glanced at her coldly and ignored her. But the contemptuous eyes and sarcastic tone stimulated Pei Shiluan. If you don't accept it, wait until my injury is healed. Let's fight again. You don't deserve it. This time, Fu Minqiu didn't even bother to look at her and refused. Pei Shiluan was so angry at his attitude that she spit out blood again. She was convinced by Su Lin. After all, such a fierce fighting power and talent were rare in the world. Even Zhong Shuling and the princes and princesses couldn't compare to her, let alone her. It seems that Su Lin never took her seriously from the beginning. The sad thing is that she still thinks that she doesn't deserve it. But Pei Shiluan was not convinced by Fu Minqiu's contempt. In her opinion, why should a defeated general look down on her and have the face to humiliate her? For so many years, she didn't know why. But she could always see the contempt for her in Fu Minqiu's eyes, as if she was the one who was defeated that year. Because of this, she had challenged him several times. But he refused one by one and didn't dare to fight. Just like this time, the Prime Minister's mansion did not form a team to participate in the competition, but let Fu Minqiu represent the Luosha League. The whole family of the Prime Minister's mansion is a cowardly coward who dares not fight or argue, and can only say some high-sounding words. It is unworthy of being one of the 8 major families in Tiansheng City. So, she didn't understand how such a coward and a loser could ridicule her. At this time, Fu Minqiu had no time to care about Pei Shiluan. All his attention fell on Su Maoyang. His eyes followed Su Maoyang's moves. For a moment, he didn't think she was ugly, but felt amazing, because every move of hers was unbelievably strong. Every method was dazzling, and every power was amazing. This feeling is so wonderful. It's rare for a playboy like him to appreciate ugly women. No wonder Yunfei couldn't help but save her just now. This woman really has special magic. Yunfei was also watching the battle with admiration. But unlike Fu Minqiu, he never cared about women's appearance. Feixuo once intended to bring Zhong Shuling and him together, but he didn't nod in agreement. He knew that a pretty face was not the key to impress him. He likes interesting and mysterious women, such as Su Lin, who has whetted his appetite. So, after she dealt with the people from the Lane Divine Cult and the royal family, Yunfei couldn't help but invite her. Miss Su is good at tricks. Would you like to join my Finchin mansion? My master is still standing here, and you are openly poaching. This is not a gentleman's behavior. Su Maoyang patted the dust on his sleeves and looked up at Yunfei. Yunfei smiled indifferently. Since I asked, I have made plans. As long as you nod, I can bring everyone in your team to Finchin Mansion, and let them become my master's disciples, and receive the best resources and training. How about it? In this way, they will not be separated, but they will also gain resources and support. He thought that Mr. Jun of Qingyang Medicine Shop would not be stupid enough to refuse such a rare opportunity. The disciples of Finchin Mansion did not expect Yunfei to make such a promise, and hurriedly said to stop him. Captain, this is not appropriate. What's wrong with recruiting excellent disciples for Finchin Mansion? Yunfei glared at him unhappily, seeing that he had made up his mind. The disciples of Finchin Mansion did not dare to say anything. After all, Yunfei had a high status in Finchin Mansion, and his words were sometimes more effective than those of the elders. Therefore, he allowed so many people to enter Finchin Mansion, and I believe the elders would not dare to say anything. However, Jun Haocong was indifferent, not interested. This was the first time that Yunfei was rejected. His expression was slightly stiff, and he asked with a helpless smile, You really don't give me any face at all. Do you know how difficult it is to enter Finchin Mansion? I don't want to know. Jun Haocong seemed not to want to listen to him, and interrupted him directly. I warned you just now not to think about my woman. Otherwise I can't control my fist. Jun Haocong narrowed his eyes, and a sharp cold light shot out. For Jun Haocong, even if Su Maoyang stood in front of Yunfei and talked to him, he couldn't bear it, let alone let her join Finchin Mansion and live under Yunfei's eyes every day. However, Yunfei didn't care about Jun Haocong's warning. He stared at Su Maoyang, waiting for her answer. Sorry. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm really not interested in Finchin Mansion. Su Maoyang shook her head. How could she dare to do that under Jun Haocong's terrifying gaze? Yunfei frowned in confusion, then glanced at Fu Minqiu. Just now, they said that Su Lin shamelessly wanted to marry Fu Minqiu to be the Prime Minister's wife. Why is she so noble now? Is it that the conditions just now are not enough to impress her? After a moment of silence, Yunfei may have made a decision and threw out an olive branch again. If you are willing to join Finchen Mansion, I can consider marrying you. Marrying me is better than being the Prime Minister's wife or the owner of a medicine shop. He didn't believe that any woman could resist his charm. After all, he was handsome and extraordinary. One of the most handsome men in the entire Tianxing dynasty. And he had a lot of say in Finchen Mansion. It is very likely that Finchen Mansion will belong to him in the future. Therefore, no matter in terms of strength, appearance or background, he is much stronger than the boss Jun and Fu Minxiu of Qingyang Medicine Shop. Of course, Jun Qingqiu's strength is also good, but his appearance is too ordinary. In front of him, he can only be called handsome. As for Fu Minxiu, he looks good, but compared with him, he is still far behind. Therefore, as long as Su Lin is a woman with normal vision and thinking, she will choose to join Finchen Mansion instead of Qingyang Medicine Shop and Prime Minister's Mansion. Chapter 2239 Fighting for Her. When everyone heard this, they were so scared that their jaws almost hit the ground. Yunfei actually said that he wanted to marry Su Lin. An ugly girl. Oh my god. Is his brain broken? How could he have such a terrible idea? At this moment, everyone's shock was no less than the shock of Su Lin and Jun Haotsong killing two groups. You have to know who Yunfei is. He is the most beautiful man in the Tianxing dynasty, and the successor of Finchen Mansion. No matter which identity he mentions, it is scary to say it. As a result, he actually proposed to marry an ugly freak of low status. Before, they heard that Su Lin tried every means to marry Fu Minxiu and get close to the Prime Minister's mansion. And they thought she was dreaming and shameless. But they didn't expect that she was rejected by Fu Minxiu. And then she won the favor of Yunfei, and even took Finchen Mansion into her pocket. This is much more exciting than marrying into the Prime Minister's mansion. At least Yunfei will be the successor of Finchen Mansion in the future. And Fu Minxiu may not be the helmsman of the Prime Minister's mansion in the future. It's as incredible as Su Lin being rejected by a scholar 1 second ago, and entering the palace to become the queen the next second. It's really funny and absurd. Fu Minxiu was also shocked at this time, looking at Yunfei with an expression that he couldn't grasp the key. Yunfei was able to do such a feat, and he was indeed more courageous than him. But he never expected that Su Lin would become a hot commodity. However, it is understandable that a beast master who has contracted 7 spirit beasts, mastered 3 natural wills, and is a genius who can attack mentally, may even have a powerful alchemist behind him. Such a person, I believe, is a hot commodity no matter where he is placed. Thinking of this, Fu Minxiu suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known that Su Lin was so awesome, he should have agreed to her request. But now, Yunfei has said it himself. If Su Lin wants to join, she must join Finchen Mansion. And naturally, she will not look down on his Prime Minister's mansion. Apart from Fu Minxiu, the most shocked person must be Zhong Shuling. And Zhong Shuling was not only shocked, but also very angry, because her father had personally found Yunfei and expressed his desire to marry his daughter to him. But he kept pretending to be stupid. Just a while ago, her father couldn't help but bring it up again, wanting to hear his opinion. But he actually said that he was still young and had no plans to get married, and clearly rejected her. But it has only been a short time, and the man who refused to marry her is marrying an ugly freak in the blink of an eye. Isn't this a slap in her face and trampling on her dignity? Zhong Shuling stared at Yunfei, and Su Lin with her beautiful eyes as lively as autumn water. Her pupils gradually became misty. Her jade cheeks, which were covered with blood, were flushed with shame and anger. She bit her lips tightly and exerted force secretly, which showed that she was extremely angry. She never thought that she would be defeated by such a woman in her life. Not only in strength, but also in men. She was completely defeated. Zhong Shuling had such thoughts, and naturally others had them too. So everyone couldn't help but turn their eyes to Zhong Shuling. Seeing her seriously injured, embarrassed, and ashamed, they suddenly felt some sympathy. She was originally a goddess-level figure who was supported by everyone. But now she has fallen to such a fate. It's like a dream. Too unreal. But Zhong Shuling's anger was far less than that of Jun Haotsong, a jealous man. He had been tolerant of Yunfei since the beginning of the game. He thought that after the warning, he would restrain himself. Unexpectedly, he became even more aggressive and even planned to marry Su Maoyong. It seemed that he would not be able to get over this hurdle if he did not kill him today. So, the spiritual power in Jun Haotsong's palm burst out immediately, and he punched Yun Fei without saying a word. Jun Haotsong was surrounded by demonic energy, leaving a black afterimage wherever he passed, like a devil from hell. The next second, the terrifying evil spirit instantly descended on Yun Fei. Jun Haotsong had not been angry before, nor had he burst out his true strength. So this punch was beyond Yun Fei's expectations, which startled him and made him quickly dodge to the side. But Jun Haotsong was not so easy to fool. He missed the first punch, and then he threw several more punches in succession. He did not use any martial arts, as if he only had the most primitive spiritual power. But the black air on the fist was extremely strange, which made the strength of the spiritual power many times stronger. So such a fist print actually made Yun Fei feel the momentum of Mount Tai, the collapse of the mountains, and the tsunami. He did not expect that Jun Qingjue, this man, actually hid his strength. He could not help but change his face and hurriedly burst out with the strongest defensive martial arts. At the same time, he pushed out a palm to resist this excessively strong force. However, Yun Fei's palm was blasted away by Jun Haotsong's punch before it reached Jun Haotsong. Yun Fei himself was also unable to bear the load and was shot back more than 10 meters before he could barely stabilize his body. Yun Fei looked at the gully on the ground that he had scratched. For the first time, a chill ran up his spine. He had only one thought in his mind: this man is so strong. With this understanding, Yun Fei seemed to be inspired to fight. His charming pupils were excited. Then he did not retreat and counterattacked. His spiritual power expanded, and his terrifying aura shook. He flashed and rushed towards Jun Haotsong. It was obvious that he wanted to fight with Jun Haotsong openly. Su Maoyong saw that in just a blink of an eye. The two of them didn't say anything, and they started fighting. The more they fought, the more intense it became. He was speechless and helpless. That Yun Fei was really saying that he wanted to marry her in front of Jun Haotsong. Wasn't he looking for death? However, Yun Fei's strength surprised Su Maoyong. He could hold on after fighting with Jun Haotsong for so long. It seems that his strength is really strong. No wonder Ji Ruiqing said that Yun Fei disdained to participate in the competition of Finchin Mansion and felt that the disciples on the list were not worthy of fighting with him. He really had the capital to be arrogant. It's a pity that he provoked the devil Jun Haotsong, and he had to be beaten down no matter how strong he was. As expected, within a moment, Yun Fei was hit by a punch. Blood surged in his body and overflowed from the corner of his mouth. But Yun Fei was also a man who refused to admit defeat. Even if he was injured, he continued to fight. So, after several rounds, he was hit by several punches in a row, sprayed countless mouthfuls of blood, and his face was as pale as a ghost. But his eyes were terribly stubborn. Zhong Shuling saw Yun Fei fighting to the death for an ugly guy, who was obviously weak and shaky, and she felt even more bitter in her heart. Others were also quite speechless when they saw the scene. Who would have thought that two men with such strong strength would fight for Su Lian? And even Zhong Shuling, the princess and the county lord, became her foil. Su Maoyong knew that if they continued to fight like this, Yun Fei might even lose his life. So when he saw Jun Haotsong was about to attack again, he quickly blocked Yun Fei and said, "Stop! Stop hitting me! Are you feeling sorry for him?" Jun Haotsong was already full of jealousy, and when he saw Su Maoyong still protecting Yun Fei, his face became even darker, and his eyes were like ice hockey, emitting a cold light. Chapter 2240, She Doesn't Understand Chess Formations. Su Maoyong said helplessly, "How can I feel sorry for him? I'm worried that you're in danger. Yun Fei is not an ordinary person. If you beat him to death, will Finchin Mansion let you go?" Hearing that he was worried about himself, Jun Haotsong's gloomy expression instantly eased a lot. Then he looked at Yun Fei with blood in his mouth. Seeing that he had also learned a lesson, he put away his fist. "For the sake of my woman, I'll spare your life." But the look in his eyes when he said this was a subtle boast, as if to say that Su Maoyong had him in his heart, and Yun Fei was nothing. No need. Yun Fei was naturally unconvinced. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up again. Seeing that he was still not giving up, Su Maoyong was in a big headache and angrily scolded. "Mr. Yun, you are already injured. Why are you still fighting? Are you going to die? I am begging for you only because you helped me block a sword just now and don't want to cause trouble. It's not because I like you. And I don't mean to join Finchin Mansion. Please understand. Su Maoyong didn't want to say it too harshly. But Yun Fei was also a stubborn and arrogant man. Even if he was injured like this, he refused to bow his head. She had no choice but to speak frankly. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Yun Fei was scolded by a woman in such a hoarse voice. A touch of surprise flashed across his pupils. But an unspeakable emotion surged in his heart. He knew that this emotion was called frustration and sadness. In the past, he always rejected others. And he never felt it. Nor did he consider the feelings of the rejected. Unexpectedly, he felt the taste of rejection today. And it was really uncomfortable. Haha. I didn't expect that Yun Fei, would lose one day. But as a man, I can afford to lose. I also believe that I won't lose all the time. You deserve this game. And I, Finchin Mansion, am willing to withdraw. Yun Fei is a man of integrity. And he will lose with dignity. So no matter what the result is, he is willing to face it. When the disciples of Finchin Mansion heard him admit defeat, they all shouted in surprise. Captain, if you admit defeat, we will not be qualified to draw our swords. What can we do if we don't admit defeat? Even I can't beat him. Can you beat him? Yun Fei asked coldly, blocking everyone in Finchin Mansion from speaking. Then, everyone saw Yun Fei use the teleportation talisman to disappear from the spot. He left cleanly and neatly. And he was brave and free and easy, worthy of being the successor of Finchin Mansion. Seeing that the captain had left, the other disciples of Finchin Mansion had no meaning to stay. And then they teleported out of the spirit chest crystal, as a team that did not participate in the battle. Xianming Temple also hurriedly expressed its position when it saw the situation develop to this point. Well, we will withdraw too. After that, all the people in Xianming Temple disappeared from the spot. They had no grudges against the Qingyang Pharmacy, but they didn't want to be defeated as shamefully as the royal family and the Lane Divine Religion. Of course, even if the Qingyang Pharmacy didn't confront them head-on, they would have to serve as the center of the formation. Moreover, so many people had lost their fighting power, and serving as the center of the formation would undoubtedly mean their death. Therefore, compared with fighting for treasures, saving their lives was more important. At least if they withdrew now, they would not have suffered any losses. Seeing that the Xianming Holy Temple was so sensible, Su Maoyong didn't say much, but stepped on Qiu Duohai, who was lying beside him and dying, and asked, "What about you? Do you want to withdraw or continue to fight? Give me a word. You can't let us withdraw. Only my Lane Divine Religion can break this chess formation. Without us, none of you can think of leaving." Qiu Duohai was beaten with blood all over his face, but his eyes were firm, which was probably because he was confident in breaking the formation. Therefore, even if he was seriously injured, he was still not worried about the outcome of the game. Because in this spiritual chess crystal, only his Lane Divine Sect had the right to speak. Without his Lane Divine Sect, no one could successfully break the formation. Su Maoyong listened, but sneered. "I don't need a group of defeated subordinates to help break the formation. I'll give you two ways. One is to stay and be the center of the formation. The second is to disappear from my sight immediately." Qiu Duohai saw that she didn't listen to his warning, and gritted his teeth and roared. "Su Lin, you are too ignorant. You don't understand how dangerous the chess formation is. Without us, you will never get out, and you may even lose your life. You are too noisy. I regret it. Since you don't want to leave, then die." Su Maoyong didn't even want to give him the chance to be the center of the formation, and he was about to take action. Qiu Duohai didn't expect that she would still insist on her own way and even wanted his life. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly used the teleportation talisman and disappeared under Su Maoyong's feet. The disciples of the Thunder Sound sect saw that Su Maoyong was actually going to take real action, so they didn't even think about breaking the formation, and had to follow him to leave this dangerous place. As for the royal team, the Royal Palace team, the Rakshasa League, and the Feishue Tower, whose spiritual power was exhausted by Ji Ruiqing and others, they were all surprised to see that Su Maoyong didn't even give face to the Thunder Sound sect. This Qingyang medicine shop was too arrogant. It even forced away the last support. Could it be that it still wanted to break the formation by itself? However, just as they were thinking about it, they heard Su Maoyong's cold voice again. "From the looks of it, are you planning to stay and be the center of the formation?" Zhong Shuling couldn't help but snorted when she heard this. Don't think that you can break the formation just because you are strong. This spirit chest crystal is not as simple as you think. You will regret it. After saying that, Zhong Shuling led the disciples of Fei Shue Tower and disappeared from the spot. They also left in a clean and tidy manner, which was in line with her aloof personality. Even if you lose, you have to leave with your back straight, Pei Shi once said with a gloomy face. Don't be too happy too early. If you can't get out of the Lingqi crystal, you are still losers. I want to see how you can break the formation without the Lane divine cult leading the way. After that, Pei Shiluan also disappeared with the people in the palace. As for the others, they didn't say anything, but their sarcastic expressions explained everything. They didn't think that Qingyang medicine shop could break out of the formation on its own, and thought they were too naive. Ji Ruiqing saw that all the other teams had left the Lingqi crystal, and she was also unsure. So she asked Su Maoyang, "Junior sister, do you understand the chess formation?" "I don't understand," Su Maoyang answered seriously. Ji Ruiqing was stunned. "What? You don't understand? Then why did you drive away the Lane God sect? Just now, I saw her so tough. I thought she knew how to break the formation. But it turns out she knows nothing. Experience is the process of letting you go from not understanding to understanding. If you understand, why do you need to experience it?" Su Mo rolled his eyes at her. Ji Ruiqing was stunned. Is there such a saying? It seems to make sense. Gong Sun Jingji laughed and shook his head. It was the first time he saw someone make a perverse argument so confidently that it was impossible to refute. Chapter 2241 The Power of the Chessboard. How do we break this chess formation? Fang Yibin was puzzled. Su Maoyang shook her head. Who knows? We can only know after we enter the formation and try it. Seeing that she didn't know anything and was still talking calmly, everyone was a little embarrassed. Su Maoyang saw that they were still standing there stupidly, but couldn't help reminding them. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you meditate and recover your strength? We will enter the formation in 2 days. Can you withstand your weak bodies? They just fought hard and were all injured. Now they still have to recover to their peak state before they can enter the formation. But when the people watching the game outside the spirit chess crystal heard this, they almost spurted out water. What do you mean by this weak little body? Their defense is not much inferior to that of spirit beasts. They can fight with so many teams and kill them. You can imagine how strong their physical fitness is, how thick their skin is. If it is true as she said, wouldn't the geniuses of Tiansheng City become porcelain dolls that will break at the touch? Su Lin is not slapping the faces of the geniuses of Tiansheng City. After hearing this, Ji Ruiqing explained in disbelief. What? 2 days? You let us travel around for a month. But you only gave us 2 days to recover from our injuries. Are you mistaken? Did you temper it in vain before? Did I give you the elixir in vain? 2 days is more than enough for this injury. Su Maoyang glanced at Ji Ruiqing. Since she decided to let them follow her, she had to train them in strength, defense, and recovery ability. After all, there will be many dangerous places in the future, and only strong strength can survive luckily. Ji Ruiqing felt guilty because of her stare, so she had to sit down and take medicine to heal her wounds. Others did not dare to talk back, and they all took the time to recover their strength, not daring to delay for a moment. Just study with peace of mind. I'll protect you. Jun Haocong knew that Su Maoyang wanted to study the formation first, so he spoke first without waiting for her to speak. Su Maoyang smiled slightly, with a rare gentle look in her eyes. I always feel at ease with you by my side. She knew that if the sky fell, Jun Haocong would help her to bear it. And no matter how big the danger was, Jun Haocong would cover it for her. So she just had to let go and do it. This was the sense of security that Jun Haocong gave her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sat down and penetrated her consciousness into the chess formation. This look shocked her. It turned out that the chessboard was not empty, but was already filled with a lot of chess pieces. In addition, it seemed as if there was an invisible hand playing chess, and chess pieces kept falling. Each attack was accompanied by an astonishing force, which shook the surroundings, causing Su Maoyang to turn pale. Just invading the spiritual consciousness could lead to such a powerful attack. It was hard to imagine how dangerous it would be to enter. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang withdrew her spiritual consciousness, stabilized her mind, and explored it again. This time, she was mentally prepared and persisted for a cup of tea. However, It was undoubtedly a foolish dream to try to understand the secrets of the chess formation in such a short time. Therefore, Su Maoyang was not in a hurry. She would withdraw and rest after each investigation. She repeated this over and over again, without sleep or rest. After 2 days, she finally figured out some clues. As Chiu Duohai said, the center of the chess formation was at the 6th or 7th road in the upper left corner. Because, no matter where the chess piece falls, the power fluctuation there is the most violent. But the eye of the formation is too deep, and it is difficult to find it without strong mental power, or finding the rules of playing chess. Of course, finding the eye of the formation does not mean anything. Breaking the formation is the key. If you want to break out of the formation, you must break the eye of the formation. But the area around the eye of the formation is extremely dangerous. Not to mention that they have so few people. Even the 10 teams just now are estimated to be difficult to resist. Fortunately, Su Maoyang found the rules and discovered that there are several relatively weak places around the eye of the formation, which may allow them to hold on for a while. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang took out a large number of pills and distributed them to everyone. These are all pills for healing and restoring spiritual power. Take one to save your life when necessary. As for what will happen after entering the chess formation, I don't know much. So you can form a team with one person and one beast to take care of each other. Little Fox, you and Gu Yilin and Gong Sun Jingji are in the same team, and you must be responsible for their safety. As he said, Su Maoyang instructed the demon Martin not far away. Gong Sun Jingji and Gu Qiuyun were weaker than Ji Ruiqing and his group, so she felt relieved when the heavenly demon Martin protected her. But her cry of Little Fox undoubtedly hit the heavenly demon Martin's tail, causing it to arch its body and explode its fur, baring its teeth and yelling at Su Maoyang. Seeing that it dared to be fierce to Su Maoyang, Jun Haocong narrowed his eyes, grabbed its fat body, and warned gloomily, "You dare to be fierce to my woman? Are you too bold?" The heavenly demon Martin wanted to resist, but an inexplicable force rushed into its body, making it unable to move. At this moment, the demon Martin was a little frightened. He didn't expect Jun Haocong's strength to be so strong that he didn't even take it. An ancient beast. Seriously? What's hateful is that it is still young and has not yet evolved to maturity. If it recovers to its peak state one day, it will definitely make this man look bad. The demon Martin didn't dare to say anything because of Jun Haocong's power, but he secretly made up his mind. Ji Ruiqing and others covered their mouths and laughed secretly. It seems that as long as it is not good for Su Maoyang, not only people, but also beasts can't escape Jun Haocong's clutches. Sure enough, Jun Haocong's eyes can't tolerate anything. Only Su Maoyang, a veritable wife-protecting maniac. Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them, and turned to Ji Ruiqing and others to give serious instructions. After you enter the formation, the spirit beasts will be responsible for attacking, and you will be responsible for resisting the power of the chess formation. This can also be regarded as a test of your body tempering results. In addition, the attack power of the spirit beasts is stronger than yours. It will save time for them to break the formation center, and you don't have to hold on for too long. What about the formation center? You are not going to the formation center, are you? Ji Ruiqing is a smart man. After hearing Su Maoyang arrange them clearly, including people and beasts, he immediately guessed Su Maoyang's thoughts. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. The power of the formation center is too strong. It is not something you can bear. You just need to act according to my instructions. And remember not to act rashly. No. So many teams, and so many people didn't dare to be the formation center just now. Now I let you be the formation center alone. Isn't it asking you to die? Gong Sun Jingji interrupted disapprovingly. I don't know when he started to value Su Maoyang's life more than the Qingming sword. Jun Haocong frowned slightly when he heard this, and glared at Gong Sun Jingji coldly. Then he held Su Maoyang in his arms. Are you blind? Am I not standing here? With me here, she will not lose a single hair. Chapter 2242 Only Another Way. Gong Sun Jingji had seen Jun Haocong's strength, so he couldn't say much. In addition, he was embarrassed and couldn't say much, so he just shut up. Su Maoyang knew that everyone was worried about her, so she smiled and comforted her. Don't worry. I'm very strong and I won't die. Ji Ruiqing glanced at her sideways and hugged herself distressfully. I don't have time to worry about myself. Who would worry about you? A pervert who is pampered and protected by a man. You think too much. TSK TSK TSK. Why do I smell sour? Is it because I haven't been with Jun Qingjue for a long time? Su Maoyang smacked his lips and deliberately teased. Are you going to enter the formation or not? You're always in front of me. Which hurts my eyes. Ji Ruiqing was hit in the sore spot and yelled unhappily. Su Maoyang covered her mouth and chuckled twice. Then straightened her face. Okay. Qingjue and I will enter the center of the formation to stabilize the chess game first. And you will listen to my instructions later. After that, Su Maoyang nodded to Jun Haocang, who stretched out his hand, hugged her, and jumped into the center of the formation. At this time, everyone only saw that as soon as the two of them entered the center of the formation, a huge chess piece fell above their position, as if the sky was falling, and it smashed down with a devastating force. Seeing this, Jun Haocang's eyes condensed, and he suddenly raised his arm to support the chess piece so that he would not be smashed into a meat pie by the chess piece. However, this force was too fierce, and just like this, Jun Haocang actually spit out a mouthful of blood. Su Maoyang immediately changed his face in shock and said worriedly, Can you hold on? Don't worry. I'm not as fragile as Yunfei. Although Jun Haocang vomited blood, his breath was not disordered. Since the cold disease was cured, he found that the inexplicable power in his body was getting stronger and stronger, and he could still withstand this attack. Su Maoyang glanced at him speechlessly. It was already this time, and he still wanted to bring Yunfei with him. I really don't know if he grew up jealous. Only when he saw that he was fine. Su Maoyang felt a little relieved and shouted to Ji Ruiqing and others. You guys go in too. Enter Ping Road 56, Road 76, Road 65, Road 58, Road 78 and Road 69. These 6 places are relatively safe. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately formed a team of 1 person and 1 beast, and each chose a position to jump in. Just now, they watched Jun Haocang easily lift the chess piece from the outside, and thought it was not very dangerous. But they didn't expect the power of the chess piece to be so abnormal and scary. It is estimated that even if 10 teams joined hands, they could not match the power of this chess piece. Therefore, Ji Ruiqing and others were under tremendous pressure as soon as they entered. If they had not been protected by the elixir and had experienced body tempering, they would have almost lost their lives just by that blow. Su Lin, you bastard. Didn't you say that these places were relatively safe? With this power, it's obvious that you want to kill me. Ji Ruiqing supported the chess piece above her head and roared with gritted teeth. In addition to her, Meng Yusen, Fan Yibin, Wang Xiang, O Xing, and others were not in a good situation. They all sprayed blood because they couldn't bear it. Gongsun Jingji and Gu Qiuyun were relatively relaxed. After all, they had the help of the heavenly demon Martin, and they were only responsible for attacking. But even so, the heavenly demon Martin was struggling to hold on, and it was afraid that it would not last too long. Moreover, if a chess piece does not fall to the ground, there will be continuous chess pieces falling from the sky above the chessboard. Therefore, just when Su Maoyang was observing the situation, another chess piece fell down, pressing everyone's face to be hideous and blood-boiling. Seeing Jun Haocang's face turn pale, Su Maoyang's heart could not help but tighten. Don't worry. I'll support you. You can concentrate on your understanding. Jun Haocang knew that she had to study the chess formation and could not be distracted by him, so he could not help but comfort her in a low voice. Su Maoyang knew that they were struggling to hold on, and did not dare to delay, and directly ordered loudly, those responsible for supporting the chess pieces, hold on for a while, and those responsible for attacking can start. After receiving her order, the spirit beasts responsible for attacking immediately burst out their spiritual power and output frantically towards the center of the formation. Su Maoyang carefully observed the power fluctuations and changes in the chess game from the 6 directions of attack. Soon, she found that the power of the center of the formation was indeed weakened a little with their attack, which could be seen from Jun Haocang's slightly relieved expression. But the 6 directions where they were located were getting worse, and the frequency of chess pieces falling increased greatly. If this continued, they would probably be buried under the chess pieces before the formation was broken. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang didn't dare to gamble anymore, and hurriedly called for a stop. Stop! Don't attack! Hearing this, the spirit beasts were all stunned. Although they didn't understand what she was planning, they still stopped obediently. When Fan Yibin saw the spirit beasts stop, he collapsed and shouted, Stop! I can't bear it anymore. I've held on for so long. Don't let us fail. Fong Yibin already had 3 chess pieces on his hands, and his spine was almost broken. He vomited blood while talking. If it weren't for the elixir that kept him alive, he would have fainted long ago. As for Meng Yusen and Oh Xing, they were not much better off. They knelt on the ground. They believed that if there was another one, they would be killed on the spot. Let's attack quickly. If we don't break the center of the formation, everyone will die. Gongsun Jingji saw that everyone was being crushed by the chess pieces, and he was anxious. So he persuaded Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang shook his head and said solemnly, "No. This center of the formation has a backlash effect. The power you hit will backlash on you. If there are more people, you may be able to hold on for a while. But you are too few, and you will definitely not be able to hold on. By then, you will fall down before the center of the formation is broken." At this moment, Su Maoyang completely understood why the 10 teams of Tianjin City were at a stalemate and did not dare to act easily. They were afraid that if the number of people in the fight decreased, it would be more dangerous and less likely to get out. He also understood why they said with certainty that they would never get out with just one team. Indeed, it was almost impossible for them to break the center of the formation and get out with 10 people. Therefore, she had to find another way to break the formation. Attack means death, and not attacking means death. So what should we do? Ji Ruiqing was driven crazy by his strong defense and roared madly. Su Maoyang was also anxious. Although all the power of the formation was borne by Jun Haotsang alone, sweat continued to pour out of her forehead, and her body felt like it was on fire. No. She had to calm down. She couldn't lose her composure. A game of chess could not have only one solution. Just like life could not have only one choice. One way out. There must be other ways to break it. But she just ignored it. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang looked at the entire chess game and observed the chess pieces falling down on the entire chessboard. Chapter 2243: A Dead End. Gradually, she found that the frequency of the chess pieces falling was untraceable. It seemed to be regular, but in fact, it was full of various variables. At this moment, she suddenly woke up. It turned out that this chess game was a dead end. There was no way to break the formation. The only way to get out was to fight to the death, and hurt the enemy 1,000 and hurt yourself 800. No wonder Ji Ruiqing said before that although the first place in the Lane Divine sect did not have an innate Emperor Spirit Master, the overall strength was steady and solid. And it was even stronger than the Wuzong Sword sect in team combat. It turned out that the Lane Divine sect used spirit chess crystals to train disciples, which not only trained the disciples' strength, but also cultivated the disciples' teamwork ability. It's no wonder that other major sects coveted such treasures. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's mood became heavier. If they could only get out by breaking the eye of the formation, they were destined to die here. Death. Yes. If you want to break the dead end, there is only one way. Thinking of death, Su Maoyang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and had a new idea. Life is like chess. And chess is like life. Always changing and unpredictable. If you keep entangled with a situation and your thinking enters a fixed pattern, you will be trapped in it and can't find a way to break it. Just like entering a dead game. On the contrary, if you jump out of the situation and think about life and death, fame and fortune, you can see the situation clearly and find a way to solve the problem. This chess formation seems to break the chess game, but it actually breaks the pattern of life. The so-called big pattern is not to be moved by the petty gains in the present. Not to be afraid of life and death in front of you. Follow your heart and fight back. Therefore, if this game of chess requires death, then I will not fear life and death and break the shackles in my heart. With such a direction, Su Maoyang's eyes were like torches, and her expression was firm. She decided to give it a try and shouted, "No need to attack. No need to hold on. If you believe in me, are you willing to go to the underworld with me?" Everyone was originally looking forward to Su Maoyang coming up with a way to break the formation. But they didn't know that she was actually seeking death. And they were all shocked. It seems that there is really no hope of breaking the formation. Okay. I believe you. If I really die here today, I can go to the underworld with so many brothers and sisters. And it will not be in vain for me to go to the underworld with so many brothers and sisters. At this time, Ji Ruiqing was so weak that she couldn't open her eyes. And her face was as pale as a dead person. But her voice was extremely firm, and there was no fear at all. In her opinion, life is either for power, for money, or for love. Ji Ruichi originally had no power, no influence, no money, and no ruthlessness. It was not until she met this group of brothers, and Su Maoyang, that she gradually acquired these things. If everyone was going to die here, she would not be able to survive in the world. It would be better to go to the underworld together, so that she could have a companion in the underground. Fang Yibin saw how open-minded Ji Ruiqing was, and his heart was filled with admiration. When things were good before, we could share the joys together. Now that we are in danger, we should naturally share the hardships. If we can't go in and out together, wouldn't it be a waste of the friendship between brothers and sisters? Hearing this, the other brothers and sisters of the soul-chasing hall nodded in agreement. They were originally a group of wanderers with no background and no resources, who were bullied by others. If they hadn't relied on some talent to enter the immortal palace, met this group of brothers and sisters, and huddled together for warmth, they would have turned into a pile of yellow earth long ago. Therefore, they knew that no matter what fate was, no matter what storms they encountered, they could not leave each other, and their hearts could not be separated, even if they died. Yes, I believe you too. We live together, and die together. Gongsun Jingji and Gu Qiuyun also made a decision in their hearts. Perhaps they were infected by this group of bloody people, or their hearts had begun to follow Su Maoyang's lead. As for the spirit beasts in their group, after hearing what their master said, they had no complaints and nodded with fearless determination. Anyway, if the master died, it would not survive. Even if it survived, it would probably not find a master as good as Su Maoyang. Rather than becoming someone else's slave, it is better to die and end it all. Therefore, everyone reached a consensus and let go immediately. The huge chess piece fell down with a bang, splashing a terrifying force and spreading around. The people and beasts standing under the chess piece were immediately buried in the dust. It was unknown whether they were smashed into a pool of blood or blasted into powder. Su Maoyang was relieved to see that everyone was not afraid of life and death. He then nodded to Jun Haocong and gave up resistance. He was instantly submerged under the giant chess piece and turned into ashes. Outside the crystal of the spirit chess, the people watching the game were shocked to see this scene. No one expected that the group of people in Qinyang medicine shop were so brave. In the face of difficulties, they could put life and death aside and die together. Such unity, such fearlessness, such same mind, and no selfishness are really precious. I believe that none of the participating teams of Tiansheng dynasty can do this. No matter how strong the strength, how high the status, how rich the resources, how thorough the preparation, and how strong the teamwork ability is, it is impossible to achieve this level. After all, people are selfish and ambitious. Everyone wants to survive. Everyone wants to gain benefits. And no one wants to be the victim. Therefore, the move of Qinyang medicine shop is not only shocking, but also incomprehensible. In their opinion, going to the underworld together is undoubtedly the stupidest and most ridiculous decision. I told them that the chess formation is dangerous, but they didn't believe it and kicked the Lane sect out. Now, the whole army is annihilated and their lives are gone. Yes, since they kicked the Lane sect out, they have completely lost. It's their ignorance and underestimation of the power of the chess formation. They will not live if they do evil. Arrogance will pay a price. I wonder if they will regret their decision today on the road to the underworld. The team coming out of the spiritual chess crystal was talking disdainfully, and there was a strong contempt at the same time, especially the team that was brutally abused by Su Maoyang at the end. Seeing them all die in the spirit chess crystal, they undoubtedly felt relieved. However, they didn't know that Su Maoyang and others, who were buried by chess pieces and died unexpectedly, had entered another strange space at this time. Where is this? Could it be the underworld? Ji Ruiqing looked around and sighed in confusion. This space, dim as a dungeon, surrounded by walls on all sides, has a bit of gloomy flavor. No wonder she had such a guess. But Su Maoyang found that there was a stone platform in front of him, on which was placed a chessboard. And next to the chessboard stood a stone tablet with 4 big characters written on it, stars and stars. Obviously, this is not the underworld. It is very likely that they have accidentally entered the heart of the chess formation. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang curled his lips and smiled. We are not so easy to die. Maybe we can find the real secret of the chess formation. Hearing this, Ji Ruiqing and others were all brightened. At this time, Su Maoyang had already strode forward and walked to the chessboard. At this glance, She found that the chessboard really responded to the 4-word starry sky and chessboard. There were densely packed chess pieces on it, like stars in the sky. This seems to be a dead end that the previous person played halfway and could not go on. Gongsun Jingji, who followed up, couldn't help but sigh when he saw the black and white pieces fighting on the chessboard. His grandfather liked to play chess. He was influenced by him since he was a child and learned a little bit. He did see some of the bright spots. Chapter 2244 An Unexpected Surprise. Although Su Maoyang is not a chess master, as a modern person, he still knows a little bit, such as Go, chess, checkers and Go Bang. Therefore, when she looked at this game of checks and balances, where no one dared to make a move easily and the outcome could not be determined, a rare chess game suddenly flashed through her mind, the 3-disaster game. The 3-disaster game, also known as the 3-disaster cycle, is a very special situation in Go. There is also a legend that the appearance of the 3-disaster cycle is a sign of great misfortune. Once this situation is formed, it is equivalent to having endless materials for the 3-disaster game. Neither side can give in. The game will enter a dead cycle and will never be completed unless one side takes the initiative to give up the 3-disaster game. However, there are very few such examples, because the appearance of the 3-disaster cycle situation is a matter of life and death, and giving up the 3-disaster game is equivalent to choosing death. Obviously, the two predecessors who played this game are both masters of chess, and they are also very ambitious and unwilling to admit defeat, which led to such a dead game. It's just a pity that although they are good at chess, they are not open-minded and don't understand the truth that if you take a step back, you will have a broader horizon. Gain is loss, and loss is gain. Moreover, in addition to this stone platform, there are a lot of dead bones piled up in the corner. I think many people have fallen into this place before, and they can't solve the chess game and are trapped here. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed a dead end. Maybe if this dead end is broken, the chess formation outside will fall apart. Really? Does that mean we are saved? Ji Ruiqing blinked her big eyes and stared at Su Maoyang expectantly. Gongsun Jingji shook his head. How can it be that easy? This is a dead-end chess game. There is no way to play it. I'm afraid it's hard to break it. Gongsun Jingji knows chess and has seen the tricks, so he understands the difficulty of breaking the chess game. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible. Su Maoyang studied it carefully and found the key to breaking it. He casually took a black piece from the chess box next to him. Hearing Su Maoyang say this, everyone gathered around in surprise and looked at it with wide eyes. Since she said there is a way, there is still hope, especially Gongsun Jingji. He boasts that his chess skills are not bad. In his cognition, this chess game can only end in a draw. There is no other way. How can there be any way to break it? Now he sees that Su Lin really intends to break the game, which is really novel. So he stares at Su Maoyang intently, and soon sees her drop a piece. Then, the originally mutually balanced situation was broken in an instant, and the white piece immediately ate up all the nearby black pieces. Gongsun Jingji saw this scene and immediately stopped her in surprise. Miss Lin, how could you take that step? You are committing suicide. Originally, the two sides were still undecided, and neither the white piece nor the black piece dared to make the first move. However, Su Lin made this move, which was undoubtedly a way to her own death, and handed the victory to the white piece. Originally, he thought Su Lin knew chess, but he didn't expect her to be so reckless, which was really speechless. Su Maoyang smiled and said, Look carefully again. Although I gave up the situation of the 3-disaster cycle and a large area was occupied by the white piece, it doesn't mean that the whole situation is lost. As he said, Su Maoyang made another move, and the black piece's chess game suddenly became clear, which made Gongsun Jingji's eyes widen. How strange. There actually was a turnaround. How did you do it? Gongsun Jingji didn't expect that there were mountains and rivers ahead, and there seemed to be no way out. But there was a bright future behind. He also didn't expect that the suicidal move just now would have such a big effect. At this moment, he was really impressed by Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang explained, Chess is like life. Don't be obsessed with a certain situation. If you take a step back, the world will be wider. Without the constraints and the burden of restraint, it will be more conducive to action. Many people are blinded by the immediate win or loss, or even the interests. Everyone is unwilling to give in, and often both sides suffer. You think the chess game may be trapped for a while. But if people are trapped for a lifetime, isn't it too worthless? Gong Sun Jingji heard such remarks for the first time, and his eyes lit up and laughed in admiration. Ha! Listening to your words is really better than reading 10 years of books. Wonderful. Wonderful. It turns out that there are so many things to pay attention to when playing chess. Fan Yibin, Xi Jinping, and others also smacked their lips in admiration. It's not that there are things to pay attention to. In fact, playing chess not only tests talent and wisdom, but also people's mentality. If you don't have a big picture, it's hard to succeed. Su Maoyang smiled. She just read a lot of books in her previous life and knew a little bit. However, just as she finished her words, the chessboard on the stone platform actually floated up in the air and came to Su Maoyang. Seeing this scene, everyone who was still immersed in the philosophy of life was surprised. This chessboard can move by itself. It seems to be a spiritual treasure. It should be choosing a master. You can try to contract it. Seeing the chessboard hanging in front of Su Maoyang, Jun Haocang immediately understood what it meant and reminded her. Su Maoyang didn't expect that she would get a treasure after breaking a chess game. It was really a pleasant surprise. Then she bit her finger and dripped blood on the chessboard. The chessboard suddenly burst into a black and white light, which suddenly rushed into Su Maoyang's eyebrows. Su Maoyang suddenly felt a fierce force vibrating violently in her mind. Within a moment, countless knowledge about chess rushed in frantically, and it lasted for a cup of tea before it stopped for a while. At this time, she had all kinds of chess games, chess techniques, and even chess formations in her mind, which eventually merged into 4 words Starry Sky. I think this is the name of this chessboard. And when she completed the contract, her chess formation level was promoted to level 3 at one time, which means that with the chessboard, she can defeat opponents with spiritual power levels 3 levels higher than her, and can trap opponents with spiritual power levels 4 levels higher than her for a short time. I didn't expect that this chessboard has such a function. And Su Maoyang couldn't help but be surprised. Such a weapon is a great treasure for team battles. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but sit down and quietly consume the usage and power of the chess formation. Others knew that her contract treasure was important, and they didn't disturb her. As for the people watching the battle outside, they thought that Su Maoyang and others died in the spiritual chess crystal, so they couldn't wait to prepare for the second round of the finals. Due to the variable of Qingyang Medicine Shop, the last 10 teams in Tiansheng City did not even enter the chess formation. So I suggest that we compete again. The elder Ho Jijun of Feishua Tower was unhappy and proposed again. Feishua Tower lost face this time. No matter what, it must be recovered from other aspects. After hearing this, I don't know why, the Prime Minister, who has always been reluctant to intervene and talk a lot, retorted. Qingyang Medicine Shop is now unknown. It's too early to make a conclusion now. The Prime Minister may not know the danger of the chess formation. Anyone who died under the chess pieces has never survived. So I am sure that Qingyang Medicine Shop has been buried in the chess formation. The elder of Lane Divine Religion has the most say and explained. The Lane Divine Religion did not get any good this time, so naturally it also wants to proceed to the next round of competition. Chapter 2245. The chess formation disappeared. After hearing this, the elder of Wuzong Sword Sect also took over the conversation. Let alone they are dead. Even if they are still alive, whether they can break the formation is a big problem. It is not necessary to let such a large group of us wait here to die. In the eyes of Wuzong Sword Sect, breaking the formation is nothing. The key is to draw the Qingming sword. And as the Sword Sect, they are the most qualified to draw the sword. So they naturally cannot be delayed by Qingyang Medicine Shop. Yes, our time is precious. We can't wait for a group of people who are doomed to die to break the formation. It is better to start the second round quickly. The elder of Lushao League also lost his patience and nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether Qingyang Medicine Shop is alive or not, they can't let such a grassroots team that came out of nowhere snatch their qualification to draw the sword. Elder Shen of the Lane Divine Cult nodded slightly when he saw that everyone agreed. Okay, since the Qingyang Medicine Shop is dead, I will reopen the Spirit Chess Crystal and let's compete again. As he spoke, Elder Shen raised his hand slightly, ready to open the entrance again. But before he could move, he saw the crystal in the air suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and then 10 figures suddenly appeared in the center of the square. When everyone saw the identities of these 10 people clearly, they were all shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. Qingyang medicine shop? Aren't they dead? Murong Yuxuan felt relieved when she saw that all the people in the Qingyang medicine shop were buried under the chess pieces. But she didn't expect that they appeared alive in front of her again. And she couldn't believe her eyes for a while. Seeing this scene, Ho Chiyua also frowned and looked unhappy. Her aunt finally persuaded the Lane Divine Cult to use the Spirit Chess Crystal to complete the game, in order to let Qingyang Medicine Shop be buried in the Spirit Chess Crystal without weapons. Unexpectedly, this group of people actually came out safely. It was too incredible. Governor Ning was also shocked. His heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. He didn't expect that even this couldn't kill Qingyang Medicine Shop. I really don't know what these people are made of to be so resistant. However, the most unacceptable thing is the 10 teams that were kicked out by Qingyang Medicine Shop. They made a harsh statement that they would watch how Qingyang Medicine Shop died outside. But they didn't expect that they were not only alive, but also came out safely. Isn't this a slap in their face? How could it be? Have they successfully broken the formation? Pei Shiluan sighed in disbelief. Since Qingyang Medicine Shop has entered the chess formation, there is no way out. So she can't think of any other possibilities except successfully breaking the formation. Hearing this, Xiao Duhai excitedly retorted, "No! With so few people, it is impossible for them to break the formation. I know the danger of the chess formation best. In the past, so many disciples of the Lane Divine Sect went in, and they were all geniuses who were well versed in chess. Everyone united and fought bloody battles. And it was quite difficult to break the formation. And with so few people, let alone attacking the center of the formation, they are not even enough to support the chess pieces. How can they break the formation? With such abnormal power, 10 teams may not be able to do it together, let alone 10 people. No matter how powerful the Qingyang Medicine Shop is, it can't be that powerful. What's more, just now I saw them supporting the chess pieces, seriously injured, and vomiting blood. It is obvious that they don't have the strength to continue to break the formation. How can they come out safely? This is too unreasonable. Perhaps they didn't get out by breaking through the center of the formation. Although Zhong Shuling was surprised. She had other guesses after thinking about it, but she couldn't accept such a guess. Hearing this, Ji Ruiqing couldn't help but smile and nodded in appreciation. Miss Zhong is really a smart person. She guessed it right at once. Yes, I'm sorry to disappoint you. We didn't get out by breaking through the center of the formation. When Ji Ruiqing said this, all the disciples, and even the elders of the Lane Divine Sect widened their eyes in surprise. For so many years, it was the first time they knew that they could get out of the chess formation without breaking through the center of the formation. Such a truth almost overturned Xiao Duhai's cognition. He immediately asked loudly, "No, it's impossible. How did you get out?" However, before Ji Ruiqing could answer, Elder Shen discovered the clues in the spiritual chess crystal and shouted in horror, "The chess array has disappeared. What did you do in there? Why did the chess array disappear?" Elder Shen stared at Su Lin and others in shock and anger, and asked harshly, "You must know that the chess array is the essence of the spiritual chess crystal. Without the chess array, it means that the spiritual chess crystal has lost the ability to assess disciples, and can only be regarded as a simple space. This is undoubtedly a huge loss for the Lane Divine Sect. As for the people of other forces, although they have not personally entered the spiritual chess crystal, they have heard of this treasure, and know the importance of the chess array. Now that even the chess array has disappeared, isn't the spiritual chess crystal more than half useless?" So when they heard this, everyone looked at the people in the Qingyang Medicine Shop in unison. And they were also surprised and puzzled. The chess formation has existed for so many years. How can it just disappear? Ji Ruiqing was contented and replied with a smile. "What else can we do? Of course, we have to break the formation. Now that we have broken the formation, the chess formation will naturally disappear. What a bullshit excuse. So many disciples of my Lane Divine Sect have tried to break the formation, but failed to make the chess formation disappear. It disappeared when it came to you. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, don't even think about getting away with it." Elder Shen's anger rose again, and his angry voice echoed throughout the square. Seeing that the Lane Sect insisted on pursuing the matter, Su Mayang said in a cold voice, "Elder Shen, what you said is too unreasonable. You asked us to break the formation, saying that there are no rules. As long as we successfully come out, the team with more people will win. You all saw our every move in there. Was there anything against the rules? In the end, we also followed the rules of the game, and successfully broke the formation and came out, and won the first place openly. As for why your chess formation disappeared, I am not the owner of this spiritual chess crystal. How would I know? If you want to ask, you should ask yourself. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Eldershan again. What Su Lin said made some sense. Eldershan himself should be the one who knew best why the chess formation disappeared. But Eldershan didn't know the secrets behind the chess formation, and was immediately speechless by Su Maoyang's question. You are lying. How do I know what happened? It's obviously you who made the chess formation disappear. If you don't tell the truth today, I will never let you go. Eldershan was so angry that his eyebrows were straight and his face turned blue. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. If we can do something wrong, wouldn't we be more powerful than you? Eldershan? Besides, if you catch a thief, you have to catch him dirty. You have no evidence now, but you force us to be convicted. Isn't that using power to oppress others? I thought the Lane Divine Sect was a big force in Tiansheng City, with the style of a big sect, but I didn't expect it to be so arrogant and unreasonable. Chapter 2246 Pulling Feishue Tower into the water. How dare you? How can we allow a young man like you to slander the reputation of our Lane Divine Sect? We clearly saw that you were all pressed down by the chess pieces before. That force was definitely beyond your ability to withstand. If you hadn't done something wrong, how could you have walked out safely? Do you really think we are old and confused? Eldershan was so angry that his face twitched. He pointed at Su Maoyang and scolded him loudly. Su Maoyang sneered. I don't know whether he is old or confused. I only know that it is easy to find a pretext to accuse someone. Indeed, we were suppressed by the chess pieces, but we didn't know that giving up resistance would make us lose the strength that we could not bear. We survived and walked out smoothly. If you blame our Qingyang medicine shop for the disappearance of the chess formation just because we accidentally broke your formation, it would be too overbearing. Besides, you are reluctant to give up such a treasure in the first place. Since you have taken it out, you must bear the consequences. As he said this, Su Maoyang glanced at Ho Jijun intentionally or unintentionally. This was undoubtedly a way to divert the hatred to Feishue Tower, now that the chess formation has disappeared. Of course, Su Maoyang can say whatever he wants. Anyway, no matter what he said, it is impossible to verify. If the chess formation disappeared because of her, then Ho Jijun, who proposed to use the spirit chess crystal to compete, is naturally not free from responsibility. Because if Ho Jijun and Governor Ning hadn't teamed up to kill her, and if these sects hadn't coveted the treasures of the Thunder Sound sect, this wouldn't have happened. So, in the final analysis, it was these old guys who caused this. Sure enough, after hearing this, the elders of the Thunder Sound sect looked at Ho Jijun angrily. Originally, they had no intention of using the spirit chess crystal in the finals. But because Ho Jijun mentioned it with ulterior motives and other sects followed suit, the Thunder Sound sect had to take it out. Otherwise, how could the chess formation disappear for no reason? Thinking of this, the Thunder Sound sect hated Ho Jijun and those elders who made a fuss. Ho Jijun didn't expect such a thing to happen. When she received the gaze of the elders of Lane's sect, she couldn't help but sweat on her back. She hurriedly explained. There were disciples who were trapped under the chess pieces before. But why didn't I hear that they came out? Now that you have destroyed the chess formation, you still want to shirk responsibility? We didn't do anything. We just followed your instructions and entered the spiritual chess crystal to train. As for why the others didn't come out, how do I know? I guess they are not strong enough. Not strong enough. And can't resist. Besides, it was you who let us in at the beginning. And now it's you who blames us for breaking the formation successfully. Don't think that you can be unreasonable just because you are old and ugly. So many respected elders here have seen it with their own eyes. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Don't think of throwing dirty water on us. Su Maoyang stepped on Ho Jijun and immediately praised the other elders. What's more, this matter concerns the Thunder Sound Divine Sect. Why are you, an elder of Feishue Tower, so excited? Are you hiding something? Yes. No wonder you insisted on using the spirit chess crystal to compete. Could it be that the disciples of Feishue Tower did something before leaving the chess formation and wanted to frame my Qingyang medicine shop? At the end, Su Maoyang did not forget to turn the tables, completely provoking Lane Divine Cult's suspicion of Feishue Tower. Ho Jijun was so angry that she trembled all over and could not speak. Yu, another elder of Feishue Tower, seeing Ho Jijun lost her sense of proportion, immediately joined in. Asshole. How could my Feishue Tower do such a sneaky thing? If it is said that there was tampering. So many teams were present at the time. Wouldn't they also be involved? Why do you say that it was my Feishue Tower that did it? If she said so, anyone who had entered the spiritual chess crystal could not be ruled out of suspicion. After all, the other 10 teams had all approached the chess formation. Thinking of this, the face of Lane Divine Cult suddenly became as dark as the bottom of a pot and as deep as water. Seeing that the matter was getting bigger and bigger, and that it was about to involve several other forces, Prince Duanchuan stopped immediately and said, "Forget it." The chess array disappeared inexplicably, and it has become a fact, without any evidence. It is hard to say whose fault it is. Let's just leave it at that. My Lane Divine sect suffered heavy losses. How can we just let it go? Elder Shen of the Lane Divine sect was dissatisfied and wanted to argue. But Elder Feng on the side stopped him. This matter, as the prince said, let's leave it at that. But what can we do if we don't leave it at that? Now you don't even know who did it and how it was done. And you don't even have any evidence. How can you get justice? Now that all the forces of the Tiansheng dynasty are here, can you stop the world from talking if you want to convict them at will? Elder Feng was also heartbroken about the disappearance of the chess array. But the tragedy had already happened, and there was no evidence. So he couldn't do anything. It would be better to let the matter go and wait until the truth was found out before making a decision. Elder Shen closed his eyes in regret and grief after hearing this. If he had known, he should not have taken out the spiritual chess crystal. Su Maoyang was relieved to see that the Lane Divine Cult did not intend to pursue the matter further, and then returned to the main topic. Now, my Qingyang medicine shop is the only team that has successfully broken the formation, and it should be the first place in the finals. Now it's our turn to draw the sword. Hearing this, Pei Shiluan snorted coldly. It's better to give up this idea. Even if you accidentally walk out of the chess formation, you can't draw the Qiming sword whenever you want. It doesn't matter if she tries. It's engraved with divine patterns. That thing is not something that everyone can study. Looking at the entire Tiansheng dynasty, only my senior brother Liu has this ability. She is just wasting her efforts. Shang Xiaoxian of the Wuzong sword sect glanced at the straight and handsome figure in the audience, his pupils full of admiration. In his opinion, only the top-ranked sword cultivator of his Wuzong sword sect has this strength, because Liu Yu is not only proficient in swordsmanship, but also in divine patterns, and has practiced divine pattern martial arts to perfection. He is the best choice to draw the sword. That's not necessarily true. My junior sister has also studied divine patterns for a long time, and has some experience. She also has the hope of drawing the sword. The disciples of Feishue Tower interrupted unconvinced. In their eyes, Zhong Shuling is omnipotent. Ji Ruiqing heard that they were arguing, and couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. It's a pity that no matter how powerful you are, you don't have a chance. Humph. Don't be too happy too early. The qualification to draw the sword will fall on us sooner or later. The disciples of Feishue Tower retorted angrily. Ji Ruiqing made a face at her and asked the elders at the referee's seat with great interest. Elder, can we draw the sword now? The elders at the referee's seat nodded slightly and said, of course. Qingyang Medicine Shop can choose one person to come forward and draw the sword. Chapter 2247. It's so easy. Seeing the elders' approval, Su Maoyang gave Ji Ruiqing and others a hidden look, and then walked straight towards the Qingming sword. At this time, the Qingming sword was lying on the sword rack. Su Maoyang approached and saw that the black eagle totem engraved on the scabbard was shining under the sunlight, with a sharp blue light faintly revealed, which was particularly beautiful. Her heart moved, and she couldn't help but touch the scabbard, recalling what the king of the Xianshan Empire had said to her, and what he asked her to do. She couldn't help but sigh that she had finally overcome many difficulties, and walked to the front of the Qiming sword legitimately, and obtained the qualification to draw the sword. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang did not delay, and immediately engraved the seal-breaking divine pattern of the Qiming sword on the scabbard stroke by stroke, according to the records in the ancient divine pattern atlas. Soon, a dazzling blue light shot up into the sky amid the disdainful gazes of the crowd, spreading out like fireworks, gorgeous and colorful, but fleeting. At this time, Su Maoyang only saw that the black eagle on the scabbard seemed to be given life, flapping its majestic wings, leaping up, majestically circling in the sky for several circles, and then returned to the scabbard and merged with it, as if the scene just now was just an illusion, making people feel particularly amazing and unsatisfied. However, compared to the shocked and dumbfounded crowd, Su Maoyang was much calmer. She knew that the Qingming sword had been awakened by the divine pattern she had engraved, so she smiled and touched the black eagle totem, then held the hilt and gently pulled it out. With this pull, the long sword came out of its sheath. Sword light flashed in all directions, and the terrifying sword chanting resounded through heaven and earth, mixed with the cries of eagles and falcons, fierce and domineering, frightening everyone so much that their faces changed drastically, and they stood still as if struck by thunder, staring with eyes wide open, staring at the unsheathed Qingming sword in disbelief. This scene happened so suddenly, and the momentum was so terrifying that everyone present was stunned. No one thought that Su Lin could really pull out the Qingming sword, let alone that she pulled it out easily and effortlessly. Is this possible? Is she dreaming? Everyone shook their heads in disbelief, and could not accept this result for a while. They didn't understand. When did the Qingming sword become so easy to pull out? Pei Shiluan was also stunned for a long time before she recovered and glared at the Gongsun family fiercely. Didn't you say that no one has been able to pull out the Qingming sword for so many years? Now Su Lin pulled it out easily. How could it be as difficult as you said? I think your Gongsun family is deliberately playing tricks on us. Old Master Gongsun was also scared to death by Su Maoyang's behavior. When he heard the princess's scolding, his legs and feet softened, and he knelt on the ground. Princess, please forgive me. I don't know why this happened, but we definitely didn't tell a single lie. No one has been able to pull out the sword in these years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed for so many years. Humph. I think it's because you Gongsun family are all useless, so you can't pull out the sword. Such a treasure. It's a pity to keep it in your family for so many years. Shang Shaoxian of Wuzong's sword sect heard it, and snorted disdainfully. I thought it would take a lot of effort, but I didn't expect Su Lin to pull out the Qingming sword after just a few touches. If this is considered difficult, then it's ridiculous. Wei Zhenqi of the Lushao League also sneered speechlessly. I thought the Gongsun family must have some background to inherit such a powerful weapon, but I didn't expect it to be so useless. It's really a waste of such a treasure to leave it in your family. Since it is not difficult to draw the Qingming sword, then any one of us has the ability to draw the sword. If Su Lin can become the owner of the Qingming sword if she draws the sword successfully, I will be the first to disagree. Although Zhong Shuling is cold and taciturn, she does not intend to give in the face of interests. Ji Ruiqing specializes in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction, and immediately said, I don't care whether you accept it or not. Our Qingyang medicine shop successfully broke the formation, won the first place in the competition, and obtained the qualification to draw the sword. Now we have drawn the Qingming sword, which is also a well-deserved result. If you don't accept it, it's none of our business. At the beginning, we didn't enter the chess formation. If we enter the chess formation, we might have the qualification to draw the sword. Perhaps the one holding the Qingming sword now may not be your Qingyang medicine shop. Zhong Shuling retorted coldly. Yes, I don't accept it either. Our Lane Divine sect originally had the ability to break the chess formation, but now you are the only one who draws the sword, which is unfair. Xiao Duhai watched the Qingming sword fall into Su Maoyang's hand so smoothly, and naturally he was jealous and followed suit. Shang Shaoxian of Wuzong's sword sect, as a disciple of the sword sect, has a unique sense of superiority, and was even more dissatisfied, saying, whether you can break the chess formation is not the key. The key is to be able to use the sword, to be able to exert the power of the Qingming sword, so as not to bury such a rare and precious treasure. As the holy land of sword cultivation, Wuzong sword sect is the most qualified to study and use swords. So, only my Wuzong sword sect is qualified to contract the Qingming sword. Hearing such disgusting words, everyone in Qingyang medicine shop almost vomited their overnight meals. Breaking the chess formation is just a test of the strength of a team, and you are not strong enough. And you have become the defeated general of my Qingyang medicine shop, and you don't even have the opportunity to enter the chess formation. Now you are still talking nonsense here, wanting to contract the Qingming sword. Don't you feel ashamed? I am embarrassed for you. Fan Yibin snorted. His expression was full of disgust. Seeing that everyone was not convinced, Su Maoyang did not hold on to the Qingming sword, and suggested, Forget it. Since everyone is not convinced, let everyone try to draw the sword themselves. If any of you really draw the Qiming sword, then I will give it to you without hesitation. She knew that there was no fairness in the face of interests. Even if she drew the Qiming sword legitimately, there would still be jealous people who came out to talk about it. If you want to shut these people up, you have to let them try it themselves. After all, it is difficult to convince people without facts. When Xiao Duhai heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Are you serious? Really? I dare not joke in front of so many elders and so many powerful forces. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded, and threw the Qiming sword to Xiao Duhai. Xiao Duhai grasped the Qiming sword, and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Then he carefully studied the divine pattern, followed Su Maoyang's previous movements, and grabbed the hilt and pulled it out. However, the blue light and black eagle he imagined did not appear, and the sword body was embedded in the scabbard motionlessly, as if nothing had happened. This scene shocked Xiao Duhai, and he reluctantly tried again. But after several movements, the Qiming sword did not move at all, and Xiao Duhai was sweating and panting. Seeing him like this, Wei Zhenqi couldn't bear it and strode forward, snatched the Qiming sword. Stupid. Let me try. Chapter 2248 successfully awakened the Qiming sword? After that, he also began to study the totem on the scabbard. But he didn't understand the divine pattern. After looking at it for a long time, he couldn't figure out anything. He had to bite the bullet and use spiritual power to draw the sword. However, he was wrong. If he could draw it out with brute force and spiritual power, would it still be the innate treasure Qiming sword? So, after trying for a long time, Wei Zhenqi finally realized that drawing the sword was not as simple as they imagined. But he didn't understand why Su Lin was so relaxed. She just touched the totem and gestured a few times. She successfully drew it out without any effort. Isn't it too strange? Can you do it? If not, let me do it. Pei Shiluan saw that he had been tinkering for a long time without a clue, and urged anxiously. Wei Zhenqi shook his head solemnly. This Qiming sword is a bit mysterious. Pei Shiluan didn't care about anything, took the Qiming sword, and quickly penetrated the divine consciousness into the totem. Speaking of divine runes, Pei Shiluan also did some research. But her research was limited to using mental power to perceive the deep-level content of divine runes. Therefore, after checking for a while, she came to the conclusion that this totem seems to need to be engraved with divine runes to be cracked. Although she could see the clues and find the direction of cracking, she was still a little short of the heat if she wanted to engrave the divine runes herself or apply the divine runes to martial arts. So she was also helpless when drawing the sword. When the yellow-clothed woman in Fei Xue Tower heard about engraving divine runes, she couldn't help but smile proudly, strode over, and stretched out her hand to Pei Shiluan, with a proud expression as if the Qiming sword had already belonged to Fei Xue Tower. Princess Yuan, don't bother. When it comes to engraving divine runes, it's better to let our junior sister do it. Pei Shiluan only heard that Zhong Shuling had a lot of experience in divine runes, but she didn't expect that she could completely engrave it. This kind of talent is really shocking. After all, most of those who can completely master divine runes are respected elders, and there are relatively few among the younger generation. Thinking of this, although Pei Shiluan was unwilling, this matter was indeed beyond her ability. So she had to bear the pain and hand the Qiming sword to the disciples of Fei Xue Tower. The woman in yellow smiled with satisfaction, and quickly held the Qiming sword in front of Zhong Shuling as if offering a treasure. Zhong Shuling was somewhat confident, and took the Qiming sword calmly, gently touched the totem, and immediately had the answer in her heart. It was indeed as Pei Shiluan said. It was necessary to engrave the divine rune to crack it. But what specific divine rune? It might take a try to know. So, Zhong Shuling, with the idea of giving it a try, began to imitate the Black Eagle's totem and engrave the divine rune on the Qiming sword. However, she had just carved a few strokes and hadn't even drawn the outline of the Black Eagle when she was blown away by a golden light. Seeing the elegant and noble goddess fall flat on her face and spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood in succession, everyone present was stunned and shocked to the point of being burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. With their mouths twitching, this finals is simply going to pull Zhong Shuling off the altar. I'm afraid Zhong Shuling will never be able to see anyone again in the future. The disciples of Fei Xue Tower were also shocked and rushed over to help Zhong Shuling up and check her injuries. Ji Ruiqing also didn't expect this result. He was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Seeing how confident you are, I thought your sister was really sure. But I didn't expect that she was even worse than the others who didn't draw their swords. She was actually blown away directly. It's so funny. Ha. It seems that Miss Jones' divine runes are still lacking in maturity. She needs to work harder. Gong Sunjingji was amused by the other party's embarrassment and couldn't help teasing. Meng Yusen took over the conversation. Divine runes are a talent that can't be acquired by hard work. It's better to accept the fact as soon as possible, so as not to embarrass yourself again. That would be bad. Zhong Shuling was humiliated by the people in the Qingyang medicine shop. Her pale fingers unconsciously clenched into fists, and the blood in her chest surged, and she spit out blood again. Today is definitely her most shameful day. When the disciples of Feishua Tower saw that she was so seriously injured, they immediately hated Ji Ruiqing and others. But they could do nothing about it. Pei Shilwan couldn't help laughing at this time. She originally thought that it was a bit embarrassing that she couldn't pull out the Qingming sword. But she didn't expect that compared with Zhong Shuling's miserable condition, she was already good. Anyway, she wouldn't fall down in front of so many people and let so many people laugh at her. Su Maoyang saw that Zhong Shuling had lost, and couldn't help asking, "Who else wants to try? Just stand up." "I'll do it." A sonorous and powerful voice suddenly rose. And then the handsome and tall figure in the audience suddenly jumped to the center of the square. Su Maoyang knew that this person was the number one in the Wuzong sword sect. The senior brother that Shang Xiaoxian had always admired from the bottom of his heart. And the person who was most qualified to draw the sword in the legend. Lu Yu. Because he was a little older and his strength had reached the level of the innate Emperor Spirit Master. He did not meet the competition standards. So he did not participate in the training of the Spirit Chest Crystal, but only attended as the representative of the Wuzong sword sect to draw the sword. Now it was his turn to take action. And he naturally wanted to strive to get the Qingming sword in his pocket. So, he directly took the Qingming sword hanging in the air and decisively probed his consciousness into the totem. When Shang Xiaoxian and the disciples of Wuzong sword sect saw him take action, they were all full of expectations and stared at him with admiration. Time passed bit by bit. With Zhong Shuling's previous experience, Lu Yu was much more cautious this time. He studied for a long time, but did not make any moves. After things were completely clear, Lu Yu gently engraved on the Qingming sword. Perhaps Zhong Shuling's scene left a shadow on everyone. Seeing Lu Yu start to engrave the divine pattern, everyone was nervous and stared at the movement on the Qingming sword. However, I don't know if Lu Yu is really good or lucky. This time, after a long time of engraving, there was no abnormality. Even when Lu Yu finished engraving, the Black Eagle totem on the Qingming sword was really resurrected again, flapping its wings and hovering in the sky. Seeing this, everyone present opened their mouths in amazement, and their hearts were shaken. Sure enough, Lu Yu was worthy of being the number one in Wuzong sword sect, a super genius among sword practitioners, and the Qingming sword was really awakened by him. Thinking of this, many people cast envious eyes at Lu Yu and Wuzong sword sect. Shang Xiaoxian laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. I said, my senior brother has practiced the divine pattern to perfection, and his attainments are quite high. He is the best person to contract the Qingming sword. The other disciples of Wuzong sword sect nodded in agreement, praising their senior brother to the sky. However, before their laughter fell, they saw the black eagles in the sky swooping down and attacking Lu Yu directly. Although Lu Yu was very strong, he could not resist the sealing power of the Qingming sword. Moreover, the incident happened suddenly, and he was caught by the black eagle. The huge eagle claws immediately scratched his chest and left a bloody claw mark. At the same time, the black eagle threw him into the air as if in revenge, and fell down, and even jumped on him and stepped on him twice. Chapter 2249 Chaos. Everyone thought that Zhong Shuling was miserable enough, but Lu Yu was even more miserable. Not only was he seriously injured by Black Hawk, but he was also humiliated by him. I believe no one could have thought that the arrogant Lu Yu would end up like this. What's funny is that just when they saw Black Hawk resurrect, everyone thought that Lu Yu succeeded. They all sighed at his strength and envied Wuzong's sword sect for having such a powerful disciple. As a result, such a funny scene happened in the blink of an eye. Speaking of which, Lu Yu's move is really worse than the person who didn't know how to burn the divine pattern and gave up drawing the sword before. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads and sighed in disappointment. As for the elders and disciples of Wuzong's sword sect, They were even more shocked by this reversal, and their faces instantly became extremely ugly. They had high hopes for Lu Yu, and they also believed that Lu Yu was the only one who could draw the Qingming sword. But who would have thought that Black Hawk's resurrection was not to awaken the Qingming sword, but to attack Lu Yu? This is simply a huge joke. Moreover, recalling their flattery just now, not only Lu Yu has become a joke, but the entire Wuzong sword sect has become a joke. Sure enough, Ji Ruiqing, who has always been eloquent, laughed so hard that he was out of breath, and said again, "Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing. Your senior brother who is most qualified to draw the sword. Is this performing acrobatics?" He also said that he has cultivated the divine pattern to perfection and has a high level of attainment. I think it is clearly your senior brother's divine pattern. Even Black Hawk couldn't stand it. He couldn't help it, so he flew out to hit him. Ha ha ha. Su Maoyang also laughed out loud after hearing this. To be honest, she didn't expect the Qingming sword to be so spiritual. If the code to break the seal is wrong, it will actively attack the opponent. It seems that the Xianshan King has taken great pains to prevent the Qingming sword from falling into the hands of outsiders. Yu Shang Shaoxian blushed and gnashed his teeth at Ji Ruiqing's sarcasm, but he couldn't refute it. After all, it was a fact that his senior brother was attacked by Black Hawk. What do you mean by you? If you don't have the skills, don't take on the porcelain job. The most speechless thing is that you have no skills at all, but you are still showing off here, which is embarrassing. Ji Ruiqing sneered without mercy. Not only the disciples of Wuzong sword sect, but also Lu Yu himself were very angry. However, they didn't know that if they wanted to pull out the Qingming sword, they had to contract the ancient divine rune atlas, because the ancient divine rune atlas clearly recorded the divine rune that could break the seal of the Qingming sword. They hadn't even seen the ancient divine rune atlas, so how could they know how to break it? So, no matter how high their divine rune attainments were, it would be useless. It was precisely because of this that Su Maoyang boldly gave them the Qingming sword to try. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang looked at the others who had not tried to draw the sword yet, and finally his eyes fell on Yunfei. "You Finchin Mansion. Are you going to try?" Yunfei smiled calmly and refused. "No need. You are determined to get the Qingming sword. Why should I join in the fun?" Yunfei saw clearly that no one else could draw it. Only Su Lin could draw it. She must have her own unique means. Besides, she could make a harsh statement that as long as someone drew it, she would hand over the Qingming sword to someone else, which was enough to show that she was determined to get the Qingming sword. Since the Qingming sword could not be touched by anyone except her, what else could he try? Su Maoyang was a little surprised to see him so calm and without desire. However, he had such a character, and he did not disgrace the title of the heir of Finchin Mansion. "Okay, since no one can pull out this sword, then my Qingliang pharmacy will accept the Qingming sword." Su Maoyang saw that no one stood up, and nodded, ready to take back the Qingming sword. But who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Shang Shaoxian shouting, "Wait, my senior brother has already awakened the totem, and he is only one step away from successfully pulling out the sword. Maybe after we take it back and study it for a few more days, we can find a way to crack it. It's too early for you to make a conclusion now." Speaking, Shang Shaoxian went straight to the Qingming sword. The geniuses present did not expect Shang Shaoxian to have the idea of hiding the Qingming sword. Their faces suddenly changed, and they also tried to snatch it. They must not let the Qingming sword fall into the hands of the Wuzong sword sect. So, as soon as Shang Shaoxian made a move, the geniuses of the other sects all rushed up and wrestled together. Only countless hands were seen grabbing the Qingming sword, and the scene was once very chaotic. However, unexpectedly, the Qingming sword seemed to have intelligence, dodging left and right, deftly avoiding the hand that grabbed it, and moving freely among the crowd, like a monkey, making everyone run around. Finally, perhaps tired of playing, the Qingming sword actually flew directly back to Su Maoyang, and suddenly stopped making noises just now, and was as quiet as a well-behaved child. Seeing this, everyone present was surprised and wide-eyed, standing there like a wooden stick. The disciples who were struggling to fight for it were so shocked that they stopped their actions and froze in place. The Qingming sword actually took the initiative to return to Su Lin's side. Could it be that it has recognized its master? Realizing this, Shang Shaoxian angrily rebuked. "Well, no wonder no one can draw the sword. It turns out that you made a move when you drew the sword. And you have already made the Qingming sword obey you. Su Maoyang was so amused when he heard such accusations. What a joke. With so many eyes watching. What can I do? I just cracked the totem and successfully drew the sword. But you are incompetent and can't draw the sword. So you accuse me of tampering. Isn't that too far-fetched? Humph. What you did to the Qingming sword. Only you know. Of course you can say it. Zhang Shaoxian was not convinced. Ji Ruiqing couldn't listen any longer. Don't be shameless. Our Qingyang pharmacy was the first and successfully pulled out the Qingming sword. According to the rules, the Qingming sword has long been ours. Su Lin saw that you were unwilling to give up. So she kindly let you try. But you refused to give in. What's the difference between you and a scoundrel? Zhang Shaoxian frowned unhappily and wanted to refute. But before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Elder Lu of the Wuzong sword sect. Shaoxian must not be rude. According to the rules, the Qingming sword does belong to Qingliang pharmacy. But Zhang Shaoxian didn't expect Elder Lu to agree with Qingliang pharmacy. And his face became anxious. No buts. You can leave now. Elder Lu ordered expressionlessly. Then looked at Su Maoyang and slowly said, Little girl, you also know that my Wuzong sword sect is a major sword cultivation sect. We study and use swords more than any other forces. And our obsession and love for swords are unmatched. I saw that you didn't use swords much in your previous battles. It seems that you don't specialize in swordsmanship. And you can't be called a professional sword cultivator. So why don't you give up the Qingming sword? My Wuzong sword sect is willing to buy it at a high price. Su Maoyang thought his first two sentences sounded like human words. But she felt more and more that there was something fishy when she heard the latter part. Unexpectedly, she really guessed it. This old guy said it over and over again, still trying to persuade her to hand over the Qingming sword. Chapter 2250. Give her a favor. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang curled his lips coldly and refused. Senior, our Qingyang medicine shop has always made a living by selling pills. Do you think we are short of that money? It doesn't matter if you don't want money. We have all kinds of weapons, skills, medicinal materials, and even some rare treasures in Wuzong sword sect. Just ask for what you want. Elder Lu negotiated with sincerity. Su Maoyang smiled. Weapons. Can there be such a precious weapon as the Qingming sword? You? Elder Lu was speechless by her question, and his face couldn't help but darken a little. Finally, he continued patiently, if you don't like weapons, you can choose other ones. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head, looking at Governor Ning in the distance. Senior, you don't know that some time ago, Governor Ning targeted our medicine shop. Not only did he buy all the good weapons, he also banned us from buying weapons. So what our medicine shop lacks most right now is weapons. Now that we have worked so hard to get high-quality weapons, how can we give them away? Please don't blame me. Senior, Governor Ning has been making things difficult for Qingyang medicine shop. And she must make Governor Ning suffer a little and learn a lesson. As expected. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu glared at Governor Ning with displeasure and shouted angrily. I didn't expect that a mere governor would abuse his power for personal gain and cover up everything in Yanqing City. He is so bold. Originally, the forces of Tiansheng City would not care much about how the governor of a state governs the city under his jurisdiction. But since it was about the Qingming sword and the interests of the Wuzong sword sect, Elder Lu naturally could not sit idly by. Governor Ning had not expected that Su Lin would suddenly mention him. Hearing Elder Lu's attack, he was so scared that he trembled and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Elder Lu, please forgive me. I am really wronged. This Yanqing City is originally an inconspicuous little place. Usually, there is a shortage of supplies, and there have never been many weapons. Now that the heroes of the Tiansheng dynasty have come, weapons are in short supply. It is not my decision that I can't buy the weapons I like in Qingliang medicine shop. Governor, you are quite good at making excuses for yourself. When we went to Jibao Pavilion, we liked several weapons, but no one bought them. But the shopkeeper refused to sell them to us, saying that it was the governor's instruction. Now that the elders of Wuzong sword sect are questioning you, you have changed your face again. You are really an official. No matter what you say, you are right. Ji Ruiqing listened and sneered sarcastically. Governor Ning's face darkened, and he shouted, Don't slander me here. I have never said such a thing. I slander you? Everyone knows that because Su Lin crippled your son. You hate our Qingyang medicine shop to the core. And you are against us everywhere. whether it is medicinal materials or weapons. I believe that I don't need to say these things. Everyone in Yanqing City knows them well. Now in front of the elders of Wuzong Sword Sect, in front of the royal family, in front of so many powerful forces, you still dare to lie against your conscience. Aren't you fooling the forces of Tianxing City as fools? Ji Ruiqing's mouth can be regarded as a true inheritance from Su Maoyang. When he confronts people, he is sharp, and his questions make Governor Ning sweat. The powerful forces in Tianxing City are naturally not fools. Even if they have not heard of these things, they can guess the reasons with their toes. It's just that Governor Ning is making things difficult for the forces under his jurisdiction. They have never liked to meddle in other people's affairs. But now that their interests are involved because of Governor Ning's difficulties, it's another matter. As a member of the royal family, King Duanquan can't tolerate the people below deceiving their superiors and hiding the truth from their subordinates. He immediately shouted angrily, "How dare you lie in front of me?" It seems that Governor Ning is so powerful that he doesn't take Tianxing City seriously. Well, Ning Jianzhou has been developing worse and worse in recent years. It's time to change blood. The elders of Wuzong Sword Sect may not have the power to appoint governors, but King Duanquan does. Governor Ning abused his power under the noses of so many forces. Abused power for personal gain. If he, as a prince, does not come forward to punish him, where's the majesty of the dynasty? Governor Ning was publicly rebuked by the prince, and was frightened and limp on the spot. He called out several times in succession, "Prince, spare my life. Prince, spare my life. Humph. I will keep your life in mind for the time being, and I will make a decision after I report to His Majesty." Governor Ning is the head of a state after all, and the specific choice still needs the emperor's order. Prince Duanquan dare not interfere, so he can only keep it in mind for the time being. Of course, he intends to punish Governor Ning in order to save face for Qingyang Medicine Shop. If he can sacrifice Governor Ning to obtain the Qingming sword, it would be great. Thinking of this, King Duanquan comforted Su Maoyang and others. "Don't worry. Governor Ning did such a despicable thing under my nose. I will punish him severely. It's just that this Qingming sword is too precious. You don't have a strong background. Although you are strong, you are all young. It's not a good thing to carry such a treasure on you. As the saying goes, a man is innocent but guilty if he holds a treasure. I believe you all understand this principle without me saying it. However, if you are willing to give the Qingming sword to the palace, then my palace is willing to do its best to cultivate you, provide resources, and serve as your strongest backing. How about it?" Hearing this, Su Maoyang had to sigh that this Duanquan king was indeed an old fox. He first helped the Qingyang Medicine Shop to vent his anger and sold them a face, and then analyzed the pros and cons and promised to cultivate them. If it were someone else, he would probably really agree to such an attractive condition. After all, what he said was not unreasonable. A group of casual cultivators, but holding a treasure that everyone envied, would undoubtedly attract the threat of killing. Disaster. Don't even think about leaving here safely today. Since I can't keep it, I might as well exchange it for something that is beneficial to me. But this Qingming sword is a treasure left by the Xianshan king. And the Xianshan king gave her the ancient divine pattern atlas, and taught her the divine pattern skills. He was very kind to her, and she also promised to help him protect his former power. Therefore, such a treasure must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang shook his head and clasped his fists with a firm attitude. "Your Majesty, I have a fate with this Qingming sword, and it seems to recognize me as its master. I hope your Majesty will help me." King Duanquan didn't expect her to be so stubborn. His eyes flashed and reminded her again. "Do you really think that if you accept the Qingming sword, you can leave here alive? Whether you can leave alive or not, you should fight to the death." Su Maoyang was fearless. "Humph. You are not willing to accept my offer. Take my sword." A guest official in the palace heard that someone dared to disobey the prince, and immediately attacked Su Lin with a sword. This person was at the level of a mid-stage innate emperor's spiritual master, and he burst out with fierce spiritual power as soon as he came. It was clear that he wanted her life. The elders of the Wuzong Sword Sect saw that the palace took the lead and was obviously going for the Qingming sword. They were shocked and rushed towards Su Maoyang. They must not let the Qingming sword fall into the hands of the palace. Seeing the battle break out in an instant, the elders of several other sects could not hold back and joined the ranks of snatching the Qingming sword. Chapter 2251. A fierce battle is inevitable. So the next second, the guest of the palace was intercepted before he could get close to Su Maoyong. When Su Maoyong saw the elders of Wuzong Sword Sect, Lane Divine Sect, Luosha League, Feishua Tower, Fenshin Mansion, and the guests of Wuan Marquis and Weigua Mansion all intervened, he suddenly felt a little ironic and couldn't help but sneer. They are all old people, but they openly snatched the weapons from a junior. Today I have finally seen the power of the big forces in Tiansheng City. Humph! We originally disdained to bully you. A junior, who made you ungrateful and forced us to take action. I advise you to stop talking nonsense. If you want to live, hand over the Qingming sword. The elder of Wuzong Sword Sect didn't care about his face in front of the interests, and threatened angrily. Su Maoyong glanced at them helplessly. Hand it over? To whom? So many of you want it. If I hand it over to your Wuzong Sword Sect, won't other forces still make me die? Hearing this, the 8 old men who besieged Su Maoyong looked at each other with hostility. Indeed, it is not difficult to snatch the Qingming sword from Su Lin. The key is to snatch it from other forces. However, the 3 forces of Wangfu, Wuanhou, and Weiguo Gongfu all serve the dynasty. Even if they snatch it, they will present it to the emperor, and it is impossible to take it for themselves. However, who specifically presents it to the emperor is also particular and has interests involved. Otherwise they would not work so hard. Therefore, even if they are 3 forces under the same master, they have to be wary of each other to avoid being robbed of credit by their opponents. As for the other elders, they seek benefits for their own sects, and the competition is even more fierce. Seeing that everyone had their own ulterior motives and were wary of each other, Su Maoyong felt amused and encouraged again. Why don't you fight? I'll hand it over to whoever wins. The elder of the Luosha League was obviously a shrewd man. He sneered. I advise you not to play the game of arguing with each other. Anyway, we will fight sooner or later. It depends on who is faster and stronger. Whoever grabs it first will get it. Several old guys agreed and nodded in agreement. Okay, then we won't be polite. They would rather go together than let Qingyang Medicine Shop take advantage of the loophole. Su Maoyong saw that they all attacked him, and his heart tightened. He was secretly annoyed that these old guys were more shrewd and shameless than each other, and it was really hard to fool them. It seems that there is no way to avoid a fight, since these forces are unwilling to let her go. There is no need for her to hide her strength and identity. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong stretched out his hand and summoned Xingluakabu immediately. The weakest of these old guys in front of her is a mid-stage innate Emperor Spirit Master, and most of them are late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters. But she is currently only a late-stage acquired Emperor Spirit Master. It may not be a problem to cross 3 levels to deal with a mid-stage innate Emperor Spirit Master, but it will take some effort to defeat so many late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters. If they attack Ji Ruiqing and others in a sinister and despicable way, she will inevitably be tied up and unable to fight. Therefore, she first trapped these old guys with a chess formation and let the people in Qingyang Medicine Shop leave safely. And then she felt at ease. Thinking of this, she held the white piece and fell on the chessboard. She saw that the ground around her was instantly lit up, and a giant chessboard was quickly outlined. The appearance was exactly the same as the chess formation in the spirit chess crystal. Unfortunately, her strength was limited, and the power fluctuation of the chess array was not as strong as in the spirit chess crystal. But the appearance of this scene was like a thunder blasting over the head of the Lane Divine Cult, which shocked Elder Shen's face and made his eyes wide open. He roared angrily. Chess array. The chess array in the spirit chess crystal. Great. It turns out it was really you. If it wasn't her, how could there be a chess array like the one in the spirit chess crystal under her feet? At this moment, looking at the chessboard in her hand, Elder Shen suddenly realized that she could control the chess array because of the chessboard. No wonder Su Lin and others were able to walk out safely. It turned out that they not only realized the secret of the chess array, but also successfully cracked the chess array and gained treasures. Because only by pulling up the source of the chess array will disappear completely. If nothing unexpected happens, the chessboard should be the source of the energy of the chess array. What's hateful is that he had questioned the Qingyang Medicine Shop in every possible way before, but they all refused to admit that they had made any moves, and even caused trouble and involved other forces. What's even more ridiculous is that he actually listened to their one-sided words and really suspected other forces. Not only that, But he also caused other forces to be suspicious of each other. But unexpectedly, the culprit was her. Su Lin. Of course, not only Elder Shen, but the others present also understood when they saw this. They were fooled by Qingyang medicine shop from beginning to end. Especially the several sects that took the blame, like the Lane Divine sect, were furious and hated Su Maoyang to the extreme. What a treacherous woman. How dare she play us around? Ho Jijun was so angry that she gritted her teeth on the spot, staring at Su Maoyang's eyes as if poisoned. Elder Shen couldn't control his anger, gritted his teeth and roared. You dare to rob the treasure of my Lane Divine sect? You are so tired of living. Go ahead. Kill her and take back the chessboard. After that, 3 more elders from the Lane sect attacked Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang saw that there were more and more enemies, and hurriedly ordered Ji Ruiqing and others. It is not advisable to stay here for long. I will let the spirit beasts escort you away. After that, Su Maoyang waved again and released all the spirit beasts. Ji Ruiqing was worried and shook his head. No, we can't leave. Now all the forces in Tiansheng City want your life. If we leave, you will be even more isolated and helpless. Yes, I can't abandon my teammates and live in disgrace. Gongsun Jingji also refused with disapproval. Su Maoyang growled anxiously. Don't drag it out. My chess formation can only trap them for a while. It won't last long. If you don't leave, it will be too late. But Ji Ruiqing's face was tangled. No buts. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt her at all. Jun Haotsong interrupted coldly, with a terrifying cold light floating in his clear eyes. Su Maoyang nodded. With him here, I won't die. Not to mention that I have the puppet as a trump card. It's not difficult to get out. But if you stay here, you will be a hindrance. Speaking of which, one of the 2 puppets that Su Maoyang had successfully possessed by the dead spirits was arranged to protect the group of people who stayed in the Qingyang medicine shop and did not participate in the battle. Since the game had been over for so long, I believe they had already been moved to a safe place. The other puppets stayed to help her and Jun Haotsong to cover the rear. But if everyone escaped together, even with puppets, it would be difficult to cope with it. So Su Maoyang had to send them away first. Ji Ruiqing saw that she had made up her mind and knew that they really couldn't help. So he could only nod heavily. Okay. You be careful. And you must return to us alive. After that, Ji Ruiqing waved his hand, took Fang Yibin and others to jump on the Tontian Flamingo, and quickly left the place under the escort of the spirit beasts. Since everyone was determined to snatch the Qinming sword and Xingluokabu, they had no time to distract themselves to take care of other people. So the departure of Ji Ruiqing and others did not attract attention. After all, in their opinion, the most important thing was to kill Su Lin and get the treasure, and the rest was not worth their fuss. Chapter 2252 Controlling the Chess Formation. Su Maoyang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them leave smoothly. And then several black pieces suddenly appeared in his hand, and quickly fell on the chessboard. And the location where these black pieces fell was exactly where the elders in the chess formation were. So the next second, everyone saw a huge black chess piece fall down on the heads of several elders. With amazing power, which actually stopped the innate Emperor's spirit masters. The elders never thought that Su Lin could control the chess formation freely in such a short time. One of them was hit by accident, and it took a lot of effort to hold up the chess piece. This attack could not hurt them. But Su Maoyang did not give them a chance to breathe. He held the white piece in his hand and threw it out. Several white chess pieces were like arrows with eyes, and shot towards the elders accurately. In other words, these chess pieces were clearly divided into different tasks, and each was effective. Black chess pieces are used as auxiliary to set up obstacles for the enemy, break the enemy's defense, and slow down the enemy's attack speed. Therefore, if the opponent's defense is not good, the black chess pieces alone can take half of his life. As the main attack, the white pieces have terrible lethality, and are also covered with Su Maoyang's spiritual power. They are as fast and accurate as bullets, which immediately shocked several old men and made them change their faces, and quickly took action to resist. Seeing this scene, Qiu Duohai was extremely shocked and muttered helplessly. I didn't expect that she not only broke the chess formation, but also uprooted the chess formation for her use, and even controlled the chess formation so well in such a short time. It's incredible. In the past, the disciples of their Lane Divine sect relied on breaking the formation to break the chess formation. Who knew that Su Lin was a werewolf, and actually took down the entire chess formation. You know, he has been in contact with the chess array for so many years. But he didn't find such a big treasure hidden in the chess array. Now the treasure has fallen into the hands of an outsider, who entered the spiritual chess crystal for the first time. How can he go to complain? Therefore, when he thought that the danger of the chess array did not kill Su Lin, but made her successful, Xiao Duhai was so angry that he vomited blood. Of course, not only him, but also the geniuses of several other forces were not feeling well. They thought that Qin Yang medicine shop was lucky, and got out of the chess array by accident. Unexpectedly, they really understood the secret of the chess array, and even successfully contracted the treasure, and brought it out of the chess array directly. It seems that no matter whether they enter the chess array or not, no matter whether they can break the eye of the array and come out, they will lose completely in front of Su Lin. But there were also those who were not convinced, and they immediately retorted unhappily. Even if she can control the chess array, what's the use of your eyes? Look at the people who are against her. She is just a late-stage acquired Emperor Spirit Master. No matter how powerful she is, can she be more powerful than so many innate Emperor Spirit Masters? The speaker was Pei Shiluan. Although she was a little jealous of Su Lin's ability to crack and control the chess array, she saw Su Lin's current situation. A genius who provokes forces that should not be provoked will die sooner or later. Not to mention that he has provoked so many powerful forces, and is the enemy of the entire Tiansheng city. So she might as well not have that ability, and not take that treasure. Yes, neither the chessboard nor the Qingming sword is something Su Lin can covet. Although she has good strength and talent, she is too straightforward and too stupid. And she can't go far on the road of martial arts. Look, today is her death day. Wei Zhenqi looked at the figure, who was skillfully controlling the chess array, and nodded coldly. Also not optimistic. Yun Fei smiled with his lips curled, and his beautiful eyes jumped with some brilliance. That's not necessarily true. He saw that Su Lin was not an impulsive person who loved to show off. Today, facing the pressure from so many forces, she was still stubborn and refused to bow her head. I think she had thought of a backup plan. After all, who would be stupid enough to be an enemy of so many forces without the ability to save his life? However, he became more and more curious about what other cards this woman had hidden. Zhong Shuling heard this, and glanced at Yun Fei. Seeing that he seemed to trust Su Lin's strength, she was jealous and asked unhappily, "Do you think so highly of her? She can contract the treasure of the Lane divine religion, successfully pull out the Qingming sword, and can control the chess array. Such a powerful woman. I should look at her differently." Yun Fei raised his eyebrows and responded with a smile. But his eyes were still on Su Maoliang, and he didn't even look at Zhong Shuling. Zhong Shuling felt humiliated, and clenched her 5 fingers under her sleeves, her nails digging into the flesh. She has offended so many forces. Even the innate Emperor Spirit Master can't survive such a siege, let alone her. So no matter how powerful she is, what's the use if she can't survive? Su Lin and Jun Qingjue are just 2 acquired Emperor Spirit Masters, facing the siege of so many innate Emperor Spirit Masters. No matter how strong they are, how high their talents are, how many treasures they have, and how sharp their methods are, they can't break through the siege. She didn't understand how such a fool who didn't know how to bow his head, didn't know how to keep a low profile, and couldn't bend and stretch, could make Yun Fei so optimistic. No matter what, she has the courage to face the siege of so many powerful forces, dares to fight with so many innate Emperor Spirit Masters, and has not been killed in one move. She is much stronger than you. Yun Fei heard the dissatisfaction in Zhong Shuling's words, so he glanced at her sideways, and responded word by word. His meaning is very clear. That is, if she, Zhong Shuling, went up and was besieged by so many innate Emperor Spirit Masters, she would have been blown to pieces long ago. And it is estimated that there is no chance for people to comment on her. Zhong Shuling's delicate mind naturally understood, and her pale face became colder. I don't bother to compare with a dying person. Yun Fei saw that she was not convinced, smiled lightly, and retracted his gaze. But that smile was a bit of imperceptible sarcasm. Originally, seeing that Zhong Shuling was cold and arrogant, and ignored the secular world, he thought she was a quiet and extraordinary woman. But he didn't expect that her mind and vision were so narrow. It seems that Zhong Shuling is gifted, while being cultivated to excellence by Fei Xue Tower. Her temper has also been spoiled. At this moment, he was somewhat glad that he did not agree to this marriage. However, while they were talking, the battle in the chess formation became more and more intense. I saw that several old men were strong and quickly broke the black chess above their heads, dodged the endless and deadly white chess, and freed their hands again to attack Su Maoyong fiercely. Jun Haotsong would never tolerate someone attacking his woman in front of him. His handsome eyes sank, and his tall figure flashed out in an instant, slapping one of the old men in the face and hitting him hard on the chest. Then he swept his long legs like a dragon, drew a stunning arc in the air, and kicked the other two old men in succession. His movements were swift and coherent, as beautiful as performance art. But the black evil spirit floating all over his body made people not dare to calm down and appreciate it. It was indeed that fluttering black robe that rose into the air, like a devil from hell demanding souls. Unstoppable, making people tremble with fear and trepidation. Chapter 2253. Are they still human? But the most surprising thing is that Jun Haotsong didn't attack. But once he did, he was not only amazing, but also so powerful that he pushed the three old men back. The three old men obviously didn't expect that a peak-level acquired Emperor Spirit Master would have such a strong power, even ignoring the attacks of the late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters, and even made them retreat several steps, especially the evil spirit that came in front of them, combined with his moves. Until now, their blood and chi are still surging in their bodies. I believe that if it weren't for their strong defense, they would have been seriously injured. Thinking of it, the three old men straightened their faces, and a trace of solemnity flashed across their pupils. After recovering, they attacked Jun Haotsong again. They still didn't believe that they, the late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters, couldn't even teach an acquired Emperor Spirit Master a lesson. Perhaps they were angry. The power in the hands of the three old men only increased, and everyone around them silently wiped the sweat for Jun Haotsong. But Jun Haotsong said indifferently, "Leave these old guys to me." This was naturally said to Su Maoyong. He saw clearly that although these old guys were also late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters, they were obviously stronger than the others. Otherwise, they would not have broken Su Maoyong's chess formation so quickly. At this critical moment, Su Maoyong certainly would not argue with him, but just nodded slightly and looked at the other old men who rushed over one after another. Originally, her chess formation could only temporarily trap the late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters. It was almost impossible to fight with the chess formation alone. Besides, these old guys were all powerful, and each of them had many means. They were all not easy to deal with. They solved the dilemma in 2 or 3 moves. Many of them had already withdrawn and rushed straight to her. Seeing this, Su Maoyong lowered her head and stroked a Qingming sword, and said with emotion, "Since you recognize me as your master, I will open it for you with blood. I wish you to return to the arena. Are you willing to fight with me?" The Qingming sword seemed to understand her words, and the sword body trembled, responding to Su Maoyong's hot blood. Su Maoyong smiled, grasped the hilt, and pulled it out with force. There was only a crisp sound, accompanied by a high-pitched sword chant that resounded through the world. Su Maoyong waved his hand casually, and the fierce sword light flashed, pointing directly at the throat of the old man who came up. This old man was slightly weaker, only at the level of a mid-stage innate Emperor Spirit Master. Now Su Maoyong could deal with him with his own strength and means, not to mention that he was holding the Qingming sword in his hand. So, the old man couldn't resist the power of the Qingming sword for a while, and hurriedly dodged to the side. But even so, his arm was still scratched with a big cut, and blood gushed out instantly. Feeling this power, the old man sighed in his heart. It was indeed an innate treasure. Just one sword almost took his life, and the person who used the sword was a late-stage acquired Emperor Spirit Master, 3 levels lower than him, which was enough to show the power of the Qingming sword. However, just as he was sighing, the Qingming sword slashed at him again. This time, he concentrated his mind to deal with it, bursting out at full force, trying to resist this wave, and then get close to Su Lin to kill her. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that the opponent who controlled the Qingming sword was an acquired Emperor Spirit Master, who was not strong enough to use the power of the Qingming sword well. But the next second, before he got close enough, he regretted his idea. I only heard Su Maoyong shouting, "Storm Holy Sword! Cut!" Then a violent sword force mixed with strong spiritual power and a bit of mental attack slashed down fiercely with the posture of creating the world. And the sword light immediately split the old man in half, and blood splattered on the spot. You should know that the Storm Holy Sword is the 9th grade God King skill that Su Maoyang learned in the Immortal Palace. This level of martial arts is quite rare even in the 9 major sects. So once this move is used, combined with the spiritual power that can fight across levels, and the mental attack that destroys people's actions, plus the Qingming sword, which is already extremely sharp and kills without blinking an eye, the old man died without loss. But in the eyes of outsiders, Su Maoyang's move is shocking. Like a boulder thrown into the lake, instantly raising layers of huge waves. A late-stage acquired Emperor Spirit Master, compared to a mid-stage innate Emperor Spirit Master, has insufficient spiritual power and combat power. Even if she can temporarily resist 1 or 2, with the help of the Qingming sword, she can't kill a strongman 3 levels higher than her with 1 sword. Su Maoyang's combat power was so amazing that all the major forces present were speechless and solemn. What a powerful martial art! Even stronger than when it was performed in the spirit chest crystal. This girl has a lot of treasures in her hands. The elders of the Wuzong sword sect are most sensitive to sword skills. After seeing the scene just now, their eyes flashed with greed. And the geniuses who were not optimistic about Su Lin just now, even if they didn't want to admit her strength in their hearts, their expressions became solemn. However, they were more jealous of Su Lin for practicing such a powerful martial art. No matter how powerful the martial art is, it's useless. She must die today no matter what. Elder Shen of the Lane Divine Religion cursed with a face full of anger. However, at this time, Jun Haotsong also successively eliminated 2 late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters. Seeing the miserable death of the 2 old men, the field fell into a strange silence again, and the forces of Tiansheng City became more and more ugly. They really couldn't believe that a late-stage acquired Emperor Spirit Master and a peak acquired Emperor Spirit Master could still take lives in the face of so many innate Emperor Spirit Masters. Does such a terrifying fighting power really exist? Are they still human? Everyone was shocked. And the guests and elders who were fighting were even more frightened. However, with the lessons learned from the past, the elders who were slightly stronger did not dare to underestimate the enemy. They made predictions in advance. Seeing the sword light sweeping over, they all drew out their weapons to resist without any reservation. Originally, they disdained to use weapons for the sake of ridiculous face. But now it seems that they should kill the 2 quickly to save their lives. Fortunately, they have lived to such an age, and there are many high-quality weapons and life-saving treasures. Although they can't catch up with the Qingming sword, they should be more than enough to deal with these 2 people with all their strength. Therefore, Su Maoyang was surrounded by 3 late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters in a moment. Then the 3 old men attacked at the same time, all bursting out with fierce martial arts, and the weapons in their hands chopped down crazily, with terrifying momentum, and the air trembled. Seeing this, feeling the terrible power fluctuations coming, Zhong Shuling shook her head sarcastically and sighed. Relying on martial arts is never a way to win. If you are not strong enough, you can only show off your ability for a while. You will lose in the end. However, before her voice fell completely, Su Maoyang quickly made a few complex gestures, and a golden light suddenly burst out from his body, resisting the power of the 3 parties at once. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone couldn't help holding their breath. Until the light faded, they saw that Su Lin's body was actually flashing with golden characters. Chapter 2254 is that a divine pattern martial art. That is. However, before everyone could react, Su Maoyang suddenly leaped up and swung her sword. The sharp sword energy immediately horrified the 3 old men who besieged her and hurriedly retreated. But Su Maoyang did not give them a chance to escape. After swinging her sword, she suddenly blasted out a palm. The palm print quickly expanded in the air, flashing with terrible and strange patterns, which shocked everyone. Divine pattern? Is that a divine pattern? Although Pei Shiluan could not engrave divine patterns, she had seen divine patterns, so she recognized the patterns in the palm print at a glance and exclaimed in disbelief. Zhong Shuling, who claimed to be quite talented in divine runes, also froze in expression, staring at the palm print in the air with wide eyes in horror, extremely resistant in her heart. Could it be that she used divine rune martial arts? No. How is this possible? Yun Fei of Finchen Mansion shook his head with a solemn expression. The palm print she made may be a divine rune martial arts, but the characters surrounding her body are not as simple as divine rune martial arts. It seems to be a divine rune secret technique. Hearing the 4 words divine rune secret technique, Zhong Shuling's head seemed to be struck by thunder. and her cold and steady face instantly turned blue-gray. Divine Rune secret technique? How could that lowly servant Su Lin have such a rare secret technique? Zhong Shuling was severely shocked, and the other geniuses present were pale and terrified. They obviously didn't expect that Su Lin not only had strong spiritual power, strong defense, strong martial arts, and amazing talent, but also mastered the Divine Rune secret technique. In other words, not only could she record divine runes, but she could also use them in battle. And the fighting moves were more secretive and domineering than ordinary divine rune martial arts. No wonder. The characters around her body could withstand the critical strikes of 3 late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters. After all, even the top leaders of these big forces may not be able to successfully practice the divine pattern secret art. But now it is controlled freely by a young woman. Such strength and talent. I am afraid that there is no second one in the young generation of the entire Tiansheng dynasty. Realizing this, the evildoers of Tiansheng City and all the geniuses who came to participate in the competition from the 4 states were speechless and shocked to the extreme. Especially the forces that had a grudge against Su Lin, such as Murong Yushuan, the daughter of the Murong family, who kept saying that she wanted her brother to avenge her and kill Su Lin. Now it seems that with Su Lin's strength, let alone her brother, even if her father came forward, he might not be able to take her down. And she was still confident and complacent before, advocating her brother's strength. Now looking back, it is really ridiculous to the extreme. As for Ho Chiyu of the Ho family, she was even more humble. In the preliminary round, she challenged Su Lin desperately, thinking that her strength would definitely surpass her. But she didn't expect that even if she lost to Su Lin, she still retained most of her strength at that time. The power that defeated her was probably less than 1,000th of what it is now. Realizing this, Ho Chiyu really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. And Governor Ning saw such a terrible move, and his heart was as cold and heavy as if he had been filled with ice water. At this moment, he realized what kind of pervert he had provoked. But because he understood the horror of the other party, Governor Ning wanted Su Lin to die more and more. Because if Su Lin didn't die, the Ning family would die. He would never allow the Ning family to have such a terrible enemy living in the world. Governor Ning began to fear Su Lin's strength and potential, and other major forces present naturally had such concerns. Now seeing Su Lin kill a late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Master with a divine pattern palm print, and another died under the Qingming sword. Then she roared again. Lin Bing Doja all marched forward in formation. The 3 golden characters of Lin, Bing, and Do surrounding her body flashed with dazzling light, causing the power to expand wildly. Then she flashed and disappeared from the spot, and then suddenly appeared behind the last late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Master who was running for his life. She swung her long sword and actually cut off the opponent's head. On the other side, Jun Qingjue faced the siege of more late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters. The battle was obviously more intense than Su Lin's side, but he was at ease, without any panic, and even ended the battle almost at the same time as Su Lin. Such unfathomable depth shocked the forces present. It seems that ordinary late-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters can no longer do anything to them. Or even the peak innate Emperor Spirit Masters have to be questioned. Then the identities of these 2 people are very questionable. After all, it is too strange that such 2 powerful figures suddenly appeared in such a small place like Yanqing City. Thinking of this, Ho Jijun of Feishuo Tower was puzzled and actually went down in person to fly towards Su Maoyang. As a Supreme Emperor Spirit Master, she wanted to personally feel whether the acquired Emperor Spirit Master could defeat 2 major realms to fight her. But in addition to this, she also brought some Fuyin Jade powder. Once this thing is sprinkled on the face, it can immediately restore the disguised person to his original appearance. She wanted to see who these 2 young men were. So, before Ho Jijun's move came, Fuyin Jade powder was sprinkled on Su Maoyang's face. Su Maoyang didn't know that Fuyin Jade powder existed in the world, and she just thought it was poison powder and didn't care too much. After all, after being tempered by the Eightfold Gate, her body was already immune to all poisons, and a little poison powder couldn't do anything to her. But who knew that the next second, she saw the black hair that was blown by the wind and hid her face turned into silver hair in an instant. Then, there was a burst of shocked gasps around, and Su Maoyang couldn't help but look up and feel their amazing and unbelievable eyes. Her heart trembled, and she immediately touched her face, only to find that her face was no longer rough before, and had become smooth and elastic. She immediately realized that her appearance was exposed. Su Maoyang was secretly annoyed by Ho Jijun's little move. But everyone present was stunned by her stunning appearance, and couldn't recover for a long time. Especially Fu Minxiu, who was originally a playboy who coveted beauty. Although he admired Su Lin's strength at first, he was deterred by her ugliness. But he never expected that the woman who was rejected by him because of her appearance was so beautiful, so graceful and charming. She was even more beautiful than Zhong Shuling. Seeing this, Fu Minxiu swallowed his saliva uncomfortably. And Jin Peiyun, the daughter of the Jin family, who was sitting in the audience, saw this scene with an expression that was uglier than eating shit. At first, she called Su Lin a slut and looked down on her, thinking that Su Lin's desire to marry Fu Minxiu was wishful thinking. Now it seems that Su Lin is not only stronger and more talented than Fu Minxiu, but also has an extraordinary appearance, the first in the Tianxing dynasty. Now Fu Minxiu is afraid that he really wants to marry her. With such speculation, Jin Peiyun looked at Fu Minxiu unhappily. Seeing that he was indeed staring at Su Lin with his eyes wide open, she suddenly felt jealous. Chapter 2255 Her True Identity. As for Zhong Shuling, who was worshipped as a goddess, she was just a little inferior because of Su Lin's strength. Who would have thought that she would be amazed by such a beautiful figure? This was the first time she saw a woman more beautiful than her. I really didn't expect that this woman named Su Lin hid so deeply. I guess her identity as a lowly maid was also fake. After all, how could a person with such outstanding appearance and strength be an unknown maid? Thinking of this, Zhong Shuling stared at the peerless face with resentment, and the strong jealousy bit her heart like a snake. This was the first time that she was compared to a woman. Yun Fei saw that Zhong Shuling, who was always high and mighty, looked down on others and looked down on others, was particularly embarrassed, and even had a bit of gloating. Originally, he didn't care much about appearance, but he was very happy to see Su Lin's true face, and to make the arrogant Zhong Shuling feel humiliated. Of course, he became more curious about Su Lin's identity. However, compared with the women who were eclipsed and full of jealousy, the biggest shock was Wei Jinqi of the Rakshasa League. He treated Su Lin coldly in the Lingqi crystal and humiliated her in every way. He thought she was ugly and vulgar, not even as good as Zhong Shuling's fingernails. And he didn't even bother to look at her. Even when he saw them eating, drinking and playing in the Lingqi crystal, he didn't even have the desire to take action. And he disliked killing an ugly monster like Su Lin would dirty his hands. But he didn't expect that this disgusting and vulgar woman was even more beautiful than the goddess in his mind. At this moment, Wei Jinqi thought of what happened before, and the flattering words he said to Su Lin, and his handsome face suddenly became hot. But there was also a lot of anger. A kind of anger of being deceived and being teased as a fool, because he could fully imagine how Su Lin laughed at him in her heart when he said those words. When Wei Jinqi thought that he had become a laughing stock in her mind, he was so angry that his teeth itched. If the other party was an ugly woman with no ability, he might not care about her thoughts. But the other party happened to be a genius woman with both beauty and strength. This made him feel even worse. Of course, Guan Menging, who had always sneered at Su Maoyang in the Lushao League, was also choked by this scene and was speechless. Before, Fu Minxiu pleaded for Su Lin, and she thought Fu Minxiu was useless and had no vision. And he actually fell in love with such a useless woman. Now it seems that Fu Minxiu's intercession has saved Lushao League's life. Otherwise, Lushao League would not have broken the formation, let alone seen the chess formation. I have always refused to admit Fu Minxiu's vision before, but now I am convinced. Although his strength is not as good as mine, his vision is indeed better than mine. Because of Fu Minxiu, Pei Shiwan has always wanted to compete with Su Lin, but she never thought that she would lose so badly. She really can't accept it. Miss, don't be sad. Even if she is outstanding, she is not as noble as you as the princess of Tianxing dynasty. Mi Yan, the personal maid beside Pei Shiluan, comforted her kindly. At the beginning, when Fu Minxiu mentioned this woman in front of her princess, she didn't take it seriously. Who knew that this woman was so hidden and played tricks on all the geniuses of Tianxing dynasty? It was really hateful. It would have been fine if she didn't mention her identity. Pei Shiluan was even more furious when she mentioned her identity. Stupid. In this world, the strong are respected, and strength is identity. Even if I am the emperor, if I don't have strength, people will still not take me seriously. What's more, Do you think such a powerful person has a low status? Being scolded by Pei Shiluan, Mi Yin had to shut her mouth and dared not say more. The master was angry, and she, as a servant, could only bear it. But when it comes to shock, no one is as shocked as Xu Yunya, the daughter of the Lord of Huiyin City. No, to be precise, it is shocking. So, when seeing that familiar face, Xu Yunya's face turned pale, and she shouted, "It's her! It's Su Maoyang!" At the beginning, Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong robbed her wind and thunder spirit fruit at the Broken Soul Cliff, and beat her people and ran away. I didn't expect that they actually ran to Yanqing City to hide their identities, and use the Qingyang medicine shop as a cover. No wonder there was no news after so long. They are really good at hiding. At this time, Deng Yihua and Xie Yufei, who were following Xu Yunya, were also shocked when they saw this. If this man and woman were Peng Yuyan and Peng Huan who escaped at the beginning, then the teammates who just fought with them were the original Aolong group? They clearly remembered that their captain Gu Qiuyun was grateful for the life-saving grace of these two people. And he also swore to protect the safety of Peng Yuyan and Peng Huan in the face of the siege of the guest officials of the city lord's mansion. Later, they were rescued by a group of strange people and lost contact since then. And based on their understanding of Gu Qiuyun and others, they must follow the brother and sister this time. No wonder they felt that the moves of the man called Gu Yun were familiar. It turned out that he was Gu Qiuyun. Thinking of this, Deng Yihua and Xie Yufei both looked pale and looked at each other in disbelief. You know, they followed Xu Yunya and worked like slaves every day, but they didn't seem to make any progress, and the resources they obtained were very few. On the other hand, Gu Qiuyun, it has been a short time since he left, but he has such a strong fighting power, and the weapons in his hands are all top-grade holy weapons. And the elixirs he eats are treasures that even the geniuses in Tiansheng City covet. Obviously, he is doing well and has no worries about resources. With such a comparison, Deng Yihua and Xie Yufei suddenly regretted and their hearts ached. It was just that Xu Yunya's cry quickly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked at her in confusion. Do you know this woman? Ho Jijun narrowed his eyes and questioned Xu Yunya. Xu Yunya nodded angrily. Of course, I would recognize her even if she turned into ashes? Yun Fei's eyes flashed, and he asked curiously, "Then do you know her identity?" When asked about her identity, Xu Yunya couldn't help but choke, because the Fairy Palace Gate is a special and mysterious force. From the moment they enter the Fairy Palace Gate, disciples cannot reveal the existence of the Fairy Palace Gate. So she must not tell everyone that Su Maoyang is a disciple of the Fairy Palace Gate. So she evaded the main point and said, "I don't know the specific identity. I only know that they also disguised themselves like this and cheated my wind and thunder spirit fruit at the bottom of the soul-breaking cliff in Huiyin City. I didn't expect that today we would meet again." Su Maoyang couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. "Miss Xu, there is a part of your body that is really invulnerable to swords and guns." "What part? What do you mean by this?" Xu Yunya was frightened by her. Su Maoyang smiled and pointed at her cheek. "Of course it's your face." That day, she got the wind and thunder spirit fruit with her own strength. But because she didn't give it to Xu Yunya, she said she cheated. If she wasn't thick-skinned to a certain extent, she would definitely not say such a thing. Chapter 2256. It's rare to see him being humble. Yun Fei laughed when he heard this. I didn't expect Su Lin to be good at insulting people. What a wonderful person. The others also wanted to see the joke. So Xu Yunya was a little embarrassed and pointed at Su Maoyang with gritted teeth, but couldn't say anything. Ho Jijun saw that Xu Yunya didn't know much and didn't bother to ask about it. So she pointed the spearhead at Su Maoyang again. "It seems that you two are swindlers from beginning to end. In this case, I, Fei Xue Tower, will enforce justice and eliminate harm for the people today." As she said this, Ho Jijun attacked Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong's eyes turned cold, and he immediately went forward, took out his weapon, and started fighting with Ho Jijun. Seeing this, Elder Zhao of Wuzong's sword sect couldn't sit still anymore, and waved his sleeves to attack Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang saw that the Supreme Emperor's spiritual masters were both attacking, so he had to dodge backwards quickly. In the audience seats, in the direction of Xianning Temple, a man in purple was anxious when he saw that the Supreme Emperor's spiritual master was personally encircling and suppressing. He hurriedly pleaded with the elders sitting in the front row. "Elder He, I would like to give you the black tiger blood I got in the temple trial before. But can you please stop this battle? Before he got the black tiger blood, it made many people jealous. Even Elder He, who led and taught him, hinted that he should hand it over. But he was reluctant to give up the treasure he had finally obtained. So he kept pretending to be stupid. Because of this, he was also made difficult by Elder He and his fellow disciples. Now, seeing that Su Maoyang was in danger of his life, he could not sit still, and had to reluctantly give it up and offer it to Elder He, hoping that he could help Su Maoyang. Elder He did not expect that this stubborn boy who refused to show weakness would suddenly offer his treasure. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked at him. You are so generous all of a sudden. Do you know this Su Lin? The purple-clothed man knew that he would not believe it even if he denied it. So he simply nodded and admitted, yes, I had some friendship with her before. I hope the elder will save her life for the sake of me and the black tiger blood. Jing Yelong. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Lin has offended so many powerful forces, all of which want her dead. Even if my master is extremely powerful, there is no need to offend so many forces for you and the black tiger blood. What's more, you refused to give your black tiger blood before. Don't you think it's too late to offer your courtesy now? At this time, the brown-clothed man sitting next to Elder He cast a dissatisfied look at Jing Yelong and sneered sarcastically. And this purple-clothed man was Jing Yelong, the son of the Filong ancient clan, one of the 4 ancient clans. At the beginning, in order to participate in the Cloud Peak battle, he met Su Maoyang in the North Spirit Realm, and he also entered the cave with her to explore dangers and fought side by side. Finally, in the final of the Cloud Peak battle, Su Maoyang was targeted by the 9 major sections. He couldn't stand it and helped to speak up. So he was appreciated by the Xianming Holy Temple. And then he joined the Xianming Holy Temple and came to the Tiansheng dynasty. But he didn't expect that when he saw her again. Her situation was somewhat similar to the scene of the Cloud Peak battle. The only difference is that she went even further this time. Not only offending the 9 major sects, but also offending the 8 major families of Tiansheng City, and even the royal family. Therefore, while Jing Yelong was worried about Su Maoyang, he couldn't help but sigh that her ability to cause trouble was getting better and better. However, it is understandable that a genius like her who is so talented and outstanding will become the focus wherever she goes. Even if she doesn't cause trouble to others, others will cause trouble to her. She will not be so humble and submissive in front of villains. Besides, geniuses always have some backbone and spirit. If these are gone, they probably can't become geniuses. Thinking of this, Jing Yelong was relieved. But the worry in his heart became stronger and stronger. Yes, I know I was wrong before. But if Elder He is willing to help me this time, I am willing to serve you like a cow and a horse. In the future, as long as you ask, no matter how difficult or dangerous it is, I will do it for you without hesitation. Jing Yelong knew that it was not easy to persuade Elder He, so he could not help but increase the intensity of the inducement. Speaking of which, Jing Yelong was once proud of being a beast master, and he also had a pride of genius in his heart. But since entering the Xianming Temple, he realized that without background, talent alone would not be able to move forward, especially for a disciple like him who came from the lower plane. He was always inferior to the local disciples of the Tiansheng dynasty. Moreover, the Filong ancient clan might be considered a big force in the Jiuyu realm, but it was nothing here, and it couldn't produce the precious and rare treasures that the Xianming Holy Temple needed. Therefore, he was mostly the object of being left alone and excluded. After these days of training, his sharp edges were slowly smoothed out without him noticing. And even in the face of these elders, who held real power, and disciples with backgrounds, he had to bow his head and endure. But even if he bowed his head, he still attracted many people's ridicule and laughter. TSK. Jing Yelong, you don't have feelings for that woman, do you? In order to protect her, you are willing to sell yourself. I didn't know you were still a lovesick person. It's just a pity that you are unlucky and fall in love with a fool who can't judge the situation. It's destined to be a tragedy. In the final analysis, it's all because he is usually a maverick, doesn't like to interact with others, and is unwilling to join our faction. Now there is no one to help him, and he deserves it. But then again, it's rare to see him so humble. I have to thank that Su Lin. Seeing that many disciples around him laughed at him, Jing Yelong was angry and his face was blue and red, almost dripping with blood. As for Elder He, He was somewhat moved after hearing his promise, and replied calmly, "You also know that if you want to save her life, you have to be enemies with all the forces in Tiansheng City. I won't give up my career, or even my life for the Black Tiger blood. However, I can let her keep her body intact, and give you the opportunity to bury her with your own hands. What do you think?" When Jing Yelong heard this, he was furious. "Elder He, she is not dead yet, and you are discussing her funeral affairs. It's too much. Humph. Don't be ungrateful. She is destined to die today. Let her die decently. I have given you face. Don't push it." Elder He shouted angrily. The other disciples thought Jing Yelong's words were ridiculous. Does he still think Su Lin can survive? He is so stubborn. No wonder he knows Su Lin. They are both ignorant of the times. Jing Yelong was ridiculed and looked down upon by everyone, and he was extremely angry. But he couldn't get angry. After all, his strength was limited, and he had no status in the Xianming Temple where geniuses gathered, and he couldn't say anything. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the audience, blocked Su Maoyang, and took the palm seal of Elder Zhao. When everyone saw the identity of the person clearly, they were all shocked. Chapter 2257 Fu Minxiu's Plan. It turned out to be the Prime Minister, Fu Hexian. Seeing the elegant figure, everyone was stunned, with expressions on their faces that they couldn't grasp the key. You know, the Prime Minister has always been a low-key person who doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs. And even in the court, he rarely competes with others. The Emperor has always said that he is indifferent to fame and fortune, and has high sentiments and far-sightedness. Although his temperament is not suitable for officialdom, he has the talent to manage the world. It is precisely because he has talent but no ambition, and he doesn't like to show off, that the Emperor values him even more. Take this battle for example. All 8 families participated. Only the Prime Minister's mansion did not join, and was once ridiculed by Pei Shiuan as weak and incompetent, timid and cowardly. As for other forces, although they dare not bring it to the table, they also look down on the Prime Minister's mansion behind the scenes. However, the strength of the Prime Minister's mansion may seem a bit useless in the eyes of outsiders. But with the Emperor's protection, no one dared to say much, let alone provoke in public. However, they did not expect that the Prime Minister, who had always been reluctant to take the lead, would personally block the attack of Elder Zhao of the Wuzong Sword Sect. Does he know what he is doing? Is this really the Prime Minister in their eyes? Everyone was shocked, and had a lot of question marks on their heads, and they couldn't calm down for a while. Of course, not only them, but even Fu Minxiu, the son, was stunned and his mouth twitched. He had to ask, is this still his father? Originally, he was thinking of asking his father to help Su Lin, and he was even mentally prepared to be scolded by his father, who knew that before he could say anything, his father rushed out first. Could it be that their father and son's telepathy is so strong? Or, is this the legendary telepathy? Although Fu Minxiu was full of doubts, his clever little brain turned and he quickly reacted, and murmured happily, "Father is still amazing. He planned his son's marriage without waiting for his son to speak. That's right. If a genius like Su Lin, who is rare in a century, marries into the Prime Minister's mansion, the Prime Minister's mansion will undoubtedly be even more powerful, and its strength will increase greatly. I believe that with the grace of my father saving her life, even if Su Lin doesn't want to leave Junqingjue, she will consider marrying into the Prime Minister's mansion." Sure enough, the old ginger is still spicy. I admire you. And this move not only gained the beauty Su Lin, but also the Qingming sword and a bunch of treasures on her body, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Fu Minxiu was almost so excited that he applauded his old father. Fu Minxiu was thinking happily, while Elder Zhao of Wuzong Sword Sect asked angrily, "Prime Minister Fu, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing. I just can't stand you old guys bullying 2 young people." Fu Hexian responded coldly. Elder Zhao was even more angry when he heard this, and called him by his name. "Fu Hexian, you don't know what Su Lin means to us. Now you intervene to stop it. Are you going to make enemies with all the forces present?" "I have no intention of making enemies with anyone, and I don't have any conflict of interest with the forces present. I just can't stand the dirty things of bullying the weak and taking advantage of power." Although Fu Hexian looks like he is in his 50s, his tone of voice and his straight spine are no different from those of a young man, without the slightest vicissitudes of life and smoothness. Such an upright and elegant man does not look like a prime minister who has been struggling in the court, but more like a scholar who studies behind closed doors. But Su Maoyang does not think that the prime minister will risk offending all forces to stand up for her, just because he can't stand the behavior of Wuzong's sword sect. Presumably, he also has a purpose. But what is he after? Qingming's sword? But the prime minister's mansion did not participate in the battle, and obviously had no interest in Qingming's sword. Is it Xingluokabu? But Xingluokabu is strictly speaking something of Lane divine religion, and he can't take it properly. And he is afraid that it will provoke a conflict between the prime minister's mansion and Lane divine religion. If he covets her martial arts, it would be even more absurd. Although the 9th grade divine king's skills are rare, it is not necessary to risk his life and even ignore the prime minister's mansion. After thinking about it, Su Maoyang didn't know what the prime minister was thinking. But no matter what, he was willing to take the risk to stand up for her, which was worthy of her admiration and gratitude. After all, no one at the scene had such courage to fight so many forces. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang clasped his fist towards Fu Hexien and said, "Thank you for your help, Prime Minister. But I don't want to involve you in it. It doesn't matter. I am the Prime Minister of the Tianxing dynasty after all. They dare not do anything to me." Fu Hexien stroked his beard and smiled at Su Maoyang. Seeing him so fearless, Su Maoyang couldn't help but doubt that the Prime Minister was a coward who was afraid of trouble. But the man in front of him was clearly a bold and fearless man. Is it that the rumor is unreliable, or that this person is hiding too deeply? However, just when Su Maoyang was wondering, Elder Zhao suddenly roared in anger. "Humph! Then you should open your eyes and see if my Wuzong sword sect dares to do anything to you." As he said that, Elder Zhao swung his sword and slashed at Fu Hexien. His momentum and strength showed that he had no intention of showing mercy. Su Maoyang saw this scene and twitched his mouth awkwardly. It seemed that Fu Hexien had overestimated his status. Fu Minxiu could no longer sit still when he saw that his father was in trouble. No matter what, he couldn't rely on his father to snatch his wife. He had to do his part. Thinking of this, Fu Minxiu also rushed away and joined the battle. But Fu Hexien's thoughts were obviously completely different from Fu Minxiu's. Seeing his son rushing over desperately, he was startled and shouted angrily, "What are you doing here? Are you looking for death?" "Of course, I have to protect my wife myself." Fu Minxiu looked at Su Maoyang and smiled handsomely. Fu Hexien was confused. "What do you mean by your wife? Don't make trouble for me." "Dad, I know what you mean. I was ignorant and rejected Su Lin before. Now, I will marry her obediently." Fu Minxiu gave Fu Hexien a look that said, "I understand." Fu Hexien had to deal with Elder Zhao while being confused by what he said. He yelled in annoyance, "What are you talking about?" Su Maoyang understood it. It turned out that the Prime Minister's mansion was planning to marry her. At that moment, she couldn't help but scold. "Fu Minxiu, what's wrong with you? When did I say I would marry you? You said it yourself when we had dinner before. Don't think of denying it," Fu Minxiu said confidently. Su Maoyang was speechless. "You know I was deliberately making things difficult for you. And it's been so long since the matter happened. The deal has long been invalid. Do you have to hold on to it? Su Lin, I'm giving you a chance. You have to think it through. Although Jun Qingjue is quite powerful, he is destined to die here. And if you marry me, the Prime Minister's mansion will protect you. Besides, I have good talent, and I may be able to catch up with him after a few more years of practice. What's more, my appearance and status are better than his. If you want to choose a man, at least choose a handsome and suave one," Fu Minxiu persuaded. In his opinion, strength can be improved, but appearance is innate, and Jun Qingjue can only be called delicate, not even good-looking. A beauty like Su Lin being with him is undoubtedly a flower stuck in cow dung, which is a pity. Chapter 2258 The Belated Truth. Su Maoyang was not angry or amused when he heard this, but looked at Fu Minxiu with sympathy and mourned for him for 3 minutes in his heart. You should know that Jun Haotsong, who is a jealous person who wants to conquer the 9 netherworld, would want to dig out his eyes if Lien Yunfei looked at her for one more time. What's more, Fu Minxiu actually dared to poach people in front of him, which was simply trampling on Jun Haotsong's dignity. At this moment, Su Maoyang couldn't help but respect Fu Minxiu as a man. Sure enough, Jun Haotsong, who was entangled with Ho Jijun, heard this and shot a murderous look at Fu Minxiu. The voltage was like a flash of lightning. which could split Fu Minxiu into pieces at a glance. Although Fu Minxiu didn't look at Jun Haotsong, he also felt this terrifying sight, and his spine was immediately chilled. However, in order to win the beauty, he didn't care so much. However, just when Fu Minxiu was cheering himself up and trying to ignore Jun Haotsong, he heard the latter shout, "You are worse than shit. How dare you set your sights on my woman? I didn't show my true face before because I was afraid that you would be too ashamed to see people. Since you are so shameless, I will let you die knowingly." As he said that, Jun Haotsong made a swipe of his finger, and the beautiful and enchanting face that was not like a human was instantly exposed to everyone. When everyone present saw the scene, they couldn't help but gasp. Originally, they only thought that Su Lin's beauty was stunning enough, but they didn't expect that Jun Qingjue, a man, was no less beautiful than the stunning woman. The handsome face, which was as white as jade and with beautiful features like sculptures, was faintly shiny. There was a noble air between his eyebrows, and a sharp and wanton expression. He narrowed his blue eyes dangerously, like a hunting eagle, full of bloodthirsty wildness. It was such a handsome man who was as beautiful as a jade tree, shining with elegance, and like a handsome man who walked out of a poem or painting, but was surrounded by demonic energy, which gave people a terrifying feeling. This contradictory beauty was different from immortals, demons, and even more different from humans. It was as if the one standing there was a devil who lived on all the beauty in the world. This feeling was very novel. After all, demons were scary, but this man was extremely beautiful. Even Yunfei, who was regarded as the most beautiful man in the Tiansheng dynasty, was stunned for a long time before he recovered. Not to mention Fu Minxiu, who was much worse than him. However, looking at Fu Minxiu's pale and embarrassed face, he knew that he must be feeling bad. You know, the only thing he had in front of Jun Qingjue was his appearance and status. But he never thought that he would be slapped in the face by Jun Qingjue just as he was trying to lure Su Lin. He would be too ashamed to face people in the future. Of course, Jun Haotsong's appearance made even the handsome men feel astonished. Not to mention the women who had never seen such a beautiful face. They all stared at the dazzling figure in the air, and they couldn't even blink. Although Pei Shilwan and Zhong Chuling were also amazed, they were at least a little proud and reserved, and didn't lose their composure like ordinary women. But it would be a lie to say that I'm not shocked. However, Pei Shilwan quickly calmed down and looked at Fu Minxiu, who was like a drowned dog. She couldn't help but curl up a hint of sarcasm and gloating at the corner of her mouth. Fu Minxiu, you really lost face today. Not only are you not as strong as others, but you are not even half as good looking as them. You still want to ruin their marriage. It's ridiculous. Princess Yuan, you should look at yourself. You keep looking down on Su Lin, but you are repeatedly compared to her. Aren't you ridiculous? Fu Minxiu asked coldly. The mocking and contemptuous look once again stimulated Pei Shilwan. Pei Shilwan screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. No matter how bad I am better than you. A piece of trash. You are not worthy of fighting with the elders of Feishue Tower. So you should get past me first. If you can't even beat me, don't even think about marrying Su Lin. You may not even be qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. After that, Pei Shilwan rushed towards Fu Minxiu like crazy, and raised her hand to attack him fiercely. Fu Minxiu was disdainful of fighting with her, but because of the last sentence, he was also aroused and was no longer willing to endure it. So he directly blasted a palm and went up to meet her. Prime Minister Fu Haxian didn't expect his son to really attack the princess. While fighting with Elder Zhao, he also shouted to stop him. Sure. Don't. Perhaps he was really angry. Fu Minxiu turned a deaf ear to his father's roar, and this palm was even more unreserved. So before everyone had time to take a closer look, they saw Pei Shilwan being slapped away. Pei Shilwan herself was even more shocked. She wanted to defend herself and even fight back. But as soon as she made a move, she was easily resolved by the opponent. She was unable to resist and was hit by 2 palms. She immediately spurted blood and was seriously injured. At this moment, Pei Shilwan was extremely shocked. She didn't understand why Fu Minxiu was clearly a peak-acquired imperial spiritual master, but his spiritual power was so strong that she couldn't resist it with every palm. Look! She burst out with full force, and couldn't even get close to him, and was beaten back one after another. Such strength! I'm afraid it can be comparable to the innate imperial spiritual master. Realizing this, Pei Shilun didn't care about the injury at all, and stared at Fu Minqiu in doubt. You? How can you improve so much? Pei Shilun had fought with him before, and knew what level his talent and ability were. If he had the talent and practice speed in the past, he would definitely not be able to reach such an amazing level. Could it be that he has obtained some treasure or opportunity in these years? After hearing this, Fu Minqiu sneered sarcastically. I thought you were stupid before, but I didn't expect that stupidity was a compliment to you. Until now, you still don't understand, which is a bit of an insult to the cultivation of you by the prince over the years. Hearing this, no matter how stupid Pei Shilun was, she smelled something unusual. Her face changed and she asked, What do you mean by this? Fu Minqiu's sarcastic smile was even more unscrupulous. Do you really think you defeated me when you were 16? Pei Shilun's face darkened when he asked her, and her heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad premonition. As expected, the next second, Fu Minqiu sneered. It was just that the Prime Minister's mansion wanted to avoid the limelight, and my father instructed me to lose to you on purpose. Otherwise, do you think a loser, who can't even get close to me, can show off in front of me for so many years? You are really ridiculous. After learning the truth, Pei Shilun, who was already injured, staggered and took a step back. She never thought that the victory she was proud of was actually a scam. Chapter 2259, A Dead End. Mi Yan, who originally looked down on Fu Minqiu, was frightened when she saw her master staggering and almost falling, and hurried forward to support Pei Shilun. She also didn't expect that the boy who was not very prominent and defeated by her master back then would be so hidden. Even after suffering so many years of humiliation from the princess, and enduring so much discrimination and dirty water, he could still endure it. Such a mentality is really scary. Pei Shilun was shocked and angry, and yelled with red eyes. You bastard! I am the princess of the dynasty. How dare you deceive me like this, and make me go around in circles? Fu Minqiu smiled coldly. You should be grateful that you are a princess. Otherwise it would not be so smooth, and my father would not be afraid of the power of your palace and your identity as a princess, forcing me to deliberately lose to you. You must understand that if you were not a princess, you would not even be qualified to be deceived by me. You should be grateful for this identity. When the prince brought his most beloved daughter to the Prime Minister's mansion as a guest, his father had long expected that Pei Shilun would choose him, who was similar in strength and age to her, as an opponent to learn martial arts. Therefore, his father warned him early on not to reveal his true strength, and the only winner would be Princess Yuan. He was young at the time, and did not understand the twists and turns inside, and asked why unconvinced. His father only told him that the other party was a princess, and the palace was behind them. They were members of the royal family, of noble status and great power, and they were not people that the Prime Minister's mansion could afford to offend. Just because of his ridiculous identity, he succumbed to Pei Shilun's sword. But the reluctance, humiliation and anger in his heart made him hate Pei Shilun, the palace, and those who were in high positions and used their power to oppress others. The most ridiculous thing is that Pei Shilun took it seriously all these years. I have been a fool for so many years. Pei Shilun couldn't help but sneer at herself when she heard such a cruel truth, recalling that when she was 16 years old, she easily defeated Fu Minqiu. So arrogant. Recalling her sarcasm and ridicule towards him all these years, she sneered at him so much. But in the end, she was just a joke in Fu Minqiu's eyes. No wonder Fu Minqiu was never convinced by her. Always looked at her with contempt, without any admiration and appreciation for her. And his tone and expression were full of disdain. It turns out that he lost to her not as a person, but as a princess. Sure enough, she is much more ridiculous than Fu Minqiu. The king of Duanquan, who was sitting in the audience, also did not expect Fu Minqiu to hide so deeply. Now that he saw that he had exposed his strength, severely injured his precious daughter, and also shook Wanner's original intention of cultivation, his face was terribly gloomy, and there was anger in his eyes. After this blow, his daughter is likely to have a demon in her heart on the road of cultivation in the future. Everyone knows that if you are not talented, you can make up for your shortcomings with hard work. But once you have a demon in your heart, it is very difficult to overcome this hurdle. In this case, how could King Duanquan not hate Fu Minqiu's deception? Thinking of this, King Duanquan was not polite, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, Since the Prime Minister's mansion wants to be an enemy of all forces in Tiansheng City, It means that they do not take the royal family seriously. Such a rebellion is disrespectful. They should be executed. After the words fell, a middle-aged man in a black robe sitting next to King Duanquan suddenly shot out and stretched out his magic hand directly towards Fu Minxiu. Although Fu Hexian was fighting and could not spare much attention, he also noticed the attack here and immediately shouted hoarsely, "Xiu, be careful. You have to know that this black-robed man is the elder brother of the princess, the uncle of Pei Xiluan, and he is quite powerful, reaching the level of a mid-term Supreme Emperor spiritual master. Even if Fu Minxiu has good talent and strength, he can only fight against the innate Emperor spiritual master, and he can never be the opponent of the Supreme Emperor spiritual master. Therefore, Pei Xiluan's uncle's move can kill Fu Minxiu in the blink of an eye." Su Maoyang was also horrified when he saw this, and had no choice but to wave and shout, "Yang Sheng, stop him!" Before the voice fell, a burly figure suddenly flashed, like a ghost, rushed out, and instantly caught the palm print of the black-robed man. The black-robed man did not expect that the killing move that was bound to win would be stopped by someone, and looked at the person in shock. However, when he saw the other party's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed in horror, "Puppet! Puppet!" Then he wiped his eyes in disbelief, and repeatedly confirmed that it was not his eyes. After all, puppets are very rare. Generally, only people who practice puppetry can control these corpses. Therefore, not only the black-robed man, but also the high-level officials of the major forces present were shocked, staring at the puppet with a dark and cold look in their eyes. And looking at this puppet, it is covered with armor and has a strong aura. Moreover, the spiritual power that burst out in the previous attack is stronger than Pei Xiluan's uncle. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess that this puppet must have been a big figure in his lifetime. Thinking of this, whether it is the younger generation or the old guy standing at the top, they all look at Su Maoyang solemnly. How many secrets does this woman have hidden? Not only are her strengths in all aspects extremely amazing, but she has also contracted countless treasures. Now she has practiced puppetry and controls such a powerful puppet. Is she really just a late-stage acquired imperial spiritual master? Everyone couldn't help but put a question mark. However, they didn't know that this puppet was no longer just a puppet, but a living dead possessed by the dead, with thoughts and emotions. At the beginning, Su Maoyang successfully possessed the puppet with two dead spirits, one of whom was named Ming Haiyang, and the other was named Yang Sheng. But Ming Haiyang was arranged by her to protect the other people in Qin Yang medicine shop, and only Yang Sheng stayed to cover for her and Jun Haocong, because the situation was urgent. Su Maoyang couldn't bear to watch Fu Minxiu bleed on the spot, so she had to use the puppet to save him. If everyone knew that there was a dead spirit living in the puppet, they would be even more scared. However, just when everyone was in doubt, they heard the elder of Fei Xue Tower roar, "This woman can't be kept, and she must not be allowed to develop such a terrifying genius. I believe in a few years will definitely become a nightmare for these old guys. The only thing we can do now is to kill it in the cradle." After the words fell, the high-level officials of Fei Xue Tower actually took action personally, trying to kill Su Maoyang. At the same time, the high-level officials of Lane Divine Sect, Wuzong Sword Sect, Thinshan Mansion, and Lu Sha League also rushed out and approached Su Maoyang. Seeing that she had provoked so many Supreme Emperor spiritual masters to take action, Su Maoyang felt a palpitation. And even she, who was as calm as she was, could not help but sweat. Originally, she planned to let the puppet take advantage of the situation and provide her and Jun Haocong with a chance to escape. But she didn't know that so many people were involved now. Even Fu Minxiu and Fu Hexian were tied up. In this situation, no matter how you look at it, she and Jun Haocong have no chance of survival. Chapter 2260. Who is the senior? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang didn't care about so much, and summoned the Pure World Green Lotus platform with a wave of her hand. She was not the opponent of these old guys. Only by relying on the Pure World Green Lotus platform could she defend part of the power. Otherwise she was afraid that she would not be able to withstand even one move of these old guys. But the 9 major sects, who saw the Pure World Green Lotus platform, were shocked. And soon someone shouted, "It's them! The Emperor and Concubine of Yunlu in the 9 Nether Realm." In the battle at the top of the cloud, Jun Haocong and Su Maoyang killed everyone and caused quite a stir. The Pure World Green Lotus platform was Su Maoyang's life-saving trump card, and the 9 major sects naturally heard about it. So, when they heard this, the elders of the 9 major sects instantly remembered what happened in the Northern Spirit Realm before, and they suddenly realized it. It turned out that these 2 people were the murderers who killed their elders in the Battle of Yunding. Great! After searching for so long, it turns out that the murderer who killed my elders is right under my nose. If I don't take your lives today, how can I be worthy of the dead elders? The high-level officials of Feishua Tower found a legitimate reason, and they were even more confident and merciless, and they slammed Su Maoyang with one palm. Although Su Maoyang had the help of the Pure World Green Lotus platform to resist part of the power, he still couldn't withstand the power of the middle stage Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master, and was immediately slapped away and spit out a mouthful of blood. Jun Haotsong, who was entangled with Ho Jijun in the distance, saw Su Maoyang injured, and his eyes immediately turned red with anger. He suddenly raised his arms and roared to the sky. He saw that there were terrifying blood vessels on his white and flawless arms, and the blood inside was surging wildly, and black demonic energy kept oozing out from it, like a poisonous snake entangled around his body. The blue pupils, which were already charming, showed black bloodshot, which was as terrifying as the devil from hell. However, just when everyone was shocked by Jun Haotsong's changes, Ho Jijun on the opposite side noticed his rising spiritual power, and opened her eyes wide in shock, ready to pursue and kill him completely. However, when she made a move, it was too late. Jun Haotsong swung a fist, and the force was so violent that Ho Jijun's front teeth flew out instantly, and she herself could not bear it and retreated wildly, seriously injured. At the same time, Jun Haotsong did not want to fight, and his figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Su Maoyang, and took a palm for her. However, this palm was made by the high level of the Lane Divine Sect, whose strength was above Ho Jijun, and had reached the level of the late Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master. Therefore, even if Jun Haotsong used the power of blood, he still could not withstand such a perverted attack. He immediately retreated a few steps and spurted blood. However, with Jun Haotsong's current peak level of the acquired Emperor Spiritual Master, it was a miracle that he was not killed by the late Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master in one blow. Because, let alone his current level, even a mid-term Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master would have almost no chance of survival in the face of such a violent force. It can be imagined how strong Jun Haotsong's bloodline power is. Therefore, when the high-level officials of the Lane Divine Cult saw that he was only seriously injured and not injured at all, their steady faces could not help but flash with unprecedented shock. Su Maoyang, who was protected behind him, saw that he was hit by a palm, and screamed in horror, and quickly supported him. Haotsong, you are going to die. You dare to take such an attack. Although Jun Haotsong didn't say anything, she could see clearly that he must have used some secret technique to improve his strength. Obviously, this secret technique was far beyond his own strength. Once it was used, his body couldn't bear it, which was very harmful to his body. What's more, he took a slap for her. I couldn't imagine how badly he was hurt now. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's heart was in a knot, and he hated these old guys to the extreme. I didn't expect that the power of the Tiansheng dynasty was so shameless. For the Qingming sword, even the Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master did not hesitate to go down in person and kill us all. If this gets out, do you still have the face to stand in Zuinchinjing? Humph. If it was just for the Qingming sword, we would naturally not kill you. But you killed the elders of our sect first, and then ran to the Tiansheng dynasty to cheat. Such bad behavior. If we let you two leave alive, where is the dignity of our 9 sects? So, if we don't kill you, then we will really have no face to stand in the world. The high level of the Lane Divine Sect shouted with a cold face, and then slapped Su Maoyang hard again. Su Maoyang knew that these old guys were not really trying to avenge the dead elders. To put it bluntly, the status and strength of the elders sent to the 9 netherworlds were probably not even as good as some of the disciples. They just used her as a handle to become the embodiment of justice, so that they could justify their abuse of the weak. This group of sanctimonious, selfish, hypocritical, cruel, and shameless old guys simply disgraced the respect and support of so many people. In this case, she would fight to the death. Even if she died, she would make these old guys lose a layer of skin. When Jun Haotsong saw that the palm print was about to fall on Su Maoyang, he was quick-eyed and quick-handed. and hugged her in his arms, gathering the greatest strength in his hands and pushing her out. However, just when Jun Haotsong was ready to be seriously injured again, the expected force did not arrive. With a loud bang, the moves of the Supreme Emperor's spiritual master were dissolved out of thin air and dissipated in the air. Jun Haotsong and Su Maoyang looked up in surprise and saw a tall figure standing in the air. It was a sturdy and heroic middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 40s. But judging from his powerful aura, he was probably much older than that. It was just that Su Maoyang had never seen this person before, and didn't know who he was, and why he suddenly appeared to help them block this fatal injury. However, although he didn't know his identity, Su Maoyang still understood this point. If he could easily dissolve the power of the late-stage Supreme Emperor's spiritual master, then his strength must be above this. Realizing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes became solemn as he looked at him. Of course, not only Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong were surprised, but the hearts of the others present were also stirred up. You know, the leaders of their 9 major sects are only at the level of the peak Supreme Emperor's spiritual master. This person who suddenly appeared has reached such a level. Isn't it too amazing? Who is the senior? Why do you interfere in the affairs of my 9 major sects? The elder of the Lane Divine sect, although old and white-haired, still called the other party. A man who looked younger than him, as a senior, which shows that he is very afraid of this man's strength. The man just glanced at him coldly, and his voice was so light that no emotion could be heard. But it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Dian Dynasty. Bloody Sword Pavilion. Jing Hani.